This is an amazing story about me by Fu. I woke up to the sound of someone chanting in my ear, Zazas, Zazas. Resurrect my boss. It was so annoying. I opened my eyes, furious, and threw off the blanket barrier in record time. When I looked around, I was stunned. Instead of my cozy room, there were old stone walls, a flickering light, and a stranger crying tears of joy, shouting, "Boss, you're finally awake." Confused, I glanced at a nearby mirror and nearly screamed. Staring back at me was a delicate, black-haired girl who didn't look like me at all. Somehow, in just one nap, I had gone from being myself to this unfamiliar figure. Then it hit me. I had been playing a game called Stars Beyond before going to bed. Somehow, I'd ended up inside the game. But I wasn't the protagonist or even a villain. Nope. I was a nobody, a background character. Well, not entirely nobody. At least I had one loyal follower, a short girl named Anya, who I had apparently picked up from a trash heap. Together, we joined a gang called the Wildfire Crew. Honestly, I was doomed. My combat power? Weak. I'd been knocked out for 2 days from a single punch during a debt collection run. In this game world, I was so insignificant that survival seemed impossible, let alone thriving. As I tried to figure out my next move, I remembered a gamer's dream. A glowing blue screen appeared before me. It was a status panel. My stats were pathetic, but hey, it was something. I quickly realized this wasn't a regular NPC panel, it was a player's interface. Weirdly, though, I couldn't do anything cool like give quests or gain reputation. I was basically just a fragile player stuck in hardcore mode. Things got worse when Anya told me about a group of weirdos causing trouble nearby. Her description? Players. And the gang leader had already killed some of them, planning to go all in on fighting them. I knew this was a terrible idea. Players weren't just ordinary people, they had the power to destroy everything in their path. If I didn't act fast, I'd be caught in the crossfire. But running wasn't an option either. The world outside the settlement was full of monsters, pollution, and chaos. I needed a plan fast. Then it struck me. The best way to survive as an NPC was to become too important to kill. Players love interesting characters. If I could make myself popular, like that one NPC from the game's beta who became a fan favorite, maybe the developers would boost my stats or give me plot armor. As a former player, I knew exactly how to appeal to them. It wasn't a perfect solution, but it was my only shot. If I could make the players love me, I might just make it through this insane situation. Time to put my gamer skills to the ultimate test. I froze for a moment, lost in thought, while Anya started panicking. She thought I might have completely lost it after getting punched in the head during that debt collection. She clung to me, sobbing, saying she'd go fight the guy who hit me if anything happened to me. I patted her head and told her to hush. I was thinking. Becoming a character players liked wasn't going to be easy. I'd need a solid plan. First, I thought about what kind of NPCs players actually liked. In my head, I split them into 2 categories, flashy ones and subtle ones. Flashy characters drew attention with stunning visuals or dramatic vibes. But that wasn't enough. In this competitive gaming world, only unique and high-quality designs stood out. I glanced at myself. I had the looks to qualify: pretty face, great figure. But without money for fancy outfits or the skills for seductive charm, I wasn't going to leave a lasting impression. Flashy wasn't my path. Instead, I decided to aim for the second route, a memorable, emotional connection. I thought about NPCs that stuck with players even years after they'd played. Heroes fighting for justice, self-sacrificing big sisters, tragic characters, loyal companions. These were the ones people loved. But I didn't have the strength or resources for most of those roles. So, I chose the easiest option, becoming a white moonlight character. You know, the kind of NPC that leaves a fleeting yet unforgettable impression. Players would remember me as a mysterious and intriguing figure. If I played my cards right, even being part of a gang like Wildfire wouldn't make them attack me on sight. Step 1. Good first impressions. I planned to stage a dramatic moment to save a hero player and make them think I was one of the good guys. Then, I'd establish a compelling character persona to keep them hooked. Players loved characters with depth, and I could use their interest to gain power hopefully enough to survive in this brutal world. When I finished mapping out my plan, I looked at Anya. Anya, yes, boss. She replied, ready for action. Listen, we're not just going to pick fights with those outsiders. Their value is way beyond the gang's measly bounty. We need to aim higher. Our future lies in the stars, not scraps. Anya stared at me, confused. Boss, where are we going with this? I smirked. We're going to make those outsiders our opportunity. But first, we're heading to the barber shop. Time for a makeover. What? Anya blinked, utterly baffled. White hair, I said. We'll dye our hair white. It's a buff. Players love white-haired characters. Double the white hair, double the charm. Anya looked like she was about to question my sanity, but I didn't care. If I was going to survive this game world, I needed to play it smart, and I was just getting started. When I insisted Anya dye her hair silver to match mine, she looked like the most miserable person on the planet. Squatting in the sun, she sulkily counted her remaining credits. 1, 2, 3. Looks like it's thin porridge every day from now on, she muttered. I laughed dryly. Thin porridge? No way. If I drank thin porridge in my past life to save money and still had to drink it after crossing into this world, what was the point of crossing over? I patted Anya on the shoulder. Don't worry. Once we start my plan, things will get better. While she sulked, I turned my attention to the bigger picture. How to win over players and survive. Wandering the streets randomly wouldn't do. This place was too big. Luckily, I'd already opened the game's community forum while we were at the barber shop, looking for clues or opportunities. The forums were as lively as ever, full of players' bizarre complaints and requests. Most posts were useless, but I finally found a promising target. A player streaming a walking tour of our area. Her name was Excavator Girl, and though she had no skill, her exaggerated interpretations of game details and scenic tours had earned her a decent following. More importantly, she was harmless, just the type of player I needed for my plan. As fate would have it, trouble found her before I could make a move. While wandering down a narrow alley, she ran into a thug, a big guy I recognized as one of the lackeys who'd stood by when I got punched out a few days ago. Perfect. A chance to both exact revenge and make my debut as a savior in front of her live audience. Anya and I followed quietly. When we arrived, the thug was stuffing a bag over her head, grinning about how the Wildfire Gang's bounty would make him rich. Meanwhile, her audience was spamming jokes in the chat. Typical. Anya, I said with a smirk, showtime. With a commanding voice, I interrupted. What do you think you're doing? The thug turned, startled, giving Excavator Girl a chance to wriggle free from the bag. She stumbled toward a pile of crates, dazed and scared, until her eyes met me. The sunlight streamed down the alley, framing me in its glow. My silver hair shimmered, catching the wind just right. Her mouth fell open as if she'd seen something divine. In that moment, I knew my first impression had landed perfectly. Do you believe in light? Her voice trembled. I didn't need to answer. I was the light she needed to survive, and the first step in my plan to turn players into my greatest shield. I stepped into the alley with silver hair shining and a confident stride, drawing every gaze. The thug, same one who'd been there when I got knocked out, recognized me. You again? Here to steal my catch? He sneered, clearly unimpressed. He thought I was just some minor member of the Wildfire Gang, not worth fearing. Fine by me. He barked threats, trying to intimidate me, but I calmly warned him, if you want to live, stay out of Wildfire's business with the outsiders. Of course, he laughed in my face, mocking me as if I were powerless. That's when I decided I'd had enough. As we squared off, the alley seemed to darken, the world holding its breath. The thug lunged first, swinging his fist. But I was ready. A quick flick of my hand, and powdered lime hit his eyes. While he stumbled, screaming, I slid behind him, pulled out my knife, and struck a decisive blow. The damage numbers floated up, a big crit followed by a bleeding debuff. His health drained in seconds. The fight was over before it began. As the system message confirmed my victory, 150 XP gained, I wiped the blood off my blade with a steady hand. I wasn't sure if this place was making me numb or if I just adapted to survive, but I felt no hesitation. I turned to the player I just saved, Excavator Girl, and fixed her messy hair and clothes, smoothing everything back into place. It's getting dark. You should head home, I said, giving her a reassuring smile before walking away. She called out, "Wait, your name?" Without looking back, I replied, "Knowing won't do you any good." Then I disappeared, leaving her and her viewers stunned. The chat in her stream exploded with reactions. "She's so bad, but I love her. Who is she? I must find her." The players were hooked. Perfect. That's exactly what I wanted. My plan to become the player's unforgettable white moonlight was officially in motion. I knew my dramatic entrance with silver hair would cause a stir, and the live stream chat exploding with excitement was exactly what I expected. If this move hadn't hooked the players, I might as well have given up on life right then and there. But for now, I let the hype simmer and turned my attention to the game panel. After taking down the thug, I leveled up to LV3, earning a boost to my strength and health. I added my free attribute point to Constitution, giving me nearly double the health of a regular mob. I was officially an elite mob now, but I couldn't rely on my low-level unemployed wanderer class forever. It capped at LV5, and I needed to learn a new class soon. Luckily, this game allowed players, and me, apparently, to stack as many classes as we wanted. I already had a plan. Focus on survival. I'd build my stats with high constitution and agility, making me durable and fast enough to escape when needed. As for my next class, I'd choose something tanky or support-oriented to stay alive longer. Survival was key. With my game stats sorted, I checked the community forum. Players were already obsessed with my character. Posts like "white-haired mystery girl, step on me," filled the chat. Then, I saw it. A voting thread titled "Most Popular Female NPC in Stars Beyond." To my surprise, someone had uploaded videos of me, calling me the best-looking NPC in the game. The thread exploded, and I ranked 15th among 43 contenders, most of whom had been featured prominently in the game's promotional material or beta test. Me? I was just a random mob, but my debut had launched me straight into the spotlight. Then, something incredible happened. My ranking shot up. Players started voting for me like crazy, thanks to Excavator Girl. She'd seen someone insult my character, calling me irrelevant, and immediately went into overdrive defending me. She even wrote a detailed theory that I was a vital undercover agent in the game's plot. Her wild speculation drew tons of attention, and her fans flocked to the poll to vote for me. In just 20 minutes, I climbed to 7th place, then 6th, and finally secured 4th by the end of the voting. Out of 43 NPCs, I was now a top contender. The forum was in chaos, with players debating my placement and comparing me to other NPCs. Even after the voting ended, the buzz about me only grew. I couldn't believe it. From a nobody to a fan favorite, all because of one perfectly staged moment and a wildly imaginative player. But I knew this fame was fleeting. Most of these fans were just here for fun, and as the game's story expanded, more impressive NPCs would appear. Still, I wasn't giving up. If I wanted to stay relevant, I had to get stronger and keep my fanbase engaged. I'd even steal Excavator Girl's undercover agent theory as part of my character's story. It was too good to waste. With this momentum, I wasn't just surviving in this game. I was going to thrive. Next step: build my strength, solidify my fame, and become a true legend in this world. I could feel it. I was just getting started. Fu paused. Anya, who was following behind her, took a step forward and nervously grabbed the hem of her clothes. "Boss, it's a small problem, don't worry." Fu held Anya's hand in return, signaling Anya not to be nervous. She was very familiar with the person standing under the sign. Martin, the junior supervisor of the Wildfire Gang and her direct superior, has a combat power of approximately 20 Ya, which is not much stronger than her after the upgrade. This guy was not qualified to be a junior supervisor based on his ability, but he had a special ability. He has a basic knowledge of 1st and 2nd grade primary school. Yes, not only can he write his own name, but he can also quickly calculate addition and subtraction within 100, and he is also adept at multiplication and division of single-digit numbers. In the Wildfire Gang, where most members are hopelessly illiterate, Martin, who possesses this skill, stands out like a foundation-building boss among rookies who have entered the chi refining stage. so he was naturally promoted to junior supervisor. At first, he was quite pleased with the experience, but he soon realized the problem. I can count, so how can I cheat for money by making false accounts when I can't count or make mistakes? Are those people in my grade really unable to calculate their accounts? Is there a possibility that they are actually geniuses who pretend to be confused? Martin was about to burst. He learned from his mistakes. He worked so hard to become a small supervisor. If it wasn't for the money, was it to make the Wildfire Gang great again? Since the way of making false accounts was blocked, the only thing he could do was to squeeze the oil out of his subordinates. He kept assigning various tasks to his subordinates, and he liked to push them to do them as if they were his last hurdle. It would be best if his subordinates could complete the task. If not, he would find ways to deduct their money and also do some PUA from time to time. Why can others do it? Bai Fu's predecessor became a victim. Debt collection is never easy. If you lend $100 to friends and relatives, you don't know how long it will take to get it back, let alone go to the wasteland boss who has close ties with the Wildfire Gang to collect the debt. It was decided at the meeting that you will be the one to collect the debt. If you can get the money back, I will give you 5 points. Bai Fu's comment on this is only 0.5%. You are even more cruel than Huang Xilang. The evaluation of Bai Fu's predecessor was you'd better ask for help from someone else. The not very anthropomorphic Martin immediately threatened. Difficult? Bai Fu, the organization's economic performance has not been very good recently. I'm afraid that the salary will not be paid as punctually as before. Why don't you earn some extra bonuses? Then, think about the child you picked up. How cute she is. You don't want her to starve to death because you have no money, do you? Bai Fu's predecessor could only go on the road after touching Anya's head, and then he was hit by a punch and lay down for 2 whole days. There are still many people born in this world. I can only say that in this world, people should not be too human. Bai Fu thought so. Martin must have shown up at this time to urge her to continue collecting debts. As expected, as soon as he saw her and Anya, Martin came over with a smile. Why did your hair turn white? Never mind, it's not important. I heard that you were injured before, and I was worried. Fortunately, you are not seriously injured. After the greetings, he immediately showed his fangs. Bai Fu, I know it's difficult for you, but the deadline assigned by the higher-ups is almost here. Ding! Suddenly, 2 game prompts popped up in front of Bai Fu. The first one is you have triggered the faction mission Pay Your Debt. The task comes with a detailed introduction, so that's fine. Skip. Although the game does not have a function to skip the plot, Bai Fu took the initiative to ignore Martin's nagging and read the task content. Task introduction. Your boss Martin hopes that you can get back a loan from the Wildfire Gang. Task objective. No method is limited. Collect as much debt as possible. Details. Remaining time 47 hours 59 minutes and 36 seconds. Reward 2,000 experience points. 10 faction reputation accept/reject. Bai Fu chose to accept it. The reward of 2,000 experience points is not a small amount. At this stage, if players only do daily tasks such as moving bricks and picking up bottle caps, they may not be able to accumulate 200 experience points in a day. The rewards also show that this task is difficult to complete. But it doesn't matter. If you can't beat her, she'll run away. Anyway, this is not in some main god space where you will be punished if you fail to complete the task. Bai Fu opened the second prompt. You unlock the faction system. There is a dense introduction text behind it. The faction system in Stellaris is similar to that of other games. Players can join a faction after meeting certain conditions. By increasing faction reputation, you can unlock faction missions, limited stores, limited professional knowledge, faction positions, etc. of corresponding levels. You can also get attribute bonuses in some special factions. Joining a faction is not necessarily a good thing. It may cause the player to be hostile to NPCs of the opposing faction, leading to many bad consequences. But this doesn't matter to Bai Fu, because her camp has already been limited to the Wildfire Gang. Judging from the current situation, Bai Fu has no intention of betraying the Wildfire Gang. She has a different view of the Wildfire Gang than others. In the eyes of other survivors of the abandoned cooling plant, the Wildfire Gang is a terrifying demon king who specializes in plundering and looting, making people afraid to approach them. But in her opinion, the Wildfire Gang is as good as the female Demon King in the book. Being powerful means the Wildfire Gang has money. The large amount of loot means that the Wildfire Gang is likely to have a large number of rare upgrade materials and professional knowledge books. If he doesn't stay in the Wildfire Gang and plunder their gold coins now, does he have to go out and take advantage of those poor, miserable people? It doesn't make sense. How much oil can those poor guys have? Of course, whoever has money will earn it. Playing undercover to gain players' favor while stealing from the Wildfire Gang's coffers, this is the way to ascend. As for how to get the Wildfire Gang's gold coins, Bai Fu first thought of Martin. Although she has returned most of the knowledge to the teacher, she has at least attended a serious course. Comparing her with Martin is like having Tyson beat up a child. Martin was promoted to a small supervisor, so it wouldn't be too much for her to be a logistics manager, right? But it's hard to say. In the eyes of others, she was an illiterate who could only write her own name not long ago. But after sleeping for 2 days, she suddenly even understood a little calculus. This was shocking. Will he be caught and beheaded? What a pity. If she lived in a place where everyone had some faith, she could pretend to be a charlatan and shout the sky is dead. The day should be established, and then make a fortune by selling indulgences to believers. Why is it so hard to make money? Bai Fu sighed and raised her head. I will complete the task soon. But what? Martin was a little unhappy at being interrupted. Bai Fu made a request. I want to go to the gang's library first. The Wildfire Gang piled all the books they collected, whether they were useful or not, in the library, but not everyone was qualified to enter. Library? You should go to the library if you know a few words. Martin laughed. Bai Fu remained calm. She pointed at Anya and said, show her. She is still young and can learn. Oh, Martin was too lazy to dwell on this matter. Just tell me your name, and you can enter the smallest public library at will. This is exactly what Bai Fu wanted. With a few more smiling assurances, she sent Martin away. Although Martin has already found a way to commit suicide, it is still too risky to act now, so let's wait a little longer. After having dinner with Anya, Bai Fu didn't delay and went straight to the Wildfire Gang's library. After she gave Martin's name, the gatekeeper did not make things difficult for her. She stood by the bookshelf, her eyes quickly scanning the pages. Brother, you smell so good. For arithmetic operations, skills of being a human being. What are these? Bai Fu was convinced. No wonder this small library can be entered by just saying Martin's name. Hard work pays off. After searching for a while, she finally found the professional knowledge book she had been longing for. Introduction to Psychic Prayer in 3 minutes. Bai Fu took the book off the shelf. Although the book was full of symbols she didn't recognize, this didn't bother her at all. You start reading Introduction to Psychic Prayer in 3 minutes. Current progress 0.3%. This is the magic moment of the player panel. 3 minutes later, Bai Fu received a new prompt. After unlocking the psionic apprentice profession, Bai Fu clearly felt that her consciousness had become much clearer, and for a moment she even had a sense of transcendence as if she had seen through the world. Is this the manifestation of spiritual and inspirational improvement? The upper limit of the Psychic Apprentice is level 10, and the attribute points given for each level up are twice that of the Vagrant. Bai Fu opened the panel with satisfaction. Frenzy LV1 causes a certain part of the target's body to enter a frenzy state, consuming 1 point of psychic energy every 1 minute during the duration, with a cooldown of 2 seconds. Hardening LV1 causes a small area of the target's skin to enter the hardened state, consuming 1-3 points of psychic energy every 5 seconds during the duration, with a cooldown of 1 second. Clairvoyants use psychic perception to detect target information. The degree of detail depends on the level difference. Talent. None attribute points. 2. The newly added psychic energy value is the source of power for the psychic school profession, which will slowly recover over time. The psychic energy value limit can be increased by improving inspiration, or by props, equipment, skills, or talents. Among the 3 new skills, fanaticism can increase attack, hardening can increase defense, and clairvoyance can detect the opponent's strength, which is quite practical. In fact, Introduction to Psychic Prayer in 3 minutes brings Bai Fu not only a new profession, but also things to pay attention to during the process of psychic practice. Attention! Do not use psychic prayers on others indiscriminately, Otherwise, it may cause extremely bad effects. She had already prepared to go home, but after accidentally glancing at the word "be careful" and the precautions, her eyes became sharp. The term has a certain extraordinary appeal, just like FBI warning. It would be fine if she didn't mention it, but once she mentioned it, she would have to study this forbidden power carefully. Bai Fu sat on the ground and began to look through the cases. A male student from a certain college wanted to use hardening on his roommate's wrist as a joke, but he accidentally aimed at his roommate's crotch. The next morning, he was discovered by the dormitory management and rushed to the anorectal department of a nearby hospital. Don't imitate this. Why did I use hardening on my wrists but end up aiming at my crotch instead? Was it intentional or accidental? Bai Fu felt that there must be something fishy about this matter. She continued to look at the following cases. The following cases are even more sinister. For example, some people deliberately wear thick shoes before a competition and do not wash their feet for 3 days. After entering the stage, they immediately use a prayer to enhance the sense of smell on their opponent and take off their shoes, causing their opponent to faint from the stench. Bai Fu nodded as she watched. What a birth! She kept thinking, how can a harmless little white sheep like her survive after accidentally entering a birthplace like an abandoned cooling plant? It is not enough to focus on improving strength. A martial arts master can also be killed by a thief with a poisonous scheme. It is not a good idea to put all hopes on the players. Bai Fu finally concluded that it is better to defeat birth with birth. Only by knowing all of her opponent's moves can she be protected from them. On the worst side, if she is really entangled with someone in the future and cannot avoid it, she can also come up with enough bargaining chips to negotiate with the other party. You don't want to explode with me, do you? A mop covered in is like Lu Bu in the world, but if I also take out a mop covered in, how will you respond? We can do without strategic weapons, but we cannot live without them. Bai Fu closed the book with a lingering feeling. She actually wanted to find more cases for reference and study. Unfortunately, this small library is too small, and most of the books on it can be compiled into a series of X-books that will benefit people for a lifetime and sold in packages. She had to take another route. Since we cannot learn useful knowledge from books, we can only gain it through practice. After saying hello to the library gatekeeper, Bai Fu returned home. During her absence, Anya had cleaned the house spotlessly. Although the child is small, he is very sensible. Boss, do we really have to go to that old ding to collect the debt again? Anya, wearing an apron made of rags, came out of the kitchen, looking worried. Bai Fu nodded. Of course, if we don't ask him for the debt, how can we get the money? Do you still remember the outsider we rescued during the day? Now it's time for you to see the true value of outsiders. As an NPC, can you still be considered a qualified NPC if you don't ask the players to help you kill monsters and collect materials? Bai Fu called Anya over and gave her some advice. Anya didn't believe it, but since the boss said so, she could only try her best. There is no 2 suns in the sky, and in her heart there is only one sun. The next day, around 10 in the morning, in the live broadcast room named Mysterious Girl X, I'm here to find her, Digging G is working with a group of fans to find the missing Mysterious Girl X. Can I get married after raising the favorability of an NPC in this game? The official website doesn't say, so it shouldn't be possible. Bad review. Not as good as Elaine. I want a harem. I want a love laboratory. Speaking of Elaine, have you noticed that the female NPCs in this game are all very small? God awful. You said the normal proportion is small. No, Mysterious Girl X, look at me. I'm going to die. Treasure hunt. My treasure. Look behind you. Behind? Are people hitting each other's crotches with bricks again? Digger G, who was looking at the map, turned around subconsciously and saw a little girl peeking from the corner. That smooth white hair, that petite body. Isn't this the little girl who followed the Mysterious Girl X yesterday? Does finding her mean finding the Mysterious Girl X? Digging G hurriedly followed, and after chasing for several streets, she finally stopped Anya. Why do you keep chasing me? Anya said angrily. Wait a minute. Are you the outsider who was rescued by the boss yesterday? Digging G smiled and nodded. Yes, it's me. Why are you running outside alone? It's very dangerous here. Where is your boss? Anya said unhappily. What do you think? The boss went to find the big guy who wanted to catch you yesterday. Do you know how dangerous this is? That guy is very powerful. It's all your fault. As she spoke, she pointed to the end of the road. Digging G looked in the direction of Anya's finger. At the fork in the road, next to a concrete pile, a young girl stood gracefully. White clothes, white hair, a maggot-like neck, slender wrists, white ankles. The morning breeze suddenly blew, and the soft hair danced in the wind. It's her. It's her. It's her. Digging G was very excited. It's not easy. She has been playing games for so many years, and there has never been a time when she wasn't possessed by a non-African. Others are playing with probability, but she might be playing with the lottery of Penguin and Bink Sixy. She has to draw the guaranteed big card every time before she can get the goods. Even with the 99% upgrade success rate, she sometimes fails several times. But this time, she successfully found the mysterious Girl X after just searching for half a day. Could it be that this mysterious Girl X is the goddess of luck that she has been waiting for a long time? No time for sentimentality. Facing Anya's resentful eyes, Digging G smiled confidently. Don't worry, I will take care of everything. Aren't they just a group of monsters with health bars showing? If I can't defeat them, can't I just shake the Sun Brother to come and help me? Anya wanted to say something, but Digging G had already said goodbye and strode towards Bai Fu in the distance. Hello. Anya hesitated. The eldest sister said that these outsiders had unlimited potential, but from what she had seen and heard from others, these outsiders did not seem to be very smart. No decent person would claim to have found an invincible sword just because he picked up a stick on the street. Anya felt that the boss might have made a mistake this time. Just as she sighed, Digging G posted a new message in the live broadcast room. Team fight, everyone. Someone is bullying the mysterious Girl X. The coordinates are, if you are nearby, come and charge with me. In an instant, the live broadcast room became violent. There is such a thing? Beat him up. Whoever dares to provoke my wife, I will end his life. I smell a hidden mission in this plot. Brothers, I'm going for it. 1, 2. Many players began to rush towards the coordinate point. When Digger G walked halfway down the street, only a few people gathered around her. When Digger G walked 3/4 of the street, 10 people gathered around her. When she finally got near Bai Fu, those people who were cheering or laughing surrounded her in the middle, and she couldn't even count them at a glance. But this is not the end yet. People are still coming from all directions. +1, +1, +1. Look at this. This is the friendship and bond between our players. Anya was so shocked by this magical scene that her mouth opened wide. Boss, is this also part of your calculations? The noise caught Bai Fu's attention. She turned around and locked her sights on Digging G with a surprised and stunned expression. Well, why are you here? And these people around you? Although there was no mirror, Bai Fu felt that her confused expression must be quite accurate. After all, she practiced in front of the mirror for a full hour last night. The digger who was called explained. I just met the little girl who was with you. She said you came here to find the boss of the villain yesterday. I was afraid that you would be in danger, so I came here. The players standing next to him echoed. Yes, big sister with white hair. They are just a group of ordinary monsters. We can solve them without you having to do anything. Don't worry, old. Shut up, you shameless old thief. Aren't you afraid of scaring people by calling me wife when you have a green afro? Hiss, this model is even more realistic than what I saw in the live broadcast. I really want to touch the hair. I don't know if it will be pierced through the model. Touch mine. Nantung, get out of here. Bai Fu's eyelids twitched slightly. Good, very energetic, just like a player should be. Digging G, who had been observing Bai Fu, thought that Bai Fu was angry, so she quickly came out to smooth things over. Everyone, stop making trouble and get down to business. Bai Fu interrupted Digging G and said, I think I understand why you are here. I understand your intentions, but this is not an opponent you can handle right now. If you are not careful, you will die. Go back. As soon as these words came out, the players were suddenly filled with a happy atmosphere. We are not afraid of death. Indeed, the worst that can happen is just dying once. There's nothing to worry about. As a soul-wandering enthusiast, I love the feeling of dancing on the tip of a knife. Anya, who had followed quietly from behind, was shocked when she heard these words. The worst that can happen is just dying once? Can death be described as no big deal or nothing more? Bai Fu shook her head and said, "It's not that I don't believe in your courage. Death is not just a matter for one person. You don't want your relatives and friends to be sad because of your death, right?" It would have been fine if she didn't say anything, but once she said it, the player's rebellious psychology came up. I was underestimated by the mysterious girl X. This time I must prove myself with a cool performance. A player emerged from the crowd, with his name Black Tiger Afu on his red hair. I don't know where I am, and I don't want to know how the plot goes. I just want to ask, when will the killing start? As he spoke, he touched the blade of the axe in his hand. Anya turned pale at this scene. What kind of murderer? Another player named Patrick stepped forward and said, "Yeah, we're here now." The players standing next to him started to make a noise. Now that things have come to this, let's start the game. We can't make this trip in vain. Facing the emotional players, Bai Fu could only smile bitterly. There's really nothing I can do about you. It was you who wanted to go there on your own initiative. I didn't force you to do it. There's video to prove it. Don't blame me if anything goes wrong. How about this? I'll go in first to attract their attention, and then you sneak up on them and attack them when they're not prepared. This will reduce the chance of casualties. Digging G hurriedly tried to stop him. No, this is too dangerous. What if you get hurt? Leave everything to us. Just do as I say. Bai Fu glared and made a voice that left no room for doubt. Joke. I'll let you guys rush in while I watch from outside. How can I get any share of that old man's money? By the time I get in, I'm afraid you guys will have already scraped away several layers of the land. Bai Fu was not worried that anything would happen to her. After all, she and Old Deng were nominally in the same camp, and she had put all her attribute points into Constitution. Add points to all the qualities plus harden the prayer. Then who else is there? Wait for my signal. After saying that, Bai Fu turned and walked towards where the debtor Lao Deng lived. Looking at Bai Fu's receding back, both the players present and some of the people who were watching the show were deeply moved. When other NPCs treat them as tools, only the mysterious girl X is willing to put herself in danger for their safety. She really did it. I cried to death. I'm so surprised. In the past few years, I have rarely seen game characters that are so considerate of players in the second game. You rascal planner. If the mysterious girl X dies, I will fight you. Calm down, calm down. The planning is not serious enough. The mysterious girl X is not dead yet. If she dies, I will rush with you. Wait for me. I will delete my account and come to your novice village immediately. Amid the noise, Digging G and the other players around her looked at each other. Would you still be a human being if you don't do your best to protect such a good NPC? What the Hades? After passing through a path filled with debris, Bai Fu stopped in front of a 3-story building that was leaking air everywhere. This is the base of the debtor Lao Deng. This was not her first time here, so even though her hair color had changed, the security guard recognized her at a glance. Oh no! After a cry of alarm, the doorman turned around and ran into the building. Boss, that woman is here again. That woman? There was a series of harsh sounds of tables and chairs being moved in the room. A moment later, a tall man with a scar on his forehead walked out of the house. Bai Fu decisively used the clairvoyance skill on him. The skill was judged successfully, but the data displayed was incomplete due to the level difference. Name: De Biauga, Elite, Template. Normal main occupation, LV6 sub-occupation. None health, 107 to 110 attributes. Skills: Power of Conquest LV2. Talent: Favorability, Hostile. Degree of Danger, Yellow. Bai Fu felt relieved when she saw this. This is just as she thought. Above the stars divides the danger level of targets into 5 levels: green, blue, yellow, red, and black. Yellow means that De Biao is only slightly stronger than her. Even if she attacks De Biao's ancestors right away and stimulates him into a bloody rage state, it is enough to hold on until the players come to rescue. Is it you? Brother De Biao frowned. He also recognized Bai Fu. I've already told you, I have no money but my life. You still dare to come here? Are you tired of living? Bai Fu acted very calmly, Don't worry, I'm not here to cause you any trouble. So what are you doing here? The scar on Brother De Biao's forehead twitched. I don't believe you. Bai Fu pointed to the distance and said, You are being targeted by outsiders. They are outside now. Outsiders? Brother De Biao was shocked and quickly ran to the second floor with his 4 younger brothers. Looking around, I could see that the stronghold was surrounded by at least 40 or 50 people wearing similar clothes, and these people kept pointing at the stronghold. His whole body was numb. How could he deserve so many people to beat him up? Brother De Biao turned around and anxiously asked Bai Fu, who had followed him. We clearly have a grudge. Why are you still helping me? Idiot! Bai Fu suddenly cursed, showing a look of disappointment. We have a grudge, but this is an internal conflict after all. Now outsiders are attacking, and I don't help you, but instead watch you get killed by those outsiders. Isn't that just letting these outsiders defeat us one by one? Do you think I'm as stupid as you? Brother De Biao had nothing to say. He had to admit that Bai Fu was right to scold him. If it were him, he would never be able to repay evil with kindness like Bai Fu did. What the Hades is this? Brother De Biao asked humbly. What should we do now? There are so many people on the other side. It's not easy to deal with, Bai Fu said with a frown. Since I came to you, I naturally have a way. To tell you the truth, I am actually a psychic prayer master. What? Brother De Biao and the others all took a deep breath. A psychic prayer master is an extraordinary person who can give all kinds of buffs to his own people and put all kinds of restrictions on his opponents. There's no time to explain. I'll tell you slowly after we escape. Bai Fu shook her head. Now hurry up and line up. I'll pray for you one by one. With no other choice, Brother De Biao and others could only do as they were told. They lined up one by one, and then a faint light shot out from Bai Fu's palm and fell on their hands. Frenzy causes a certain part of the target's body to enter a frenzy state. After both hands enter the frenzy state, strength, speed, impact resistance, recovery ability, etc. will be greatly improved. In this way, when facing a beating from other players, Brother De Biao and others will be able to hold on longer. Bai Fu did not only strengthen Brother De Biao, she also specially gave Brother De Biao's stomach a frenzy. Two-handed frenzy equals faster and stronger. What is gastrointestinal mania? Bai Fu was curious. Feeling his hands gradually becoming stronger and stronger, Brother De Biao was filled with emotion. Bai Fu did not lie to him. She really was a psychic prayer master, and she really did not bear grudges. Epsilon sad face Omicron. After this fight, if I can survive, I will go and apologize to Bai Fu sincerely. I just hope Bai Fu will be magnanimous and forgive my mistakes. Thank you. Brother De Biao clasped his fists solemnly. We will try our best to attract the attention of those outsiders later. You must take the opportunity to escape. Bai Fu waved her hand and scolded with a smile. Don't be so fussy. Prayer can only last for a few minutes. You guys go quickly. I have my own way. Good. Brother De Biao nodded, and he walked past Bai Fu with his 4 younger brothers. When he reached the stairs, he suddenly stopped. Bai Fu. Huh. Bai Fu was stunned for a moment. The next second, Brother De Biao raised his right hand. Salute to you, salute. After this ridiculous salute, he continued his descent. A somewhat timid younger brother asked, Boss, can we defeat those outsiders? We will win. Brother De Biao's voice was more firm than ever before. Having been strengthened, why wouldn't he win? Bai Fu, who was standing on the second floor, watched them walk out of the building, and she did not forget to wave to them as they left. Come on, big brother with a scar on your face. Let those outsiders see how powerful you are. Bai Fu's blessing came from the bottom of her heart. After all, from this moment on, Brother De Biao had become her top brother. In order to express her gratitude to the top brother on the list, she searched the building very seriously. 10 seconds later, die. A loud shout announced that the battle between De Biao and his gang and the players had officially begun. Brother De Biao rushed into the crowd of players first, and he started to mow down the enemies like crazy, just like Lu Bu in Dynasty Warriors 3, who has a domineering body. 7, 11, 9 every time he attacks, he can take away at least 1/4 of the player's health, and it is difficult for the player to hit him. This scene deeply inspired the 4 younger brothers. Alpaca, it's on fire. You stinky outsiders, don't think you're powerful just because you have more people. You have your friendship, and we evil forces have our own ties. Maya, Anya, who was watching from a distance, was frightened. People are dying. People are dying. A lot of people are going to die. Those outsiders brag a lot, but if they really fight, they are no match for Brother De Biao. But as Anya watched, she realized something was wrong. What's up with those outsiders? Zhao, you are indeed an elite monster, so strong. My virginity will end here. She also saw another outsider hanging on the wall. His waist was bent, and he was also laughing. What's even more outrageous is that when their companions were on the verge of death, the remaining outsiders were not sad at all. Haha, you noob. Let's see how your dad shows off. You're showing off your mom. If Patrick wasn't there to support you, you would have been sent out long ago. Just tell me whether I am alive or not. Anya was stunned. Hey, are these outsiders monsters from somewhere? De Biauga and others were also confused by the players' outrageous conversation. Who wouldn't be confused when facing such an enemy? However, the huge gap in strength still makes De Biao brother full of confidence. Kill, kill, kill all the outsiders by yourself. But just as the players were sweating profusely, something strange happened. Brother De Biao suddenly stopped where he was, and his expression became extremely strange. What the Hades? Anya and the younger brothers were stunned. The players also stopped and became alert. Could it be that this elite monster is going to enter the second stage and get bigger? Big Biao is indeed going to get bigger, but not as big as the players thought. He covered his stomach and pressed his legs together tightly, feeling that if he moved a little too much he would burst out. He actually had a stomachache at this time. What kind of bad luck was this? De Biao's heart sank. It must be the food that Bai Fu ate before coming here. No, he must run quickly, otherwise he will be beaten to death in his current physical condition. Brother De Biao turned around and walked away, calling on his younger brothers to cover him as he walked. But what made him devastated was that those younger brothers ran away as soon as they saw that the situation was not right. We agreed to be brothers, and you just ran away like that? Be born. The remaining half of Brother De Biao's heart also sank. He had no choice but to keep running, but the players wouldn't let him go just like that. Huh, you want to escape? Thunder Half Moon Slash. The player named Black Tiger Afu was the first to rush forward and hit Brother De Biao, who didn't dare to dodge, in the right eye socket with a stick. 7 red critical hit. Brother De Biao screamed, pushed Black Tiger Afu away with his shoulder, and continued to run away while enduring the pain. Then several more players caught up. Bang, bang, bang. The continuous sneak attacks reduced De Biao's health bar to about half. 62 of 110, he's about to die. Everyone, help him. The players became excited. Brother De Biao, who was seriously injured, was extremely anxious. He finally broke through the obstruction, but given his physical condition, he would probably be caught up again in no time. Is he really going to die here today? He felt more desperate than ever before. Here it comes. The footsteps came. De Biao gritted his teeth and prepared to fight to the death. But after the footsteps disappeared, a familiar voice appeared. Come with me. This is... He raised his head, and what was reflected in his intact left eye was clearly a white figure. Brother De Biao was so excited when he saw Bai Fu, especially when he thought about how those younger brothers who always called him a good brother ran away faster than anyone else when he was in trouble not long ago. He was even more grateful to Bai Fu for coming back to save him again. A friend in need is a friend indeed. Look at those beasts, and then look at Bai Fu. Brother De Biao suddenly slapped himself. He was wrong. How could he compare those births with Bai Fu? This is not praising Bai Fu. It's clearly disparaging Bai Fu. Brother De Biao laughed and walked forward. Why haven't you left yet? Bai Fu urged, stop talking nonsense. Are you worried that those outsiders are not chasing you fast enough? Come with me and leave here. Yes, now is definitely not the time to dwell on this kind of thing. Brother De Biao followed obediently. The two of them walked, one in front and one behind. Neither of them spoke. They just kept walking forward with their heads down. After turning more than a dozen corners, Bai Fu stopped. What's wrong? Brother De Biao asked curiously. Bai Fu breathed a sigh of relief. Those outsiders won't be able to catch up with us for a while after we get here. Brother De Biao looked around. He had an impression of this place. If an outsider who was not familiar with the terrain here, it would be difficult to find this place in a short time. Thank God. He was finally saved. Brother De Biao was deeply moved. Thank you. You gave me this life. From now on, you can let me do whatever you want. Bai Fu quickly shook her head. No need to thank me. No need to thank me. You are my number one brother on the list. I should be the one thanking you. The number one on the list? Brother De Biao was a little confused. He saw Bai Fu taking something out of her pocket, so he leaned over. After a few seconds, Bai Fu took her hand out. He widened his left eye and finally saw clearly that what was lying in Bai Fu's palm was clearly a bag of lime. Wait, lime? Blanche. De Biao realized the danger, but it was too late. Bai Fu sprinkled the lime hard, and it covered his entire face. The burning pain made Brother De Biao scream. Birth, give me back all the emotions I just felt. While Brother De Biao was rolling on the ground wildly, Bai Fu rushed up with a knife without saying a word. If she delays a little longer, and the players are attracted by De Biao's screams, then her efforts will be in vain, right? Stab him. The knife stabbed randomly, and with numbers such as 13 and 9 floating above his head, Brother De Biao's health began to drop rapidly, and several new statuses appeared after his name. Bleeding, weakness, disability. It's over. It's over. De Biao, who couldn't move his legs, wanted to cry but had no tears. Who can be blamed for this? Should I blame him for not recognizing his true birth? He really shouldn't compare Bai Fu with the little brother who abandoned him and ran away. In terms of birth, those four together are not qualified to lick the feet of Bai Fu, a decent-looking guy. What a sin. If this continues, how many people will be deceived by Bai Fu's appearance and die from her harm? Just thinking about this scene made Brother De Biao tremble with anger. But if you think about it carefully, the situation doesn't seem to be that bad. Anyway, he was going to die soon, so it was better for more people to be killed by Bai Fu together with him than for him to be the only one to be killed by Bai Fu. Thinking of this, Brother De Biao, who was unable to breathe due to his serious injuries, suddenly died of relief. You killed Brother De Biao, your contribution is 56%, and you get 560 experience points after correction based on the level difference. Bai Fu clenched her fists tightly after receiving the reminder. Cool. There's more to come. Just as she was searching De Biao's pockets, the game prompt sounded again. You have completed the repeatable hidden mission Iron Fist of Order and received a reward of 1,000 experience points and 1 attribute point Order Iron Fist task introduction. There are many small groups that ignore order wandering around the abandoned cooling plant. Go and eliminate them to prove your determination to maintain order. Mission objective: eliminate any chaotic group with a danger rating no lower than yellow. Can be completed repeatedly, including the pay debts mission issued by Martin. Bai Fu can get a total of 3,560 experience points after killing Brother De Biao. If she accumulates another 200 experience points, she can upgrade the Psionic Apprentice profession to level 5 in one go. By then, no matter whether it is Big Brother Biao or Little Brother Biao, even if the player does not put in any effort, she can knock him to his knees and call him daddy with one punch. Now we have finally gotten rid of the status of cannon fodder in the novice village. Bai Fu let out a sigh of relief. She heard hurried footsteps in the distance, and just a dozen seconds later, the players' voices became clear. The scream came from this side. Hurry up, hurry up. Ah, who stole my head? Diggerji, who had transformed into a war correspondent, quickly shuttled through the ruins with Black Tiger Afu, Patrick, and others. At first they thought they had lost him, but as they walked, they heard screams in the distance. Just as they ran towards the direction of the screams, they suddenly received a game prompt that Brother De Biao had been killed. Who did it? After turning a corner, Diggerji stopped. What's wrong? Patrick asked confusedly. Digging G pointed. The dozen or so players who were still alive all stuck their heads out, and they were stunned by what they saw. Under the broken high wall, on top of the pile of debris, lay a body covered in blood. Next to the corpse, a white figure stood against the wall, with cold light shining down, making the blood on her clothes and the back of her hands particularly conspicuous. The barrage of comments in the live broadcast room began to dance wildly. So handsome. World-famous paintings. Oops, your clothes and hands are dirty. Let me help you lick them clean. You're just licking a hammer. digging for treasure. Go see if the mysterious girl X is okay. Digging G suddenly woke up and hurriedly walked deeper into the alley. Are you okay, young master mystery? My name is Bai Fu, Pai Ribai, Chow Fu Fu. Just call me by my name. I'm fine, just a minor injury. Bai Fu stood up straight and forced a smile from her tired face. Her appearance immediately aroused the player's desire to protect her. It turns out that the mysterious girl X is called Bai Fu. What a cute name, Fu Fu, my Fu Fu. How did you get hurt? It's all my fault for not staying by your side to protect you. Bai Fu coughed secretly a few times. Thanks to you guys. If it weren't for your efforts, I wouldn't be able to do it. But, alas, many of your companions died. It's all my fault. I failed to protect them. As she spoke, her smile disappeared. She shook her head and sighed, her face full of sadness. Digging G quickly stepped forward to comfort him. It's okay. They will be resurrected soon. Patrick put the stick on his shoulder and said helpfully, That's right. It's not a real death. You don't have to blame yourself. The players all came together to comfort Bai Fu, and no one cared about her stealing the kills. But Bai Fu still sighed. You don't have to comfort me like this. I will adjust my mood. She fished a handful of credits from her pocket. Credit coins are the currency used in the abandoned cooling plant. They are issued by the nearby super-large settlement Lin and are circulated because of their good quality and difficulty in counterfeiting. This is the money I found on him. I can't take it. You guys take it. Whether it was Digging G and others, or other players in the live broadcast room, they were all stunned by Bai Fu's move. You are right, but this is Bai Fu, an NPC who protects the players wholeheartedly. Before the battle begins, she considers the safety of the players. After the battle, she takes all the responsibility for the players' deaths on herself, and even gives the money she searched from elite monsters to the players as pension. Have you ever seen such an NPC? Cry for me. I apologize for saying that Fu Fu was bad before. From today on, I will protect Fu Bao. Who wouldn't go crazy in front of Fu Fu? I'm just holding on. Are you embarrassed to accept this money? All the players in the live broadcast room went crazy. Bai Fu nodded in satisfaction. Fortunately, she had an idea and smeared some blood on her body to pretend to be injured when the player came over. Otherwise, she would not have won the player's favor so easily. It's okay now. After a burst of ghostly howling, the players gradually calmed down. Especially at this time, the more you have to maintain your gentlemanly demeanor and not act recklessly, otherwise you might turn Bai Fu's favorability from positive to negative. These are all lessons learned from Blood. On the first day of the server opening, many unaware players thought that Stellaris was just like any other game, and would run up to and get close to any pretty NPC they saw. As a result, these players were all beaten up without exception, and the NPC's favorability towards them suddenly changed from average to looking at them like trash. Some players only harass passers by NPCs, and even if they are disliked, it does not affect their continued gameplay. Some players are in a miserable situation because they have provoked an NPC with a similar positioning to the chicken god of Shimu Town. As soon as they show up, everyone in the novice village will jump out to fight them. In order to play the game normally, they have to delete their accounts and start over. After experiencing these things, players began to pay more attention to the value of favorability. At this time, there was a group of players in the live broadcast room discussing how favorable Bai Fu was towards the players on the scene. It should have been a normal 0 at the beginning, but after what happened just now, it must have been more than 20. He's already like this with just 20 points of favorability towards the player. So wouldn't it be even better with 80 or 90 points of favorability? Haha, I'm just guessing. Maybe the favorability is more than 20. Have any of the players here learned any reconnaissance skills? Let's take a look. Digging G and the others looked at each other in bewilderment. The reconnaissance skills in the game are not built in at the beginning, and players need to take the initiative to learn them. They have never come into contact with this kind of skill since the server was launched. However, this problem was quickly resolved. As they looked at each other, more players arrived one after another. One of the female players named Dragon of Natural Disaster was particularly eye-catching. Although she has a very domineering name, her appearance, hairstyle, and accessories are all cute. That slightly curly pink bob looks so normal among the afro, scion, and starfish hairstyles that it seems a little abnormal. Here I come. I thought I was late, but I came just in time. Wait, you have reconnaissance skills? Good luck, good luck. The Dragon of Calamity laughed. Go up, go up, go to the front row. Let me see it quickly. The Dragon of Calamity was pushed to the front row. At this moment, the whole world seemed to have stopped moving, and all the followers were waiting for the reconnaissance results of the Dragon of Calamity. Swish. The Calamity Dragon threw a reconnaissance skill up. Afterwards, she shared the information she had gathered with Digging G, who then posted the information on the live broadcast room. Name, by Fu Template. Main occupation, secondary occupation, health valued, property, skill, talent, favorability, treat as a treasure, 82, degree of danger. Read when this result came out, everyone except Bai Fu was stunned. Duo Xiao, am I dazzled? You read it right, 82. It's really 82. Even if you don't know these two numbers, you should know what treat like a treasure means. It means that Fu loves and values us like treasures. Go, go, go. Fu is focusing on discovering G and the others, not you guys who are just there to watch the show in the live broadcast room. I hate it. Why am I not in the abandoned cooling plant? I also want to enjoy Fu Bao's love. This must be fake. How can it be so high? This is 82. If it goes up any further, it will be close to the level of intimacy. It is impossible for it to go this high just because I helped Bai Fu once. It must be a bug. Players in the live broadcast room started arguing about whether this was a bug or not. The arguments of the group that believed it was not a bug were very convincing, and they naturally had the upper hand in the argument. Are you stupid? Fu is a kind-hearted person, and she doesn't know that we can be resurrected. Think about it. If a kind-hearted person like her saw us die for her, how could she not have a high impression of us? That makes sense. If an NPC were to die for me, my favorability toward him would skyrocket. Fu Bao, my baby, why are you so cute disgusting looking at the players' discussions and the reconnaissance data displayed in the live broadcast room? Bai Fu couldn't help but secretly give a thumbs up. This reconnaissance technique is really accurate in identifying people. If you ask her whether she hates players, the answer is definitely no. You asked her if she regarded the players as treasures. Isn't that nonsense? The players helped her complete the tasks, praised her, and gave her gold coins. If she didn't regard these players as treasures, then what should she regard as treasures? She only hated that she didn't have enough treasures to help her ascend to the sky. Thinking of this, she suddenly asked, "What's wrong with you? Why aren't you moving?" This puzzled voice immediately made Digging G and others react. Now is not the time to fight in the live broadcast room. Bai Fu is still standing in front of them. It's like this. Digging G quickly explained, "We just discussed it, and we can't accept this money." "Oh, yes, I can't take it. I really can't. Sister Fu, please don't worry about us. Go and take care of your own injuries." A group of players echoed. Bai Fu frowned. "No, you must accept this money, otherwise I will be angry. If you don't take it, how can I tell Martin that I came a little late, and you took away most of the money? If I don't say that, how can I put most of the money I took from Brother De Biao into my own pocket?" Bai Fu had thought about it long ago. The pay debts mission only asked her to collect as many debts as possible, but it didn't say how much more was. So when the time comes, she can put the blame on the players and just give Martin some money to send him away. Digging G and others obviously did not expect Bai Fu's attitude to be so firm. After repeatedly refusing in vain, they could only silently accept Bai Fu's kindness. Take this money and be a good protector of Fu Bao from now on. Digging G is even ready to write articles in the community. That's right. Bai Fu is very satisfied with the players' response. She killed her enemies, gained money, experience, and a lot of popularity, and the players gained the emotional value she gave them. Everyone has a bright future. I should have accompanied you to bury those dead companions and let their souls return to the stars. But, Bai Fu covered her heart and sighed, the movement here will soon attract the attention of others. For safety reasons, you should leave first like me. Patrick quickly asked, "Where should we find you if we need anything?" Bai Fu stopped but didn't look back. "I told you when I first met you that there are some things that would be of no benefit to you knowing, but you still came over." She paused, as if she was gathering her emotions, and after a long while she continued, "I hope you'll be as well next time I see you as you are now." Bai Fu left. In the setting sun, her back looks lonely, yet has a sense of strength that inspires awe. The players were a little dazed for a moment. It was not until Bai Fu disappeared that the dragon of natural disaster scratched his head and asked, "Does Bai Fu mean that you agree that we should go find her?" Patrick nodded. It seems that he has no choice but to accept it because we have pestered him. Yeah, the surrounding players cheered. Although it's shameless to keep pestering her, it really works. Now I can continue to improve my favorability. Let's go too. The players went away in groups of 3 or 5, leaving behind Brother De Biao, who was dead beyond death, laughing. They felt like they had won a huge victory today. Not only did they win Bai Fu's favor, but they also received experience rewards far more than moving bricks after defeating Brother De Biao. Some lucky players even picked up weapons, which was simply awesome. Even Black Tiger Afu, a battle-crazed player who didn't care about Bai Fu's appearance or identity, was now beaming with joy. Bai Fu gave herself a score of 90 for her second appearance in front of the players. The reason I didn't give it full marks was because I was afraid of being proud. Only a few minutes had passed, and what had just happened had already spread throughout the Star Travel Club. There are 3 main points that players are concerned about. 1. Her name. 2. She gave money to players who died in battle. 3. Her favorability towards the player is as high as 82. No matter which point it has been discussed a lot in the Star Travel Club. A considerable number of these players are demonstrating the mental state of contemporary gamers, which is madness. The remaining players are demonstrating the aggressiveness of contemporary players. But it is worth mentioning that this is not a duel between keyboard players who are willing to risk their own mothers, but a one-sided beating of the players who support Bai Fu against the players who are weird. To be precise, this matter is still a continuation of the First World War. Izhan is the abbreviation given by players to the first most popular female NPC competition among the stars. The situation of the first battle was originally clear, but Bai Fu's sudden rise disrupted the entire battle situation. Most of the players don't really care, they just want to have fun. Among all the NPCs, Bai Fu's appearance is definitely not inferior, and she has a widely acclaimed white hair, so it is completely reasonable for her to get 4th place. But there are always a few players who are unhappy. The one who flashed into the scene this time was the supporter of the NPC president who was squeezed from the 4th place to the 5th place by Bai Fu Mule Horse Epic. The president, a famous wealthy woman on another novice-born planet, has a simple and unpretentious beauty. I'm really impressed by you guys. You can even come up with such a small amount of money. Each person only gets 1 credit coin. The president is so disappointed. Mule Horse Epic demonstrated with his own actions what it means to make other players criticize me 1,000 times because of 1 sentence. However, the players who initiated the charge were not all supporters of Bai Fu. There were also many people who just wanted to have fun and held the slogan "The strong must severely humiliate the weak." Until the person involved, Patrick, came out to respond. What is more and what is less? This is actually impossible to quantify because more and less are relative. Yes, the money Bai Fu gave us was not much, but that was all she could give. Do you think this was a lot or a little? I won't make a definitive conclusion, but you can take a good look at the favorability level of 82. Let's go back and look at the president. She is a rich woman and is indeed far behind in terms of wealth, but so what? Did she look at us straight in the eye? Did she give us even a penny? Do you think her share is really a lot for us? I'm afraid not. Just a few humble opinions, just take a look at them. Quarreling is wrong after all. For some players who have played other games, the name Patrick is not unfamiliar at all. Oh my god. It's Paida Paida even took me to a dungeon when I was playing Cape Solar Sword before. Is it the Patrick Star who won the title of God of War with the Wandering Gunner in the S1 season of First Reality? Patrick said it well. Patrick single-handedly changed the dynamic of this battle. Before he came, the players were all criticizing Mule Horse Epic, but as soon as he came out, the players started to comfort Mule Horse Epic. Brother, listen to my advice. Stop licking. You have been licking for so long and got nothing. Why bother? That's right, even if you really want to be a licker, you have to find a target that can react a little after you lick it. Otherwise, what are you trying to achieve? Love yourself. Sir, please excuse me for taking a few minutes to introduce you to our Fubao brother. It's not too late to wake up now. Go to Fumin. In our Fumin, You don't have to lick Fufu. Fufu will take the initiative to give you money and care about your safety. Maybe you can even trigger advanced tasks at that time. Brother, I've been through this before and I understand how you feel. Come on. Don't give up. You can do it. Look forward. Don't look back. Mule Horse Epic, who was so angry and humiliated by the scolding, had originally prepared himself to fight to the end. But after seeing the words of comfort and encouragement in the post, his defense was completely broken. Combo, percentage damage plus true damage, this is not the way to play. He stared at the community interface, staring at the two words Fumin. Fufufu. My mind is full of Fu. I can't stand it anymore. I want to defect. Mule Horse Epic took a last look at the president's photo, left a message goodbye, President, I'm sailing away today, and decisively canceled the account. On this day, the world lost a Mule and Horse Epic. On this day, there was one more return to my Fu in the world. In fact, it was not just Mule Epic who canceled his account and came back. Many new players also joined the army of sneaking to Ziyuan Star after being influenced by the post. It's just that there is more than one novice village on Ziyuan Star, and players cannot choose a novice village on their own, so only a small number of players who sneaked in were assigned to the abandoned cooling plant. Fumin. It has to be said that the Mule and Horse Epic made an indelible contribution to Bai Fu's surge in popularity. After he disappeared, the community became a world of fun-loving people again. Some players were promoting Fumin, some were selling the credit coins given by Bai Fu, and some were torturing Sona, hoping that the second war would come soon. I want to see a river of blood. This scene made Diggerji laugh. Good. With Patrick's help, her chances of success would be even greater. She quickly sent Patrick a friend request. Good brother. Add me as a friend, and let's play Bai Fu together from now on. Just as Diggerji and Patrick were greeting each other politely, Bai Fu closed the community. Now her previously somewhat fragile popularity has been largely stabilized. Next, as long as she resolves the issue of her identity as a member of the Wildfire Gang, she will be free from the cage completely. But before that, she still had to gain some experience and upgrade the Psionic Apprentice to level 5 as soon as possible to unlock the profession's exclusive passive ability. The profession-specific passive skill is the core of a profession. Different professions can sometimes learn the same skills, but due to the different profession-specific passive skills, the effects of the same skills can be very different. If there is no mission, it is not easy to accumulate these 200 experience points. What a pity. If Lao Deng's minions hadn't run away, after killing them, I would have just completed the debt collection mission and the experience points would have been enough. Bai Fu frowned slightly. She was thinking of a solution when Anya's voice suddenly rang in her ears. Boss, here. Look here. Bai Fu turned her head and saw Anya jumping behind a railing and waving at her. There were two people standing next to Anya, two of the 4 younger brothers of Debiao who had escaped during the chaos earlier. She threw 2 spiritual visions over in succession. Bai Fu's mouth twitched. Your name is quite economical, isn't it? She opened the panel of beef first. After calming down for a while, Bai Fu crossed the street and came to Anya and the 2 thugs. Are you all right? Anya shook her head. What about you, boss? I'm fine, but... Bai Fu turned to the 2 thugs. I have bad news to tell you. On the way out, I saw your boss was blocked in a dead end by a group of outsiders. I didn't stay for too long because I was worried about accidents. At this point, she sighed. I'm afraid your boss is in danger. How did you end up offending those outsiders? When the 2 thugs heard this, they immediately cried out in injustice. Who knows? We usually do. No, the bad things that the boss does are too many to count. These outsiders dared to kill our boss today. I dare not imagine what they will dare to do tomorrow. Sister Fu, we can only rely on you now. The 2 of them were arguing back and forth, and Bai Fu was almost getting dizzy. She waved her hands quickly. Where are your other 2 companions? Ruffian B said in a trembling voice dead. They were too badly injured and died on the way to escape. What? Bai Fu's eyes widened. What a shame, what a shame. How could such a good person be? Alas, it's all the fault of those outsiders. If she had come out earlier, if the players had been more gentle, she might have been able to gain more experience. The 2 thugs finally felt relieved when they saw her like this. Bai Fu would feel sad when she heard that their companion had died. so she would definitely not make things difficult for them because of their previous conflicts. Great. Now that they have relaxed, they just want to have a good sleep, the kind that will make them fall into a deep sleep without even dreaming. It's not that they are tired, but they have been traumatized psychologically. They tremble all over whenever they think of what happened just now. Those outsiders were so brutal that they were beaten almost in half, but they were still laughing and saying they wanted to kill them all. Even the cult horror movies passed down from the old times were not as scary as them. Come with me, Bai Fu called out, and the two thugs quickly followed. They both seemed to be quite talkative, discussing treatment as they walked. I heard that Dr. Lin in Huishui Bay is a psychiatrist. Let's go see him in a few days. Is it okay? Don't waste your money for nothing. We have to do something. Do you want to be haunted by nightmares for the rest of your life? Who the Hades wants to? But even if we take good care of it this time, there will still be problems if we meet those outsiders next time. I'm really guilty. Who brought those outsiders here? After a long sigh, the two stopped talking. What else is there to say? They become dejected when they think that they may have to spend their entire lives healing the trauma caused by the players. Actually, Bai Fu, who was walking in front, broke the silence. If you trust me, I can help you take a look. The two thugs were stunned. Ah, Sister Fu? Bai Fu smiled confidently. I am a psychic praying master after all. Isn't it easy for me to cure mental illness? It seems to be true. The two thugs' eyes lit up. Believe it. Believe it. How could we not believe you, Sister Fu? Bai Fu pointed at the D who was standing in front of her. Then let's start with you, Anya. Cover your eyes. Although she didn't understand what Bai Fu meant, Anya still covered her eyes obediently. Bai Fu walked towards the gangster D with satisfaction. When the distance between them was only 2 steps away, she suddenly raised her right hand. The slender 5 fingers landed on the neck of D at lightning speed. Under the huge impact, D was directly pushed against the wall behind him. Bang! Along with the deafening sound of the back of the head hitting the wall, blood splattered everywhere. The next second, Bai Fu held the dagger in her left hand and ruthlessly stabbed it into the chest of D. 5 feet 24 inches. Deadly attack. You killed the normal and gained 120 experience points. It was only then that Ruffian B reacted. He trembled and said, Sister Fu, didn't you say you would help us heal our illness? Bai Fu pulled out the dagger. I only said I would help you heal your illness, but I didn't guarantee that you would survive. Now he doesn't have to worry about being troubled by nightmares anymore. Just tell me whether I cured him or not. B's face was horrified, and he was about to kidnap Anya, who was also stunned and standing nearby. Bai Fu had already seen through his escape route. If she wasn't afraid that one of the 2 men might run away, there would be no need for her to launch a sneak attack with her current strength. Her agility is 3 points, the same as that of B, but B was injured and his attribute dropped a lot. She chased after him and knocked him to the ground with a brutal collision. The B rolled twice on the ground and took out the dagger hidden in his clothes while enduring the pain. When Bai Fu approached, he turned around suddenly, roared, and stabbed the dagger into Bai Fu's abdomen. This was a sneak attack, and he believed that Bai Fu would never be able to dodge it. With Bai Fu's current reaction speed, she really couldn't dodge it and could only block it with her right hand. It hit. The imagined dull feeling of the blade piercing into flesh did not appear, and Gangster B widened his eyes. He clearly saw the dagger piercing the back of Bai Fu's hand, but it did not even break the skin, only piercing a little bright red. Catching a blade with bare hands. Impossible. 2 days ago you couldn't even block the boss's punch. Why are you now? Are you surprised? Are you surprised? This is the charm of the overall quality bonus and hardening buff. Bai Fu stretched out her other hand to grab the back of the knife, and with a light pull, she took the dagger away. Ruffian B saw Bai Fu take a step forward and looked down at him, occupying his entire field of vision. It was the first time he knew that Bai Fu, who was much shorter than him, could be so tall. He felt extremely frightened, but he no longer had the chance to scream because Bai Fu stabbed his throat with a knife. The grab Bai Fu by the neck. Until his death, he couldn't believe that Bai Fu could become so powerful. There are actors. You killed the normal and gained 120 experience points. Now the experience gap has been filled. I put all the attribute points awarded to the psychic apprentice after he was upgraded to level 5 into his physical fitness. I wonder if I can catch the bullets from that inferior pistol with my bare hands. Bai Fu was looking forward to it. She walked over to Anya. Only 2 people died. This kind of thing was very common in the chaotic abandoned cooling plant. Anya was not scared at all. She just nervously grabbed Bai Fu's hand to check it. Boss, I'm so glad you're okay. What can I do? Come on, let's go home. Bai Fu said, secret. Oh, okay. Anya quickly turned her interest to another matter. Boss, although these outsiders are quite powerful, they all look crazy and are not afraid of death. I think we should not have any contact with them in the future. Bai Fu explained, don't worry, they like to act crazy, but it's not the same as you think. Acting crazy is just their way of expressing their feelings. They are kind in nature, at least their moral level is higher than our average level. Anya opened her mouth. Boss, we are already at the bottom. At least it doesn't seem reassuring to say that it is higher than us. They are also very hardworking. As long as you give them a little benefit, they will work harder than cattle. If you smile at them and say a few words of praise like, warrior, when you order them around, they may not even ask for payment and will even give you gifts. Anya was a little confused. Are there really people in the world who pay to work? Should we try to find a few outsiders next time? As for not being afraid of death, that's easier to explain. They are immortal and can be resurrected after death. The death penalty in Stars is actually not low. When a player dies, he will lose a certain percentage of experience according to his level, and there is also a resurrection cooldown time. The time will be extended as the number of deaths increases, ranging from 0 to 6 hours. The resurrection time will be reset every Monday. This effectively stifled the bold ideas of some players. However, this mechanism is not a problem for new players who are only level 1. You can't turn your original experience of 0 into a negative number when you lose experience, right? The immortal? Anya was stunned. She found it hard to believe, but assuming this was true, then everything those outsiders said and did seemed to make sense. And it was also reasonable for the boss to say that these outsiders were worth far more than the bounty offered by the Wildfire Gang. Boss, we might get rich. Anya said excitedly, Boss, look, those outsiders can be resurrected, right? We can cooperate with them and send them to the Wildfire Gang to claim the bounty. After we get the bounty, we'll split it with them 50-50. No, 70-30. One outsider is worth 200. So with 100 outsiders, we can earn 14,000. Her eyes began to sparkle. With so much money, they could easily take a special car to leave here and go to the nearby super large settlement of Lin. Bai Fu was shocked. She thought back on what she had done in the past 2 days and always felt that she was a bit inhuman. After all, she was always thinking about how to command the players. But she didn't expect Anya to have quietly fast-forwarded to the Triangle Trade version. Anya, it turns out that you were the one who was truly born. Anya felt a little guilty when she saw Bai Fu's slightly strange look. She pulled her gray hair and began to reflect. Boss, is the ratio I give to those outsiders too high? How about changing it to 90%? I think we will earn more this way, but those outsiders may have other ideas, which may result in the long-term cooperation. She offered her opinion carefully. Bai Fu rolled her eyes. When he spoke, he always called Lao Deng. When his mind flashed, he came up with an idea that could be compared with the great virtue of dying. This is the child who grew up in our abandoned cooling plant. Bai Fu felt that Anya was so bad that she could only be used as a unit of combat power. Otherwise, with her money-making mind, she would probably turn the abandoned cooling plant into a Palu factory and kindly invite players to come here to play as Palu. Kid, you are invincible. She couldn't help but sigh. My sister Anya has the figure of a hanging street lamp. Anya, this won't do. The friendship between us and those outsiders is as pure as white clouds. How can we taint it with dirty money? Bai Fu acted decisively. She couldn't just watch Anya go astray. Anya looked at Bai Fu like this. Feeling the sincerity in Bai Fu's eyes, she lowered her head in shame. Boss, I'm sorry. I will never again. She was interrupted by Bai Fu before she finished speaking. We can't give them any money, let alone 10%. We can't even give them a single credit. If we give them that, they will question our purpose and doubt our character. Anya was dumbfounded. If you don't give money, it's not a question of whether you have good character or not. It's simply not being a human being. Besides, no matter how easy those outsiders are to order around, they can't be exploited like this and still come over happily. Could it be that they are all born with M physique and just like being ravaged by the boss? That's really perverted. Bai Fu said. Of course we can't just tell them that we are doing this to make money. We have to package it well and let them get a different sense of accomplishment so that they won't focus on the money. Anya was even more confused. Watch carefully and learn well. By the way, don't tell anyone else what I said to you today. Okay? Bai Fu did not forget to warn. She has already thought of a solution. Players are sent to the Wildfire Gang in batches on the pretext of assisting them in entering the gang and investigating its secrets. By then, she has made money. The players have enjoyed the fun of infiltration investigation. The Wildfire Gang boss has vented his anger at being provoked by the players, and a world where everyone wins is born. I still like win-win situations. Bai Fu wanted to give herself a thumbs up. Looking at Bai Fu, who looked relaxed, Anya breathed a sigh of relief. She was so scared. She thought the boss had mutated into a good person. As expected of the eldest brother, she is a decent person. She still has a lot to learn. After the two returned home, Bai Fu asked Anya to stay at home to cook, and then went to find Martin alone. Such a big news as De Biao being beaten up by players will soon reach Martin's ears, so she needs to take preemptive action. Something happened. What's up? Martin looked at Bai Fu, who was walking towards him with confusion. Bai Fu said anxiously, when I went to collect the debt, I saw a group of outsiders besieging Brother De Biao. Brother De Biao was defeated and was beaten by those outsiders. He ran away with his head in his hands. It seems that he will hardly survive. Martin couldn't sit still any longer. What about the money? Have you got it back? Bai Fu laid out the credits worth 12 yuan on the table. When I went there, his house had already been ransacked. I searched in the corner for a long time and only found this much. Martin was immediately furious. Bang! He slammed the table hard, sending the water cup flying. That was his money, but it was taken away by those outsiders. Outsiders, I will never forgive you. He put the money in his pocket and walked out angrily. You did a great job this time. You can take a rest first. I will assign new tasks to you when I come back. Bai Fu curled her lips. It's you again. You didn't give me the 5% share as agreed, and now you want to assign me a new task as soon as I open my mouth. You must have learned it from Zhou Paopi. Fortunately, she had hidden more than 300 yuan in advance. You have completed the faction mission Pay Your Debt and received 2,000 experience points and 10 faction reputation as a reward, the game prompt sounded. As Bai Fu expected, although she only handed over 12 yuan, the game still judged that the task was completed. Current experience value, 3871. After operating for so long, it is finally time to bear fruit. Bai Fu started to level up. Psychic Apprentice upgraded to LV2. Spirit +1. Inspiration +1. Attribute points +2. Psychic Apprentice upgraded to LV5. Spirit +1. Inspiration +1. Attribute points +2. You have unlocked the exclusive passive abilities Innate Spirituality and Low-Level Inspiration Expertise. When Bai Fu completed the hidden task Iron Fist of Order, she gained an extra attribute point. She added all these free attribute points to her physique at once, and her personal attributes changed dramatically. Template, Normal Experience, 71. Main Occupation, Psychic Apprentice LV5, 0/3000, Vagrant LV3, 0/1000, Secondary Occupation, None. Health, 180/180. Psionic Energy, 45/45. Attributes, Strength 5, Agility 3, Constitution 18, Intelligence 3, Spirit 9, Inspiration 9. Skills, Fanaticism LV1, Hardening LV1, Clairvoyance. Innate Spirituality LV1. Soul and body are united. You can consume 20 health points to temporarily restore 5 spiritual energy points. Low-level psionic expertise, psionic knowledge, learning efficiency and active skill effects plus 10% talent. None attribute points, 0 reputation, 1 faction, Wildfire Gang, faction reputation 10. The spirit and inspiration each experience growth, and the physical fitness directly doubled. What is the sudden increase in strength? This is the sudden increase in strength. You have to know that Bai Fu's physical fitness was only 5 points just a day and a half ago. Asking players for help is much faster than leveling up slowly by yourself. Is this what security feels like? Bai Fu clenched her fist tightly, and looking at the back of her hand, which looked almost unchanged but smoother overall, she laughed. Now, in order to continue to improve your strength, in addition to accumulating experience to upgrade your main profession, you have to find a way to get more skill books. The easiest place to obtain skill books and profession books is the Wildfire Gang's library. But with her current status, she is not qualified to enter the library, so she must improve her position in the Wildfire Gang. It is worth mentioning that positions such as supervisors in the Wildfire Gang are all filled to the hilt, and she can only compete for that position if a position becomes vacant. Then it's clear what to do next. Bai Fu looked at the chair where Martin had been sitting. Bai Fu's upgrade ideas are very clear. No matter how much popularity she can gain from players, the most important thing is that she must survive until the first version update after the game's public beta to see if the game will adjust her garbage panel because of her performance. When the goal is survival, focusing on physical fitness is obviously more cost-effective than focusing on other attributes. Everyone who plays League of Legends knows that when fighting in a team, the opponent often focuses fire on their own AD or mid laner. Unless it is necessary, who would be willing to give all their skills to a stone man with double resistance and full health right from the start? Not all rock men like to wear coral reef skin, dance, and shout you will lose to attract hatred. There are more reasons why Bai Fuju improves his physical condition. Whether before or after the time travel, she had never systematically learned fighting skills. This means that even if she focuses on strength, she may still be beaten in actual combat due to operations such as fatal empty shots. She must learn the corresponding physical training skills, explore the best way to connect the skills, and adapt to the opponent's attack rhythm in order to exert her full strength. If Bai Fu were a player, she would definitely follow this style. What's with the great wilderness prisoner Skyfinger and the Ultra Instinct? It just looks good, that's all. As for whether or not they can hit people, that's another matter. Who doesn't have some second-year fantasy? But now Bai Fu is an NPC that cannot be resurrected, so she chose a simpler and more brutal way of fighting. It's like playing a Souls-like game and going for the super heavy warrior genre. Max out your health, toughness, resistance, energy bar, and blood bottle. Then put on the heaviest armor and carry the heaviest shield. Dodge? Unnecessary. Operate? Unnecessary. After praying, she took out the unlimited fighting skills she learned online and fought with the enemy, one by one, to see whose health bar was thicker in the end. Having made up her mind, Bai Fu quickly returned home, stuffed a few boards on her body, changed into a thick set of clothes, and then went straight to Debiauga's base. At 1849 in the evening, the sun sank into the horizon. On the path illuminated by the faint moonlight, Martin cursed and kicked the wall next to him that had collapsed many years ago. Are those outsiders locusts? They didn't even leave me a bottle cap. He just came out of Brother Debiau's base. My goodness, that room is empty. Even the mice would cry when they see it. In fact, he didn't expect Bai Fu to complete the task at the beginning. His plan was to deduct a large amount of money from Bai Fu's salary after she failed the task. Who would have thought that those outsiders would suddenly intervene and kill Brother Debiau? Now, the mission couldn't be carried out, and he had no excuse to deduct Bai Fu's salary. These gangs from outside are so rude. Martin was furious. His hobbies are very pure. Most people, when seeing Bai Fu, might think that she has a pair of legs that can be used for fun for a year, but he is different. He just wants Bai Fu to help him make money or get money from Bai Fu. The thought that he couldn't deduct Bai Fu's salary made him feel as uncomfortable as if he had eaten a fly. He just doesn't believe that the salary cannot be deducted. Aren't outsiders making a lot of noise recently? Let Bai Fu go and capture a few of them. If she wants to go and die, that's fine. But if she dares to shirk her responsibility, then deduct her money. Martin felt much better thinking of this. He raised his foot and was about to walk away when he found a person blocking his way. He was wrapped tightly with only a pair of eyes showing. I'm overtaking you. You're blocking my way. I'm the abandoned cooling plant. How can Brother Martin stand this from you? Martin went up and used a set of 3 consecutive quality moves. Where did you come from, you stray dog? How dare you block my way? Do you know whose territory this is? Get out of here right now, or I'll stab you to death. Bai Fu in disguise remained unmoved. Just in case, she used clairvoyance on Martin again. Name Javier Martin, elite, template, normal main occupation, ordinary boxer LV6 secondary occupation, none health, 80-80 attributes, strength 8, agility 8, constitution 8, intelligence 3, spirit 4, inspiration 2 skills, fatal strike LV3, sweeping kick LV1 talent, none favorability, contempt 6, danger level, blue S main attribute is very average. In the words of the gaming community, Martin has practiced a bucket number. It is no problem to level up as a bucket character in a standalone game. If you find it troublesome to level up, you can just ask Brother Fengling Yu Ing or CE Patriarch to come forward and modify all your attributes to the maximum, so that you can become a super bucket without any shortcomings. But it is a bit unwise to add so many points in an online game. Bai Fu closed Martin's attribute panel with confidence. Blue means that Martin's strength is theoretically about the same as hers, but that is only theory after all. Real combat is not a game of comparing numbers. A stranger asked me to bring you a message, Bai Fu said in a hoarse voice. Outsider? Martin was stunned for a moment, but he quickly reacted. You are Bai Fu. Don't think I can't recognize you just because you cover your face and speak in a pinched voice. Bai Fu. You can recognize this? Never mind. Since I've been found out, there's no point in pretending any longer. She took off her hood and said, Martin, you dare to threaten me with Anya. I thought you wouldn't resist, but you're waiting here. Martin sneered and clenched his fists. Interesting. I hope you can make me happy. Martin was very calm when he was ambushed. De Biao could knock Bai Fu out with one punch. He was slightly weaker than De Biao. If he couldn't knock Bai Fu out with one punch, 2 punches would be no problem, right? The little punk dared to cause trouble for his supervisor. He was really the opposite of Tian Gang. He laughed and walked towards Bai Fu. The moment he got close, his fist as big as a sandbag slammed towards Bai Fu like a heavy artillery, and the strong wind from the fist even blew up Bai Fu's hair. The waist and horse become one. The power bursts out, and Fatal Strike LV3 is activated beyond the limit. Bang! The punch hit Bai Fu's stomach hard. Critical hit. 4. A bright red damage number floated above Bai Fu's head. Bai Fu's body shook slightly, but soon stabilized. What? It actually dealt 4 points of damage? Bai Fu was shocked. Martin was dumbfounded. He felt like he had hit a wall. Not only did he fail to knock Bai Fu over, but his hand was swollen instead. You opened it, didn't you? Martin didn't believe it, and he mercilessly yelled at Bai Fu. 1, 1, 3, 1. Bai Fu dodged left and right. Due to her low agility, she only avoided about half of the attacks perfectly. Her shoulders and joints were still hit by a lot of punches. Martin kept hitting her until her whole body was sore and her eyes were a little blurry. He stopped. This time, Bai Fu should be beaten into Bai Fu sauce, right? At first, Bai Fu was a little worried. She thought her physique was in vain. But as Martin's punching speed became slower and slower, the damage he caused became lower and lower, until he could not cause any damage at all. She was completely relieved. Look, this is the virtual comparison without any physical fitness. Bai Fu looked at her blood volume. 153/180, it can be said to be quite safe. Okay, now it's my turn to play. Bai Fu picked up the stick and swung it upwards towards Martin's crotch. The ultimate move of unlimited fighting technique Fatal Chicken Hit is activated. Although Martin realized the danger, he had no time to dodge due to muscle soreness and limited lung capacity. What kind of monster is this? He was not hurt at all after being hit so many times. He could only watch in despair as the big stick got closer and closer to him. Bang! 16. The same bright red number, the same critical hit. An intense pain rushed from below to the top of his head. At the moment of being hit, Martin fell into a state of stiffness. He opened his mouth to scream, but his throat and mouth hardened instantly so that he could only make a monotonous and low sound that was almost oh-oh. He could not shout or ask for help. Bai Fu showed no mercy and swung the stick to hit him continuously. The stick broke, but at this time Martin's health points had been reduced to only 32 points. His eyes were filled with fear and pain, and he tried to escape with the last bit of rationality. Bai Fu kicked Martin in the face without saying a word, with the thick sole of her boot. Click. The bridge of his nose collapsed, and a large amount of blood splattered on the back of his head. By the time Bai Fu moved her boots away, Martin was completely silent. You killed Javier Martin, contribution 100%, and gained 640 experience points after correction based on level difference. Bai Fu took off the blood-stained gloves and stuffed them into her pocket. This is what happens when you practice martial arts without practicing the crotch-covering technique. Kid. To the leader of the Wildfire Gang, the death of Brother De Biao was no more of a concern than finding a dead rat on the side of the road. But Martin's death was different, because Martin was the supervisor he promoted personally. Martin was killed. This was clearly a case of rubbing his face on the ground. He immediately called all his cronies over, and was so angry that bubbles flew out of his mouth. Investigate. I'll give you one day to find out who is so bold as to attack the head of our Wildfire Gang in the abandoned cooling plant. Yes, yes, yes. How could the few trusted followers dare to touch the tiger's whiskers at this time? They could only agree first. They actually had no hope of finding the real culprit. They had heard before they came that no one was nearby when Martin died, and there was no obvious evidence left at the place where he died. Check? But it doesn't matter if they can't find out. They have already thought of a solution. Just say it was done by an outsider. Anyway, those outsiders are already at loggerheads with the Wildfire Gang, so putting more blame on them won't affect the situation. In fact, these cronies quite like those outsiders. When outsiders come, the investigation becomes easier, and when outsiders come, those old accounts can be settled. They only hated that the outsiders did not come early enough, and hoped that they could hold out a little longer against the attacks of the Wildfire Gang. But this is still a bit too difficult for those outsiders. If the boss had not been doing his best to entertain the distinguished guests from afar recently, those outsiders would have been driven to the polluted area outside the settlement by the angry boss long ago. Boss, Martin is dead. What about the team he was in charge of? One of his confidants asked cautiously. He wanted to arrange his own people to go there, but the result was not satisfactory. The Wildfire Gang leader pulled out Martin's information from the table, glanced at it, and pointed at it casually. Let's pick her. She's the one who does the most work in the Martin team. I heard that she was the first one to find out that De Biao was killed. Let her take charge of the Martin team temporarily. The confidant leaned over to take a look and saw that the name was Bai Fu. He quickly lowered his head to hide the dissatisfaction in his eyes. I'll arrange it right away. She can take over the job today, but if she dies tomorrow, someone else will naturally take over. But you can't do this kind of thing yourself, nor can you let your subordinates do it. It's best to find people you don't know at all. For example, outsiders. Things went surprisingly smoothly. Before the results of the investigation came out, Bai Fu received the appointment to replace Martin. She originally thought there would be some twists and turns. Anya was overjoyed. Boss, now can we just lie down and collect money like Martin did? It's possible, but his methods are too crude, and we have other things to do before that. Anything else? Bai Fu looked at the back of the person who notified her as she walked away. She had just used her clairvoyance to check the man's attributes out of habit. The attributes were ordinary, but his favorability value was very eye-catching. 78. Bai Fu almost thought that she had killed his mother. Otherwise, why would she hate him so much? She thought for a long time, but still couldn't remember where she had seen this person. Since it wasn't direct contact that angered the other party, it could only be a dispute over interests. 2 days ago, she was still a poor person, unable to compete with others for benefits. It seems that there is only one truth: this guy wants to be a supervisor too. You are a good old man. You have no good intentions. I don't know how this guy will attack, but she, Bai Fu, is definitely not a good person. Bai Fu retracted her gaze and opened the new faction function that was unlocked after being appointed as the acting director. The faction system in StarCraft is very complete, and players can unlock many new features after obtaining a faction position. For Bai Fu, the most important function, apart from the higher-level camp access privileges, is the supervisor's management function. As a supervisor, she can mobilize certain resources and appoint a quartermaster in the team, and this appointment will be recognized by the faction. In the game, the quartermaster can usually issue quartermaster tasks to players. Bai Fu plans to appoint Anya as her quartermaster and wants to see if this method can allow Anya to gain the ability to issue quartermaster missions. She originally wanted to set herself as the quartermaster, but unfortunately, the game prompted that the operation failed, and she was unable to appoint herself as the quartermaster even though she had a player panel. Done. Let's take Anya to find some players to test it out later. If the test is successful, she will have mastered a weakened, lowly type Celia. 2 o'clock in the afternoon. The sun is high in the sky. Convert to my Fu squatting on the roadside. The wind mixed with a bit of warmth blew on his body, making him feel a little restless. This was the second day after he was forced to close his community account and reopen it due to attacks from Bai Fu's supporters. After the reopening, he was extremely lucky to come to an abandoned cooling plant. However, he had been looking for Bai Fu for almost a day and still found nothing. In desperation, he could only find some tasks to do. In order to find tasks with high rewards and level up as quickly as possible, he even ventured to the Wildfire Gang's territory. He didn't want to be too far behind other players in terms of level. Otherwise, next time, even if Bai Fu needed help from other players, he wouldn't be able to help. Those people are too stingy. I sent private messages to 5 or 6 of them in a row, but not one of them was willing to sell me the credits that Fu gave me. Convert to a Fu rubbed her hair vigorously. He stood up from the ground, but before he even raised his foot, he saw an NPC with a big golden on his head walking towards him. Oh my god, a mission? Gaiawofu's eyes lit up and she immediately rushed forward. Hello, is there anything I can help you with? The visitor was startled. Outsider? I converted to Buddhism and nodded. The visitor narrowed his eyes slightly. Under normal circumstances, if he met an outsider, he would definitely use the 7-day lock of love stronger than gold, and after strangling the outsider unconscious, he would send him to the Wildfire Gang to collect the reward. But he came here with a mission today, and he can't lose the big picture for the small. I heard that you outsiders are willing to do anything for money? Help me kill someone. Who? Why do you want to kill him? Don't ask so many questions. It's 1,000 yuan. Just tell me whether you will do it or not. If you do, I will give you a deposit of 500 yuan first. Yes, why not? Gaiawofu chose to accept. Tell me the content of the task. The man told him the target's address, the time he would be at home, and the meeting place after the mission was completed. A game prompt popped up in front of him. You have triggered the hidden mission killing agreement. Team up available. What he didn't expect was that the experience reward for this mission was 3,500 points. With such a high reward, the difficulty of the mission can be imagined. It is absolutely impossible for him to complete it on his own. After sending the newcomer away, Gaiawofu immediately opened the abandoned cooling plant section of Xingyo Society. It won't work if you don't shake people. The money I got from Laodang, who I owed money to, plus this month's salary, and the allowance for being a supervisor, totals 871 yuan. After recalculating the accounts, Bai Fu breathed a sigh of relief. The currency issued by the Lin settlement has a good purchasing power, and this money is enough to ensure that she and Anya will not have to worry about food and clothing for several months. However, what we are talking about here is basic living security. Wanting to enjoy an upper-class life is pure dreaming. The more underdeveloped the material conditions are, the higher the price you have to pay to get good goods. Those who take the risk to transport good goods to abandoned cooling plants are businessmen, not good people. Bai Fu stuffed the money into the piggy bank. Since she was free anyway, she clicked on the abandoned cooling plant section of Xingyo Club. Unlike yesterday when all the players were discussing her, the topics of posts in the community today are much more diverse. Some players are sharing their experiences of killing people and dumping their bodies. Some players are analyzing which profession is more suitable for civilian players in the early stages. Of course, players going crazy over her photos and videos is also something that the community has to deal with these days. The first day I didn't see Fu. I missed her brothers. I am addicted to Fubao. Here are some beautiful photos of Fubao. Didn't you notice that Fu's clothes don't suit her? It would be better if she changed into Mikima's clothes. It would be better if she had a whip in her hand. Stop kidding. Are Fubao and Mikima the same style? Mikima treats Densei like a dog, but Fubao treats us like treasures. Do you understand the value of a favorability rating of 82? I don't care. I just want to be the big sister wearing a black tie, a white shirt and black trousers. Let's be realistic. Fufu is nice to us, but that doesn't mean she is a good person. After all, she is a member of the villain organization Wildfire Gang. What if she is the boss of the plot? What if she suddenly shows her health bar to us one day? This reply had a very cool effect, and it took dozens of seconds for a new reply to appear. Let me make it clear that even if Fufu is the boss, I will not fight her. At worst, I can just not do this main storyline. There is more than one main storyline on each novice planet in this game. I support it. Just because Fufu is the boss doesn't mean she can't be redeemed later. Isn't Vegeta a typical example? If the screenwriter dares to mess around, I will lead the digital emperors to his doorstep immediately. Good fellow, your worldview is determined by your five senses Xiaji. That's nonsense. Is being a boss necessarily a bad person? Is it possible that it's just a different position, or that it's limited by the duties? Anyway, I don't believe that Fufu is the kind of bad person who does all kinds of evil. Otherwise, she wouldn't care about our life or death. A group of players exchanged their opinions fiercely in the post as to whether Bai-Fu was a bad woman who was only good to the players, or a sheep in wolf's clothing. Bai-Fu was almost full from eating the melon. If she could post, she would definitely go out and set the pace herself. Only by muddying the waters further, when players learn that she is actually an undercover, will the emotions such as guilt or love that bounce back to them be more mellow and lasting. But it is important to note that you cannot press too hard. Otherwise, before the truth is exposed, there may be radical players who will come and kill her. Bai-Fu exited this post and clicked on the hot post below discussing Martin's death. Not long ago, the Wildfire Gang released news that outsiders had killed Martin and they would launch a more intense revenge. The news soon reached the ears of the players. The Wildfire Gang said that one of their supervisors was killed by a player who was so powerful. That was an elite monster. At Patrick Star Patty, did you do this? Wow, this is really awesome. I can actually kill an elite monster alone. I can't do that. This game is too realistic. I even turned the bloodiness to 0, but I still don't dare to fight those NPCs. It seems that I can only be a life-oriented player. Has Paida considered making a strategy video? Does Paida want to set a record for being the first to kill a boss? One after another, it soon called the real owner Patrick over, and he hurriedly explained. Patrick, dog head question mark emoji, brothers, you guys overestimate me. I'm not that strong. This game is different from other games. There is no invincibility frame when rolling, and there is no dodge skill at the beginning. At my current level, it is almost impossible to beat an elite monster in a one-on-one fight almost. That is to say, it is possible? Patrick, it is indeed possible. The manufacturing function of this game is very powerful. You can make things yourself without blueprints. I heard that a big guy has already made black gunpowder. If someone can make a gun by hand, even if it is only level 1, it will not be difficult to beat the ordinary elite monsters in the novice village. Oh my god, this is too awesome. Will the science and engineering masters take off? Hey, it's not Paidagon's doing. Then who is this? I thought Paida was invincible. Whose general is this? As soon as Patrick came out to explain, those players who liked farming immediately became excited and directly distorted the discussion content of the post. Fighting and killing is exciting, but farming and improving technology are not bad either. It was not until a player named Guyi Wafu showed up that the content of the post deviated back to fighting and killing. At Patrick Star Patrick, are you free? I received a hidden mission with a very high reward. Patrick. How high? Convert to my Fu. 3,500 experience points. This number shocked Bai-Fu. The single task rewards 3,500 experience points. Did you accept a task to defeat a boss? This is enough for her to upgrade her psychic apprentice to the next level. She concentrated her attention, trying to see if she could analyze something from the conversation between Conviction and Patrick, and then get a piece of the pie. Other players were even more shocked when they saw this number. They might not be able to earn so much experience even if they worked hard for 10 days. Godfather, where did you take the mission? Convert to Wofu. I was lucky. When I was wandering around the Wildfire Gang's territory, an NPC came over with an exclamation mark on his head. I asked him if he needed help, and he gave me an assassination mission. I definitely can't complete this mission alone, so I can only come to you. Pida, for help. Patrick, brother, I'll add you as my friend. Let's chat in private message. Convert to my foo. Okay, the two disappeared. It took more than 20 minutes before they reappeared. Patrick, recruit 5 teammates. Priority will be given to those who can make special traps and weapons. Those who can command or are action game experts are also welcome. Please note that the mission location is in this area. See picture. The mission time is after 7 p.m., so you must first confirm whether you can get to the mission location from where you are and whether you are available during that time period. Ah, only 5 people? The rookie looks up to the boss. Isn't the area where the mission is located the territory of the Wildfire Gang? No wonder the reward for this mission is so high. It takes a lot of effort just to sneak in there. Despite the stringent requirements, Patrick successfully recruited 5 teammates in less than a few minutes, including the Black Tiger Afu, the Disaster Dragon who knows reconnaissance skills, and the Digging Girl who led him to fight Big Biao before. A 10-man expedition team was formed. Bai Fu stared at the map sent by Patrick. There was a red circle on the map, which was quite a coincidence because her home was within the area enclosed by the red circle. Is the target of the mission people who live in this area? The NPC who can provide 3,500 experience points as a reward is definitely stronger than Brother de Biao. Bai Fu thought about it and realized that there didn't seem to be any such powerful NPCs near her home. Because the living environment in this area was relatively poor, anyone with a little strength and status would not live here. Could it be that Patrick posted a fake picture? Wait, she seems to have missed someone. Am I not the NPC who is stronger than Brother de Biao? Bai Fu's face suddenly turned dark. She quickly found a place with a good view and squatted there. When it was evening, she saw Patrick and others appear in her sight under the cover of night, and her heart finally died. Bai Fu rubbed her brows. She almost figured out the situation. The most likely situation now is that her appointment as acting director has made her a thorn in the side of someone or some faction in the Wildfire Gang. Then that person or faction finds the player and wants to use the player to get rid of her. From a normal perspective, this is a very good deal. How to find a reliable killer? There is no such trouble when looking for players. You can say that the player doesn't understand assassination, but you cannot question the determination of the player who receives the task to complete it. And players are very good targets for blame, given the current relationship between players and the Wildfire Gang. Unless the players were shouting everywhere with loudspeakers, no one would ever think that the mastermind behind the scenes was actually from the Wildfire Gang. Too bad your target is me. Bai Fu was happy. Among the stars, no one understands players better than her. In the abandoned cooling plant, no one is more popular among players than her. She only needs to show her face and do nothing else to easily resolve the enemy's attack. But Bai Fu didn't intend to resolve the crisis so easily. In the past 2 days, she suddenly showed up to rescue the digger who was blocked by thugs, and acted like she cared very much about the player's safety in front of the players. It took a lot of effort to successfully capture the hearts of a group of players. Now that the players have come to her, how can she let them go easily? Bai Fu, start. With the faint moonlight shining from above their heads, Patrick and the others moved forward slowly. It is now 7:20 in the evening. They have spent half an hour avoiding one NPC after another and finally arrived near the mission location. Patrick took a deep breath and turned to look at Diggerji, Gue Iwafu and others who were following closely behind him. Everyone, take a final check to see if there are any problems with the traps and items we made. He gave instructions in the team channel. A few seconds later, Digging Lady responded with no problem first, followed by a string of +1s. Very good. Patrick repeated the tactics that had been prepared in advance in the channel. No one has any questions, right? If not, then everyone should start to act separately. Be careful with your steps. We have come this far. Don't let your carelessness expose your whereabouts and let the target prepare. Don't worry if the party is big. I am a master of stealth games. Patrick smiled and nodded. In order to ensure the successful completion of the mission, each of them prepared weapons such as daggers, iron rods, bows and arrows, learned Bai Fu's advanced fighting methods, and got a batch of lime, rusty nails, chili powder, tripwires, nets, and lubricants. With preparation and sneak attack, he is at least 80% sure that he can kill the target of this mission in one go. After waiting quietly for more than a minute, everyone arrived at the designated location smoothly. The evening breeze blew debris across the street, mixing the coldness with a sense of solemnity. In the dim light, Patrick looked around. Everyone held their breath, and everyone was excited. That's 3,500 experience points. For experience, for upgrades, for the ability to get closer to Bai Fu, for the ability to dig deeper into the story behind Bai Fu. Patrick slowly raised his right hand. When the right hand is waved, the action officially begins. 5, 4. Patrick counted silently in his heart. When he counted to 2, something happened that no one expected. How long do you plan to hide? In the silent night, a slightly dull sound suddenly came through the wall. Oh! The effect of this sound is no less than being killed by a jump in the face when playing a horror game. Several players were so frightened that their minds went blank and they began to look around in confusion. The remaining players began to wail in the team channel. It's over. It's over. We've been discovered. How can we launch a sneak attack? Oh my God. How did she find out? We didn't make any sound along the way. Could it be that she has the ability to sense chi? Open? Paida, do you want to continue fighting? This voice sounds familiar. Patrick was also startled, but he was used to big scenes in other games, so he quickly calmed down. The more you don't panic at this time. If the opponent is very strong, then they will not be able to escape the moment they are discovered. Instead of running away, it is better to turn back and fight. If the opponent is weak, then they have nothing to worry about and can just go for it. To sum it up is one word: fight. Still according to the original plan, Afu and I will attack first and attract attention. That's right. No matter what, just fight first. Black Tiger Afu, a war maniac, had been holding it in for a long time, but when he heard what Patrick said, he stopped pretending. He picked up his newly bought iron rod and rushed into the house like a bull, breaking open the half-open door. Seeing him get on, Patrick quickly followed him in. A Black Tiger Afu raised the iron rod above his head, jumped and smashed it hard at the person in the house. The force and speed were so strong that the person in the room only had time to raise his left arm. Bang! The iron rod hit the solid ground. Patrick was delighted. It was a good opportunity. He slid out from behind the huge body of Black Tiger Afu, holding a dagger and aiming directly at the left rib of the target. But at this moment, he suddenly saw the face of the target of the mission clearly. Wasn't this Bai Fu? Stop, everyone. Patrick twisted the dagger to the side with force. He dodged it himself, but the other players who rushed in from the window and behind had no time to dodge. Patata, let me help you. Take refuge in me and draw your bow and arrow. Whoosh! An arrow shot straight to the back of the neck. Digging G raised her knife and chopped at him while screaming. Patrick didn't have time to shout a second time, nor did he have time to stop it. His body was off balance, and he could only watch helplessly. Time seemed to slow down countless times at this moment. He saw Bai Fu turn around, saw Bai Fu swing her right hand to knock away the flying arrow, saw Bai Fu stretch out her left hand to grab the blade that the Digging G had chopped off, and then twisted it hard to take the knife away. Fu. Digging G stood there in a daze. The next second, Bai Fu grabbed her neck and slammed her against the wall. Under the impact of the brute force, she was lifted into the air. During this process, no damage numbers appeared above Bai Fu's head, and no scars appeared on her body. Not hurt? Patrick breathed a sigh of relief, but his heart soon began to tighten again. Why you? Bai Fu's eyes were extremely cold, and her voice was also extremely cold. Digging G struggled to look down, and she saw that the cold eyes were clearly filled with disbelief. In fact, at this moment, all the players, including Digging G, felt unbelievable. Why was it Bai Fu? Why was Bai Fu their target? In this way, they betrayed Bai Fu's trust and repaid her with evil. It's over. It's all over. They had finally managed to get Bai Fu's favorability to 82, but now it was probably going to drop directly to 82. The first person to accept the task, Gaiawofu, was almost in a state of panic. A chilling aura lingered around everyone in the room, dull and oppressive. Although it wasn't suffocating, it gave people a feeling as if something was gripping their heart and that their life was hanging by a thread. It hurts. It hurts so much. Digging G couldn't understand why things turned out like this. For the first time, I met an NPC who could prove that my brilliant analysis was correct. For the first time, I established a good relationship with this NPC. These two pleasant things intertwined together, and she should have become even happier. But why did it turn out like this? Once what happened here spread, even if it turned out that Bai Fu's setting was more powerful than her analysis in the post, she didn't have to think about counterattacks and slaps in the face. She still considered going to Gotham to confront Batman, which was more in line with her new identity. In the dead silence, the first person to break it was Bai Fu. You won't answer? Then don't blame me for being ruthless. She clenched her left fist with murderous intent. She blocked the iron rod with her arms and caught the blade with her bare hands. She was unscathed after all these operations. No one doubted that she could kill Digger with this punch. At the critical moment, Patrick stepped forward. Wait a moment. This shout directly broke the invisible power, and everyone's eyes, including Bai Fu, were focused on Patrick. A drop of cold sweat slid down his forehead and Patrick took 2 deep breaths quickly. This is a misunderstanding. No, it can't be called a misunderstanding. The main reason is that we didn't know that the target of this mission was you. If you are willing to listen, I can explain it. Yeah? Bai Fu did not give a direct answer. Her face remained grim, but she loosened her fists and put Digger down. If I don't take action, does that mean there is still a chance? Patrick quickly told the story of how Conversion Wafu accepted the mission. This is what happened. If we knew you were our target, we would have come to inform you immediately. The Calamity Dragon on the side immediately added, That's right, Sister Fu Fu. If we really wanted to deal with you, we would have done it yesterday. There is no need to wait until now. As soon as they opened their mouths, the other players started talking at once, as if they had grabbed a life-saving straw. Fu Fu. My feelings for you are evident to all. The big mistake has been made, and they regret it deeply. What they can do now is to try to salvage the situation a little bit, so that they will not be buried directly. Maybe there will be a chance to restore their favorability in the future. Just as a group of players were shouting anxiously, Bai Fu suddenly let go of Digger. Diggerji was stunned, and the others were also confused, watching Bai Fu hurriedly walk to a player. You, if I remember correctly, didn't your neck get broken yesterday? Why? After saying that, Bai Fu walked up to Patrick again. And you, although you didn't die, your right hand was seriously injured. How come you recovered to normal after just one day? There shouldn't be such advanced medical skills here. Surprise, confusion, and disbelief. At this moment, Bai Fu's expression was so rich that the young man shouted impossible. Seeing her like this, Patrick finally felt relieved. Now that he had a topic to talk about, they could continue the conversation normally. That's right, Sister Fu. Just like we said yesterday, we won't really die in this world. Look, the fact that he's alive is proof of that. Patrick pointed. Resurrection? How is such a thing possible? Although it can be achieved through methods such as summoning spirits, but with just you. Wait, it seems that it is not completely impossible. Bai Fu seemed to suddenly think of something and her pupils shrank suddenly. What happened? Patrick mustered up his courage. Is there something wrong? Bai Fu returned to her poker face mode. You are not from Ziyuan Star, right? This question was a bit confusing, but Patrick nodded subconsciously. No. Bai Fu closed her eyes and opened them again after several seconds. It seems that the holy words may not be false. The words were not spoken loudly, but they were clearly heard by everyone in the room. What holy words? I have listened to the words of the Holy Spirit. The Holy Spirit said that when justice is broken and when a crisis emerges, the undead from the other side of the fog will obey the will of the Supreme Will and arrive in our hometown. After crossing the boundary between life and death, they will rekindle the fire here. As she spoke those second-year student lines, the frost on Bai Fu's face finally began to melt away, and the anger hidden deep in her eyes gradually disappeared, replaced by suspicion. At this time, even Black Tiger Afu, who had never cared much about the plot, felt his body shaken violently. Isn't this the game setting that Bai Fu is talking about? The undead are the players, right? The game world is in crisis, the planner's setting. So the Supreme Will, the game production company, recruits players to enter the game. After crossing the boundary between life and death, referring to being abused by monsters thousands of times, they rekindle the fire for the game world. The game ends. An NPC who can say this cannot be just an ordinary member of the Wildfire Gang. Bai Fu must have a super huge secret. Listening to the holy words, could she be a saint from somewhere? Patrick was shocked. He quickly turned his head to look at Digging G. Maybe Digging G always guessed wrong in the past and was scolded for over-interpreting things. But this time she really did it. Yes, did it. Digging G was so excited that he wanted to rush up and hug Bai Fu's thighs and rub them hard. The other players were equally excited. Whether you like Bai Fu's appearance or are looking for hidden tasks, they all feel like they have found a treasure. Before they could get excited for long, Bai Fu poured a basin of cold water on them. To be honest, I have always been skeptical of this holy word. I can't imagine that the legendary hero would come to assassinate me in the middle of the night. This? All the players lowered their heads in shame. They made such a mistake. How can they atone for it now? But this time, Bai Fu paused. I'll believe it halfway. Even a brave man can make mistakes when he is young. This time it was the players' turn to look up at Bai Fu with an incredulous look. They never expected that Bai Fu's attitude towards them would unexpectedly reverse. What they didn't expect was that Bai Fu walked up to Digging G and slowly helped Digging G tidy up the clothes that she had just messed up. She is so gentle. Seeing this comparison, Black Tiger Afu, who only thought about killing monsters and leveling up, felt a little embarrassed. The other players felt even more guilty. They felt that they owed Bai Fu too much and didn't know how to repay him. And I've thought about it carefully. What you said is not impossible. Recently, some people have indeed regarded me as a thorn in their side. I originally wanted to hide my strength, but now it seems a bit difficult. Bai Fu removed her hand from Degurji. Well, we made such a big noise just now. There's no guarantee that someone will come over to check on the situation. If they see you, you won't be able to escape. Go first. I'll come find you tomorrow. Bai Fu gave an address. Since she had said so much, Digging G and the others had no choice but to do as she said. Even until their feet stepped on the bumpy road, they still felt that what happened tonight was a little unreal. The legendary hero, it seems that I must prove myself to Fufu next. How strong do you think Bai Fu is? When she caught Digger just now, I felt like I was going to freeze just by looking at her. Who knows? I only know that Fufu is a very gentle person. Don't you think Fufu is very handsome? That blocking and that pinch are so handsome. This coexistence of gentleness and coldness is so handsome. Digging G's eyes were full of stars. Fufu sighed. This is Fufu. Gentleness is her nature, but she has a very heavy mission and has to show her ruthless side to the enemy. As they were talking, a player said with lingering fear, "Fortunately, Bai Fu's true strength is terrifying. Otherwise, we would have made a big mistake tonight, and an important plot might have been interrupted. It would have been fine if he didn't say anything, but as soon as he said it, the other players' faces changed. Embarrassment turned to guilt, and guilt turned to raging rage. We can talk about other things later. I'm going to settle accounts with the person who issued the task now." Convert to a Fu clenched her fists. Other players expressed their desire to go together. In the evening breeze, 10 players in a red angry state walked angrily towards the place where the task was to be handed in. Bai Fu watched them go away and nodded contentedly. She was looking forward to the reaction of the man who wanted to get rid of her when he learned that his men were beaten up by players. After the efforts just now, the mysterious person character that Bai Fu had envisioned was completely established in the players' minds. The identity of a member of the Wildfire Gang, which was considered a demerit by the players of the abandoned cooling plant, was also replaced by an undercover agent. From now on, she only needs to slowly improve the character of this mysterious person based on the discussions of players in the forum and her own plans for the future. Bai Fu's actual gains were more than that. For her, the most valuable thing at this stage is the guilt that players feel towards her. Because of guilt, she will no longer be just a vase in the eyes of players, and because of guilt, she can use players more conveniently. This play was really worth it. Bai Fu returned home in a happy mood, but in fact she still had several powerful weapons in her hands that she had not used. How to quickly create a memorable and likable character. In addition to infinitely elevating the character's status, the simplest routine is to create misunderstandings and sacrifices. For example, there is a female character in the game who is mysterious and beautiful, but from the moment she appears, All kinds of information suggests that she is a villain. As the plot deepens, when the player is in desperate situation, she uses the most gorgeous and grand self-sacrifice to pave the way for the player to the final victory. If we add some details on this basis, the final effect will definitely be a raging fire. It is hard for players not to be impressed, but Bai Fu is just thinking about it now. Her strength does not support her to do such a thing. Anya, come out for dinner. Ah, boss. Are we really not going to care about those outsiders and the people who called them here? It's okay. They will help us solve it. Let's eat first. 9 o'clock in the evening. Next to a huge, dilapidated water tank, a man in a white vest raised his hand and looked at his vintage watch. Is it already this late? If everything went well, Bai Fu should be dead. The adult gave him 2,000 yuan for this mission. He thought he would have to put in a lot of effort, but he didn't expect that he only spent 500 yuan to successfully bribe a foreigner and made a profit of 1,500 yuan in one go. It was really a huge profit. I have to say those outsiders are so silly and cute. They dare to take on any mission and cooperate with anyone. Don't they worry at all that they will be silenced after completing the mission? Boy, today I will teach you a good lesson and let you know what the evils of society are. Bai Bei was shaking his legs happily. A few minutes later, Gaiaofu appeared in his sight. Are they back? These outsiders are really as trustworthy as the rumors say. The man in the white vest walked forward with a smile, but after only a few steps he realized something was wrong. Gaiaofu was not alone. He was accompanied by 4 outsiders. These outsiders were full of murderous intent, as if someone owed them 1,000,000. What do you want to do? What do you think I want to do? Gaiaofu sneered. There's no need to be polite when dealing with this kind of villain. Let's all attack together. He rushed forward and threw a lime. Look, this is Fu Fu's fighting method. Before the white vest could react, the dragon of natural disasters cast a makeshift net on him. Patrick shouted, and the others raised sticks and started smashing them hard. Once, twice, 3 times. The intense pain made the whole body in the white vest turn red and warm. You bunch of beggars from outside the area. How dare you sneak attack me? I will kill you. He struggled to break free from the net, his eyes wide open, his appearance horrible, like a man-eating devil. However, before he could be arrogant for even a second, Digging G suddenly spilled out the chili powder that he had hidden in advance. Cough, cough, cough. A player standing next to him coughed violently. Treasure digging. You have to throw it accurately. It even affected me. Digging G quickly waved her hands. Next time? Definitely next time. They still had time to chat, but the girl in the white vest was about to explode. His eyes hadn't recovered from the lime attack yet, and now they were sprinkled with chili powder. Would these outsiders sprinkle some salt and pepper on them later? He didn't want to continue fighting anymore. He stumbled back. With his familiarity with the area, he still had a good chance of escaping. After running for a distance, the man in the white vest turned back and made some harsh remarks. You guys, just wait for me. Sooner or later, I will. Halfway through his words, a scream suddenly came from his throat. Who spilled nails on the ground? The sharp pain from the soles of his feet caused the man in the white vest to lose his balance, and he fell to the ground with a thud. When he saw several other players emerging from the darkness with his hazy vision, he gradually understood everything. There is no doubt that these nails were secretly scattered by this group of outsiders. Society is really sinister. Outsiders were said to value contracts, and once they accepted a task, they would do their best to complete it. Why didn't it work for him? He hadn't even made a move yet, and these outsiders were messing with him like this. What hatred or grudge did they have? He had seen many births, but this was the first time he had seen such an unscrupulous birth. If all the outsiders looked like this, the future of the abandoned cooling plant would be disastrous. What on earth do you want to do? The man in the white vest struggled. Gaiaofu went up and kicked him. Tell me, who instructed you to entrust me to kill someone? A gentleman can be killed, but not humiliated. White Vest originally wanted to say this, but after seeing the lime in Gaiaofu's hand, he decisively gave in. I'm telling you, stop fighting. It was Chao Wenliang, the head of the Wildfire Gang's logistics department. He forced me to do this. When Conversion Me Tufu was torturing White Vest, Patrick didn't say a word the whole time, but his eyes were shining constantly. Although these methods are quite despicable, they really work. If they use normal methods to deal with this elite monster, a few of the 10 of them will die, and if they are unlucky, the whole team may be wiped out. Unlike now, they only suffered minor skin injuries. Is this the real way to play this game? Before, he was still thinking about career choices and upgrade strategies. His thinking was completely limited by the games he played in the past. A free game should be played in the most free way. At this moment, something seemed to awaken in Patrick's heart. Late at night, there was a knock on the door of the Wildfire Gang's logistics department office. "Come in." The door was pushed open, and a man ran in a panic. Chao Wenliang put down the cup in his hand. "Bai Fu is dead?" The visitor shook his head quickly. "No, he is not dead. It was the person we sent out who died. Someone saw him being beaten to death by a group of outsiders." "What?" Chao Wenliang stood up suddenly, his square face showing a terrifying aura. "How did he provoke those outsiders?" The visitor said timidly, "I don't know. Useless things. You can't even do such a small thing. What's the use of you?" Chao Wenliang smashed the water cup into pieces with one punch, then walked out angrily. "Minister, I'm going to find the boss. I want the outsiders dead." Chao Wenliang was furious. Although he couldn't understand why these outsiders suddenly became so brutal, he thought of a solution. Since hiring outsiders to kill Bai Fu failed, then take the initiative to send Bai Fu to fight those outsiders. Go to the morning meeting right now? Early in the morning, Bai Fu, who was originally full of energy, became completely depressed after receiving this news. Even after traveling through time, you still have to go to a morning meeting. Is this something that working people have to appreciate? We can't help it. Yesterday, another brother died at the hands of an outsider. It was a tragic death. De Biao was just splashed with lime in the eyes. Not only was he splashed with lime, but he was also splashed with chili powder. The boss is very angry now. The person who brought the news smiled bitterly and pointed to the goggles on his face. "This is the new equipment just issued by the logistics department. The boss said that we must wear this first when dealing with those outsiders in the future." "Oh, and the boss distributed lime to each of us, saying that we should use teeth." "Teeth, what is it?" Bai Fu's mouth twitched. "Is this a bit strange?" She imagined the scene where the players and the Wildfire Gang met on a narrow road, and after a round of cursing, they suddenly took out a bag of lime from their waists and threw it into each other's eyes. They really do whatever it takes. The atmosphere in this abandoned cooling plant was already bad, and now it seems to have become even worse. Now they are just throwing lime, and they dare not even think about what they will throw in the future. If a group of feces throwers and concentrated sulfuric acid throwers suddenly appear, will the people in the abandoned cooling plant have to wear door panels on their heads when they go out and turn into steel door zombies? So born. Who made you so free? Bai Fu secretly felt lucky. Fortunately, she had a higher skill level, and her main strength was her physique. These sneak attacks had a much lower impact on her. After telling Anya not to run around, she followed the person who brought the news to the Wildfire Gang headquarters. There were already a lot of people in the venue. As soon as she sat down, someone sitting in the front row smiled at her. Bai Fu flipped through her memory. If she was not mistaken, that person should be Chao Wenliang, the head of the logistics department. In fact, she had only seen Chao Wenliang once from a distance, but Chao Wenliang had a characteristic that made it easy for people to remember him. Although Chao Wenliang is not good at writing, he is ugly. Bai Fu smiled back. The theme of today's morning meeting was nothing more than the gang leader getting angry first and then mobilizing everyone. She could have completely skipped the preceding long paragraph of nonsense and just listened to the conclusion. She was happy when she thought of this. It was great to have a panel that no one else could see. When others could only listen reluctantly, she could openly browse the community. Now is a good time to see the players' reactions after last night's incident. After clicking on the abandoned cooling plant section, Bai Fu discovered that 2 new hot posts with more than 1,000 replies had been added to the community. The posters of both posts are digging G. The first one. The first-person perspective takes you to see Fu's handsomeness from above. Bai Fu clicked on it, and the first reply was, "Where did this clickbait title come from? And it's above? Why don't you go to the sky?" The second reply became, "Sorry, I was wrong. It really is a first-person perspective and above." She looked at the content of the post. YDG recounted what happened last night as a party involved in the post. Several videos were inserted in the post, one of which was taken after YDG was strangled by the neck and lifted up by her. HD, and censored, face-to-face. Okay. It really is the first-person perspective. The previous videos have already maxed out the popularity of the post, and this video directly brings the post to a new height. Catching a knife with bare hands. Ah, my wife is so handsome. The close-up shot is still so perfect. Come on. I want to give a bonus to the guy who built the model. This is getting interesting. Although Bai Fu's words are a bit confusing, her true identity is definitely unusual. Awesome. Digging for treasure. You actually guessed it right this time. It's time to come out and show off. I cried. It was such a long time, and you were still discussing this. Look at Fu Bao's trembling eyes. My heart was broken. Fortunately, the misunderstanding was resolved in the end. When she scolds me, she always says I am a legendary hero. Wake up. A rookie can't be a hero. A group of players discussed Bai Fu's true identity in a happy atmosphere. Some say she is a female agent, some say she is the reincarnated god of war, and some say she is a member of a fleeing cosmic force. Bai Fu read it with great interest, as if she were reading a short article. If you can speak, speak more, so that she can copy it. I have to say that this leak is really growing stronger and stronger, and has learned to imagine her identity as she wished. Then Bai Fu clicked on the second post. In this post, Digging G cut together the process of the player fighting her and the process of the player fighting the white vest. She originally just wanted to make a simple record and use the white vest to highlight Bai Fu's power, but she didn't expect that the popularity of this video would spread to other sections of the Star Travel Club in an instant. Even some players who had no interest in Bai Fu and were only focused on leveling up came over. Oh my god. Although I heard yesterday that players can make props by themselves, the degree of freedom of this game is still beyond my imagination. Is it still possible? I've learned it. I'll go get some lime too. Great. This game cured my ED. Many players forwarded this video after seeing it. This high-frequency dissemination also brought a new wave of popularity to Bai Fu. Who is this female character? Bai Fu, an NPC on Ziyuan Star. Bai Fu was in a pretty good mood, but after turning to the next comment, her pupils suddenly shrank. Above the stars. Hello. We found that your video has great potential and hope to edit your video content into the promotional video. If you're interested, you can click the background link. This is not a phishing reply. In the game Above the Stars, only the official can use this name. Oh my god. The video of Digging G was noticed by the authorities? Bai Fu couldn't help but give Digging G a thumbs up. Well done, Digger. If she was cut into the promotional video, even for just 1 second, she would no longer be an ordinary NPC. Maybe the planners will give it a boost in the next update. If players build up momentum and give it a try, the chances will be even greater. I don't know when she will become the protagonist of the promotional video. Of course, I mean she will become an important plot character in the version, not a version boss who makes a handsome appearance and shows her blood bar for players to fight. In short, this time she really has to thank the old silver coin who sent someone to assassinate her. If it weren't for him, how could she have gained so much favor among players and gotten the chance to appear in the official promotional video? Bai Fu closed the community contentedly. At this time, the Wildfire Gang leader's long speech was almost over, and he gave his final instructions. At the same time, Bai Fu received a game prompt. You triggered the camp mission Wildfire Burning Mission Introduction. The brutal behavior of the outsiders has crossed the line of the Wildfire Gang leader. Driven by anger, the Wildfire Gang leader decides to launch a more intense revenge on the outsiders. Mission objective: kill or capture outsiders. Note that there is no specific quantity requirement for this mission, but failure of the mission may result in a decrease in the reputation of the faction. 0/infinity, reward. 200 experience points and 1 faction reputation for each outsider killed or captured. Accept/reject. Bai Fu gladly accepted. A few days ago, she and Anya were planning to capture players to make money, but they were worried about not finding a good excuse, so the Wildfire Gang leader sent her a pillow. Good people. After the morning meeting, Bai Fu first met with several members of her team, and then went to the logistics department to collect supplies. At the entrance of the logistics department, Chao Wenliang smiled at her again. Until she took the things and left, Chao Wenliang narrowed his eyes. With Bai Fu's strength, if she dared to get involved in a fight of this level, she would die at the hands of outsiders in no time. If she wants to survive, she can only transform into a cowardly lizard. This way, things will be easy. Other groups will have gains except Bai Fu. Then he won't have to say anything. The boss will beat her to the bottom and maybe even kill her. This is truly a perfect plan. Chao Wenliang lit a cigarette happily. Don't walk around here. I'll go get some information and come back to find you. After distributing the equipment to the team members, Bai Fu gave them a few more instructions before leaving. She had made an appointment with the players yesterday, and now was a good opportunity for her to go over and convey the spirit of the meeting to the Wildfire Gang boss, and to improve their favorability at the same time. Before going to the agreed location, she went back home to bring Anya with her. The journey was smooth, and Bai Fu arrived at her destination 20 minutes later. She didn't rush out, but walked around first. After making sure there would be no accidents, she turned her head to look at Anya beside her. Remember what I just said? Remember that, boss? Very good, let's go. Bai Fu led Anya towards the dilapidated house where Digging Ji and the others were hiding. They had not walked far when Digger found her and Anya. Here it comes. Following a call, all the players present stood up. Fu. Shoo. Bai Fu raised her right index finger to her mouth. The situation is urgent now, so I'll make it short. Did you kill a man in a white vest last night? The Dragon of Calamity raised his hand. Yes, he was the one who asked us to assassinate you. You guys were too impulsive this time. Bai Fu shook her head and repeated what happened in the morning. As a member of the Wildfire Gang, I also received orders, but don't worry, I won't do anything to you. Digging Ji and the others looked at each other in bewilderment. They were very touched that Bai Fu came to tell them the news. But this brings up a problem. If Bai Fu doesn't take action against the players, how will she explain to the Wildfire Gang? Patrick asked the question in his mind. Bai Fu said, I have my own way. As soon as she finished speaking, Anya beside her became anxious. Boss, you are showing off again. Anyway, these outsiders can be resurrected. You can just capture a few of them and hand them over. Anya. Bai Fu suddenly raised her voice and interrupted Anya. Anya pouted, looking aggrieved. But in the end she said nothing. Bai Fu showed a trace of helplessness on her face. I'm sorry, she's still a child, and her words are a bit blunt. It's okay. No need to apologize. Digging Ji quickly shook her head. How could she not see that Fu Fu's words were against her will? But this was Fu Fu. She was always so gentle and never wanted to cause trouble for others. Digging Ji said anxiously, Fu Fu, I know that with your true strength you are definitely not afraid of the Wildfire Gang. But you hid your identity and entered the Wildfire Gang. You must want to secretly investigate something. If you don't arrest us this time, the Wildfire Gang will definitely hold you accountable. It will be terrible if your identity is exposed. She already felt guilty about what happened last night. If Fu Fu's plan failed because of her, she would not have the face to see Fu Fu again. Fu Fu nodded. Yes, Fu Fu, you don't have to make things so complicated. Just arrest us and report to the task. With them taking the lead, other players followed suit. We can be resurrected anyway. Not only that, we are not afraid of pain. Even if the Wildfire Gang wants to beat us, we will be fine. In order to reassure Bai Fu, Patrick analyzed, Sister Fu, let me put it this way. Given our current relationship with the Wildfire Gang, there will be a war sooner or later. The problem now is that we know very little about the Wildfire Gang. This time you've arrested us, we can take this opportunity to learn about the internal situation of the Wildfire Gang. Patrick's words made the eyes of the players around him light up. It's true. This way, they wouldn't have to embarrass Bai Fu, and they could open the Wildfire Gang map directly. If they were lucky, they might even be able to trigger a special mission. It was like killing 3 birds with 1 stone. Fu Fu, don't worry about it. Patrick continued to persuade her. Sister Fu, I have already thought of an excuse for you. Just say that you discovered us by accident, put drugs in our food, and then arrested us all while we were unconscious. Hey, this is a good excuse. This way the Wildfire Gang won't be suspicious at all. They will just say that Sister Fu Fu is awesome. Oh my god, Paida is really smart. He thought of a solution right away. Bai Fu hesitated to speak. Her original plan was to bring 1 or 2 players back to report, and then bring one or two more back after a while. In this way, she could earn at least 1,000 experience points without doing anything. But the development of things was somewhat beyond her expectations. She had just expressed her intention through Anya's mouth and had no time to start her wonderful performance. But this group of players had already fast-forwarded to the finale on their own. Is this the effect of feeling guilty about brushing off a wave of players? By Fuel blossomed. Now that's what we call a mission. I really can't do anything to you guys. So I'll go get some secret medicine and try to make things as realistic as possible. Bai Fu tearfully earned 2,000 experience points. Just as she was about to leave, Diggerji called her. By the way, Fu, there is something I forgot to tell you. What? When we attacked the guy in the white vest yesterday, he said that it was the Wildfire Gang's logistics chief who ordered him to harm you. Isn't that Chao Wanliang? Bai Fu understood immediately. Chao Wanliang, who had just finished dinner, blew out several smoke rings from his mouth comfortably. A cigarette after a meal is better than being a living god. After such a long time, I'm sure there should be some news from Bai Fu. Chao Wanliang opened the window and looked at the scene outside with a comfortable look on his face. In fact, he doesn't necessarily have to get that supervisor position. With his status, it won't make any difference whether he wins over one more supervisor or one less supervisor. But who made him swear in front of his subordinate that he would definitely hand over the vacant supervisor position to that subordinate? To survive in a place like an abandoned cooling plant, besides money and power, what you need is the face of being looked up to by everyone. Bai Fu did not intend to provoke him, but since she had entered the game and offended him, the only thing waiting for her was death. Chao Wanliang pressed the cigarette ace against the window frame. Sizzle. A small insect was burned to a charred black without any resistance. Chao Wanliang casually threw the cigarette ace into the trash can. At this moment, a shout of "Ula Ula" suddenly came from outside the window. What's going on? He pushed the door open and walked to the open space outside. After looking around for only a dozen seconds, a younger brother came running over, panting. Minister, no, this is not good. Chao Wanliang glared and said, Why are you in such a hurry? The sky hasn't fallen yet. Yes. The younger brother nodded timidly, not daring to refute. Chao Wanliang sneered. Tell me what happened. The younger brother quickly reported. Minister, Bai Fu and her team went out and captured 10 outsiders. How many? Chao Wanliang suspected that he had heard it wrong. Bai Fu caught a few outsiders, but she caught 10 of them at once. Are you here to catch people or to buy goods? He couldn't stand still any longer and rushed towards the source of the shouting. The younger brother who came to report the news spread his hands helplessly and said, Look, you're all so anxious when you hear me. A few minutes later, hundreds of people gathered near the Wildfire Gang's gate. Hiss, Chao Wanliang almost thought he had entered a snake's den. Hiss, what's so great about this? Get out of the way, everyone. He began to push people away angrily. After pushing 5 or 6 people away, his vision suddenly became clear. I want to see. Hiss. Chao Wanliang took a breath of cold air. Bai Fu was seen leading the crowd, followed by members of her group on her left, and in her right hand she was holding a rope with 10 outsiders tied to it. The scene was not spectacular, but it shocked everyone present. It takes half a day to catch 10 piglets, but you caught 10 people in one afternoon? It's open, right? Chao Wanliang felt very sad. Who can now doubt that Bai Fu's achievements are not enough to be a supervisor? When he looked up, he saw the leader of the Wildfire Gang calling on all members to learn from Bai Fu, the new and outstanding member of the Wildfire Gang. Look carefully, don't just act violently when encountering problems. Use your brain more often in daily life. If you don't use your brain, you will be at the bottom of society all your life. Chao Wanliang quickly pulled the person next to him. How did she do that? Minister Chao? What happened is this. When Manager Bai was out, she found this group of outsiders making a fire and cooking. She and her team members deliberately led these outsiders away, and then took the opportunity to put drugs in their food, drugging them all. Alas, Manager Bai is so bold and careful. I wish I were half as smart as her. The Wildfire Gang member who spoke was envious. Chao Wanliang couldn't bear to see this scene at all. He turned around and wanted to leave. Wanliang, you're here. The boss's shout came from behind. Chao Wanliang had no choice but to turn back. Haha, boss. How come you have time to come here? The boss smiled and patted Chao Wenliang on the shoulder. Come on, Wenliang, come and meet the rising star of our wildfire gang. You have contributed to this. I have been very busy recently. If you hadn't mentioned it, I would not have thought of assigning a new supervisor to Martin's team. Now, I have unexpectedly discovered a newcomer with great potential. Ha ha ha. Chao Wenliang. He wanted to laugh along, but he really couldn't. If you want to praise Bai Fu, you have to praise me, but you also want to bring me in. It's murderous, right? This world of grooves. Chao Wenliang, who already had a bad temper, was about to explode with anger. Calm down, calm down. You must stay calm at this time. As he was thinking this, he suddenly realized that those outsiders were looking at him curiously. There was no fear in their eyes, but curiosity instead. Chao Wenliang's anger suddenly rose again. Is it me, old Chao, who can't lift a knife anymore? Or are you guys too arrogant to be afraid of being caught? What are you looking at? He angrily walked over to the Digger G who was closest to him. In the past few days, Digging G has gradually adapted to the realism of the game. So even when Chao Wenliang was staring at her, she did not feel scared. Instead, she looked at him a few more times. Wenliang? The mastermind behind the assassination of Fu Fu is called Chao Wenliang, right? Could it be this guy? While Digging G was still guessing, Chao Wenliang was so angry that he laughed. He was actually ignored by outsiders. Well, not only did these outsiders kill his people, they also completely ignored him. Today he wanted to see if these outsiders were really not afraid of death. Chao Wenliang raised his right hand high. Just as he was about to chop down, he caught sight of Bai Fu out of the corner of his eye. You, go kill her. Ah, me? Bai Fu pointed at herself. Chao Wenliang said, that's right. Go ahead and see. Haven't you noticed that none of these outsiders you captured are afraid at all? There are usually only two explanations for this. The first is that they are really not afraid of death. The second is that they are actually in the same group as you and deliberately let you capture them in order to infiltrate the wildfire gang. Isn't this right? Before Bai Fu could say anything, several of her team members started to cry out for injustice. They looked at the boss, hoping that he would stand up and say a few words. The boss smiled and said, 10 people are indeed a bit too many. It's a waste of food. We are just interrogating them for information. Leaving 2 or 3 alive is enough. Although the boss did not support him openly, Chao Wenliang knew that he had turned the tables. No matter whether the boss scolded him or punished him afterwards, nothing serious would happen to him. After all, he did not attack Bai Fu directly. But it was different for Bai Fu. If she really had secret connections with outsiders, she would suffer no good whether she killed them or not. If she had nothing to do with the outsiders, her killing of so many outsiders at once would have completely angered the outsiders, and they would never let her go. What are you still standing there for? Hurry up, Chao Wenliang urged. His attitude immediately caused dissatisfaction among the players, especially those in the live broadcast room. From the moment she walked into the territory actually controlled by the wildfire gang, Digging G started the live broadcast. She attracted a large number of players to watch the live broadcast under the name of Visiting the Wildfire Gang. They actually forced Bai Fu to kill us. This face doesn't look good at first glance when the boss praised Fu Fu just now. I thought he was a nice guy, but I didn't expect he was also an old silver coin. What should I do now? Can Fu Fu do it? If she can't do it, won't something go wrong? Digging G and others quickly winked at Bai Fu. Patrick even shouted directly. Kill, come and kill. Do you think I'm afraid? Shut up, you outsiders. You all deserve to be killed. Chao Wenliang roared, and everything around finally became quiet. He looked at Bai Fu with a cold expression. Go ahead. If you don't, I think everyone will suspect that there is something wrong with you. Bai Fu's expression turned strange. Dude, do you really know what you just did? You shouted in front of a large group of players that the players deserve to be killed. This is definitely a declaration of war. Disturbing the witch is scary, and disturbing the fourth disaster means that no one in heaven or on earth can save you. Never mind. 3 seconds of silence for you. If you say so, then I must prove myself. Bai Fu took out a dagger, walked up to Patrick under everyone's gaze, and then stabbed him in the heart. You killed Patrick and gained 200 experience points. Wait. You can also gain experience by killing players? Bai Fu was surprised by the sudden game prompt. With everyone watching, Bai Fu killed a total of 7 players and earned 1,130 experience points. When she submitted the wildfire burning mission just now, she gained 2,000 experience points for capturing 10 players. Adding the experience left over from the previous upgrade and the experience gained after killing Martin, she now has a total of 3,841 experience points. The speed of accumulating experience left players speechless and other NPCs who needed to slowly improve their strength in tiers. Considering that Chao Wenliang had contributed a lot to this, Bai Fu took great pains not to laugh out loud when facing Chao Wenliang. "You've proven your loyalty to the Wildfire Gang." Chao Wenliang said this perfunctorily and ignored Bai Fu. Given his status in the Wildfire Gang, there was really no need for him to give Bai Fu any explanation. The scene was a bit awkward, and finally it was the Wildfire Gang leader who came out to put an end to the farce. Clean up the bodies and lock up the 3 survivors first. After arranging the players' afterlife, he also asked someone to give Bai Fu an extra 500 credit coins as a reward for Bai Fu's outstanding performance. Bai Fu accepted it happily. She didn't care what the Wildfire Gang leader's purpose was. She only knew that if someone didn't make money, he would be a rascal. "When I went to withdraw the money, the person in charge of distributing the money whispered, 'You'd better be careful recently.'" "What do you mean? You haven't dealt with Minister Chao very often, so you don't know that he is a petty person. He was already dissatisfied with you, and you humiliated him in front of everyone today. He will definitely not let you go. You also know that he is in charge of logistics. Anyway, just understand what I mean." At this point, the man shook his head, and it seemed that he had been dissatisfied with Chao Wenliang for a long time. Bai Fu smiled and expressed her gratitude. She really didn't understand Chao Wenliang, but she was hooked. When Chao Wenliang left just now, she deliberately gave Chao Wenliang a spiritual vision. Named Chao Wenliang Elite, Template, Normal Main Occupation, Ordinary Boxer LV9 Secondary Occupation, None Health, 13130 Attributes, Strength 14, Agility 7, Constitution 10, Intelligence 3, Spirit 3, Inspiration 4 Skills, Talent, Favorability, Resentment, 46, Degree of Danger. Red Psychic Vision cannot see through Chao Wenliang's true thoughts, but the favorability of 46 is enough to explain many problems. Bai Fu was looking forward to how Chao Wenliang would deal with her in the future. Would he just use this as an excuse to block her supplies? Then Chao Wenliang's status in her heart would be downgraded from an angel investor. Overall, Bai Fu is still very calm. Although it is difficult to defeat Chao Wenliang with her current strength, she has nothing to worry about unless Chao Wenliang arrives at her doorstep soon. The next day, Bai Fu got up early on purpose, went to apologize to Patrick and others who she had killed, and then reported to the Wildfire Gang. Not long after she arrived at the Wildfire Gang, a member from the field department who was responsible for assigning various tasks found her. "We discussed this a bit and, considering your team is relatively weak right now and that you exceeded your target yesterday, we have temporarily assigned you a good and easy job." "There is such a good thing. Why shouldn't I believe it?" Bai Fu asked. "What errand?" "Torturer." "Ah." Bai Fu was stunned for a moment. "The problem is that I have never been exposed to this before. If I were to be an interrogator, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to get any useful information out of it." "It's okay. What you have to do is very simple. You are responsible for interrogating those outsiders. When they come in, you can first torture them. If they are willing to confess, that would be the best. If they are not willing to confess, you can just send them on their way." "Is this possible?" "Okay, of course. Those outsiders are very stubborn. Even professional interrogators may not be able to get anything out of them. You don't have to worry about it." Bai Fu was now certain that the man in front of her was not lying to her, because this was indeed an easy and good job, and she couldn't find a better job for a while. According to this man, what she had to do was very simple, which was to kill the players. With her current level difference with the players, she can earn 150-200 experience points by killing a player. When the average level of players is higher, this value can be increased. This is simply a business that makes a lot of money with no investment. Could it be that she had finally met the goddess of luck? Bai Fu was not worried at all that her unparalleled skill in the torture chamber, killing players one by one, would cause resentment among the players. The reason is simple. Once players are captured by the Wildfire Gang, they can no longer play the game normally. All they can do at this time is to log off, or browse the community or the internet. If she killed these players, it would be equivalent to rescuing them and allowing them to continue playing the game normally. These players are so busy thanking her. How could they possibly blame her? Seeing that Bai Fu was still thinking, the NPC who assigned the task asked, "How about it? Will you accept this job?" Bai Fu nodded. "Answer it. Why not? That's fine. Now I'll take you to familiarize yourself with the working environment." Logistics Department Office. Chao Wenliang raised his head and asked the person who pushed the door open, "How is it? Did she take the job?" The visitor smiled and said, "Yes, she seems quite happy." Chao Wenliang tapped the table with his index finger, a cold light flashing in his eyes. With his strength, it wouldn't be necessary to go through so much trouble to kill a supervisor, but Bai Fu was chosen by the boss. Unless he was prepared to have a complete falling out with the boss, no matter how angry he was, he would only dare to do what he did yesterday and would not dare to take direct action. But it doesn't matter anymore. He had already prepared a more delicious final meal for Bai Fu. He specifically instructed his men to publicize Bai Fu's impressive performance in the torture room to outsiders when they went out. First, he captured 10 outsiders in one go and killed 7 of them. Then he was left with a blood debt in the torture room. Chao Wenliang was looking forward to how those outsiders would take crazy revenge on Bai Fu after he found an excuse to release Bai Fu. Should it be chopped into pieces, or cut into small pieces to make salzig, or something even more cruel and ruthless? That's really interesting. For the next 3 days, Bai Fu didn't go anywhere and stayed in the torture room of the Wildfire Gang. Just as she guessed, after seeing her, the captured players were a little surprised at first, but otherwise they were extremely happy. As time went by, players gave her a new nickname in the community, the True Lord Bai Fu who saves the suffering, but I don't think Fu Fu is very happy either. She was suddenly assigned to be a torturer and can't even do her job properly. She must be suffering deep down in her heart right now. After all, she has to kill people every day, even though they are us who cannot die. The Wildfire Gang is really stupid. They actually dare to treat Fu Fu like this. Maybe it was Chao Wenliang who did this. I have to find a way to kill him and rescue Fu Fu. No, please don't save me. I'm fine here. In 3 days, Bai Fu killed a total of 23 players. Since the players' levels had gradually increased during these 3 days, the experience she gained was much higher than she had imagined. Bai Fu's plan to upgrade her survival skills encountered a small accident because it became increasingly difficult for the Wildfire Gang to capture players alive. Over time, players have gradually been able to protect themselves in battles with ordinary members of the Wildfire Gang. This is due to the improvement in the overall level of players and the battle comparison video uploaded to the forum by Digging G a few days ago. After watching the video, 2 groups of players stood up. The composition of the first wave of players is more complicated. Among them are handicraft experts, engineering students from colleges who happen to be on vacation at home, hard-working siege engineers who can only play games for an hour after get off work, and guys who work in plumbing and civil engineering. After seeing how free the manufacturing system was on the stars, they made full use of their knowledge and built a small manual production base. This production base can not only produce some small traps, but in the words of the big boss, as long as there are enough materials, it can even make handmade guns. The second group of players are more pure. They are simply inhuman. At first, they just learned from Digging G and others to throw some lime and chili powder. After they found that most of the Wildfire Gang members were wearing goggles, they had to develop new fighting methods. He single-handedly cursed the ancestors of the 4 opponents and created a lot of opportunities for sneak attacks for his teammates. Under their inhumane manipulation, some Wildfire Gang members have begun to resist and fight with them. With so little money a month, who the Hades would risk their life for it? If you lose the fight, you will die on the spot. If you win, you will be disgusted for the rest of your life. Bai Fu once saw a member of the Wildfire Gang who was hit by flying kneeling on the ground and vomiting, crying bitterly while vomiting. How brutal! Bai Fu felt a chill down her spine. She is glad that she has established a good relationship with the players. Faced with such an unreasonable attack, even she would find it difficult to deal with it calmly. After all the points she added were in physical strength, not agility. Despite feeling scared, Bai Fu keenly realized that this was a good opportunity. When no one else wanted to fight the player, she took the initiative to suggest going out. If she couldn't improve the Wildfire Gang's favorability, she would write the word Fu backwards. It turned out that she was right. After hearing that she had taken the initiative to apply to go head-on with the player, the Wildfire Gang leader's favorability increased by 21 points, from 12 to 33, and his attitude also changed from impressed to appreciative. Good, very good. The Wildfire Gang leader was filled with satisfaction. Looking at the determination in Bai Fu's eyes, he couldn't help but think of the running under the sunset that day, which was his lost youth. Once upon a time, he was an ambitious young man, but as time went by, he eventually became a middle-aged man with hemorrhoids. I can only say that there are fewer and fewer outstanding young people like Bai Fu these days. Smart, loyal, motivated. If there were more people like Bai Fu in the Wildfire Gang, they would be able to grow stronger and even move beyond the remote corner of the abandoned cooling plant. Go to the director of the field department, and he will assign you a new task. The leader of the Wildfire Gang paused and said, "You have performed very well these days. If you have any additional requests, you can ask for them. I will try my best to meet your needs." This was a pleasant surprise, so Bai Fu naturally wouldn't be polite to him. "Boss, if that's the case, I do have a small request. I want to go to the library and borrow some books. I found a child outside. She is at the age of studying, and I want to." The Wildfire Gang leader interrupted her and said, "Don't say anything. I understand what you mean. Apart from the locked library, you can enter the other libraries at will from now on." He threw out a card. Bai Fu quickly took the card and expressed her gratitude. After 2 days in the torture chamber, she had upgraded her psionic apprentice to level 7. Seeing that she was not far from the upper limit of LV10, she wanted to go to the library to see if she could find any books on advanced professional knowledge to avoid being stuck at a certain level. After saying goodbye to the Wildfire Gang leader, Bai Fu went straight to the library. Compared to the public libraries full of garbage, the high-level libraries have a lot more useful books. There are not only secondary occupational knowledge books such as Self-Cultivation of a Chef and Gold Miner, but also main occupational knowledge books such as Basic Boxing Teaching and Gun Assembly. The only problem is that there isn't a single book on advanced professional knowledge. Not only is there no advanced knowledge book for psychic apprentices, there aren't any books on advanced knowledge for other professions either. Is the level limit of Novice Village only 10? Or are all the good things hidden in the locked library? Bai Fu searched around in the library several times, and finally found only one notebook related to psychic energy. The name of the notebook was Ridiculous Research Essay. Some Worthless Psychic Prayers, Freya Egmund/author, Bai Fu. Good guy. She didn't catch anything on this trip. Bai Fu opened the note with some disbelief. Whether to read research essay. Yes, you start reading research essay. Low-level psychic specialization takes effect. Your reading speed plus 10%. Current progress is 0.1%. A few minutes later, the progress bar successfully increased to 100%. During the reading process, you learn the new skills Power Surge, bad. Multiple Amplification, bad. Bai Fu opened the property panel. Template, Normal Experience, 191 Main Occupation. Psychic Apprentice LV7, 0/7500. Vagrant LV3, 0/1000. Secondary Occupation, None Health, 220/220 Psionic Value. 55/55 Attributes. Strength 5, Agility 3, Constitution 22, Intelligence 3, Spirit 11, Inspiration 11 Skills. Fanaticism LV1, Hardening LV1, Psychic Vision, Natural Spirituality LV1, Low-Level Psionic Expertise, Power Surge Inferior, Multiplier Amplification Inferior, Talent, None Attribute Points, 0 Reputation, 1 Faction. Wildfire Gang, Faction Reputation 20. Bai Fu's eyes swept over the 2 newly acquired skills. Surge of Strength Inferior, cooldown time is 10 seconds, consumes 20 psychic energy to increase 3 points of strength, but the duration is only 60 seconds, and it will reduce stamina by 20%, so the cost-effectiveness is extremely low. You should know that physical strength and attributes are closely related to the stars. When physical strength is reduced to a certain level, the attributes will be temporarily reduced. In mild cases, you will feel weak like being hit by a dog's head, and in severe cases, you will faint on the spot. The multiplier amplification, inferior, is even worse. It has a cooldown of 1 second and consumes 5 spiritual energy. Its function is to reduce the duration of the buff effect of the next active skill used by 50%. Who would use this skill to hurt themselves? No wonder the name of the notebook is Some Worthless Psychic Prayers. Bai Fu's mouth twitched. Fortunately, the skills in the game do not take up skill slots, otherwise she would have lost a lot by learning these 2 skills. Just as she was trying to see if she had missed any books, a question suddenly occurred to her. If these 2 skills are used on yourself or your teammates, the effect is to increase your or your teammate's strength by 3 points within 30 seconds, and deduct 20% of your or your teammate's physical strength after 30 seconds. But if you use it as an offensive skill on an opponent, the skill description becomes that 20% of the opponent's physical strength will be deducted after 30 seconds of guidance. The disadvantage is that the opponent's strength will be increased by 3 during the guidance process. Considering that the psionic apprentice is a fragile profession, it is generally impossible for the psionic apprentice to use this combination of skills on his opponents. 3 points of strength is not a small number in the early game. When you use this combination of skills on an opponent, if he gets close to you by mistake, you may be killed suddenly because of the 3 points of strength added by your opponent before his physical strength is reduced. But Bai Fu didn't have so many concerns. She glanced at her physical fitness level of 22 and smiled with satisfaction. The tank-armored psychic, praying master, was fearless. It wasn't a wasted trip after all. Bai Fu stood up and stuffed the notes back into their original place. She walked around the library a few more times, and after confirming that she had not missed any books related to psychic powers, she pushed the door open and left, heading for the field department. Since the Wildfire Gang leader had already informed the field department, she received a new assignment as soon as she arrived there. You triggered the faction mission counterattack task introduction. Although the Wildfire Gang has successfully gained the upper hand in the fight with the outsiders, a considerable number of their members have fallen into fear. The director of the Field Affairs Department is extremely dissatisfied with this. He temporarily organized a surprise operation against the outsiders in order to reverse the decline. Mission objective: take advantage of the outsiders' unpreparedness to raid their temporary base outside the western area of the abandoned cooling plant and demonstrate the majesty of the Wildfire Gang. Rewards: rewards depend on contribution, accept/reject. Bai Fu's eyes flashed. After being hit hard by the player's outrageous operation, did the Wildfire Gang finally lose their temper? She clicked to accept. The director of the field department tapped the table and said, "Very good. Go and make preparations. We will meet here in half an hour and officially begin the operation." Half an hour? Bai Fu was stunned for a moment. So urgent? She originally wanted to secretly notify the players to increase their favorability, but half an hour was not enough for her to make a round trip, so she had to give up the idea. "I'll finish the task today and apologize to the players tomorrow." Bai Fu went to the logistics department and picked up a pair of goggles and a knife, then returned to the field department. As everyone began to gather, she saw Chao Wenliang walking over from afar and whispering a few words to the director of the field support department. Bai Fu frowned slightly and quickly threw a clairvoyance skill to the director of the field department. Favorability: ignore 3. There was nothing wrong with this number, but Bai Fu was not relieved. Chao Wenliang didn't come out earlier or later, but at this time, he definitely had no good intentions. Does he want to use this action to kill me? Bai Fu thought it was very likely. She became even more certain of this, especially after seeing the people who were assigned to the same group as her. Among the 4 people, except for one whose favorability is positive, the highest one among the other 3 is only 25. If they say that they are not here on a mission, I am afraid no one will believe them. Bai Fu remained calm. With a shout of "Let's go," she followed the main force to the temporary base built by the players. An hour later, the sun sets in the west and night falls. In the ruins of the west area of the abandoned cooling plant, the director of the field department began to make the final arrangements. "Bai Fu, you and your team will be responsible for the west. When you see the signal I send out, don't hesitate, just rush in." "No problem." Bai Fu agreed readily, and her eyes swept over the 4 people in the same group. After leaving the main group, these few people should start to take action, right? They have been killing players these days, and it is time to change their taste. I just don't know how much experience these 4 people can get. But the development of things was really beyond her expectations. Until the flare rose into the air, the 4 men still did not show any aggression. Instead, they stopped after running a distance and reminded her, "Why are you still standing there? If we are late, we will definitely be punished afterwards." Bai Fu. Has Chao Wenliang turned over a new leaf? Full of doubts, Bai Fu followed the 4 people and rushed towards the player's base. As she kept rushing, she realized something was wrong. Those 4 people seemed to be rushing very fast, but they were actually taking detours. As they went around, she, who was rushing from the back, ended up rushing to the front. Judging from the current situation, she would definitely be the first one to rush to the player, but it was hard to say whether the other 4 people would follow her as they said. "I see." Bai Fu understood immediately. These people had no intention of doing it themselves, but wanted to use the players to kill her. This was indeed a good idea. Afterwards, no one thought it was a conspiracy. They only thought that she was eager to show off, rushed too far forward, and lost touch with her teammates, which eventually led to the tragedy. Unfortunately, these people never expected that she had a very good relationship with the players. Even if she has an average relationship with the player, with her physical condition, the player will not be able to kill her for a while, and their plan will fail in the end. "You like playing like this, don't you?" Bai Fu couldn't help but laugh. She was just worrying about not having the chance to notify the players in advance, but she never thought that this opportunity would come right away. How can the favorability of attack the player's base first and apologize later be higher than risking being discovered as an undercover to remind the player? "Thank you, Wenliang. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't be able to find such a good opportunity to sacrifice for a while." Thinking of this, Bai Fu speeded up and rushed straight into the player's base. At this time, in the stronghold, Patrick and others were sitting together, discussing how to give Chao Wenliang a surprise. This old ding has been causing trouble for Fu Fu. If he continues like this, Fu Fu's true identity might be exposed. We can't let him continue. I agree. He was yelling on the live stream a few days ago that he wanted to kill us all. I have found out his address. My suggestion is, just as they were discussing heatedly, a white figure suddenly passed through the window frame and landed in the room. The enemy. It's Fu. After seeing clearly that the person coming was Bai Fu, the Calamity Dragon, who was close to him, opened his mouth and was about to shout, "Keep your voice down." Bai Fu quickly reached out and covered her mouth. All the players in the room were stunned. "Why is Bai Fu here?" "Sister Fu, what's wrong with you?" Patrick asked. Bai Fu looked around. This time, she completely lost her usual composure and just kept urging, "I don't have time to explain to you. Anyway, you should pack up and leave now." Huh. Diggingji couldn't help but ask, "Fu Fu, what's going on?" Bai Fu gritted her teeth and said, "I've already said that there's no time to explain. Just listen to me and leave." Patrick stood up and shook his head. "Sister Fu, the more you say this, the more we won't leave. I guess something big has happened. It's easy for us to leave, but what about you? What about you who tipped us off?" Yes, we can't leave. "Fu Fu, I will never let you get hurt for me." The players shouted in unison. Bai Fu stared at them for a long time before finally sighing. "I'm beginning to understand why you are qualified to be the legendary hero." There was a brief silence in the room. At the critical moment, all the players did not expect Bai Fu to suddenly say such a sentence. But if you think about it carefully, this reaction seems very reasonable. Their actions just now were indeed a bit willful, but putting aside the willful part, their unwillingness to leave and their insistence on staying and carrying the burden together can also be called reliable. In other games, they would just do this for show, because they are facing an NPC who can only repeat the preset lines, even if he was still reminiscing about the adventure journey with the player affectionately the previous second. Once the mission is over, he will become a poker face and may not even pay attention to the player. But in Above the Stars, the situation is completely different, because the NPCs here are intelligent enough to be indistinguishable from the real ones. After seeing the reliable side of these players, it was normal for Bai Fu to express such feelings. She is a kind-hearted person. Legendary heroes? That's right. We are the legendary heroes from the other world, fighting for all love and justice. Thinking of this, Several players who usually behaved very decently couldn't help but straighten their backs. Players who like to run to the village to kill chickens and try various methods to move NPCs to monster nests are also in a good mood. The purpose of playing games is to have fun, and being praised by NPCs from the bottom of their hearts is also a kind of happiness. Bai Fu couldn't help but laugh secretly. Yes, that's the reaction. But now is not the time to be complacent. The next step is the key to gaining favorability. Since you insist on my explanation, I'll explain it well. The Wildfire Gang organized a commando team, and their target is your base. They are already outside, and I pretended to rush in before they launched their general attack. What? This news surprised all the players, and those who were close to the window quickly looked out. Bai Fu urged, with your current strength, it is absolutely impossible to defeat this commando team. Move away immediately with your belongings. It will be too late if you are late. As soon as she finished speaking, Gaiawofu stood up excitedly and said, I won't leave. If I leave, they will definitely realize that Fufuni is here to tip off the enemy. Then all your plans will fail, and you might even be in danger. Anyway, I won't leave. His words were agreed by many players. There's really no need to leave. The monsters coming this time are all elite monsters. It's a profit if we can replace one. Besides, we still have faction confrontation missions. The accumulated damage can be converted into experience in the future. Brothers, this is a game. If you run away when you encounter difficulties in real life, do you have to run away when playing a game? Let's fight. My sword is thirsty for blood. Haha, Ah Fu. You are worthy of being me. Whenever something like this happens, the one who rushes to the front is always Black Tiger Afu. Seeing them either relaxed or excited, Bai Fu frowned even deeper. She seemed to be gathering emotions. 1 second, 2 seconds, 5 seconds. Shut up. A dull and suppressed roar exploded throughout the room. All the players stared at Bai Fu's sudden outburst in amazement. What do you think the Wildfire Gang's purpose is? Just to raid your base? Digging G wanted to say something but stopped herself. Never mind. Let's turn on the camera first, Bai Fu said in a low voice, naive. The ultimate goal of the Wildfire Gang is to gradually reduce your living space until they drive you into the contaminated area. There is no point for you to stay here. In the end, you will just waste a lot of supplies and make it increasingly difficult for you to defeat the Wildfire Gang. What you should do now is to preserve your strength and wait for an opportunity. That's true, but losing these supplies doesn't really have much of an impact. Yeah, being driven to a contaminated area is no big deal. A few players were whispering there. This time Bai Fu's voice became even more distorted. You don't understand. You don't understand anything. The polluted area outside the settlement is full of pollution sources. No matter if it's humans, animals, or plants. As long as they come into contact with the pollution sources, they will mutate. At the very least, they will die. And at the worst, they will turn into monsters who have lost their minds. Even the most powerful scavengers dare not stay in the polluted area for a long time. What can you do there? Do you want to turn into a monster and be killed by me? That's not the case. But you. If you fail, then you fail. You might as well mind your own business and ask yourself why you came here. This barrage of insults stunned all the players in the room, and no one spoke for more than 10 seconds. Bai Fu remained calm. She wasn't worried at all that her words would scare away the players, as she had already thought about this before coming here. If the player runs away, she can be considered to have single-handedly defeated the entire player base, and will probably be able to make a lot of money from the counterattack mission. The downside is that she might be suspected of having a relationship with the players and thus be attacked by the Wildfire Gang, but it's not a big problem. The money she saved from killing Brother De Biao and capturing players is enough for her to take Anya and run away to other settlements. How will the players choose? Bai Fu glanced around. The Dragon of Calamity clenched his fists, feeling very emotional. Even my dad never scolded me, but the feeling of being scolded didn't seem that bad. After all, Bai Fu scolded them because she cared about them and didn't want to see them die. Moreover, Bai Fu's anxious and angry look was much better than her previous poker face. I can't say it's much better looking. It's just that I suddenly feel that the character has become fuller and more vivid. She is no longer a master hiding behind the clouds, but more like a real sister. Maybe this is what is called the sense of immersion in the game? If this was a pay-to-win card drawing game, Calamity Dragon felt that he might already be paying for it now. The reactions of other players were not as intense as that of the Scourge Dragon, and they all spoke out in the team channel. Although I was scolded, I still felt pretty good. She risked everything for us. Once exposed, will she really be safe? The Wildfire Gang, the planning. Plan? Why are you still standing there? Cry. Fubao. My Fubao, this expression, this tone. This game is so immersive. I used to be too lazy to see what the NPC said. Don't be crazy. Anyway, Fu cannot be exposed. Otherwise this plot may be interrupted, their ideas may be different. But at this time they all have a consensus: we are playing a game with a very high degree of freedom. How can the legendary hero still let those who travel with him fall into tragedy? Yes, the Wildfire Gang is very strong in the Novice Village, and the contaminated zone does sound scary, but so what? They braved the hail of bullets and marched forward bravely under the ravages of airplanes and artillery, just to pursue peace after tomorrow. They had walked with fear in the dark and cold hospital, and finally let the souls of the unjustly killed rest in peace. They also traveled all over the world, fighting against gods and demons with their mortal bodies, and reopening the world for the people on the devastated earth. They are players, fearless players. Patrick stepped forward and said, Sister Fu, I completely understand your feelings, but I still decided to stay. Don't worry, I know you may be disappointed in me now, thinking that I am stubborn and don't listen to advice, too confident in my own strength, and like to act on emotion, but he looked at the other players around him, and a big smile appeared on his face. I think this may be the reason why the Supreme will you mentioned chose me to become an undead. These personalities are indeed not good in many cases, but if I were not stubborn, how could I have the courage to challenge powerful opponents again and again? If I were not overconfident in myself, how could I dare to face the crisis? If I did not like to act on emotion, how could I care so much about the world on the other side of the fog? Strength is the reason for being king. The player's stubbornness is the reason why they dare to face the king. Patrick's confident and slightly immature words immediately aroused heated discussions among the players. Paida said it well. What a great pin. Paida, what's wrong with your mouth? You have sewed up all the words that Fu said, such as supreme will, immortal, and the other side of the fog. I feel so awesome when I say this, but actually I just want to play a game to kill time. Although you just wanted to kill time, it is undeniable that you did save the world. To tell you the truth, I didn't think this game was fun until this moment. I remembered a game I played before. I had obviously practiced to the point where I could easily kill the final boss in seconds, but because of the game mechanics, I could only watch helplessly. The teammate who accompanied me all the way sacrificed herself, and in the end, I couldn't even say goodbye to her according to my own wishes. Brother, this time we are creating our own story, so we must leave no regrets. Stop talking, stop talking. I'm on fire. Fufu, who had converted with enthusiasm, stood up for the second time. I will stay too. I will never let the Wildfire Gang hurt you, Fufu. Immediately afterwards, Dig G, the dragon of natural disaster, and some players that Fu had never seen before also stood up. I'm staying. Me too. In the end, only Black Tiger Afu stood in the corner. Why are you looking at me? Don't you understand me? I'm just here to fight. I never thought of leaving from the beginning. Ha ha ha. Laughter broke out in the room. You. Fu's eyes swept across the faces of each player, as if she wanted to memorize the appearance of each of them firmly in her mind. Not bad, not bad. You guys are really onto something. I've said this to this extent, but you still don't listen. If anything happens to you in the end, it has nothing to do with me. Gi Wofu said, this is my own choice. No matter what, I will not blame you, Fufu. Fu turned her head away. Everyone didn't know whether she didn't believe it, or was simply unhappy that her good intentions were ignored. What to do? Let's find a way to calm Fubao down. As long as we fight well, Fu will naturally calm down. Don't worry. Let me take a look. First, the Dragon of Calamity secretly gave Fu a reconnaissance skill. Name, Fu template. Main occupation, secondary occupation, health valued, property, skill, talent, favorability, treat as a treasure, 83, danger level. Red when the data was fed back. The Dragon of Calamity almost thought he had seen it wrong. What? 83? Isn't this 1 point higher than the 82 I initially saw? It turns out that Fu Fu is its Sundra character. She said it had nothing to do with her, and turned her head away with a cold expression. In fact, her favorability rating has increased instead of decreased. The Scourge Dragon quickly shared the data panel with other players. Seeing this data, all the players felt relieved. Fu Bao is so nice. She always tolerates me next time I vote. I must put Fu Fu first. Go, go, go. Since the favorability hasn't dropped, just go and be done with it. Digger G looked at Patrick and asked, "How do we fight?" Patrick said, "It's too difficult to fight head-on. Let's split into 2 groups. One group will stay here to set up traps, and the other group will be responsible for intercepting and luring the Wildfire Gang to the vicinity of the traps. Oh, and notify those who are out. When they come back, we can launch a counter-encirclement." A player shook his head. Too few people are out. Even if they can all come back in time, they probably won't be able to counter-encircle us. It doesn't matter. I will take action. The Dragon of Natural Disaster crossed his arms. Digging G was stunned for a moment, then reacted. I almost forgot that Sister Tianzai is a wealthy woman. The Dragon of Natural Disaster laughed, and immediately used his ultimate move post on the forum and spend money to recruit people to help you fight. Okay. Now I feel my chances of winning are much higher. Don't be careless. The enemies on the other side are basically all elite monsters, and the one leading them is probably a mini-boss. What's there to be afraid of? You're just a mortal. Even if you're a god, as long as your health bar shows, I'll kill you. Brother Guy, go add some gold juice to your weapon. It's a pity that time is too tight, otherwise I can create a dust explosion and kill those guys. A group of players gathered together and quickly divided the work. They were not worried at all about the upcoming battle. Just fight. Everything was ready. Digger G, who was the first person Bai Fu met, walked up to Bai Fu and said, "Fu Fu, the battle is about to begin. You should leave now to avoid being affected." Bai Fu curled her lips and said, "At this point, do you think I can still leave? If I leave, they will be even more suspicious of my relationship with you. What do we do now?" Bai Fu stretched out her hands and said, "Go ahead, tie me up, beat me up, and inflict some injuries on me." Digging G quickly refused. "No, absolutely not. How can I hit you?" The other players echoed. Bai Fu couldn't help but emphasize her tone. "I've been here for almost 10 minutes, and I haven't encountered any accidents in 10 minutes. Do you think those people outside will believe it? It seems really hard to believe. Okay, hurry up, take me out after you're done. Use me as a hostage to threaten them. They won't accept it. Instead, they'll try to provoke you to kill me. You don't have to worry about anything. Just throw me aside after the fight starts. I'll leave on my own." Although Bai Fu had said so much, no player dared to take action. Convert to Fu's eyes immediately turned red. Fu Fu has already risked exposing her identity for us. How can we let her make a greater sacrifice? If you don't come, then I'll do it myself. Bai Fu raised her hand. Digging G hurried over and grabbed her sleeve. Stop, Fu Fu. I'll tie you up. Isn't that enough? Forget about beating you. Just let your hair down, and then paint some red paint on it to camouflage it. Anyway, they won't be able to see clearly from a distance." The two sides finally reached an agreement. A minute later, Digging Princess and the Dragon of Calamity held Bai Fu on the left and right and walked out. When they reached the door, they looked at each other. The night is as dark as ink and the sky is low. Outside the temporary base built by the players, the director of the Field Affairs Department looked up at the moon, which was obscured by clouds as if covered by a layer of black gauze. It's been almost 10 minutes, right? In this operation, killing Bai Fu was just a byproduct. Notify them and officially start the action. Yes. As the second flare was fired, leaving a dazzling red light in the night sky, the Wildfire Gang members who had been lying in ambush rushed out from behind their cover and soon reached the vicinity of the stronghold. The head of the field department shouted, "Give me. Stop." In the end, he did not shout out the word rush, but it was drowned out by a loud shout coming from the house. The head of the field department, who had experienced an inexplicable attack, was so angry that his face turned blue. He stared at the gate of the stronghold angrily. Soon, 4 people walked out of the player base. The one walking in front was Bai Fu, who had her hands tied and was covered in dust. Wait, Bai Fu, why isn't she dead? The head of the Field Affairs Department's pupils suddenly shrank. Facing everyone's gaze, Digging Ji put a knife against Bai Fu's waist and said, "Whoever dares to take a step forward, I will kill her." You don't even care about the life and death of your accomplices, do you? This threat stopped the eager Wildfire Gang members in their tracks. Why is Bai Fu there? They all turned their eyes to the Minister of Field Affairs, and no one dared to take the lead at this time. The field director said nothing. The development of the situation was completely beyond his expectations. In the past, he really didn't need to care about Bai Fu's life or death, but the situation is a little different now. On the one hand, the boss now attaches great importance to Bai Fu. On the other hand, the morale of the Wildfire Gang is somewhat unstable now. He allowed these outsiders to kill Bai Fu in front of everyone. Those who don't know the truth will inevitably feel uneasy. If you can sacrifice Bai Fu without hesitation today, can you sacrifice me tomorrow? This will make people's hearts even more unstable. The director of the Field Affairs Department quickly signaled to the 4 people who were working with Bai Fu, but those 4 people acted as if they didn't see anything and almost lowered their heads to the ground. Killing Bai Fu is easy, but who can take the responsibility if the boss asks for it afterwards? This rascal Chao Wenliang really gave him a difficult problem. The head of the field department had a gloomy expression. Just as he was thinking about countermeasures, Bai Fu suddenly shouted, "Don't worry about me. They will never let me go. I'm going to die anyway. Hurry up and do it." "You. Shut up now." Digging Ji seemed to have not expected Bai Fu to shout like that, and quickly reached out to cover Bai Fu's mouth. "What are you still standing there for? You finally got a chance. Are you going to watch them escape?" Bai Fu struggled violently, and even if Digging Ji and the Dragon of Calamity were dispatched together, they were unable to control her. Finally, Digging Ji had to hit her neck with a palm knife. Bai Fu's body tilted, and she fell to the ground. Drag it back quickly." The Dragon of Natural Disaster cooperated with Digging Princess to hurriedly pull Bai Fu back into the house. The surrounding Wildfire Gang members were all stunned. They could only turn their attention to the director of the Field Affairs Department again. The head of the field department was also shocked. He never expected that Bai Fu would directly fire at me. After the shock, he was overjoyed. Isn't this opportunity here? Now it's not that he is cruel enough to kill Bai Fu, but that Bai Fu took the initiative to sacrifice herself for the sake of the overall situation. Who can blame him? She was really very stupid and naive. To be honest, if Chao Wenliang hadn't given him a lot of benefits, he really didn't want to kill Bai Fu. People in their line of work might think that people like Bai Fu are stupid, but who wouldn't want to have an accomplice like Bai Fu by their side at a critical moment? The director of the field department raised his right hand high and roared, "Brothers, now that things have come to this, we must not let Bai Fu's sacrifice be in vain. Charge with me and kill these outsiders." Following his shout, all the members of the Wildfire Gang entered the red temperature state. They had been holding a lot of anger over the past few days when they were arresting these outsiders, and now this group of outsiders were persecuting Bai Fu in front of them. Kill, kill, kill. From now on, let these outsiders feel the pain. Kill them. The players in the stronghold looked strange. "We can't let Bai Fu's sacrifice be in vain. You said the same words we just said. But now is not the time to worry about such things. The Wildfire Gang is already here." Patrick, the commander-in-chief, shouted loudly, "Act according to the plan." As soon as he finished speaking, several players rushed out from the rooftop of the 3rd floor of the stronghold. "Haha, the boiling water is here." With a few clangs, several large buckets of boiling water were poured down mercilessly. The Wildfire Gang members who were at the front were drenched and screamed immediately. But this was just the beginning. As soon as the boiling water team retreated, the fishing net team and the shooting team hiding behind the window followed. "Get out of the way." The head of the field department quickly pulled out a gun from his pocket. Bang! A player on the rooftop fell to the ground, with a huge damage value of 30 floating above his head. He has a gun. "Oh, I can't move. I'm dying." "Brother, go with peace of mind. I will continue to fight them with your equipment." "Don't touch my equipment." The players on the rooftop continued to throw things downstairs and quarreled with each other, with no sense of urgency at all. Why? Why are they so calm? The director of the field department lowered his gun, wanting to kill Patrick first, but when he saw him take out the gun, Patrick had already slipped back into the house. Separate your forces and try not to fight them in an open area. The players' first wave of attacks only caused 2 actual casualties to the Wildfire Gang, and the 2 sides soon entered the street fighting stage. Patrick brought several higher-level warrior professional players to play a local battle of many against few. Those who were not good at fighting, such as Digger G, consciously acted as bait. Bai Fu hid in the dark and acted as a control mage, giving people's stomachs crazy buffs everywhere. Now she has 55 psychic energy points, and a frenzy buff will consume 1 psychic energy point every minute. Normally, with the physique of these elite monsters of the Wildfire Gang, they will feel stomach discomfort after 3 or 4 minutes. This means that she can control more than a dozen people at the same time without using the innate spirituality skill to convert her health points into spiritual energy. But Bai Fu did not start with such a big plan. She only selected the 5 strongest targets and saved the rest of the spiritual energy for future use. Beat it, the harder you beat, the faster your stomach growls. Bai Fu simply lay down in the VIP seat, pretending to be dead, and watched the fun. Idiot. You want to arrest me, your father? Seema's stuff. How did the I fed you last time taste? The taunting effect of the player's words was maximized. I must chop him into a human stick. That's nothing. They blew up the toilet while I was using it. Haha, hee, ha. I want them all dead. Several Wildfire Gang members pursued them relentlessly. As they were chasing, the person in front suddenly felt empty under his feet and fell into a pit covered by weeds. Grass. A piercing pain came from the soles of his feet. He just put his hands on the wall and had no time to climb out when Gaiowofu jumped down from a great height holding a large iron rod coated with gold. Eat my great sword. Don't come over here. Looking at the flying golden juice, the Wildfire Gang member in the pit tried desperately to dodge, but the pit was so small that there was no room for him to hide. 15. It was a critical hit, which hit both the health bar and the spirit. Digging G, ugh. Dragon of Calamity. No matter how many times I watch it, it still seems outrageous. Ah, I'm going to kill you all. The few Wildfire Gang members who were lucky enough to avoid the pit became furious and chased the players in front of them and beat them up. In the early stages, the level gap between levels 3 and 4 is still too big, and the number of traps set by the players is not enough. After killing an elite monster unexpectedly, they cannot face the enemy head-on and can only choose to escape. Go upstairs. Hurry up. Wanna run? Around the stairs, the 2 sides engaged in another battle of wits and courage. As they had been alert, the Wildfire Gang members who were chasing did not suffer any serious injuries this time. After a chase, they finally blocked Digger G and others on the roof. Run. Haha, why don't you run? A member of the Wildfire Gang walked towards the panting Digger G with a laugh, waving his knife triumphantly. I'm going to cut off your skin piece by piece and make you suffer unbearable pain. What's wrong with my stomach? As he was laughing, he suddenly covered his stomach. Fu's eyes suddenly lit up. Right now, every time a Wildfire Gang member is killed, Fu will be a little safer. Charge. Without saying a word, he rushed forward and bumped into the Wildfire Gang member. Sheena. The 2 of them fell down the stairs together like cannonballs. Bang, bang. After 2 loud bangs, both men died fortunately. The head of the field department, who was beating 10 players by himself, was stunned when he saw the 2 bodies suddenly falling beside him. His reaction was relatively good, but the Wildfire Gang members upstairs who witnessed the whole process were all numb. Are all you outsiders so crazy? If you all play like this, how can we play? They were a little discouraged, but they had already made all the enemies they needed to make with these outsiders in front of them, so they became brave again. Never mind, just kill him first. At this time, the Calamity Dragon showed a smug smile on his face. Do you really think you can win? What do you mean? The Dragon of Calamity turned around and said, Look carefully. This is our bond. Several Wildfire Gang members looked closely and suddenly discovered several unfamiliar figures appearing in the night, and those figures were rapidly approaching the stronghold. No, there are more than a few. There are more in the distance. It's reinforcements from outsiders. Their faces changed drastically. Digging couldn't help but roll her eyes. They were still bound. They were bought for 50 yuan each, right? But she still cooperated and shouted, "You have nowhere to escape. Get ready to be judged. Where the Hades are these outsiders coming from? No, we can't keep fighting like this." As their wills began to waver, the surviving Wildfire gang members gradually lost interest in fighting. When the first deserter appears, others no longer have the psychological burden of running away. No one is allowed to run. Stop, stop, do you hear me? The head of the field department was furious, but his shouts were meaningless. In the chaos, the few people who initially followed Bai Fu also began to think about running away. Although Chao Wenliang had repeatedly told them to confirm with their own eyes that Bai Fu was dead before they came, who would care about that at this time? Let's run first. One of them ran out of the stronghold while rubbing his red and swollen eyes. As he was running, he stopped. Bai Fu? On the blood-spattered road, Bai Fu blocked his way. He was stunned at first, then became excited. It was a little unexpected to him that Bai Fu was not dead, but it didn't matter, because Bai Fu would die in his hands soon, and he could just go and report to Chao Wenliang. It's a relief that you're not dead. He walked over with a big laugh, and as he walked, he quietly put his hand on the hilt of the knife. Bai Fu nodded. You are so lucky. It's okay, but that's it. Before the Wildfire gang member could figure out what was happening, he felt a sharp pain in his abdomen. He lowered his head and found a knife stuck in his stomach, spinning rapidly, and the hand holding the knife was Bai Fu's. Plop. When the knife was pulled out, he fell to the ground, and until he lost consciousness, his eyes were still as big as bells. You killed the Wildfire gang leader, elite, contribution 100%, and gained 540 experience points after correction based on the level difference. Bai Fu wiped the blood off the knife and continued looking for her next target. Soon she found a wounded member of the Wildfire gang in the stronghold. Follow me, this way. Bai Fu, you're not dead? How did you? Just now, someone kicked me when he passed by, and then I woke up. I took the opportunity to break free from the rope. Okay, come with me. I'll take you out first, and then come back to find others. Thank you, thank you. If it weren't for you, I might have died here today. The wounded were deeply moved and hurried to follow. Bai Fu's back was not very tall, but when he thought of what happened not long ago, he felt unprecedented peace of mind. This time Bai Fu did not kill because she needed a witness. After sending the wounded out, she secretly went back to the main gate of the stronghold. At this time, the battle near the main gate also came to a temporary end. The head of the field department defeated more than 20 players in one breath. With his stats, under normal circumstances, even if there are players like Patrick who is famous for his operations, or players like Black Tiger Alfu who fight to the death, and reinforcements that keep coming, he still won't be hurt. After all, when a player hits him, it only causes 1 or 2 points of damage, but when he hits the player, it causes more than 10 or 20 points of damage. But just now, while he was playing, he suddenly felt stomach discomfort, and the player found an opportunity and shot him in the knee with an arrow. His knee injury made it difficult for him to move, and his limited mobility prevented him from quickly killing the player. During the fight, his injuries became more and more serious, and he gradually felt exhausted. It's too strong. This is not a monster that we should encounter at our level. Don't be complacent. My right hand, my king's power. As soon as Bai Fu came out, she saw a player with his right hand cut off rolling on the ground. She quickly shouted to the head of the field department minister, Bai Fu, why are you here? Like everyone else, the director of the field affairs department was stunned upon seeing Bai Fu. Minister, don't worry about my business for now. The reinforcements from outside are coming. It's not worth it to continue fighting. Let's go quickly. I'll cover you. The director of the field department turned his head away. He vaguely heard another call from afar. Those guys from the Wildfire gang also like to launch sneak attacks. Let's all go together and stab them in the ace. There's no end to these outsiders. The director of the field affairs department felt fortunate in addition to being angry. Although Bai Fu was not strong, she was the kind of person who would never betray him. With her covering the retreat, he would always feel more secure. Walk. He limped towards Bai Fu. Seeing his relieved look, Bai Fu secretly clenched her fists. That's settled. In the eyes of players, she is a good person who informs players and always considers the players. In the eyes of the Wildfire Gang, she is a good person who would rather die than surrender and who only cares about the gang. Do one thing and gain 2 points of favorability. What the Hades is a win-win situation. The battle is over, but the noise continues. Outside the player base, in an abandoned house, the head of the field department sat on a broken wall with an expressionless face. Tell me, what's going on over there? Minister, it's like this. Bai Fu repeated the reasons she had given to the wounded man not long ago. If it weren't for the fact that you guys were so aggressive and left those outsiders unable to take care of themselves, I would have died in their hands. The wounded man who was rescued by Bai Fu came out to testify. Yes, it was so thrilling. Fortunately, Bai Fu woke up in time. Otherwise, with my injuries, I would have died there tonight. The director of the field affairs department pinched the base of his nose. He had to admit that Bai Fu was really lucky. She was still alive. Was this what they called a fool has good fortune? Chao Wenliang would definitely be furious when he heard the news. Forget it, it's none of his business. He doesn't want to get involved anymore anyway. He had done everything he could. So was it his fault that Bai Fu didn't die? The director of the field department was now furious. If Chao Wenliang hadn't insisted on using this operation to get rid of Bai Fu, would he have become so embarrassed? Think about it. If this operation wasn't aimed at Bai Fu, they could launch a surprise attack without outsiders knowing anything. Although those outsiders were not afraid of death, if they hadn't prepared various traps in advance, they would not be able to withstand even one round of their attack. Now, although they killed dozens of outsiders, they also lost half of their own people. The minister of the field affairs department didn't even dare to think about how the boss would look at him when he returned. I'm the stupid ace Chao Wenliang. Cut off. This time we must cut off ties with Chao Wenliang completely. When the boss asked him about it, he said he had no knowledge of the matter and that the 4 people arranged by Chao Wenliang did it without authorization. If Chao Wenliang didn't want to offend him to death, he shouldn't have barked like a dog. Thinking of this, the Minister of Field Affairs breathed a sigh of relief. Let's go back first. He had no intention of letting go of those who abandoned him and ran away. As for Bai Fu, the head of the field department looked into Bai Fu's innocent eyes. This fool has already been appreciated by the boss. After what happened tonight, the boss will definitely value her even more. Even if she doesn't lick him, it won't be wrong to build a good relationship in advance. The 3 of them limped towards the Wildfire Gang. No one spoke, and Bai Fu was happy to be alone. As she walked, she received a game prompt. You completed the camp mission counterattack, contribution 0, 3%, and received 60 experience points as a reward. Bai Fu. The corners of her mouth twitched when she heard the hint. 60 experience points? Well, even a small mosquito is still meat. In fact, if we strictly calculate, her contribution to this faction mission is definitely negative, and she still owes this faction mission several thousand experience points. Bai Fu casually closed the game prompt, and suddenly found that there was a new prompt behind it. Your contribution ranks first, and you will receive an additional reward of 3,000 experience points and the special title Wildfire. Extra HP plus 30. Although 3,000 experience points are not enough for her to upgrade the Psionic Apprentice, it is enough to upgrade the Vagrant from LV3 to LV5. Although the value of 30 extra health points is not as good as 3 points of Constitution, it is a good thing to increase the health points, which means that her survivability is stronger. Bai Fu was shocked. There is such a pleasant surprise. If you think about it carefully, there seems to be nothing wrong with it. Not to mention that her contribution to the task is 0.3%, even if it is 0%, or even 100%. Since she is the only one who received the task, you can tell whether she is the first. Is this the happiness that only she has in the entire camp? Bai Fu quickly reached out and covered her mouth to prevent the corners of her mouth from being raised too much and being noticed by the 2 people in front of her. The decision to stay in the Wildfire Gang and pretend to be an undercover agent was indeed the right one. If she had left the Wildfire Gang as soon as she woke up, she wouldn't be able to enjoy the rewards from the faction's missions as well as she does now. Speaking of which, the reason why this faction mission can be triggered is closely related to her. Without her killing Martin, although the relationship between the player and the Wildfire Gang is already very bad, there is still a long way to go before the fight becomes so intense. If something happens during this period, some players may choose to join the Wildfire Gang, making the situation even more unpredictable. Now Bai Fu only has one thought: it was so cool. After capturing players and beheading them to gain experience points, she discovered a new way to level up quickly. That is to instigate the Wildfire Gang to continue to strike hard at the players, and then trigger new faction missions and reap the extra rewards of the faction missions. The players are just amazing. Bai Fu felt that if the Dragon of Calamity used reconnaissance skills on her at this time, he would definitely find that her favorability had increased again. Who doesn't like thick leaks that cut themselves and come to your doorstep? She wants the support of the players, the money in their pockets, and the experience from them. Bai Fu is not worried at all that her image will explode. Anyway, there is no player in the Wildfire Gang now, so who would know what she did? When the time comes, as long as she reports to the players like she did today, the players' favorability towards her will continue to rise. The only problem is that the players are not strong enough now. If the Wildfire Gang continues to increase their intensity of attack, they may not be able to withstand it. They have to find a way to strengthen their strength. Got it. Aren't some players about to reach level 5 and need to learn new professions? She couldn't take out other things, but the professional knowledge books were different. There were 7 or 8 of them in the Wildfire Gang's library. She could definitely take out these books and upgrade the players. However, one thing that needs to be noted is that these professional knowledge books cannot be given randomly. Bai Fu has 2 considerations. 1. If you give it to the player too easily, he may forget her kindness in a few days. Only by fishing for a while longer and letting the player pay something in return, the player can feel the weight of her thoughts. 2nd, she wanted to balance the strength of the players. Now she was afraid that the players would suffer and become discouraged by the Wildfire Gang. She was also afraid that the players would drive a Land Rover, defeat the Wildfire Gang in a few moves, and then run away to other places without taking her to play. After checking the new harvest, Bai Fu opened the Star Travel Club. As she expected, the game suddenly prompted that the faction's mission had been completed because the players withdrew from the tattered stronghold. Although the stronghold that was built with great difficulty was lost, the players were in a good mood and did not feel sad for a moment about the destruction of the stronghold. Bai Fu, who is in the Wildfire Gang camp, has a camp mission, and players who are against the Wildfire Gang also have a mission to destroy the Wildfire Gang. Afterwards, statistics showed that except for the few players who were killed without doing anything, all other players who participated in the battle tonight made money. The players who made a lot of money were promoted twice in one go, and those who made less money also made a net profit of 200 to 300 experience points. The abandoned cooling plant area has now become a paradise of joy. So cool, so cool. It's so cool tonight. Pada is really awesome. He can actually dodge the boss's attacks continuously by moving around. How awesome. He was hit several times, but he could have avoided it by just running one more step. Gua. He's the king of talking. Everyone, please stop talking. You guys were really born. You actually painted history on your weapons. Apart from these players, the rest of the players were praising Bai Fu. Half of the credit for repelling the Wildfire Gang's attack today should be attributed to Fu Fu. If Fu Fu hadn't taken the risk to tip us off, we would have been defeated right after the fight. This is Fu Fu, the player's strongest support. It's not too late to join Fu Min now. I can't hold it in anymore. Some female characters in other games are not as nice to me as Fu Fu. I am not. I don't have. What puzzled Bai Fu was that she did not see Fu Min's #1 general, Digging G, in the community. Where are the people? After searching the community for a while, she finally found out that Digger G had gone to visit the neighbor next door. The cause of the incident was that a few days ago, Sona's fans mocked that the players of the abandoned cooling plant had been licking Bai Fu for a long time, but apart from the psychological comfort and being killed by Bai Fu and quickly restarting, they did not get any substantial benefits. This statement angered some of Bai Fu's supporters. Even if you're right, you can't say it. And it's as if you've gained something substantial by praising that Sona. But after tonight, the situation has taken a big turn. Who said there are no benefits to licking Bai Fu? Not only that, but there are a lot of them. A group of people who like to have fun found an opportunity and directly attack the community section of the novice village where Sona was. Believe in Bai Fu, and you will have eternal life. Come out and get beaten. The strong must ruthlessly humiliate the weak. When the excavator arrived at the scene, the community was already in chaos. Unexpectedly, this time the excavator did not add fuel to the fire. Instead, she jumped out and took the initiative to calm the dispute. Stop arguing. Stop arguing. Different people have different tastes. It doesn't matter whether you like Fu or not. This attitude confused the others. You are not digging girl at all. Tell me who you are. The Calamity Dragon, who was watching the show on the side, was also startled and quickly reached out and touched Digging G's forehead. You don't have a fever? You're the one who has a fever, Digging G said unhappily. The dragon of natural disaster was even more confused. Didn't you say that you would use your burning spear to pierce through all the ridicules from the past when the opportunity came? Now that the opportunity has come, why are you still scared? Don't you want to attract haters to Fu? Besides, Digging G crossed his arms and laughed suddenly. There's no need for that. A truly strong person won't bully the weak. Ignoring those who laugh at you is the best way to fight back against them. Chunibyu, the dragon of natural disaster, rolled his eyes and said, Forget it. Keep laughing. I'm going to log off first. Go ahead, go ahead. Digging Princess watched the Calamity Dragon leave. She was also preparing to visit various divisions to see how other players were praising Bai Fu. Late at night, Wildfire Gang. Bang, bang, bang. The Wildfire Gang leader who received the message turned into a desktop cleaning master and swept everything on the table to the ground. Stupid pig. Stupid pig. Stupid pig. Important words should be cursed 3 times. In short, the leader of the Wildfire Gang is now very angry. He never dreamed that a raid would turn into an offensive, and many people died in the process. These people are the backbone of the Wildfire Gang. Their death will significantly weaken the strength of the Wildfire Gang. The director of the field department quickly admitted his mistake. It was my fault for poor command. Fortunately, Bai Fu was very brave and prevented the situation from getting worse. He brought up Bai Fu, and upon hearing this name, the Wildfire Gang leader's anger subsided a lot. Why would Bai Fu rush in alone? The director of the field department shirked the responsibility and said, I don't know the specific situation either. The 4 people who acted with her did not inform me immediately after she was captured. I asked them, and they just said that Bai Fu was greedy and reckless. The Wildfire Gang leader narrowed his eyes and said, Do they think I'm stupid? If Bai Fu really wants to take the credit and make a move, won't they report it immediately? Call those people over here. Yes, boss, you are wise and powerful. I will go and call them over right away. The head of the field department scurried away. The lights in the Wildfire Gang leader's office were never turned off all night. The next morning, Bai Fu was hurriedly called over. Boss, it's all my fault. If I hadn't been caught, there wouldn't have been so many casualties in this operation. It's not your fault. The Wildfire Gang leader nodded secretly. After one night, his favorability towards Bai Fu changed from admiration to respect. Yes, he respected her. His previous impression of Bai Fu was that she was smart, loyal, and motivated, and he thought that Bai Fu could be cultivated. Now he had 2 new impressions of Bai Fu. Be responsible and consider the overall situation. Looking at the entire Wildfire Gang, apart from himself, he only saw these 2 traits in Bai Fu, which are exactly the qualities that a leader should have. The leader of the Wildfire Gang never thought that he would find such a qualified successor before leaving the Wildfire Gang. If it was Bai Fu, she would definitely make the Wildfire Gang continue to be great. You did a great job last night. If you hadn't taken the initiative to stand up, even if the raid was won, the morale of the Wildfire Gang would have begun to disperse. After some praise, the Wildfire Gang leader asked Bai Fu to go back and rest for a day or 2. Go ahead, I have other plans for you later. Bai Fu thanked her and went out. At the door, she met Chao Wenliang, who had been waiting for a long time. Chao Wenliang turned his head, his eyes full of coldness. Bai Fu didn't say much, just smiled at Chao Wenliang. You. Chao Wenliang held the door frame with one hand and took several deep breaths before he suppressed the anger in his heart. When he took his hand away, there was an obvious dent on the door frame. Boss, Chao Wenliang pushed the door and walked in. As soon as he opened his mouth, what awaited him was an extremely angry kick from the wildfire gang leader. Chow Wenliang, you're looking for death. Boom. The sound of the debris collapsing could be heard from far away, and Bai Fu, who was walking dozens of meters away, could hear it clearly. It seems that this new number 1 on the list is about to be removed from the list. After returning home, Bai Fu asked Anya to hide in the basement first. That evening, in a small detached courtyard next to the wildfire gang headquarters, Chow Wenliang stood in front of the mirror, with one hand on his chest, where there was an obvious red and swollen area, caused by being kicked by the wildfire gang leader during the day. Ha ha ha, our 20-year friendship is not as good as a newcomer who has joined the gang for more than a year. Ha ha ha. A slightly crazy laugh came out of Chow Wenliang's mouth, and his eyes were so red that it looked like he was wearing red contact lenses. Die. Bai Fu must die. This time he will do it himself. First kill Bai Fu, and then that useless Lao Ding who kicked him. Chow Wenliang put on a jacket and walked into the deep night carrying a gun and a knife. Half an hour later, a small second-floor platform suitable for stargazing. Bai Fu stood up and looked at Chow Wenliang, who was getting closer and closer. You're here. An impatient voice came from the second-floor platform. Chow Wenliang quickly raised his head, and the moment he saw Bai Fu, his body shook violently. He had never expected that he would be discovered, and from Bai Fu's words, it was clear that she had known he would come. How is this possible? Except for the time when they passed each other this morning, he had never even glared at Bai Fu in front of her. Are there really people in the world who suspect that someone is planning something bad to them just because they're stared at in a crowd and immediately prepare themselves? This is so perverted. Just as Chow Wenliang's expression changed, Bai Fu spoke again. I guess your next sentence will be, how did you know I was coming? How do you know that I? Chow Wenliang stopped talking halfway and quickly shut up. Are you doubting my ability to read minds? Bai Fu laughed. Don't worry, I certainly don't have this kind of superpower. Chow Wenliang immediately pulled out his gun, pointed it at Bai Fu and shouted, Stop talking nonsense. Bai Fu was fearless. Don't you wonder why I came here in the middle of the night even though I knew you would come to see me? Chow Wenliang's pupils shrank. Oh no, it's a trap. He raised his gun and looked around. Come out, who's hiding there? Come out quickly. As time passed, Chow Wenliang gradually realized that something was wrong. If there were really people ambushing nearby, why would Bai Fu expose them? He quickly raised his head again, and sure enough, Bai Fu, who was standing on the second-floor platform just now, had disappeared. You dare to play tricks on me. You're looking for death. Chow Wenliang was so angry that he rushed towards the stairs with a gun in hand. He was extremely fast and rushed up in a few strides. All he saw was a pile of ruins. You can't run far in such a short time. Come out obediently. I can let you suffer less pain. Otherwise, when I catch you, I will let you experience what it means to live a life worse than death and a Hades on earth. No response. Do you like playing cat and mouse with me so much? Then I will play with you to my heart's content. This place is far away from the wildfire gang. You don't have to expect anyone to come and rescue you. Perhaps because he thought about catching Bai Fu soon, Chow Wenliang became extremely excited and his breathing became unconsciously rapid. He walked among the ruins, laughing from time to time and saying some threatening words. Here I come. Do you know what it feels like to have your fingernails pulled out one by one? Your fingers are very beautiful. I will break them one by one. While he was looking around, Bai Fu, who was hiding in the dark, was counting silently. 1007 equals, no, that's not what I'm reading. It's 28, 29, 30. Okay, it's time. When she felt the time was about right, Bai Fu stood up and threw a spiritual vision at Chow Wenliang, who had his back to her. The skill was judged successfully, and Chow Wenliang's attribute panel popped up. Name: Chow Wenliang Elite. Tired. Minor injury. Health 124/130. Attributes: Strength 14, 4. Agility 7, 2. Constitution 10. Intelligence 3. Spirit 3. Inspiration 4. Seeing this data, Bai Fu smiled. She knew very well that with her extreme way of adding points, it would be difficult for Chow Wenliang to kill her. Similarly, it would not be easy for her to kill Chow Wenliang, who made Chow Wenliang's agility as high as 7 points, while hers was only a pitiful 3 points. After the two of them started fighting, if Chao Wenliang shamelessly used his ultimate move Give Me Lu Diyo to run away, she really would have no way to stop him. But things are different now. When she first met Chao Wenliang, she used a combination of multiplier amplification, inferior, and power surge, inferior, on Chao Wenliang. After that, she successfully delayed the disappearance of the first surge of power buff on Chao Wenliang through her words, and immediately gave Chao Wenliang the second set of skills. Taking into account the 10% bonus to the active skill effect from the low-level psionic expertise skill, after these two sets of combo punches, Chao Wenliang's physical strength was directly deducted by 44%. The reduction in physical strength is reflected in the attribute panel as a decline in strength and agility. Now Chao Wenliang's agility is only 5 points left. 5 agility is still higher than her 3 agility. But it doesn't matter, Bai Fu still has a trump card to play. After attacking the player base, she gained 3,000 experience points through faction missions, which was enough for her to upgrade her Vagabond profession to LV5. Vagabond upgraded to LV4, Strength +1, Constitution +1. Attribute point +1 Vagabond upgraded to LV5, Strength +1, Constitution +1. Attribute point +1. 2 reminders sounded in succession. Bai Fu didn't hesitate at all, and put all the extra 2 attribute points into agility. Her attribute thus became Strength 7, Agility 5, Constitution 24, Intelligence 3, Spirit 11, Inspiration 11. There are only 5 points of psychic energy left, but it's more than enough. You should know that she also has a profession-exclusive skill that can consume 20 health points to restore 5 psychic energy points. Now, it's time for a reversal of identities in the cat and mouse game. There was a gleam in Bai Fu's eyes. Chao Wenliang, she shouted. Chao Wenliang turned his head suddenly. After being shocked, a ferocious smile appeared on his face. Why? You know you can't hide anymore, so you don't hide anymore? But it's too late. He laughed and walked towards Bai Fu. Bai Fu stretched her body comfortably and asked with a smile, I'm waiting for the effect of your power enhancement to disappear. What are you waiting for? Strength enhancement effect? Chao Wenliang was stunned by Bai Fu's words, but he quickly put it behind his mind. I've been fooled once. Do you think I'll be fooled again? He pulled the trigger. The sound of gunfire pierced the darkness. A flash of fire appeared, and the bullet accurately hit the wall 10 centimeters to the left of Bai Fu. If you don't want to be beaten to death, just stand still. To his surprise, Bai Fu walked straight towards him as if she didn't hear what he said. Haha, you actually came closer to me. You didn't choose to run away, but came closer to me. Chao Wenliang became even more excited. He grabbed Bai Fu's hair, but Bai Fu just dodged his attack by slightly moving to the left. It was not until this time that Chao Wenliang suddenly realized that his body was a little tired, but he had no time to think about the reason. Bai Fu's right foot, which was empowered by fanaticism, kicked him in the chest. He had already been kicked there by the Wildfire Gang leader, and now with the new wounds added to the old ones, the moment he fell to the ground, a bright red 9 instantly appeared on his forehead. You rascal, die! This kick immediately knocked out Chao Wenliang's sanity. He raised his right hand and shot Bai Fu. He didn't come to his senses until the gunshots rang out. It's over. There's no way Bai Fu could survive a shot at such a close distance. I promised to torture Bai Fu severely, but now it's all over. Chao Wenliang raised his head in annoyance. But unlike what he imagined, Bai Fu did not fall to the ground, nor did her body bloom with large patches of bright blood. She smiled, raised her right hand slightly, and between her 5 fingers was clearly a bullet. You. At this moment, Chao Wenliang felt something stuck in his throat, and an unprecedented chill rose from his back and rushed straight to the top of his head. Catching a bullet with bare hands was something he couldn't even imagine. Your gun is good, but it's mine now. Bai Fu examined the gun in her hand with interest. Garbage, star P7 quality, gray basic attributes, attack power 1623, firing rate 2 rounds/S, magazine capacity 8 rounds, effective range 50 additional effects. None my calculations were correct. After using the hardening method, this inferior pistol can no longer pose a major threat to me. Bai Fu is confident that she can catch the bullet with her bare hands. The gun used by Chao Wenliang is the same model as the gun used by the Minister of Field Affairs last night. When the director of the field affairs department shot the player with a gun, she was always observing the damage value. After comparing the player's attributes with her own, she felt that this gun could not pose a threat to her unless it hit her weak spots. This is indeed the case. The shot just now only took away 2 points of her health. For her, with a total health of 270, this amount of damage is not a big deal. In fact, even if she made a wrong estimate and the bullet embedded itself into her palm, Bai Fu would not be afraid. She is different from ordinary NPCs. With her digitized body, she has an ability that all NPCs envy, namely, the ability to restore health through breathing. As long as she is out of combat and does not have any disability or high continuous blood loss debuff, her injuries will always heal over time as her blood volume recovers. If she didn't have this ability, she wouldn't dare to do the task with such high intensity. Now, it's time to send you on your way. Bai Fu raised her gun. At this time, Chao Wenliang had already crawled up from the ground and was running towards the direction of the wildfire gang like a madman. Bai Fu pulled the trigger. The bullet flew out of the chamber and hit Chao Wenliang in the buttocks. Chao Wenliang screamed and fell to the ground. Did it go astray? Bai Fu rolled her eyes. She was clearly aiming at Chao Wenliang's back. Never mind, it's not a big problem. Just practice more. Bai Fu put away the gun and rushed to Chao Wenliang quickly. As soon as Chao Wenliang stood up, she kicked him in the chest again. A beast-like roar rang out from Chao Wenliang's throat. Bai. He originally wanted to shout Bai Fu's name loudly, but the sudden hardening of his mouth made him only able to make unclear sounds. Before he could figure out what was happening, Bai Fu kicked him in the chin. 27. This kick not only caused high damage, but also gave Chao Wenliang a stun debuff that lasted for 10 seconds. Bai Fu put the gun to Chao Wenliang's neck. I didn't intend to kill you so soon, but if you insist on seeking death, there is nothing I can do. Bang! The bullet shot into Chao Wenliang's throat. After struggling for a while, Chao Wenliang's health bar was completely emptied. You killed Chao Wenliang. Contribution 100%. After correction based on level difference, you get 1750 experience points, just like when she killed Martin. The task was not triggered this time. This was normal. After all, she and Chao Wenliang were in the same camp. If killing someone in her own camp could trigger the task reward, it would be really outrageous. Bai Fu dragged Chao Wenliang's body to a distant place and made some easily detectable disguises before returning home. The next day, she didn't receive any news from the wildfire gang until noon. Minister Chao is dead. I heard that he was killed by those outsiders in retaliation for the attack the night before. Minister Chao died tragically. His jaw and throat were all smashed to pieces. The boss rushed over as soon as he received the news. Those outsiders are so lawless. When Bai Fu followed the large group to the scene, she found the wildfire gang leader squatting on the ground examining Chao Wenliang's body. Next to the wildfire gang leader stood a woman she had never seen before. The woman clearly had a Western face, and her hair was an icy blue color that could never grow in reality. She stood there expressionless, and her whole body gave off an aura that said keep away from strangers. What is that? The person next to him explained. She is a distinguished guest from outside. The boss has been entertaining her recently. Otherwise, those outsiders wouldn't be so arrogant. Bai Fu subconsciously threw a spiritual vision over. Skill judgment failed? Bai Fu was shocked. It was the first time that she encountered a failed clairvoyance judgment. Even the wildfire gang leader was not so outrageous. At most, the data fed back were all question marks. She felt that she might have come across some hidden mission or the main quest of the novice village, the abandoned cooling plant. While thinking, the wildfire gang leader stood up and said, "It seems that I must take some time to meet those outsiders myself," etc. Suddenly, the ice-like woman spoke. The wildfire gang leader turned away in confusion. It shouldn't have been those outsiders who killed him. Why do you say that? Think about the experiences of your people fighting with those outsiders these days. They only use some despicable means. If it was them who did it, there would be some human excrement on him and around him. Blind student, you found the highlight. Almost in an instant, the eyes of everyone around were focused on the ice woman. Bai Fu is no exception. You must be visiting from the Conan Theater. How could you discover this? The onlookers whispered. These days when they go out to fight with those outsiders, they always run into a few big guys with smeared on their weapons. The same thing happened when the head of the field department conducted a surprise raid the day before yesterday. There is no reason why the outsiders Chao Wenliang met would suddenly become good people. The Wildfire Gang leader's expression changed slightly. If it wasn't done by an outsider, then, the Ice Woman said, I'm not sure. I have no evidence. The Wildfire Gang leader said nothing more, but his face was filled with anxiety. Regardless of whether Chao Wenliang's death was caused by an outsider or not, when this happened, it meant that the survival of the entire Wildfire Gang was threatened, and he had to take it more seriously. He thought of Bai Fu. He had finally found a successor who seemed to have great potential, but he couldn't let this successor follow in the footsteps of that idiot Chao Wenliang. I want to personally investigate the cause of Chao Wenliang's death, but I have an urgent matter. Please don't worry about those outsiders recently. Help me handle this matter first. As soon as she entered the office of the Wildfire Gang boss, Bai Fu received a new task. You triggered the Camp Mission Material Collection, Special, Task Introduction. Type 2 amoeba is a kind of alien life that lives in polluted areas. It is bloodthirsty and brutal, and is a headache for all scavengers. However, a study shows that the poison sacs of Type 2 amoeba have special effects. The Wildfire Gang boss hopes you can help him collect the poison sacs. Mission objective: collect 50 Type 2 amoeba venom sacs within 7 days. 0/50. Reward: 100 experience points for each Type 2 amoeba venom sac collected. After collecting all of them, an additional 5,000 experience points and 20 faction reputation will be awarded. Accept/reject one poison sac is worth 100 experience points. 50 of them is worth 5,000 experience points. Plus the extra rewards, you can get a full 10,000 experience points by completing this task. The rewards for this mission are quite generous. However, even for Bai Fu, it was not easy to complete this task within 7 days. Her defense allows her to easily withstand the physical attacks of Type 2 amoeba, but the truly terrifying thing about Type 2 amoeba is that they can spit venom when they are in danger. This venom can cause extremely serious corrosive damage to the human body. If it reacts with human blood, it can even cause people to mutate and become alien monsters. Bai Fu didn't dare to gamble whether she could walk out alive after being accidentally surrounded by Type 2 amoeba. But just because she doesn't dare to gamble doesn't mean she doesn't dare to take the task. The mission did not require her to personally remove the poison sacs from the Type 2 amoeba. She could outsource the mission to the players after accepting it. As long as they give players enough benefits, they dare to poke the ace of the world boss, let alone a small Type 2 amoeba. Make sure to complete the mission. The Wildfire Gang leader smiled with satisfaction. I will ask the logistics department to allocate 50,000 credits separately. If you need it during the operation, you can apply for funds from the logistics department at any time. There is such a pleasant surprise. This is 50,000 credit coins. Bai Fu blossomed. In a place like the Wildfire Gang where everyone is a villain, a purchase that does not take advantage of the purchase process is not a qualified purchase. After leaving the Wildfire Gang leader's office, she went to the logistics department to apply for 5,000 yuan in funding before going home. After raising Anya for 1,000 days, it's time for the fishing master Anya to take action again. The perimeter of an abandoned cooling plant. This place is adjacent to the polluted area and is the territory of scavengers and desperados. Even the Wildfire Gang will not come here unless there are special circumstances. Therefore, this place naturally becomes the player's favorite activity area. In the afternoon, Dawaji walked on the shopping street full of street stalls, and she was broadcasting live as usual. Since Bai Fu hasn't appeared much in the past 2 days, the popularity of her live broadcast room has dropped a lot. She acted very calm about this. She had experienced even more desolate times, so this level was no big deal. Wagwaji is very optimistic about the future of the game above the stars. She believes that as long as she holds on to Bai Fu's thigh, she will become a big anchor sooner or later. Today we will experience the wasteland style first. As he walked, a white figure appeared in front of Digger G. Treasure hunt. Did you find that the white-haired girl in front looks familiar? It's my sister-in-law. The live broadcast room was filled with comments. Sister-in-law? After staring at the white figure for a long time, Digging G suddenly realized that this was the little girl who followed Fu Fu. She chased after him. Hey, it's you. the one following Fu Fu. Anya turned around unhappily. Hello? Oh, it's you again. I do have a name, Anya. Remember it? Really? Okay. Go play somewhere else. I'm very busy right now and don't have time to chat with you. After saying that, she walked towards another stall owner not far away, leaving Digging G alone, disheveled in the wind. Digging G shook his head vigorously and quickly chased after him again. What are you busy with? Maybe I can help? You? Anya dragged out her voice, her face full of suspicion. Digging G's face flushed red. Although I am a newbie, at least I have a group of good friends. Do you know what the power of bond is? Anya said, Don't get me wrong, I don't look down on you. I know you are not afraid of death, and I also know that you have many companions, but this has nothing to do with whether you are afraid of death or not, or whether you have companions or not. What does that have to do with anything? Digging G asked quickly. Money, probably tens of thousands of credits. Goodbye. Digging G turned around and left. She couldn't even take out a few hundred credit coins, let alone tens of thousands. After walking out for more than 10 meters, she stepped back and said, Can you tell me the details first? Maybe I can help in other ways. Anya pouted her lips. Okay, actually I'm here to buy the poison sacks of type 2 amoeba. The boss wants 50 of them. I was just asking if they had any for sale, but I couldn't buy any after asking around the street. I don't have the money to hire someone to hunt type 2 amoeba, so the boss will have to go deep into the contaminated area himself. As she spoke, she became anxious. Digging G asked tentatively, Is that type 2 amoeba dangerous? Of course. Anya explained the situation of type 2 amoeba. Digging G was shocked. Why does Fu Fu collect poison sacks? Anya shook her head. I don't know. I just happened to hear the boss say he wanted to collect this. I was a little worried, so I was thinking if I could help the boss. Why? Do you want to help me collect the poison sacks? This. Digging G was about to say something when the game prompt suddenly rang. You triggered the commission task, Collect Poison Sacks task introduction. Mission objective, collect Type 2 Amoeba Toxin Cyst reward. 100 experience points for each Type 2 Amoeba Venom Sac collected. Anya's favorability +1. Digging G was stunned. The next second, she happily shared the task interface to the live broadcast room. Digging Princess. Mission. I triggered the mission, huh? Are you okay with treasure hunting? It's just a mission, not a chance to win the Imperial examination. The reward for this quest isn't very high. If I remember correctly, the Type 2 amoeba is a level 4 monster, but one venom sac only gives 100 experience points. Indeed, I have fought this monster before. Its health is not high, but it took me 1/3 of its health after spitting out venom. Digging G. You are young. You are too young. Do you really think that the value of this mission lies in those 100 experience points? These words confused the audience in the live broadcast room. Digging G. Alas, you guys still call yourselves disciples of Fumin. Experience and the like are not important at all. Don't you realize that this is the first mission we triggered here with Fu Fu and Anya? Oh my god. It seems to be true? Digging G was very proud. Once I raise Anya's favorability, I will be able to get to know Fu Fu more deeply through her, and then trigger Fu Fu's story mission. Ha 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 ha. Along with her laughter, the number of comments in the live broadcast room increased several times. Some people were shouting, wow, that's awesome. Some were expressing envy and jealousy. Some were simply going crazy, and some were running towards her very quickly. How can I let Digger G eat all the food at this time? I must be the first one to trigger the hidden task. Hey. At this time, Anya raised her hand and waved it in front of Digger G's eyes. Are you stupid? Digging G came back to his senses. No, no, no. I'll help you. But I'm not strong enough alone. I want to call a few more people. Anya's eyes lit up. Of course that's no problem. But do you really want to help me? Digging G said, That can't be false. By the way, can you promise me one thing? Anya subconsciously took a step back and stared at Digging G with a wary look on her face. Digging G hurriedly said, It's not a bad thing. I just want you not to tell Fu Fu what's going on right now, but wait until all the poison sacks are collected before telling her. I want to give Fu Fu a surprise. I was wondering what you were going to say, but that's it. I'll try my best, but if the boss can't sit still and insists on going to the contaminated area, I'll have to tell you in advance. That's certainly no problem. Anya looked at Digger G for a few more times and said, You are quite nice. Thank you. How should I call you? Ha ha ha. This wave of favorability must have increased. Digger G smiled so hard that her eyes curved into crescent shapes. Just call me Digger G, sister. Let me help you ask here to see if there are any poison sacks for sale. Anya did not refuse. As the two of them were asking along the street, players came running over one after another. Without exception, all these players received tasks from Anya. Digging G was not worried at all. She had no intention of hiding the news. She was number one, and that was enough. Let's go. Let's go to the contaminated area to hunt type 2 amoeba. Don't worry. Wait for me to buy some anti-infection drugs. This will increase the chance of survival. Amid the noise, a large number of players rushed towards the contaminated area. Anya hurried to the meeting place she had agreed with Bai Fu in advance. Boss, you were awesome. You made them work so well without paying a penny. She began to wonder if Bai Fu had the physique of the legendary succubus. If this is true, can they open a factory and let those outsiders come in and work for free? Bai Fu touched Anya's head and said, calm down, calm down. Just as she thought, after assigning Anya a quartermaster mission, Anya was able to issue missions to players. Now, there is one more way to exploit players in the future. The success of this time was largely due to Anya's assignment and G's imagination. If we analyze it carefully, we will find that G's contribution is greater. Not only did she run to the live broadcast room to think of new ideas after receiving the task, but she also kept instilling the idea that there is a hidden task in Bai Fu into other players in the days before. If not for this, the players in the live broadcast room would not have believed her lies so easily and come to work for free. Digging G's gaming skills are very poor, but her imagination alone is worth developing. Bai Fu's attitude towards players is to make them her upgrade boosters. She will squeeze all kinds of benefits from the players, but if she meets a player with potential, she will not hesitate to cultivate him, because only in this way can she better gain benefits from these players. Of course, the premise for her to train a player is that the player will not betray her for some other benefit. Obviously, Dewa Ji meets this requirement. As a game-up and live broadcaster, Dewa Ji's popularity is now deeply tied to her. The more powerful she is, the more attention Dewa Ji will receive. In addition to Digging Ji, the propaganda captain, Bai Fu also plans to train a few more players who can provide a certain amount of combat power, let these players become role models, and attract other players to fight for her. It is a bit unstable to maintain a good relationship with players by relying solely on popularity. We have to add some interest exchange as a spice. Let's go back first. After 2 or 3 days, they should be able to complete the task. Bai Fu didn't plan to just wait. When the time came to the next day, she brought Anya to the shopping street of yesterday again and found Digger G and others who were buying things on the street. Fu, why are you here? When she saw the two of them, Digger was stunned. She found Anya lowering her head, looking aggrieved. Could it be that? I already know from Anya that you guys helped me. Bai Fu sighed. Really? Digging G suddenly had an idea. Isn't this a chance to improve Anya's favorability? She quickly stepped forward and protected Anya behind her. Fu, the child is still young. You can't hit her. I took the initiative to offer to help you. She just cares about you. What can she do wrong? Digging G feels that he must be very handsome now, and maybe he has become the giant of light in Anya's mind. Haha, other people only know what's the point of completing tasks. Improving favorability requires paying attention to such seemingly insignificant details. Bai Fu shook her head slightly. At this point, I can only accept your kindness, but I can't just say nothing. I'll buy the poison sacks you collected, at a price of 200 each. Digging G and Patrick and others around her quickly refused. No, how can we let you spend money, Fu? Bai Fu said, just accept it with peace of mind. This money is not mine. It comes from the Wildfire Gang. It would be a waste if you don't take it. You guys are in great need of money right now, right? It's missing. How can it not be missing? These words moved the players to tears. This is Fu, a true friend of the players. If it were any other NPC, they would be so happy to know that we were working for them for free that they would never give us the money that the Wildfire Gang had given them. Brother, I have no regrets about entering Fumin in this life. It's over. After meeting Fu, I feel like I can no longer look down on anyone else. Am I going to be single forever? Wake up, you were single before you met Fu Bao. Bai Fu smiled secretly. If she had included the 200 credits in the mission rewards from the beginning, the player's reaction would never have been as great as it is now, and they would have just taken it for granted. This time she made a lot of money. For collecting 50 poison sacks, she will give the player 10,000 credits. It seems like a lot, but she can still earn 40,000 from the Wildfire Gang. However, she does not intend to do things so drastically. She plans to leave 10,000 credits for the Wildfire Gang to show her ability to save money. You have helped me a lot, but this little money is not enough to express my gratitude. If you have any other requests, please let me know. I will try my best to meet your needs. This statement once again caused a commotion among the players. No requirements. It seems like there's really nothing I want. Can I have a book on professional knowledge? Hey, why are you asking this? The player who raised his hand was pushed down directly. Professional knowledge books? Bai Fu frowned slightly. I remember there are some in the library of the Wildfire Gang. It's hard to get, but I will find a way. She said this. All the players were stunned. Is this possible? No, this is too dangerous. What if Fu Fu is arrested while stealing the occupation knowledge book? Some players tried to persuade Bai Fu to give up, but Bai Fu insisted on doing it, so they could only keep this feeling of being touched in their hearts. I'm going to steal the Wildfire Gang's professional knowledge books to support you, JPG. That night, a player photoshopped a picture and posted it to the community. This post immediately became the top real-time hot post on the community's main page at a rocket-like speed. Bai Fu couldn't help but laugh secretly. The benefits brought by this wave of operations were far better than she had imagined. She waited another day, and the player finally collected all 50 poison sacks. Before she could be happy for too long, she heard some not-so-good news. Yesterday, when we followed the boss to arrest outsiders, we killed 2 outsiders who looked exactly the same. Bai Fu. Is it possible that they are twins? That's what we thought at first, but after a while, we saw him for the 3rd time. Triplets? That possibility is not high. Bai Fu's premonition was correct. After realizing that something was wrong, the Wildfire Gang leader immediately asked all his men to pay more attention. In just one day, the Wildfire Gang discovered that there were many twins, triplets, and even quadruplets among the outsiders. This is really too outrageous. It is not easy to give birth to twins. The Wildfire Gang leader could only think of 2 explanations. First, these outsiders are not normal people, but clones. When they die, new clones will immediately replace them. Second, these outsiders can come back to life. If he had to choose one of the 2 explanations as the real answer, he would prefer the former. Compared with resurrection from the dead, cloning technology is more scientific, easier to implement, and more acceptable to people. But things are obviously not that simple. There is a problem that has been bothering the Wildfire Gang leader. There were clearly no signs of training on the bodies of those outsiders. Although many of them could not be described as pot-bellied, they at least had the body types of those exploited social animals in large settlements. However, they were even more fearless and brave than those specially trained warriors. Is this reasonable? This cannot be explained unless those outsiders know that they can be resurrected even if they die. There is an old saying in the abandoned cooling plant: when you have eliminated the impossible, the answer that remains, no matter how implausible, is the truth. So, the truth is, outsiders can come back to life from the dead. The leader of the Wildfire Gang was horrified. He didn't dare to announce the answer at all. In the previous battle, the ordinary members of the Wildfire Gang had been almost driven crazy by the shameless fighting style of outsiders. If they suddenly found out that they were facing a group of undead, they would probably be scared and scatter immediately. In this way, the Wildfire Gang that he had worked so hard to build would collapse. What kind of demons have we provoked? They possess immortality, unfathomable moral standards, unexpectedly high cultural levels, and unlimited growth potential. In the eyes of the Wildfire Gang leader, provoking such outsiders is no different from encountering a natural disaster that can lead to the destruction of the entire settlement. He began to regret that he spoke so loudly when he first met the outsider, but at this point, there was no use regretting. Unless he went back to the past with his memory, he would still make the same choice after discovering that the outsider had stolen his supply box. Who could have thought those outsiders were so scary? All I can say is that their looks and giggling outward expressions are too deceptive. The Wildfire Gang leader's mentality is explosive. He set his sights on an inconspicuous secret door in the gang. At this moment, the only ones he could rely on were those people. After instructing his men not to run around, he quickly went through the secret door. There is a long and narrow white corridor hidden under the secret door. At the end of the corridor is a heavy iron door. After opening the iron door, what comes into view is a laboratory that looks very old. Dr. Yulia, the Wildfire Gang leader, looked around, and finally his sight fell on a person wearing thick protective clothing. That was the woman who went with him to investigate Chao Wenliang's death a few days ago. He hurried forward, but after taking 2 steps, he was held down on the shoulders by 2 burly men guarding the laboratory door. Yulia turned around and said, "Let him go. He came here in a hurry. He must have something urgent to do." The 2 sturdy men just smiled and did not move their hands away. Yulia looked calm, not angry at all because her words were ignored. "What do you want from me?" The Wildfire Gang leader quickly shared his discovery. "The situation is very bad now. If something happens to the Wildfire Gang, I'm afraid this laboratory won't be able to hide." Before he could finish his words, the 2 burly men at the door burst into laughter. "Undead? Are you talking about some myth? Ha ha ha. Number 7, if I'm not mistaken, what he just said seemed to be a threat to us." I don't. The Wildfire Gang leader was sweating profusely. Although he was being bullied, he didn't dare to resist at all, because the 3 people in front of him came from an organization that even Lin, a large settlement nearby, was afraid of. Truth will. More than 100 years ago, a global war broke out on Zuyuan Star. The war almost destroyed everything. In the following 100 years, mankind rebuilt civilization under the dual invasion of pollution and mutant life. Until now, 5 superpowers have been born that control a large number of settlements and shelters. The 5 forces are the Primarchs, the Old Republic, the Railway Guild, the Human Alliance, and the Society of Truth. Among them, the Society of Truth is the most special force. No one knows where its headquarters is, and no one knows who its leader is, but every time one of its people appears, it will inevitably bring about a disaster that causes the deaths of countless people. A truth society of this nature naturally became the public enemy in the eyes of all forces. Even in the eyes of the Human Alliance, which was dedicated to protecting human bloodline and wanted to kill all unclean lives, the Truth Society was a bit too extreme. The Wildfire Gang leader never thought that he would have any intersection with the truth. But more than a month ago, when he was counting supplies in the gang, 3 people suddenly broke in. They claimed to be from the Truth Society and asked him to help do something to prevent their whereabouts from being discovered by the people from Lin. They also promised to recommend him to join the Truth Society after the task was accomplished. Of course, he didn't believe it at first. Then the burly man codenamed Number 7 took out a spherical prop. At that moment, he felt like he was hit by some kind of immobilization spell. His entire body was firmly fixed to the space, and he couldn't move at all. That was the first time he felt despair. Having been in the underworld for a lifetime, he had experienced death threats more than once, but this time he did not see any possibility of resistance because he could not even understand what moves his opponent was making. The unknown is the greatest fear. Under pressure, and out of a desire to stand out, the Wildfire Gang leader agreed to help. In a small place like an abandoned cooling plant, no matter how hard you try, you will never be able to make a breakthrough in your life. In the eyes of those big shots, you are not even a bug. It would be fine if there was no opportunity, but when the opportunity was right in front of him, he would try to climb up. But this road is not easy to climb. Even though he had tried his best, the 2 burly gatekeepers still never treated him well. Only Yulia had a better attitude. This time, it was Yulia who stepped forward to help. "Okay, what's so funny about this? Can you guarantee that what he said is not true? Don't underestimate the technology of the Primarch. The abandoned cooling plant and Lin are both under the control of the Primarch, who is famous for his mutant research. I don't understand technical matters. You have the final say." Number 7 grinned, seemingly smiling, but actually he was hiding anger. Yulia was not frightened by his look. Go and investigate to see if those outsiders are related to the pre-march. If so, we can't stay here anymore. Number 7 didn't move. Yulia's eyes were cold. If the mission fails, do you think the president will make trouble for you first, or for me? Number 7 was silent for a while. Then I'll just move around a bit. He shrugged and walked past the Wildfire Gang leader. The Wildfire Gang leader was a little embarrassed. Yulia said, "Let me know if there's anything else." This was a disguised form of expulsion. The Wildfire Gang leader tactfully said goodbye and left. He was extremely anxious as he had completely offended Death Number 7 this time. Once this matter is over, with Number 7's personality being even more extreme than Chao Wenliang's, he will definitely come back to cause trouble for him. In terms of strength, he is not as good as Number 7, who has the ball-shaped props. In terms of background, he is even worse than Number 7. Although Yulia had promised to recommend him to the Truth Society, judging from Number 7's attitude towards Yulia might not be able to protect him. Oh, at this point, the Wildfire Gang leader found that he had only one solution. Come on, you immortal man from outside. You must kill Number 7, who is so ignorant of his own limitations. After coming out of the secret door, the leader of the Wildfire Gang met Bai Fu, who came to hand in a mission. You've gathered them all so quickly? Good, good, good. He nodded repeatedly, and at this moment he was in no mood to ask Bai Fu how she collected all the poison sacks. This was somewhat beyond Bai Fu's expectations. Before coming here, she had deliberately thought of several excuses to prevaricate, but since the Wildfire Gang leader didn't ask, there was no need for her to say more. You have completed the faction mission material collection, special, and received a reward of 10,000 experience points and 20 faction reputation. Bai Fu upgraded the Psionic Apprentice to LV8 without much hesitation, and then added the extra 2 attribute points to Constitution. There have been new changes in her attribute panel. Template, Normal Experience, 2751 Main Occupation, Psychic Apprentice LV8, 0/10,000, Vagrant LV5, Max Level, Secondary Occupation, None Health Points, 290 Psionic Power, 60 Attributes, Strength 7, Agility 5, Constitution 26, Intelligence 3, Spirit 12, Inspiration 12. The faction reputation has increased from 22 points to 42 points, which is not a low reputation. Bai Fu found that the Wildfire Gang leader's attitude towards her was obviously more enthusiastic than before. Boss, do you have any other tasks for me? Now her relationship with the player is in a period of close cooperation. She wants to strike while the iron is hot and complete more tasks, upgrade the Psionic Apprentice to LV10 as soon as possible, and then look for advanced knowledge. The Wildfire Gang leader shook his head and said, "You've been busy for several days. Take a break first. I'll call you when there's another mission." Pity. Bai Fu could only go to other places to see if she could get some tasks. After saying goodbye to the Wildfire Gang leader, she went to the library and took out the book Basic Boxing Teaching that she had found before. There are 2 main reasons for choosing this professional knowledge book. The most direct reason is that this is the professional knowledge book that can maximize the player's combat effectiveness at this stage. As for other professional knowledge books, such as Gun Assembly and 2 or 3 Things About Agents, you can't say that the professions they activate are not powerful, but their versatility is far less than that of Basic Boxing Teaching. After all, if you change your job to a gunner, you have to get a gun, and if you become an agent, you also have to find a way to get some special equipment. There will be no such problem if you study Basic Boxing Teaching. Even if you have never practiced boxing, how can you not develop skills? The second reason why Bai Fu chose Basic Boxing Teaching is that the book is very thin, with only more than 20 pages in total, and each page is mainly pictures with a small amount of text for explanation, which is very suitable for copying. Yes, Bai Fu does not plan to give the original copy of Basic Boxing Teaching to the players, but instead plans to make a copy for herself. She borrowed this book from the Wildfire Gang library. It is not difficult to borrow it again as long as she borrows and returns it. If she borrows and does not return it, being scolded is considered light. However, it would be bad if she was found to have any relationship with the players. And now players are saying that she is going to steal the professional knowledge book. So of course she has to meet the players' expectations. Although taking the original book with you is also stealing, it makes stealing a book seem too easy. The explanation of secretly making a copy is more touching. Bai Fu was right. When she handed the hand-drawn basic boxing tutorial to Diwaji, both the players around Diwaji and the players in the live broadcast room were all moved. I can't imagine how much effort Fufu put in to copy this professional knowledge book, and how much risk of exposure she took. No one can help now. Not even the big mecha in the trailer. Fufu is the best in the world, I say. Indeed, the mecha is cool, but I can't drive it. Fufu is different. Not only did she give me money, she also gave me a book on professional knowledge. I was originally worried about how to change my job. Oh my god, this is a great merit. Fufu, I want to create a world where every player can easily change their job. Fumin. Amid the singing and laughter, Bai Fu was almost worshipped as a god. Although the game has been launched for about 10 days, the number of players who have obtained new professions is not that large. This move by Bai Fu directly gave all the players who had helped her collect poison sacks the opportunity to change their jobs. This not only attracted a lot of popularity, but also created a wave of positive publicity. It's different if you raise the NPC's favorability. If Bai Fu's favorability towards treasure hunters is in the single digits, let alone the occupation knowledge book, she may not even give you 200 credits. Many players have secretly made up their minds that next time they meet Bai Fu, no matter what, they will first improve their favorability. Bai Fu was satisfied. The benefit given to her by one player is only a little bit, but when the benefits given by thousands and millions of players are added together, it becomes an astronomical figure. You guys take your time to study. I'm leaving first. The Wildfire Gang has been keeping a close eye on me recently, so my identity cannot be exposed. Bai Fu found an excuse to slip away. She didn't have time to continue chatting with the players now. She had to go see if there were any quests nearby that could gain experience. She was still more than 20,000 experience points away from upgrading her psionic apprentice to LV10. When they reached another street near the shopping street, Bai Fu stopped. Roadside. A burly man, whose attire was clearly different from that of the abandoned cooling plant, grabbed a stall owner by the neck. Tell me where those outsiders are hiding, or I will kill you now. Bai Fu was surprised. Although there were many rude people in the abandoned cooling plant, this was the first time she had seen someone as extreme as this one. Fortunately, this person was going to deal with a player who was more extreme than him, so she was not worried at all. She was just curious about this person's identity. She had no impression of this person at all. Bai Fu threw a spiritual vision at the burly man. This time the judgment of the clairvoyant skill was very successful, and the data panel of the strange strong man popped up smoothly. Name, number 7, Elite, Template, Special, Mutant, Main Occupation, Truth Hunter LV2 Lower Occupation Agent LV10, Maximum Level, Secondary Occupation, Chef LV3 Health, 190/190 Attributes, Strength 19, Agility 16, Constitution 14, Intelligence 4, Spirit 5, Inspiration 8 Skills, Weakness Strike LV5, Precision Shooting LV3, Talent, Favorability, Never Met Before, 5, Danger Level, Red number 7? Is your creator called Master Luban? Bai Fu's mouth twitched, especially after seeing how much number 7 liked her. The evaluation is that they have never met each other, but the favorability level is 5. This guy is clearly the kind of person who is displeased with everyone. No wonder he would strangle others just for asking a question. It would be fine if number 7 was provoking someone else, but he was obviously going to cause trouble for the players. Bai Fu could only pray for him silently in her heart. To be precise, this should be the first NPC she met with a special template. Not only that, number 7 also has an advanced profession Truth Hunter. With the support of special templates and advanced professions, number 7's attributes can be said to be far superior to Chao Wanliang in all aspects. Even compared to her, although number 7's overall level is one level lower than hers, his overall attributes are several points higher than hers. Is this the charm of special templates and advanced professions? Bai Fu felt like she was about to catch fire. She had to quickly upgrade the Psychic Apprentice to level 10. As for after that, if she couldn't find the advanced professional knowledge book in the abandoned cooling plant, she would have to consider taking a bus to Lin. Bai Fu turned off the data panel. She felt that she needed to confirm the identity of number 7. If this kind of NPC, whose strength far exceeds the average level of the novice village, suddenly appeared in the novice village. In a normal game, it would definitely cause trouble. I don't know if it's the main story or a hidden mission. Bai Fu followed number 7 silently. After interrogating several passers-by, number 7 finally found the player's new base. Then, he did something that was very consistent with his character and rushed in without saying a word. You look for. Bang. Number 7 punched the player who was sawing wood at the door and sent him flying. Before the player could figure out what was happening, he died for the first time this week. Didn't they say that people are immortal? How can they not die? Number 7 walked up to the player's body and burst into laughter, kicking the player's body while laughing. Come on, show me your resurrection. There was a hint of ferocity hidden beneath his playful expression. That country bumpkin from the Wildfire Gang actually dared to tease him. Not only that, he also tried to use the power of that stinky woman Yulia to suppress him. When he returns, he will let him see the methods of the truth hunter. This completely unconventional move confused the group of players in the base who always like to play unconventionally. What do you mean by comparing noises? This is not right. Even if monsters were attacking the city, they wouldn't attack like this, right? After a while, a group of players walked up to number 7 and started pointing and talking. Humanity Confusion Award? Is there a bug? If it's a bug, please report it immediately. Otherwise, if all NPCs become like this, I won't be able to play the game anymore. Is there a reward for reporting bugs? In addition to pointing and talking, some players who were just having fun quickly turned on the photo mode. How refreshing. It's actually a bug. Ha ha ha. Let's take a photo quickly. I'm going to post it to the community. He walked up to number 7, smiled and made a yeah gesture. Bai Fu. Number 7. Court death. After reacting, number 7 was overwhelmed by anger. He did such a cruel thing right from the start in order to intimidate these outsiders. But who would have thought that these outsiders were not only not scared, but instead surrounded him with laughter, as if they were watching monkeys in a civilized manner. This is simply the ultimate insult to him. Are invincible after defeating the Wildfire Gang? Today, I will show you what it means to have an enemy from the sky. What brother tyrant? What brother tyrant? You are a bunch of useless rascals. Hurry up and call out your boss. The furious number 7 grabbed the player who was taking the photo by the neck from behind and lifted him up. Before the other players could reply, he crushed the player to death. What the Hades? If everyone was still confused before, now they finally understand that this is not a bug. There are real NPCs coming to cause trouble. Brother Long is not as arrogant as you. Does your family know that you are so awesome? What's going on here? A random attack? I haven't heard of this happening in other novice villages. Amid the chaos, several players had already pulled out their weapons. Number 7 sneered and strode forward. Before the player closest to him could see what was happening, he found himself being knocked into the air by a swift knee strike. It's a strong enemy. Come quickly. Oh no, Paida is away for some reason. Panda Head. Use taunt to attract his attention. What the Hades? This bug thing is a coin. Its head looks like a. The players who realized the danger did not run away, but instead formed a formation and rushed forward. Interesting, interesting. Number 7 laughed even more happily. The country bumpkin from the Wildfire Gang was not lying to him. These outsiders did have courage far beyond that of ordinary people. Even when they saw their companions being killed easily, they still had no fear at all. I wonder who gave them the courage. But it doesn't matter, they are fearless, just because they have never seen real terror. I want to see who is standing behind you. Kill, kill, kill. Number 7 was like a dragon entering the sea, causing huge waves. Suddenly, Diggerji jumped out from the side. Stop, she shouted loudly, and number 7 actually stopped. Are you their boss? Number 7 narrowed his eyes. Digging G pretends to be an expert without saying anything, but in fact, it can't be said that she is pretending to be an expert. She really thinks that she is an expert now. After all, she is already a noble player who has changed her job. It's time to try out the power of the skills unlocked by the new profession. Digging G slightly retracted his right fist and began to accumulate strength. At some point, she suddenly shouted to number 7. Look behind. Number 7 turned around subconsciously. Okay, now is the time. Diggy rushed forward with his right fist and smashed out with his entire upper body like a cannonball. Look carefully. This is my charged punch. I, Digging Princess, am no ordinary person either. Bang. Number 7 turned around at an incredibly fast speed and kicked Diggy in the stomach. The next second, Diggy flew out. 60 he died instantly. Seeing the live broadcast room suddenly go black, all the players watching were stunned. Big news. War correspondent killed. Treasure hunting. Stop trying to be brave. Just be a cameraman, someone. Please start a new live broadcast. I want to watch the battle. The reactions of other players in the stronghold were actually similar to those of the players in the live broadcast room. They were basically all laughing and did not show any fear at all. This made number 7's face even uglier. What's wrong with these outsiders? Can they really be resurrected? But that's not right. Aren't the outsiders he killed still lying there neatly? Never mind. Number 7's bloodthirsty nature took over, and this time, he decided to use the bloodiest means to suppress these outsiders, including but not limited to tearing them apart, skinning them, and beating them into a meat paste. Blood is the best catalyst for fear. He grabbed a player who rushed in front of him and beat the player's feet with extremely brutal means, bending them forward and exposing the bones. So, are you scared now? Number 7 raised his head proudly, but what he saw was a scene that made him feel confused. Oh my god, luckily I turned on harmony mode. Huh, I can't defeat them head-on. It seems I can only use my special moves. I thought I wouldn't have to be afraid of these monsters after I changed my job. Is it finally coming? Bai Fu looked at number 7 with a slightly sympathetic look. Don't think that only the boss has the second stage. The players in the abandoned cooling plant also have the second stage. Now, number 7 has successfully forced out the player's second stage. Brothers, him? Here it comes. Watch me. A player rushed forward and spilled a bag of lime, while another player attacked from behind and poured a basin of boiling water. Number 7 was very fast and had quick reactions. He easily avoided the first wave of attacks from the players, but the number of players was far greater than he had imagined, and the preparations the players had made were also far more than he had imagined. The lethality of these traps and props is generally not high, but when there are too many of them, it is really annoying. What made number 7 feel even more incredible was the will of these outsiders. He broke the leg of a stranger, who fell to the ground and crawled to him to stab him in the kidney. He hit a stranger in the chest, and even though the stranger was dying, he still held his waist tightly and shouted, "Shoot at me." Then the next second, someone stabbed the stranger through with a knife. Could it be that these outsiders have taken drugs? No, even if they had, they wouldn't be so excited. He was distracted for just a moment, and then a stranger jumped up from behind and used a strongman lock on him. Then, one outsider after another rushed over. Some held down his feet, some held down his hands, and some stuffed smelly socks into his nostrils. With this combination of men on top of each other, they pressed him down so that only one foot was exposed. Number 7, who had never seen such a fighting method, felt his heart tremble inexplicably. Is he scared? No, absolutely impossible. How could he be afraid of a bunch of outsiders who were as easy to kill as chickens? Number 7 began to struggle furiously, and a powerful force instantly burst out of his body. Seeing that the players who were pressing him were about to be thrown away, another player rushed over. I'm with you. Number 7 looked closely and clearly saw that the outsider was holding a handful of Type 2 amoeba venom sacs in his hand. Oh no. He was so frightened that his face turned pale. If those poison sacs exploded here, even he would be in big trouble. Get out of here. All of you. Number 7 couldn't care about anything else now. He quickly took out a ball-shaped prop from his clothes and pressed it hard. Buzz under the attack of the invisible shock wave. All the players fell into stiffness, and the player who rushed over with the poison sac was no exception. However, when he was frozen, due to the previous throwing action, 2 poison sacs still flew out by inertia and hit in front of number 7. Venom splattered, and number 7's right foot was corroded to the point that the bone was almost exposed. Number 7 struggled to stand up, looking crazy. Okay, very good. You pushed me to this point. I will tear you all to pieces. He took 2 steps forward, and just as he put his hand on a player's shoulder, his body trembled violently. A bullet came from behind and hit him in the back. Who? Number 7 turned around, and a white-haired girl holding a gun appeared in his sight. Okay, there's another one hiding here. You'll die too. He pressed the spherical prop again, and under the attack of the invisible shock wave, the girl's body also froze. Number 7 walked towards the girl with a grim smile. When he was only 2 meters away from her, something unexpected happened. The girl, who was originally frozen in place, pressed the trigger with her right index finger. The muzzle of the gun spurted flames, and the bullet shot straight into his chest. Why not? Are you okay? Number 7 looked at the bullet hole in his chest with disbelief. Bai Fu went up and punched him twice at the bullet hole, knocked him to the ground, then stabbed him in the chest. After confirming that he was in a seriously disabled state, she began to ask questions. Who are you? Number 7 laughed loudly. You will die, everyone will die, and the entire abandoned cooling plant will be buried with me. Since she couldn't get any useful information out of him, Bai Fu could only give him another stab. You killed Number 7, contribution 63.4%. After correction based on the level difference, you get 3,994 experience points. Bai Fu felt a little regretful that the task was not triggered, but it wasn't too regretful because she was one step closer to upgrading. She first picked up the spherical device that Number 7 had dropped from the ground. Psychic Binding Device Quality. Blue additional effect. Use Psychic Shock to make the target within 20 meters fall into a state of stiffness. The stiffness time depends on the inspiration. It is invalid when the target's inspiration is greater than 8. Remaining number of uses, 2. This is good stuff. When Number 7 used it on the player, she knew that the item was ineffective against her, which is why she suddenly stood up and shot Number 7. The shot did not cause much damage to Number 7. It just served to divert Number 7's attention. As she expected, the angry Number 7 also used a psychic binder on her. She decisively pretended to be bound, causing Number 7 to completely relax his vigilance. Otherwise, even if Number 7's foot was injured, it would be difficult for her second shot to hit Number 7. Bai Fu squatted down, searched Number 7's pocket, and found a strange teardrop-shaped badge. The Truth Society? She had seen this badge before. She saw it when she was reading a book about Zhu Yuanxing in the Wildfire Gang's library. It seems like she has attacked a powerful organization, but it doesn't matter. The Truth Society doesn't know it was her who did it. Bai Fu put the badge and psychic binder into her pocket, then walked towards the players not far away. Are you all right? I'm a little late. Late? No, not at all. You're here just in time. When the surviving players saw Bai Fu shoot Number 7, they felt unprecedented peace of mind. Even though Bai Fu seemed to be controlled by Number 7 afterwards, they still didn't get nervous. Are you kidding? That's Bai Fu who can see their heroic nature at a glance. Sure enough, Number 7 only laughed for a few seconds before he was taken away by Bai Fu with a set of smooth combos. Fu is awesome. 6. I wish I could be this awesome. So handsome, so handsome, so handsome that it kills me. The death of Number 7 made Bai Fu feel that it was indeed a good decision to help players improve their strength at the right time. If not for this, even if the group of players had knocked Number 7 to the ground, it would have been difficult for them to suppress him. Without the players' efforts, it would have been nonsense for her to want to take Number 7's life. Of course, in this battle, it was not only Bai Fu who won, but also the players. Number 7's level is much higher than the other players, and the high-level difference brings a high experience bonus. After his death, even the player who only dealt 2 points of damage received a reward of 196 experience points, and the player who threw out the poison sac received a whopping 1724 experience points, which made other players envious. For a moment, all the players excitedly surrounded Bai Fu, who doesn't like a good-looking NPC who can help you level up. Angel, if I had known Bai Fu would come, I would have used all my tools to attack that guy. Now I have lost several hundred experience points. I am crying. Don't stop me. If this happens again next time, I will definitely rush to the front. Stop dreaming. Is it your turn to have such a good thing? Bai Fu didn't stay in the player base for long. She took a look around to enhance her presence in the players' hearts and then left. Before returning to the Wildfire Gang, she took a walk around the area, but unfortunately she still didn't trigger any missions with high rewards. It didn't matter. She had gained enough today. Not to mention the experience rewards. As the video of her killing number 7 with 2 shots was uploaded to the community, her popularity skyrocketed again, and she seemed to be about to surpass the big mecha and temporarily top the popularity list. Bai Fu was very satisfied. She felt that she couldn't just wait for the official game to strengthen the system. She needed to make good use of the popularity and let the players contribute to her plan of rapid upgrade. The indicator lights of the instruments in the laboratory kept flashing. Number 9, who was guarding the door, crossed his arms over his chest, his face full of impatience. Why haven't you come back yet? 8 hours had passed since number 7 left, and during this period, no news had been received, which made him extremely uneasy. After a while, the door of the laboratory was pushed open and the leader of the Wildfire Gang walked in. Where are the people? Number 9 asked anxiously. The Wildfire Gang leader said, nothing found. Number 9 frowned and said, if they couldn't find it, wouldn't you send more people to look for it? Will sending too many people out alert the enemy? Are you out of your mind? Number 9 suddenly yelled. Are you afraid of alerting the enemy? Why don't you find another excuse, such as arresting outsiders? Send someone to look for them now. If you can't find them, just wait. The Wildfire Gang leader's face turned red, but he finally agreed obediently. I'll be there right away. After leaving these words, he left quickly. Even though he looked depressed, he was actually very happy in his heart. Those outsiders are really powerful. They actually made it so that number 7 couldn't come back. But even though number 7 couldn't come back, there was still the trouble of number 9. The Wildfire Gang leader gritted his teeth and decided to do something big. Secretly notify outsiders and ask them to send number 9 away together. He has to kill them. Number 7 and number 9 are 2 lunatics. If he doesn't kill them all, he will be killed by them sooner or later. Since you are not a human being, don't blame me for not being a human being either. After going out from the secret door, the Wildfire Gang leader immediately arranged for his men to look for the missing number 7, and then he found Bai Fu. Bai Fu, do you think I can trust you? My name is Bai Fu, which means loyalty. Bai Fu immediately expressed her loyalty. I was promoted by you, boss. There is no 2 suns in the sky. In my heart, there is only you, boss. The Wildfire Gang leader said, I'm glad you said that. I have a very dangerous mission on hand right now. I'm too big to do it myself, so I need you to do it. Bai Fu nodded. Boss, just go ahead. Danger? Accept the mission first. If it's really dangerous, she will run away. The leader of the Wildfire Gang recounted his plight. You have triggered the hidden mission killing with a borrowed knife task introduction. The Wildfire Gang leader was threatened with death during his contact with the foreign guests. He could no longer bear it and decided to fight to the death and use the player to eliminate the threat. He knew that this was a very dangerous task, but he still wanted to entrust the important task to you. Mission objective: inform the player of the existence of number 9 reward, 2,000 experience points, 10 faction reputation, 5,000 credits. Bai Fu looked a little strange. This mission is indeed very dangerous for other members of the Wildfire Gang. If they are not careful, they may be completed by players. Therefore, the reward of 2,000 experience points is quite reasonable. But for her, it was just a matter of a word. It was simply free experience, and she should not miss it. Seeing Bai Fu accept the task without hesitation, the Wildfire Gang leader smiled with relief. He actually thought about asking other people for help, but he felt like laughing at the idea of trust in a place like the Wildfire Gang. They were all here for profit. If he asked those old-timers who were already making a fortune, they might sell him to number 9 after weighing the pros and cons. It would be more appropriate to ask a young and energetic person like Bai Fu. Go ahead. The Wildfire Gang leader waved his hand, and he saw number 9 walking towards him. Bai Fu turned and left. After walking for a distance, she vaguely heard number 9 say that he wanted to personally participate in the investigation. One is called number 7, and the other is called number 9. Although the Wildfire Gang leader didn't say it explicitly just now, it seems that the foreign guests he mentioned are the members of the Truth Society. I wonder what the Truth Society is doing here. Bai Fu was very curious. A small place like an abandoned cooling plant didn't look like a profitable place. She did not take any unnecessary action, but first went to the player base to inform everyone of the news. On the way back to the Wildfire Gang, She saw a pickup truck with multiple layers of protection parked on the side of the road. Two people, a man and a woman, were standing next to the car. They looked very young. The man was wearing a leather jacket and the woman was wearing a work jacket. This was the first time Bai Fu saw an intact car after becoming an NPC. She subconsciously threw two spiritual visions over. The data panel of male NPC is relatively simple. Name Jacob Kaufman, Elite, Template, Special Main Occupation, Sniper LV2 Lower Occupation Agent LV10, Maximum Level. The data panel of the female NPC also looks simple at first glance. Name, Xiashi, Elite, Template, Ordinary Main Occupation, Junior Mechanic LV2 Lower Occupation Scholar LV10, Maximum Level. After skimming over a string of unimportant data, Bai Fu's gaze fell on Xiaxi's talent, and what caught her eyes was a dazzling red strong luck. Strong luck. Born with excellent luck. Although the introduction was just a simple sentence, Bai Fu already understood that this woman named Xiashi was a life that people envied, and hated. European Emperor. The horror of the European Emperor is self-evident. They can easily achieve 10 consecutive double yellows and withdraw cash on Bank 60. It is rumored that the European Emperor's lifespan is extremely short, but it must be clarified that the European Emperor's lifespan is actually very long. She couldn't bear to see such a dazzling talent. What do these two people do? Judging from their occupations, they are definitely not ordinary people. Bai Fu had a bad feeling in her heart. First, the Jinli Society showed up, and then a group of people of unknown origin came. It seemed that something big was going to happen in the abandoned cooling plant. Although it is basically a standard plot for something big to happen in the novice village of the game, her current strength is not enough to completely protect herself, which is a headache. Maybe she should consider leaving the abandoned cooling plant. With her current strength and financial resources, it is not difficult to leave the abandoned cooling plant. After going to the large settlement, she can not only receive more advanced tasks, but also find professional advanced knowledge books. The only problem is that the players can't get there for a while. Bai Fu hesitated for a moment, and when she was about to leave, she saw a half-familiar person. In the alley across the street, Number 9 was staring at the woman named Xiashi. He looked at her for more than 10 seconds before turning away. Although she didn't know what Number 9 was doing, from the look in his eyes just now, Bai Fu felt that he had bad intentions. It's better to send him to reunite with Number 7 as soon as possible. Bai Fu turned back and informed the players of Number 9's whereabouts. The players, who were already sharpening their knives, picked up their weapons and chased after him without saying a word after receiving the news. With the previous experience of dealing with Number 7, the players were full of fighting spirit and were determined to use the newly thought of tactics to gain a big victory in this battle. This time they have nothing to worry about. Bai Fu has already said that this time it is the Wildfire Gang leader who wants to use them to get rid of Number 9, so the Wildfire Gang will definitely not intervene. They only need to deal with Number 9 alone. The hidden task triggered after Bai Fu said this seems to verify this. In fact, they are not afraid even if the Wildfire Gang leader has something planned behind their back. As long as they kill Number 9, they can earn a lot of experience to upgrade. After the level goes up, it's a calculation, right? Do you know what it means to break all laws with one force? Bai Fu followed closely behind the player. They moved forward and sneaked to the vicinity of the Wildfire Gang. Just when the player was struggling over whether to charge in directly or hide outside an ambush, Number 9 had already returned to the underground laboratory. I saw the Primarchs outside, everywhere. Those outsiders must be related to them. The disappearance of Number 7 must also be related to them. They have discovered our whereabouts. There was a cold light flashing in Number 9's eyes. Not only did they kill Number 7 today, they also showed up in person. It seems that they don't plan to hide any longer. I estimate that they will launch a general attack on the Wildfire Gang soon. Yulia's face was as gloomy as water. It will take me at least 2 days to complete the basic verification. 2 days? Number 9's breathing was slightly stagnant. It's too long, but the experiment must not be stopped. Since there is not enough time, I will fight for it. What are you going to do? Yulia asked. Number 9 took out a translucent green cylinder from the alley on the ground. Use this. Attracting bait? Do you know what the consequences will be after using this? Yulia's face changed drastically. Number 9 laughed. The mutant life forms will rush over like sharks smelling blood. In the process, they will attack all living things they see along the way until they die or become their own kind. You know you're going to use it? Use it, and those people outside will be busy dealing with mutant life and won't have time to disturb your experiment. Don't worry, even if people everywhere ask Lin in for help in time, it will take more than 2 days for the reinforcements to arrive, which is enough time for you to complete the verification. Number 9 picked up the bait and walked straight to the door. He had no psychological burden at all, because the original plan was to use luring bait to destroy the entire abandoned cooling plant after the experiment to eliminate all traces of their existence. Now it was just a little earlier. "You're crazy," Yulia shouted. Number 9 stopped and said, "Crazy? Yulia, you have to know that we are the Truth Society. Don't think about doing anything small. Think about yourself. Think about the people in your hometown. Think about the kindness the president has shown you. What you have to do is to use these abandoned cooling devices to complete the verification as soon as possible. Otherwise, once the president gets angry, you..." Hee. Cruel laughter echoed in the laboratory until the door closed and everything returned to calm. Yulia silently came to the cooling chamber and continued the previous verification. Now was not the time to think about other things. After leaving the laboratory, Number 9 went straight to the outskirts of the abandoned cooling plant with the luring bait. His main purpose was not to kill all the people in the abandoned cooling plant, but to kill the 2 agents and all the outsiders everywhere to buy time for Yulia's verification. Therefore, he planned to secretly pour the bait near the place where the outsiders were hiding. I don't care whether you are truly immortal or not. When this place becomes a paradise for mutant life, even if you can be resurrected, you will only live a life worse than death. Number 9's eyes were extremely cold. After leaving the wildfire gang, I walked about 400 or 500 meters when I suddenly heard a loud shout from the side of the road. "He's out." "Who?" As soon as Number 9 turned around, he saw several arrows flying from a distance. He quickly bent down to dodge, but the next second, more than a dozen strong men jumped out from both sides. "Huh, you want to escape? Hold his legs." Amid the shouting, a bunch of things flew out from the side of the road. Lime, chili powder, noose, fishing nets, slippery mucus, poison sacks. The players in the throwing group smashed anything they could find, not caring at all whether doing so would hurt friendly forces. This brutal, unreasonable, and sudden attack stunned Number 9. When he came to his senses, he found that a Type 2 amoeba venom sac was about to hit him in the face. Oh no! Number 9 quickly leaned back, and the poison sac flew past, almost touching his scalp. He was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat. Although the venom from the venom sac cannot kill him, if it lands on his face, the pain will be enough to make him temporarily lose his fighting ability. "I'm going to kill you all." Number 9 stood up again in anger. At this moment, he suddenly realized that someone was approaching rapidly from behind him. "Want to launch a sneak attack?" Number 9 was so angry that he laughed. Court death. He twisted his shoulders and grabbed the fist of Gaiawofu, who was rushing towards him. "Just because you want to." Number 9 didn't finish his words, because the next second, Ifu raised my foot and kicked him hard in the crotch. Bang! It's the sound of chickens flying and eggs breaking. The intense pain directly stimulated Number 9 to the point that his entire body froze. Not only him, but other players around him also felt a chill in their crotch and subconsciously took a step back away from Gaiawofu. "How cruel." Bai Fu, who was hiding in the dark watching the show, murmured. It has to be said that the player's performance was much better than she had imagined. She didn't even have to make a move. Although she would lose some experience by not making a move, she didn't have to worry about being exposed. Seeing the other players retreating, Gaiawofu became anxious. "What are you guys still standing there for? Come and beat him up together, or he will recover his mobility soon." "Oh, here I come." Patrick was a little ashamed that he was distracted during the battle, but he felt that it was not his fault. It was only because Gaiawofu was too cruel. Who would not be afraid of that move? As Patrick stepped forward, the other players also reacted. Fortunately, Number 9 was not an ordinary person, but a mutant. After experiencing the initial impact, he withstood the subsequent pain of continuous beatings and pressed the button of the psychic binder hidden in his pocket. Buzz. At the moment when the player was controlled, number 9 smashed the bait to the ground. This place is far away from the edge of the abandoned cooling plant. It will probably take a long time for the mutant life forms to smell the bait and come over. But he didn't have time to think about these things now. He smashed the things first. After smashing them, he took out an injection from his pocket and injected it into his arm. After the injection, number 9 limped towards the Wildfire Gang despite his injuries. The longest limit of the psychic binder is only 1 minute, and for those with high inspiration, it can even be limited to only a few seconds. He now had no intention of killing the player and just wanted to escape back to the laboratory as soon as possible. After more than 10 seconds, a player was the first to break free from the restraints. My experience, stop right there. Soon, more and more players broke free from their restraints. They didn't care that the Wildfire Gang was in front of them, and they quickly chased after them. How could they let the duck in their mouths fly away? Hey, what are you doing? In the Wildfire Gang's base, the remaining brothers were dumbfounded when they saw the players rushing towards them. It took them a long time to come back to their senses. What are you still standing there for? Go and call the boss back. The outsiders are calling. They fled in all directions, and no one dared to actually go up and intercept the player. In the previous battle, they had already been frightened by the player's shameless fighting style. It's just 100 yuan a month. What's the point of risking your life? They will consider it worthy of their salary if they can bring the news to the boss. Bai Fu didn't rush to catch up to watch the show. She hurriedly cast a clairvoyance at the thing that number 9 smashed before escaping. There must be something wrong if number 9 suddenly smashed this thing when he ran away. Inducement bait, broken, quality, blue additional effect. After use, it can induce mutant life nearby, with a radiation range of 5 kilometers and a duration of 1 month. 5 kilometers is enough to cover the contaminated area. After seeing the data fed back by the spiritual vision, Bai Fu's face turned green. The horror of mutant life is self-evident. She doesn't know how many mutant life forms this bait can attract, but even if there are only 100, the chain reaction they bring will be enough to cause the fall of the entire abandoned cooling plant. Does this beast want the entire abandoned cooling plant to be buried with him? Run away? No, it was obviously impossible to escape now. After all, the convoy from the abandoned cooling plant to Lin only made a round trip once a week at most. At this time, Bai Fu didn't care about anything else. She hurried back home and asked Anya to hide in the basement first, and then return to the Wildfire Gang again. She now only hoped that number 9 had something that could suppress the bait. Otherwise, this matter would become a big deal. When Bai Fu arrived at the scene again, the player had already rushed into the secret door following No. 9. Because the underground passage was quite narrow, many players were stuck outside and unable to get in for a while. What's the situation in there? I heard there's a boss in there, and she's very beautiful. It's already a high-level game so soon? Irby, don't fall for her beauty trap. What's wrong with being pretty? Any enemy must be killed. The players who stayed outside were all very excited. They had only been in the game for so long, and they had already triggered a boss battle. Wasn't this much more interesting than working slowly in other novice villages? Now they only hated themselves for not running fast enough and not being able to squeeze to the front. If the boss was killed, they would get nothing. Just as they were getting anxious, there was a sudden noise coming from the front. Hey, it's my turn. Get up, get back, get back, get back quickly. What happened? Almost instantly, chaos broke out near the secret door. Bai Fu saw some players trying to get in, but more players were desperately trying to escape. Something happened? After more than a minute, all the players who had rushed in earlier squeezed out, but a few players were obviously not in the right state. They seemed to have awakened the blood of berserkers and would attack anyone they saw, even if the person standing in front of them was another player. Lao Wu, what are you doing? Could this guy have defected to the enemy? Hey, don't hit me in the face. You think I want to? I'm being controlled. I can't control my body at all. You guys get out of the way. I'm about to die. You have to compensate me for the experience. Bai Fu used her clairvoyance on the player named Lao Wu and discovered an additional control status after discovering his name. Control, Yulia's innate ability, can control the body of a target with inspiration less than 15. The duration depends on the inspiration difference between the two parties. Bai Fu's face darkened. This talent was a bit outrageous. In a place like the novice village where everyone's attributes were not high, she could almost kill people indiscriminately. You have to know that her inspiration was only 12 points now, and others were even lower. No, it's not just the novice village. Even for a level 20 character, if he doesn't have a talent for inspiration, his inspiration attribute usually won't exceed 15 points, and he will still be controlled in the end. It's really weird. How could such a powerful boss suddenly appear? Bai Fu stared at the secret door. While the players were making a fuss, a familiar figure walked out. This was the ice blue-haired woman who appeared next to the Wildfire Gang leader that day. Yulia was referring to her, right? Her eyes widened, and a strange silver-white light emanated from her pupils. Get out of the way. Some players cried out in surprise, but it was too late. The two players closest to Yulia were shaken, and soon the word control appeared behind their names. It's over. Now both the powerful Patrick and the scheming Fu are in trouble. This kind of boss is simply impossible to defeat at this stage. She can bring down the entire player group by controlling a part of the players. The number 9 that was about to reach my mouth just flew away. Experience, my experience. Haha, aren't you guys very capable? Come on, show off your arrogance to me again. Number 9 walked out from behind Yulia, laughing wildly. He hurried back because he knew that Yulia had this ability. This ability was really unreasonable, but as long as they had the restriction lock issued by the president, they didn't have to be afraid of Yulia. Number 9's arrogant look made the players furious. Yulia frowned and said softly, "Shut up, you." As number 9 opened his mouth, his words were blocked again. "If you think you can snipe me, then try." Huh. Not only number 9, but all the other players were stunned. Sniping, shooting, but no one here has a sniper rifle. Do you think I'm deliberately trying to trick you? Don't forget that I'm an expert in psychic powers. My perception abilities are no worse than the equipment you carry with you. Yulia's eyes fell on a water tower, and the others looked over. I just heard some strange noises here and came to check it out, but I didn't expect to find a big fish. After a while, a man with an unhappy face jumped out from behind the water tower holding a sniper rifle, followed by a young woman in work clothes. "Yago, I told you that sneak attacks are useless against her. Who knows if you don't try? What if it works?" The two quarreled for a while, and then Yago pointed the finger at Yulia. "Although you have taken a lot of hostages, it is a bit unrealistic to think that you can escape like this. It is better to surrender as soon as possible. This is the territory of the pre-march. It is impossible for the reinforcements of the Truth Society to arrive in a short time." Yulia didn't care. "You should consider your own safety first." Number 9 just smashed a bait. "Even if you run over to deal with it right now, it's too late." What? These words surprised Yago, who had been feeling somewhat relaxed. Everyone here, oh, and the one hiding over there, knows it very well. Were they discovered? When Yago and Xiashi were caught, Bai Fu felt that she might have been exposed as well. She came out and stopped hiding. "It's Fufu." The sharp-eyed players spotted her immediately. However, most of the players were very restrained at this time and did not run over immediately. A cutscene was playing nearby. Under normal circumstances, they would definitely not bother to watch it and would just do it. But now they couldn't do it, so they could only calm down and see what this boss was. Upon learning what number 9 had done, Yago yelled, "Are you crazy? This will attract all the mutant life nearby, and everyone in the abandoned cooling plant will die," Yulia said coldly. "If you have time to curse here, you should think about how to survive the upcoming insect swarm." Rascal! Yago and Xiashi raised their guns at the same time, but as soon as they moved, the player controlled by Yulia stood in front of them. "Do you want to shoot?" Yulia smoothed the hair by her ears, looking relaxed. Veins bulged on Yago and Xiashi's foreheads, but they never dared to pull the trigger. They were not the crazy people in the Truth Society, and they could not kill innocent people indiscriminately to achieve their goals. Hateful. We had just received news from an informant a few days ago that people from the Truth Society had secretly infiltrated the pre-march, and we had just received the mission 3 days ago to conduct a routine investigation at the abandoned cooling plant. Why had we encountered such a huge crisis just after arriving here today? This is so weird. There was no investigation process, no battle of wits and courage with the enemy, and they just fast-forwarded to the last battle before the finale after the main cast list was played. Is this how the script is normally played? Did someone change the script before they arrived? Yago was sweating profusely, but no matter how sweaty he was, he had to continue acting. The luring bait has been thrown, and it is difficult to escape. The only way to survive is to fight hard. Sure, I'll keep an eye on it here. Go check the situation outside first and contact. As he was speaking, Yago's voice disappeared because his attention was drawn to the player. Those two guys look like they belong to a decent organization. Luring bait. From the description, it sounds like something like a monster trap. Pretty cool. If we can get some, can we combine it with the trap to automatically spawn monsters? This is a good idea, but how do we do it? They want to massacre the city without saying anything. This is real. Are we going to have to fight a defensive battle later? A group of players gathered together to chat, completely ignoring the situation around them. Some were laughing, some were serious, and some were eager to try. In addition, there was a group of players gathered around by Fu, asking questions. Fufu, is this what you have been investigating? That's about right. What could the truth be, and what could the Primarchs be? The Society of Truth and the Primarchs are one of the 5 major forces on the Zuyuan star, among which Yago was stunned. No, what are you doing? In this place and in this situation, is it time for a passionate chat? Don't you realize that you have become a hostage? Yago rubbed his eyes vigorously. He suspected that he was dreaming, otherwise he couldn't explain why these people in front of him were so relaxed. Yago. Xiaoshi's voice rang out. Yago swallowed and asked, "What's wrong? Let me pinch it. Get out of here. Pinch yourself." Yago quickly dodged. He was now sure that he was not dreaming. So the only explanation was that these people were crazy. It can't be that the world has suddenly gone crazy. Although the world has become crazy since the war 100 years ago, crazy is not insanity. The behavior of this group of people is completely unreasonable. In fact, let alone Yago, except for Bai Fu and the players themselves, everyone at the scene was confused. Yulia and Number 9 now began to suspect that the players were just a group of aliens in human skin. This weird atmosphere was not broken until Patrick shouted loudly, "What are you two still standing there for? Shoot now." Yago suddenly raised his head and stared at the man who had just called out to Patrick in astonishment. "Are you calling me? Didn't you hear her say that a swarm of insects is coming soon and everyone will die then?" Patrick said anxiously, "Hurry up and shoot her. She must have something that can repel insects. Otherwise, she would never dare to rashly cause a swarm of insects." "That's true. But..." Yago and Xiaoshi stared at the group of players controlled by Yulia. "They will die. These people will definitely be sacrificed. Why are you still hesitating? They are just a few shields. You can't have too many bullets on you, right?" After Patrick finished shouting, the controlled players also shouted, "Shoot me. I'm already under control and will die sooner or later. Why don't you just shoot me and save it for the new year? Stop fussing. The longer we wait, the greater the damage the insect swarm will cause." Yago and Xiaoshi looked at each other. They suddenly felt ashamed. They had just said that these people were crazy, but it was this group of crazy people who stood up at the critical moment and were willing to sacrifice themselves for the sake of everyone. What kind of spirit is this? It's so touching. Xiaoshi, Yago. The two nodded to each other, feeling infinite power surging in their hearts. In order to prevent these people from dying in vain, to abandon the cooling plant, and for their own sake, they must kill the 2 beasts from the Truth Society. Bai Fu was a little speechless. Isn't this her favorite move? How come a player secretly learned it to improve other NPCs' favorability? The moment Yago and Xiaoshi raised their guns again, Yulia's eyes turned silver-white again. In fact, she didn't want to use this move too much. It consumed her a lot. She was afraid that something unexpected would happen. But since the opponent was not scared by her, she had to fight. She had to complete the experimental verification and couldn't let anyone disturb her. Kill them. The battle started again, and the entire Wildfire gang was in chaos. Yago and Xiaoshi kept adjusting their positions and trying to shoot Yulia, but Yulia's perception was so strong that she could always calculate the angle of their shooting in advance, and then control the players to block the bullets for her. While dealing with Yago and Xiaoshi, She could also distract herself and control other players to launch attacks. At this moment, she was standing at the entrance of the secret door, with her long ice blue hair flying under the fluorescent light. She looked like a skilled puppeteer or a great symphony conductor, indescribably elegant. Is this a special effects player? Bai Fu felt that if her skill's special effects were as cool as Yulia's, her current popularity would have easily destroyed that big mecha. When playing games, who doesn't like to play cool ones? She put these thoughts aside for the time being. After observing for so long, she found that the biggest limitation of Yulia's control skill was not that the target's inspiration had to be less than 15, but the range. It's only 30 meters at most. Beyond that distance it won't work. This was good news for Yago and Xiaoshi, but not so good news for her because she lacked the means of long-range attack. Although she had obtained a gun from Chao Wenliang before, her shooting skills were really not satisfactory. If it was at a relatively close distance, it would be okay, but a distance of more than 30 meters would be a bit too much of a test for her accuracy. If she had enough bullets, she could launch a saturation attack, but now she only had 2 bullets. Who can be killed with 2 bullets? First, let's rule out Yulia. Yulia's perception ability is too strong. Neither Yago nor Xiaoshi can hit her, let alone her. Bai Fu set her target on number 9. Even though number 9 was beaten up by the player before, it was not because he was not strong, but because he did not expect the player to beat him up. In terms of close combat alone, his strength is actually stronger than Yago, so it is better to kill him as soon as possible, otherwise he will recover and become a big problem. There is another benefit to killing him. Bai Fu has now accumulated 8,755 experience points. As long as she kills number 9, the experience she gains will be enough for her to level up again. At that time, she can increase her inspiration to 15 in one go and be directly immune to Yulia's control. Can it hit? Bai Fu put her hand on the gun. She didn't want to step out unless it was necessary, because she might end up provoking the behemoth that is the Truth Society. But now the Truth Society has no moral principles and is forcing her to death, so she can only use heavy punches. Bai Fu first secretly used a shot of frenzy on number 9's stomach. She did not use her skills on Yulia. She had already sensed something when she failed to use her clairvoyance on her before. Now she had verified her thoughts even more. Yulia is a psychic genius, with an inspiration attribute of at least 20. Her skills will most likely not be effective against Yulia. Even if they are effective, Yulia will immediately notice them, making her the primary target. Just wait a few more minutes. Bai Fu narrowed her eyes and began to slowly adjust her position. Under Yulia's control, players fought each other extremely fiercely. I have to say that Yulia's blue bar is really long. Bai Fu roughly estimated that she has controlled more than 30 players, but she still seems to be able to do it with ease. It seems that the idea of letting players kill Yulia by numbers is not feasible. As the fight went on, Yago and Xiaoshi became more and more anxious. They had killed 7 players in succession, but still hadn't caused any harm to Yulia. Was that woman a monster? The players' mentality also began to change a little. The difficulty of this dungeon is a bit too high. Even after spawning 2 powerful NPCs, they still couldn't defeat them. Now they can only hope that the group of players who came after watching Digging G's live broadcast can come quickly. By the way, Fu Fu has been lying in ambush nearby, so she must have some plan. Time passes slowly. Bai Fu stared at No. 9 intently. At a certain moment, she suddenly found that number 9 subconsciously reached out and pressed his stomach. The time is now. Fanatical strengthening of the eyes, improving vision, and fanatical strengthening of the hands, improving stability when holding a gun. Bai Fu quickly pulled out her gun. The first shot was aimed at 9's chest. Bang! The bullet hit number 9's left shoulder. 9 The second shot was still aimed at number 9's chest. Bang! The bullet passed through a player's armpit and hit number 9's heart straight in the air. 47 It was a red critical hit, and the shot caused number 9 to be seriously injured and bleeding. It's done. Bai Fu clenched her left fist tightly. Although the 2 shots did not kill number 9 directly, the bleeding alone was enough to sentence number 9 to death. Here you go. Yago and Xiaoshi were overjoyed to see this. The players also shouted, Fu Fu is awesome. How could it be? Number 9 held his chest. He never dreamed that he would be shot in the heart when the situation was going well. He had been on guard against those two people, but he didn't expect that there was an old silver coin hiding nearby. Are you going to die? No, absolutely not. How could he die here so easily? Number 9 struggled to take out another injection from his pocket and stabbed himself in the neck without hesitation. Number 9. Yulia's face changed. Bai Fu suddenly had a bad feeling in her heart, and she quickly used her clairvoyance on Number 9. Name: Number 9, Elite. Alienation progress 38%, 0.41%, 0.100%. When the alienation progress bar was full, Number 9's body began to twist extremely, and in just a few seconds he turned into a twisted purple-skinned monster. It was covered in cysts and could barely be called a human. But this is not the most troublesome thing. After turning into a mutant monster, his health bar increased and the original bleeding state disappeared. Health value: 131 to 310. Although still in a seriously injured state, he won't die for a while. If he doesn't die, Bai Fu won't get any experience, and if she doesn't get any experience, she won't be able to level up, and if she can't level up, she won't be immune to the control skill. The alienated Number 9 let out a deafening roar from his throat. Yulia shook her head and used the power of the Imperial Guard to control Number 9. Number 9 had lost his mind. If she didn't control him, even she might be attacked. Actually, this is a good thing, because now she has an extra helper. Only. Yulia's eyes fell on Bai Fu. The two looked into each other's eyes for the first time. Was she being targeted? Bai Fu looked at the players who were still fighting each other. Now that things had come to this, she could only use that evil method. Although Number 9 was dead, who said there were no monsters here that could provide her with experience points for upgrading? Aren't there a lot of players here? The level of the players has increased a lot compared to before, and now one player should be able to provide her with 200-400 experience points. As long as she kills 10 players, she can level up. If she can kill 60 players, she will have the opportunity to fully upgrade her Psychic Apprentice. In the past, she certainly wouldn't dare to kill players indiscriminately, even in an emergency, but the situation is different now. Yulia has the skill of control. Deliberately let Yulia control you, and then kill players. This way, you can not only earn experience, but also don't have to worry about lowering the player's favorability. After accumulating enough experience, you can upgrade and break free from the constraints. This is Bai Fu's evil upgrade method. Although she had made the decision, Bai Fu was not stupid enough to rush forward. That seemed too hasty, and she was worried that Yulia would see the problem and cause the plan to fail. She needed to think of a solution, and while she was thinking, Yulia had already taken action. You guys go kill her. Several players who were hit by the control skill rushed towards Bai Fu uncontrollably. This situation irritated them so much that their faces turned green. You actually asked us to fight Bai Fu. You are so despicable. Come and stop me, brother. If my favorability drops, how will I be able to accept the hidden mission? Our uncle's boss, you will die miserably. Amid their shouting, the players who were closer to Bai Fu were the first to react. Stop them. Bai Fu is the main output. If we want to defeat this boss, we can't do without Bai Fu. We can't let them disturb Bai Fu. The two groups of players joined together and started fighting in front of Bai Fu. They punched and kicked each other back and forth. It seemed like just an ordinary fight, but Yulia read a different meaning from it. She originally thought, like Number 7 and Number 9, that these outsiders were summoned by the Primarch. But judging from the battle just now, these outsiders did not know the two Primarchs at all, but were very familiar with Bai Fu. No, that is no longer a relationship that can be simply described as familiar. If they were just familiar with each other, why would they be willing to sacrifice themselves to protect Bai Fu, and even let their companions kill themselves for fear of angering Bai Fu? How do they view Bai Fu? Like respect, fear, or a mixture of everything? Interesting. Yulia found that she had found a way to solve the current trouble as soon as possible. As long as she could successfully control Bai Fu, the impact of these annoying outsiders would be greatly reduced. Without the disturbance of these outsiders, she could let go and deal with the two Primarchs. The slight change in her expression was quickly caught by the vigilant Yago, who immediately issued a warning. Be careful. She must be planning something in secret. Unfortunately, Yago never expected that the person he reminded was an actor. Bai Fu was maneuvering among the players in the chaos. She did not attack the controlled players with heavy punches. Even if there were controlled players coming in front of her, she would just push them away. At the same time, she would also protect the players who were in danger and were not controlled. This wave of operations has increased the players' favorability. Fu, don't worry about me. The overall situation is more important. Just kill me. Bai Fu gritted her teeth and said, I'm sorry, everyone. In order to defeat her and protect the abandoned cooling plant from being attacked by the insect swarm, I can only resort to this last resort. The controlled players burst into laughter. Fu, I don't blame you. The next second, Bai Fu stabbed him with a knife. Yulia nodded secretly. When she watched this episode as a child, she almost cried, but now her heart had grown cold. Although she couldn't say that she laughed out loud, at least she wasn't touched by it. She must complete the experimental verification, no matter who tries to stop her. While dealing with the constant harassment from Yago and Xiaoshi, she also kept manipulating the player to force Bai Fu to move. The good news is that Bai Fu, who was immersed in the death of the outsider, really didn't notice that he was getting closer and closer to her. The moment Bai Fu pushed away a stranger whose life was threatened, Yulia's eyes suddenly widened. Royal Envoy, a silvery white light shot out from his pupils, aiming directly at Bai Fu. Oh no! Yago and Xiaoshi's faces changed drastically. The hearts of the players who saw Bai Fu enveloped in silver light sank as well. They want to do something, but with their strength, what can they do at this time? They could only watch as Bai Fu's body suddenly stiffened. This was clearly a sign that she was being controlled. It's over, it's all over now. Even if we don't consider Bai Fu's identity and just consider Bai Fu's strength, anyone with a discerning eye can see that this boss battle has been extremely disadvantageous. Previously, when Bai Fu stood on the player's side, they were unable to suppress the boss on the opposite side. They would probably be beaten so badly that they couldn't even raise their heads, even with the help of the two agents from the pre-march. If we consider the relationship between Bai Fu and the player, as well as the secrets hidden in Bai Fu, then this boss battle will be even more difficult to win. We can't really do it to Bai Fu, right? I believe that even if we do it, Fu won't hold a grudge against us given her personality, but I can't do it. Digging Ji gritted his teeth. Her words were recognized by most of the players present. They couldn't find a reason to fight Bai Fu. They were sure they couldn't win anyway. There was no benefit in fighting Bai Fu except to make the boss happy. How about retreating first, and then gathering more players to fight this boss? A player suggested. First of all, the boss must be fought. If not, the abandoned cooling plant will be attacked by a swarm of insects. If the abandoned cooling plant is destroyed by the swarm of insects, it will be more difficult for these players to play the game at that time. However, this proposal was immediately rejected. Let's not talk about whether the boss will let us retreat easily. The question is, if we leave, what will happen to Fu and the two NPCs? This is a very realistic problem. They will inevitably suffer huge losses during the retreat. Okay, this is not a problem. After all, they are players. They can be resurrected if they die, and the worst that can happen is that they lose some experience. But if they retreated, the two NPCs might still have a chance to escape, and Bai Fu would be doomed. So, we cannot retreat. We are born. Now we can only try our best to avoid Fu and attack the boss. I hope we can hold on until other players come to support us. Can it be avoided? Alas, it's all my fault. If it wasn't for protecting me, Fu wouldn't have been attacked and controlled by that boss. I will pull Bai Fu's hatred, and you go and cooperate with the two NPCs. I don't believe this boss can be controlled indefinitely. It is impossible for the novice village to create such an unsolvable boss. During the discussion, Patrick stood up. His serious expression and determined eyes made the somewhat panicked players feel a little relieved. Paida, let me help you, I'm coming too. A dozen players stood up. This scene looked somewhat solemn, but not all the players watching the game in the live broadcast room opened by Digging G thought so. Especially those players who were defeated by Bai Fu in the popularity vote before were very happy this time. Okay. It would be even better if Bai Fu died suddenly here. When the players were dividing into action teams, Yago and Xiaoshi were already a little hesitant. They didn't know that players could be resurrected, and they didn't know that there were still players rushing here. After discovering that Bai Fu was really controlled, their first thought was that it was impossible to kill Yulia. What they should do now is to retreat temporarily, readjust, and see if there is any chance. But what happened next was beyond their expectations. Instead of running away, the players automatically split into two groups. The smaller group surrounded Bai Fu, while the larger group ran in front of them. As long as we can kill that boss, we will do our best to cooperate with you. You can ask us to do anything, even to be a meat shield. Of course, the players did this not just to save Bai Fu, who wouldn't settle accounts. As long as the boss is killed, even if they die 2 or 3 times here, they will still make a profit in the end. Now that things have come to this, only those who work hard can win. Yago was shocked by the players' attitude. Then he smiled. That's right. This is their home. Where else can they retreat to? Let's fight. Since these people want to fight, then let them fight. Anyway, even if they really retreat, it will be difficult for them to find a chance to fight back because the insect swarm is coming soon. If you are ready to make sacrifices, then let me tell you what I think. This may be our only chance to win. You tell me. It's just a willingness to sacrifice. It's a small matter. Good. Yago turned his head to see what was happening over there with Bai Fu. At this time, the controlled Bai Fu was already fighting with the players, and some players were rushing towards them under the control of Yulia. Then I'll make it short. Yago spoke quickly. Yulia's eyes kept wandering between the two waves of players. She had thought that controlling Bai Fu would make the battle much easier, but she didn't expect the effect to be this good. After Bai Fu launched the attack, those outsiders didn't dare to take any action at all. They could only keep dodging and use physical blocking to restrict Bai Fu from moving towards Yago. I don't know what Bai Fu's identity is. In short, Yulia is in a very good mood now, with a barely perceptible smile on the corner of her mouth. In this way, she wouldn't have to spend energy controlling more outsiders, and the energy saved could be used to deal with emergencies, such as the sneak attack from the 2 more annoying pre-march agents. Want to snipe me with special bullets? Dream on. Yulia changed her mind. She decided to let Bai Fu kill all the outsiders who blocked the way first, and then deal with the 2 agents of the pre-march. Go. The command was passed on, and Bai Fu received the game prompt. Under the effect of controller, you change your attack target to the player Patrick. She twisted her body, put all her strength into punching Patrick. Get out of the way, Bai Fu reminded loudly. But this change was so sudden, and her reminder came half a beat too late, so Patrick had no time to react at all. He could not avoid it, so he could only bear it. Bang! Bai Fu's fist landed heavily on Patrick's chest. The players who were standing close to Bai Fu felt their scalps tingling when she swung her punch. With Bai Fu's ability to catch a blade with her bare hands, it would be easy for her to kill Patrick with all her strength. Once Patrick dies, the others will probably fall down soon as they don't have his strength and positioning. This time, their battle plan completely failed. Wait a moment. Just when everyone was in despair, Gaia Wofu opened her eyes wide and shouted, "Something is not right." Yes, Patrick was not beaten to death. After being punched by Bai Fu, although he took 7 or 8 steps back, his body still stood straight, and the damage value floating above his head was only 17 in the end. Patrick himself and the other players were stunned. 17? With Bai Fu's strength, even if she couldn't kill Patrick, the damage would definitely not be this little. What's going on? Yulia frowned and realized that things were not simple. She quickly instructed Bai Fu to continue attacking Patrick. Paida, get out of the way, you can't send it. When Bai Fu rushed over for the second time, a player pushed Patrick away and took Bai Fu's punch for Patrick. This time he was knocked flying several meters away, but when he landed, he was not dead. 23. A group of players looked at each other in confusion, unable to understand why the damage was so small. And not only the damage, Bai Fu's speed did not seem to be as fast as they imagined. Although most players cannot keep up with her speed, those who focus on agility can easily avoid Bai Fu's attacks as long as they concentrate. Is it a bug, or will the attributes be reduced after being controlled? Or is Yulia's power coming to an end? The players don't have much time to think about it. Unconvinced, Yulia orders Bai Fu to attack the players with all her might and make sure to kill them all. So, Bai Fu shouted, "Get out of the way and I'm sorry," while beating the players hard. After 2 or 3 minutes, she finally killed 3 unlucky players who were slow. Although the efficiency was quite slow, she successfully gained 820 experience points. Including the controlled players she killed before being controlled, she now has a total of 10,545 experience points, which is enough for her to level up. Bai Fu upgraded her psionic apprentice to LV9 without hesitation, but she was not in a hurry to add the 2 free attribute points to inspiration. Now is not the time yet. I need to accumulate more experience and then find an opportunity to get close to Yulia before I can break free. Just as Bai Fu continued to shout, "Get out of the way quickly," the digging girl who had been walking on the edge suddenly shouted in surprise, "I understand. I totally understand." "What do you understand?" A lot of eyes were cast over. Digging Princess continued, "Fufu is not completely controlled. She is still fighting against the boss. She can't bear to hurt us, so she is trying her best to suppress her strength." Oh. As soon as these words were spoken, the players at the scene, the players in the live broadcast room, Yago, Xiashi, Yulia, and Bai Fu were all stunned. What you said makes sense. If it weren't for this, it would be impossible to explain why Bai Fu's speed was so slow and her damage was so low. After all, Bai Fu is obviously strong enough to catch the blade with her bare hands without getting hurt. Anyway, no normal person would have thought that Bai Fu put almost all of her attribute points into her physique. I'm crying my ace off. Is this Fufu? I never thought she would still be thinking about us at this time. She must have felt that if she killed all the players at this point, the battle would be lost, so she was fighting desperately. I can't even imagine how much effort Fufu put into her comeback to fight against the skill control. When a barrage of encouragement passed by, other players also started shouting, "Sister Fufu, we believe in you. You can definitely break free." There were also many childish lines mixed in, but when these voices came together, they burst out with a power that moved both Yago and Xiashi. In order to cherish oneself and the people one cherishes, even if one is imprisoned, one still tries one's best to fight against the evil. This is youth. This is passion. Infected by this, Yago feels that his shooting accuracy has improved a lot. That's so right, brother and sister. You are so right. Bai Fu herself didn't expect that there could be such an explanation. She looked at Diggerji with more eager eyes. What the Hades is this if not a genius? Unlike her excitement, Yulia was in a state of complete anger at this time. It's already this late, and you're still playing out the most touching scene in front of me. If that's the case, I'll make your relationship even more touching. Kill them all. Although Bai Fu suppressed her strength, her current level was enough to kill those outsiders. It was just a little slow. The players who were attacked by Bai Fu were not discouraged or sad at all. Instead, they shouted even louder with each player falling. "Come on, big sister with white hair. I'm sorry, everyone. If it weren't for me, the situation wouldn't be like this. If it continues like this." Bai Fu threw heavy punches while glaring with scarlet eyes. As the number of players falling in her hands increased, her voice began to tremble. Digging Ji responded loudly, "Fu, I believe you. The embodiment of justice will never lose to someone who arbitrarily controls other people's lives." Yulia felt like she was about to be annoyed to death. She hadn't been so upset for a long time. What was going on with these outsiders and Bai Fu? No, something has to change. Yulia had noticed that Yago was aiming at her with a sniper rifle, while Xiashi was still constantly using bursts of fire to force her to move. "Return." She immediately gave orders, asking Bai Fu and the other controlled players to cover her retreat underground, and then rely on the narrow terrain underground to fight. "We can't let her retreat in there. It will be even more difficult to fight her once she gets in there." Patrick shouted loudly. Gaiaofu also stood up and said, "Stop Fufu. We can't let Fufu join her, otherwise all the efforts Fufu made will be wasted." Dream. A light flashed in Yulia's eyes. Whoever stood in her way would be killed. She ordered Bai Fu to take a weapon from the player. Since hitting someone with fists doesn't hurt much, use a sharp blade to chop or stab their weak points. "Fufu, wake up." Players kept shouting, even when they fell to the ground. The blood color reflected in Bai Fu's eyes became more and more intense. Just a little bit more, just a little bit more, just a few more players. 1, 2, 3. When she was only a dozen meters away from Yulia, her accumulated experience finally exceeded 10,000 again, reaching 11945. At this moment, Bai Fu's sight fell on the mutated number 9. In order to prevent Bai Fu from being summoned by Yulia, the players, Yago, and Xiaoshi all used all their abilities. They threw aside all their concerns and treated the last 10 meters of the journey as the battlefield for the decisive battle. A group of players came forward one after another, trying their best to stop Bai Fu from moving forward. Another group of players were equally fearless and tried every possible means to attack Yulia. Now is the critical moment. As long as Yulia's control can be loosened even a little, Bai Fu may be able to break free. Under the cover of the players, Yago was not to be outdone. He directly loaded the special bullet that was originally intended to end Yulia's life into the magazine. How could they care about anything else now? No matter what, they must not let Yulia and Bai Fu hide in that underground laboratory, otherwise all their previous sacrifices would be in vain, and the abandoned cooling plant would inevitably be destroyed by the insect swarm. For the abandoned cooling plant. For Bai Fu, who kept burning herself even when she was controlled. For all the love and justice, go it. Yago pulled the trigger, and the bullet rushed out of the barrel at high speed, passing through the gap between players and heading straight for Yulia's head. Friendship, bond, and courage are perfectly combined at this moment. Strength, speed, and reaction were also released to the extreme at this moment. Yago had high hopes for this shot, but he still underestimated Yulia's vigilance. While controlling the player and Bai Fu, Yulia still kept nearly half of her attention on him. The moment she noticed that he raised his gun, Yulia had already controlled alien number 9 to pounce towards her. Boom! A slight explosion sounded, and what was blown to pieces was not Yulia's head, but the right leg of alien number 9. Alien number 9 screamed and fell to the ground, with a large amount of deep red blood flowing from his body. It still doesn't work? Yago hammered the ground hard. The situation was obviously so chaotic. How could that woman still divide the battle so clearly? As a sniper, this was the first time he encountered such a restrained enemy. Rather than being angry, he felt more frustrated. Grass. This time it might really be over. However, at a distance of more than 10 meters, no matter how brave the player is, it is impossible to really stop Bai Fu. If the opponent was only Bai Fu, they could still rely on their numbers to drag Bai Fu back. But Yulia also controlled a lot of players. Under the harassment of those players, they could only watch Bai Fu take one step at a time. And after crossing a distance of more than 10 meters, she finally came to Yulia. Winner! Yulia laughed. The moment Bai Fu walked to her side, all the players who were so aggressive just now stopped, and Xiaoshi, who had been shooting non-stop, did not dare to act rashly. The noisy wildfire gang became silent almost in an instant. It was like the volume on a TV playing a horror movie was suddenly turned down to 0, and there was a sense of unease and weirdness everywhere. The only lively place at this time was the live broadcast room opened by the players present, especially the live broadcast room of Digging G. This time Bai Fu is beyond help. What a shame. I thought Bai Fu had a lot of plots to tell, but I didn't expect her to be offline so soon. This boss looks like a real heavyweight. It can't be said that there is no plot. Bai Fu's words vaguely revealed that her background is unusual. I guess she is just an introduction. There will be a revenge mission later to lead out the forces behind her. Our plot planner. You actually arranged such an ending for Fu Fu. I'm going to explode with you. I can't accept it. Wabeo, please say something. Are you fainted from the shock? Digging G was indeed hit hard. Recently, seeing that the official has not released a new promotional video, she plans to edit a video of Bai Fu herself to promote Bai Fu. This will not only attract more popularity for herself, but also indirectly fight back against those who had questioned her speculation before. But who could have thought that things would suddenly turn out like this? Now, even if it is later proved that Bai Fu's background is unusual, because Bai Fu was born in the novice village, her previous guess would have a big loophole, and she would be caught and severely tortured by some people. Digging G almost fainted from anger. The plot planning, I finally put my heart into it once, but you let me lose so completely. then I can only say that my fate is in my own hands. The furious digger passed by a group of players and rushed directly towards Yulia. Treasure hunting, what are you doing? All the players inside and outside the live broadcast room were frightened by Digging G's sudden action. Even Yulia was surprised. Are you just giving yourself away like this? Go back now. Yago was very anxious and quickly called Xiashur to shoot at Yulia together. Several bullets were fired, but they were all easily blocked by Yulia. Well, since you are in a hurry to deliver it, I will control you as well. Yulia's pupils turned silver-white again, and at the moment when her attention was focused on Digging G, Bai Fu's heartbeat suddenly accelerated. This is the perfect opportunity she has been waiting for. She even suspected that Digger G was a hired agent. Otherwise, how could Digger G play such a perfect match? It's time to attack. On the way to Yulia, Bai Fu had rehearsed it in her mind dozens of times. Therefore, when the opportunity really came, she was not nervous or panicked at all. On the contrary, her mind was clearer than ever before. The first step is to add 2 free attribute points to inspiration and raise the inspiration to 15. Judgment successful. You have escaped the restraints of control freedom again. The second step is not the most critical, but it can be regarded as the finishing touch. Amid shouts filled with reluctance and anger, in the astonished eyes of countless players, when Yago and Xiashur's eyes widened, and when Yulia's heart suddenly contracted, Bai Fu finally broke free from the restraints. These kicks were fast and fierce. As the 3 high damage values of 18, 26, and 25 rose, alien number 9 was completely dead. You killed number 9, alienation, contribution 75. 3%. After correction based on the level difference, you gain 60-24 experience points. The third step is to upgrade the Psionic Apprentice to LV10. Add the extra 2 free attribute points to strength. In the remaining 2,969 experience points should be invested in the Fanaticism skill to upgrade Fanaticism from LV1 to LV3. In this way, her attributes became Strength 9, Agility 5, Constitution 26, Intelligence 3, Spirit 14, Inspiration 16. The detailed description of the Zealot skill has also changed, makes a part of the target's body enter the Frenzy LV3 state, consuming 5 points of spiritual energy every 1 minute during the duration. With a cooldown of 2 seconds, the fourth step is to add Fanatical LV3 and Power Surge, inferior, to yourself, which will instantly increase your strength to 12 points and increase your right fist output by 50%. Then, when all preparations were ready, the silver-haired girl, in the afterglow of sunset, with her delicate body, was like a cannonball that had exceeded the limit, venting her endless anger with her indomitable fists. That's enough. Watch it. This punch was the product of 20 years of hard work. It silenced the noisy live broadcast room, froze the bodies of everyone present, and shattered Yulia's confident heart. By the time Yulia realized the problem, it was too late to dodge because Bai Fu was too close to her. She could only turn sideways. 41 critical hit. The heavy punch hit her waist hard, and her waist shook violently like ripples. Under the brutal impact, she flew out like a kite with a broken string. The world is silent. Yulia was stunned. When she was flying in the air, what she felt was not pain, but full of wonder. She was beaten by someone she controlled. She even suspected that she had fallen into a dream. It was not until her body hit the stone pillar behind the secret door so hard that it shook violently that she suddenly woke up. Now is definitely not the time to feel sentimental, angry, or hateful. The woman rushed over again, and Yago raised his gun immediately. If it takes a little longer, everyone will react. Envoy. Yulia quickly used her skills on Bai Fu again. However, this time Bai Fu didn't even pause for 0.1 second. She rushed to Yulia and hit her in the face with the second punch. Boom. Yulia was hit and rolled back several times. When she stabilized her body, Yago fired again. A bullet hit the wall and pierced her left arm. Yulia clenched her teeth. When Bai Fu rushed towards her for the third time, she suddenly took out an injection potion from her pocket that was exactly the same as the one that number 9 had used before. Stop her quickly. Yago's face changed drastically. The low health number 9 strength has increased significantly after the mutation. If Yulia successfully mutates, everyone present will be killed. Xiashi raised her gun and shot, followed closely by Yago. The two of them kept forcing Yulia to move. Yulia dodged and moved around, but could not find a chance to inject the medicine. Just when the stalemate occurred, Bai Fu had already rushed in front of her and punched her with all her might. It was not until this time that the players finally reacted. Fight back from now on. Fu, let me help you. Come on, Bai Fu. At this moment, what could be more exciting and touching than seeing Bai Fu break through the control of the skills and knock the seemingly invincible Yulia away? A large group of players rushed towards Yulia. Julia, who was forced into a desperate situation, suddenly opened her mouth and a sharp and piercing long cry burst out from her throat. It was okay for those who were far away, but those who were close felt like they had fallen into a quagmire in an instant. You have suffered a mental shock and are in a dizzy state right now. While everyone around her was dizzy, Yulia turned around and tried to escape. But Yago, who had been suppressed for so long, would not let her escape so easily. He raised his gun, aimed, and fired a shot, piercing Yulia's left calf. 19 bang. She tilted over and fell to the ground. Don't let her get away, Yago yelled. Under the current circumstances, it seems that there is really no escape. As for experimental verification, it is even more impossible to have time to complete it. After thinking this through, Yulia gave up running away. She turned over, with neither despair nor anger on her face. Something is wrong. Bai Fu was on high alert. When dealing with this skill-based boss, she couldn't relax for even a moment, or she would be overturned at any time. She noticed that Yulia was looking at her. Your name is Bai Fu? Bai Fu did not reply, but gathered her strength, preparing to knock Yulia down with one punch. I don't have any medicine that can stop the insect tide. Even if you kill me, you can't stop the outbreak of the insect tide. But there is a bait in the laboratory. If you can make good use of it, you may be able to guide the insect tide to other places. You want to beg for mercy? No. Yulia suddenly smiled, with an unusual look in her eyes. I just hope you can survive and live until the next time I come to see you. I am very interested in you now. To me, you are the most special one. Bai Fu felt a chill on her ace. She began to suspect that this woman had some special hobby. Otherwise, why would her eyes become so eager when she looked at her after she beat her up? What a pervert. What kind of person is this? No wonder he joined a crazy organization like the Truth Society. She rushed forward and punched Yulia. This time, Yulia did not resist at all and was beaten to the ground. After being beaten, Yulia seemed more excited. How could she not be happy? Bai Fu actually broke free from her control just by being angry. This had never happened since she awakened her ability. If she had the chance, she would definitely catch Bai Fu and study her carefully. After throwing 3 consecutive punches, Bai Fu received a game prompt. You killed Yulia, fake. Contribution 69. 2%. After correction based on level difference, you gained 15,224 experience points. You triggered the Mission Insect Tide Invasion Mission Introduction. The bait dumped by number 9 attracted a tide of amoeba. If it is not stopped, the abandoned cooling plant is likely to be destroyed by the tide of amoeba. Mission objective. Find a way to stop the impending insect swarm in the abandoned cooling plant rewards. Rewards depend on contribution, accept/reject. Bai Fu was surprised when she saw the first prompt. Fake body? No wonder Yulia's reaction was so strange at the end, and no wonder she couldn't use her clairvoyance to check Yulia's data. This time she really provoked a terrible monster. But Bai Fu was not too nervous. She has now passed the most difficult period and has raised her level and popularity. No matter how great the danger Yulia brings, can it be greater than when she first arrived in this world and was completely in the dark? Instead of worrying about Yulia's revenge, she might as well take a good look at how much gold coins Yulia gave her this time. 15,224 experience points is an exaggeration, but this is obviously not all. There must be a lot of good things hidden in that laboratory. Bai Fu jumped into the secret door without saying a word. The moment her figure disappeared, the players outside cheered loudly. Awesome! Fu is awesome. Haha, we won. Fumin will live forever. Digging G did not shout, but quickly returned to the live broadcast room. You tortured Fu and me with the barrage just now, right? Then this time we must torture them back. How handsome can a person be when he is angry? Great. No need to say more. JPG After asking that question in the live broadcast room, Digging G did not say a single extra word, but directly cut out the scene from Bai Fu seeing that she was about to be charged to her angry outburst and hitting Yulia away, and then played it repeatedly in the live broadcast room, over and over again. Everything started with an angry roar, and the venting of anger began with the crushing of Alien Number 9. Then, in that explosive enough, all the repressed, unwilling, angry, and hateful emotions were melted together, and finally turned into a punch that could break through the sky. This punch not only shattered the wall of size that Yulia had built with her superpowers, but also shattered the screen in front of the audience in the live broadcast room. The sharp punch pierced through time and place and slammed into the hearts of these players. First, there's the spicy taste that hits deep into your taste buds, and then there's the slightly sweet taste that lingers on your mind. Is this the feeling of being in love? I admit, I was captured by Bai Fu. This charm. It's overflowing from the screen. I can't imagine how strong the sense of substitution would be if I saw Bai Fu's sudden outburst in person. More please, I like watching women fight ha. I'm so envious. Digging for treasure. In order to save you, Fu went beyond her limits. So cool, so cool. It reminds me of the scene where Goku transformed into a Super Saiyan after seeing Krillin being killed by Frieza. I made a lot of money. Bai Fu's burst killed the boss. I directly earned more than 600 experience points. At this moment, Fumin seemed to have unified the entire game. Of course, it seems that Fumin is not yet that powerful, but at least at this time, the live broadcast room of Digging G has achieved a new achievement. It was the most popular live broadcast room in the game at the same time, and it won the first place in a crushing manner. The popularity of the second place was so high that it couldn't even see the taillights of the live broadcast room of Diwa G. Thanks to for Wagwaji is almost talking nonsense. She has been doing live broadcasts for 2.5 years, and there has never been a day like today. This is the benefit of having an extraordinary vision to see that Bai Fu is unusual and holding Bai Fu's thighs tightly. I decided that I must work harder to improve Bai Fu's favorability in the future. Digging G's wave of harvest stimulated other players. Although Digging G was a pioneer, Bai Fu's story had just begun. They still had the opportunity to surpass Digging G and become the player most respected by Bai Fu. In the midst of great joy, even the players who hated Bai Fu the most could not attack head-on at this time. They could only quietly exit Digging G's live broadcast room, and then go to other live broadcast rooms with fewer people and say that it was not time to open champagne yet, as the huge threat of the insect tide had not been resolved, and Bai Fu might be dead by then. It seems to be true. The players at the scene reacted suddenly. Although defeating Yulia was something worth celebrating, the more important thing right now was to find a way to complete the insect invasion mission as soon as possible. Otherwise they and Bai Fu would be in big trouble later. I'll go check out the situation. Patrick, who was slightly injured, limped towards the secret door. Long before he took action, Yago and Xiaoshi had already taken action. As professional agents, although they were equally excited, they still knew the priorities, and it would not be too late to celebrate after the insect tide was completely resolved. Just as they entered the secret door, Bai Fu had already walked out of the laboratory. Found it. Bai Fu raised her right hand, and in her palm was a translucent green cylinder, which was the bait. She just searched the laboratory and found that, just as she thought, there were many good things in the laboratory. The only problem was that she could not use most of them. For example, a series of equipment such as mixers and coolers, although these equipment are old, are still valuable. However, they are too large, and it is not easy to move and sell them. After searching the laboratory, Bai Fu found 3 things that were useful to her. The first item was a pistol with an attack power between 21 and 39, which was more than 50% stronger than the one she got from Chao Wanliang. The second item is a small medical kit, which contains a bottle of painkiller, 2 bottles of recovery potion, and a regular type of anti-mutant life toxin potion. The third item is 2 bottles of strengthening potions. APT-011 Trial Production, Progress 92.257%. Quality, Purple Additional Effect. The new drug developed by Yulia using the extract of mutant behemoths is listed as a first-level project of the Truth Society. After use, There is a 90% chance of activating the target's special talent Blood of Evolution and a 10% chance of alienating the target. Blood of Evolution. Special talent template, Strength +2, Agility +2, Constitution +4, Inspiration +3, Constitution health conversion rate increased by 100%, Resistance to alien infection +30%. Unlocks the special skill Psionic Boiling. Psionic Boiling. When attacking, 10% of the psionic value will be converted into basic physical damage of the same value, and this damage will enjoy a critical strike bonus. Note: after obtaining a different bloodline, you will automatically be hostile to the human alliance who advocates human supremacy and pure blood theory. Please consider carefully. When Bai Fu saw the instructions for the strengthening potion, her eyes lit up. Special template? Isn't this what she has always been pursuing? Although the bonus of this special template is not amazing, it is enough to greatly improve her strength. Just the Constitution health conversion rate increased by 100% can double her health points and greatly improve her chances of survival. But now there are two problems facing her. The first problem is that there is a 10% chance that the drug will turn her into an irrational alien monster. This probability does not seem high, but she really dare not gamble casually. She is different from the players, and she has no chance to start over. The second problem was that the production progress of the medicine was only 92.257%. Although this value had been slowly increasing, it would take at least 5 or 6 hours to reach 100%. During this period, if the 2 bottles of strengthening potions were discovered by the 2 agents from the pre-march outside, she might not be able to take the potions for herself. Thinking of this, Bai Fu decisively walked out of the laboratory with the luring bait and stopped Yago and Xiaoshi outside. Delay for a while, and then see if you can find an opportunity to come back and take the strengthening potion away. The first step of her plan was successful. Yago and Xiaoshi's attention was completely attracted by the luring bait, and they had no time to pay attention to the situation in the laboratory. Fortunately, that woman didn't lie. With this, can we lead the insect tide away? Patrick asked curiously. Xiaoshi shook her head. It's just that there is hope, but whether we can lead them away depends on whether those amoebas give us a chance. Let's go. Time is running out. Let's go and see the situation of the insect tide first. At first, the players didn't quite understand what Xiaoshi meant by this sentence, but after following Yago and Xiaoshi to the outskirts of the abandoned cooling plant, they understood. This. My trypophobia is acting up. There's mucus everywhere. Ugh, outside the fence, gray-brown insects about the size of adult huskies were rushing around frantically. They piled up on top of each other, sometimes falling over, sometimes running left and right, and making constant squeaking sounds. The players felt their scalps tingling just by looking at this disgusting scene, and after hearing the piercing sound, they felt even worse. The reactions of the players watching in the live broadcast room were not much better. Turn the camera away quickly. I don't want to see bugs. I want to see Fu. Stop taking photos. Stop taking photos, or I will unfollow you. Hiss. What a handsome bug. There's something wrong. Insects seem to have some special magic. It's okay if they're just one alone, but when there are a lot of them and they gather densely together, it's terrifying. This isn't a good situation. Yago looked around. Under the influence of the insect tide, the abandoned cooling plant has become a mess. Residents living on the outskirts ran towards the center like crazy, causing severe congestion on several roads and even a small-scale stampede. This is not good news. These residents ran around in a panic, leaving no one guarding the fence. It is foreseeable that the fence will be destroyed by insects much faster than expected. Furthermore, because the bait was scattered by number 9 near the entrance of the wildfire gang, these residents who ran to the center of the abandoned cooling plant were not only unable to be rescued, but would become the main target of the amoeba. Well, a few of you go and explain the situation to the residents, and the rest of you come with me to stop the bugs from coming in. We need to wait for an opportunity, and when there is a gap in the insect tide, we can send out the bait we found in the laboratory. Yago arranged the tasks skillfully, but his words did not get any response from the players, and the players turned their eyes to Bai Fu. Yago. He could only look at Bai Fu for help. Bai Fu said, "Everyone please listen to Mr. Yago's command. I know you want to protect me, but the most urgent task is to defend the abandoned cooling plant first." As soon as she spoke, The players immediately did as she was told. Yago's mouth twitched. There was nothing he could do. Who could have let Bai Fu get so angry that she beat up the two people from the Truth Society for these people? He didn't expect them to really keep the insect tied out. The fences in a small place like the abandoned cooling plant were very simple and could not withstand the tearing and venom corrosion of the amoeba. He just hoped to delay it as long as possible, so that even if the tactic of using bait to lure away the insect tide failed, he could still live longer and maybe wait for Lin and's reinforcements. But he soon realized that something was wrong. This insect swarm is too big. Looking at the wall in front of him that was directly collapsed by the weight of the insects, Yago's scalp tingled. Although some players blocked it at the first moment, if the players could block one collapsed wall, could they block dozens or hundreds of collapsed walls? Help! I don't want to die yet, Mom. This is God's punishment for unclean people. Ha 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 ha. The fleeing residents became even more confused, and some of them even gave up escaping and instead knelt on the ground, closing their eyes and praying. Pray for the Hades. Bai Fu's face was solemn. It was a critical moment. She couldn't let things go on like this, otherwise everyone would crowd into the wildfire gang. Then she would miss out on the strengthening potion, which was the special template she had been looking forward to since she crossed over. She could only use her last tactic. As long as it was executed well, she would not only get the strengthening potion, but also increase the favorability of a large number of players. Listen to me, we can't just wait like this. Xia Shi, Yago, Digging G and others all turned their heads. Bai Fu explained, if we just wait like this, how long will it take for us to get a chance to rush out with the bait? We must take the initiative to attack, lure those bugs, and make them reveal their flaws. This proposal was unanimously approved, but who rushed out with the bait? Yago asked. This mission was extremely dangerous. There was still a glimmer of hope for survival by staying in the waste gas cooling plant to resist the insect swarm, but anyone who accepted this mission was almost directly sentenced to death. Gaiaofu was the first to jump out. Let me do it. No, this is not a task you can accomplish. Bai Fu stopped him immediately. To lure away the insect tide, you must throw the bait far away from the abandoned cooling plant. With your strength, you are likely to die on the way, and all your efforts will be wasted. This is a bit hurtful, but it is very realistic. Players are not afraid of death, but their current strength does not support them to complete the task. Then, among all the people present, the only one who can perform this task is. All the players suddenly had a bad feeling in their hearts. Let me carry out this mission myself. Bai Fu stood up. No. At this moment, all the players around shouted in unison. Bai Fu smiled faintly. I know what you mean, but I am the only one who can do this here. Mr. Yago and Ms. Xia Shi are good at fighting with firearms, but I am different. I am good at close combat. Don't worry, ordinary amoebas can't hurt me. She didn't lie about this. Her 26 points of physical fitness are simply overwhelming compared to amoeba. Unless a large group of amoeba spray venom at her at the same time, she doesn't have to worry about being injured. Even if she is really surrounded, she is not afraid, because she also has the psychic restraint device she got from number 7. But the players don't know this. They only know that Bai Fu wants to sacrifice herself. How can this be? They had finally gotten over Yulia's hurdle, and happiness should be waiting for them. So how could it be a separation of life and death? There must be another way. Bai Fu said in a low voice, don't be willful. We don't have time anymore. The sun has already set. After dark, the insect swarm will become more dangerous. We must lead them away as soon as possible. But the player who was yelled at did not back down. Bai Fu glared at them for a long time and finally sighed. She walked away from the crowd, walked to a place with lights, and looked at the messy crowd of refugees from afar. She said in a very calm tone, this is where I used to live. There are many familiar smiling faces here. Here are you, the legendary heroes. Do you remember what I said when I went to find you that day? I can't just sit there and watch this place become a paradise for monsters. Digging G wanted to say something, but after seeing the lonely figure under the light, she suddenly felt something stuck in her throat. That day was the day Bai Fu came to inform them that the wildfire gang was attacking, regardless of the danger. I am beginning to understand why you are qualified to be the legendary hero. You don't understand. You don't understand anything. Lines began to echo in Digging G's mind. She had played many games, but this was her first time to have such a special experience. Here, she is herself, she is no one else. Here, she does not need to peek into another world through the screen, but is truly integrated into this world. Digger G suddenly felt annoyed. Why did this game have such a high sense of immersion? Not only Digger G, but other players also had similar reactions. They wanted to do something, but what could they do? I can't accept that. But this is life. There will always be disappointments. Bai Fu smiled. She turned and looked at Yago. Mr. Yago, can you lend me your car? Ah, as for the car, no problem. But, do we really want to go? Yago had mixed feelings. Bai Fu said, Mr. Yago, I think you should know that this is the best way at the moment. Yago stopped talking. Yes, rationally speaking, this is the best way, as long as very few people are sacrificed. But the person who was sacrificed was Bai Fu, a particularly interesting person in this wasteland, someone who would make people unconsciously want to be friends with her. He gritted his teeth for a long time, and finally threw the car keys out. I'll wait for you to come back. Xiashi immediately followed and gave all her weapons to Bai Fu. I'll wait for you to come back. Thanks. Bai Fu jumped into the car. Just as she was about to start the car, Patrick suddenly rushed up. Take me with you. At the critical moment, I can jump out of the car and lead some of the bugs away. I can, too. Gaia Wofu was the second one to rush up. A group of players were blocking the car. Bai Fu was helpless and finally picked 5 players to take with her. The reason she didn't bring more was because the car could only seat so many people. The action has finally begun. Under Yago's command, some players began to deliberately anger the amoeba and then attract the amoeba to other places. Their actions were successful and soon a small gap appeared in the insect tide. Bai Fu raised her right hand high and waved it left and right. Goodbye, everyone. After sunset, at the edge of the abandoned cooling plant, Yago, Xiashi, hundreds of players and even more players in the live broadcast room looked at the not-so-tall silver-haired girl. For love. For this land that I love. For the people who live on this land that I love. And for the players who have high hopes for it. When the car started to roar, the silver-haired girl resolutely drove towards the high wall called Death in the Wilderness. At this time, the first bullet screen in the live broadcast room was My heart has been taken away by Bai Fu. And there may be no more sorrow or joy in this life. The barrage was posted by Dawaji himself. She really has no feelings of sadness or joy now. If she had to use one word to describe her mood, it would be numb. At this time, no one understood the difference between ice and fire better than her. Not long ago, she was still thinking about how to cling to Bai Fu to achieve a win-win situation, and was still fantasizing about the day when she would truly become a big up in the gaming field. But before she could be happy for long, Bai Fu's fate and her fate both came to a turning point, a downward turn. What does it mean to be a complete rascal? Digging G was in tears. What else could she do? She could only sit on the ground and stare blankly at the driving pickup truck like the other players. She was wondering what the people who watched Jin Khalif at the Ishui River felt like. Is this the final farewell? Perhaps, Fu still has a 1 in 10,000 chance of survival? You only dare to say that the probability is 1 in 10,000 when making an assumption. Doesn't that mean that you actually think there is no hope at all? The plot planning is, Mom, I hate knives. Even if it's a knife that can burn itself to save the world, I don't like it. In fact, if the knife is used well, it can make the plot more exciting. However, it came too suddenly and too quickly. It seems that Ming Fu's plot has just begun. Yes, it came too fast, just like the pickup truck that Bai Fu was driving at that moment, so fast that no one could react. In the live broadcast room, temporarily opened by Patrick, Bai Fu, who was sitting in the driver's seat, only showed a cold side face. She held the steering wheel tightly with both hands and stepped on the accelerator to the bottom. No one knew when the passage in the insect swarm would disappear, so there was only one thing she needed to do now: speed up like crazy. Road sign in the way? Hit it. Fence in the way? Hit it. Amoeba in the way? Hit it. In just a dozen seconds, the pickup truck rushed out of the settlement, like a straight javelin piercing the gap between the insect tide. The huge movement attracted the attention of the amoebas that were madly chasing the players. They immediately changed their targets and rushed towards the pickup truck like a tide. Shoot! Shoot quickly! Patrick shouted and commanded the players who boarded the pickup truck with him. Their guns were taken by Fu from Xiashi. For a moment, dust flew under the wheels and gunfire spewed out of the cockpit. However, the number of insects was too great, and a few sporadic shots could not change the situation at all. Seeing that the pickup truck's path was about to be blocked, everyone who was watching this scene from afar was worried. If there are only one or two amoebas blocking the road, the pickup truck can easily run over them. But if the number of amoebas reaches dozens, or even hundreds, the pickup truck will definitely not be able to break through with its horsepower. Once the pickup truck stops, the people in it will be surrounded by countless amoebas. This word suddenly popped out. The hearts of the watching players were like the engine of a high-speed pickup truck, almost jumping out of their chests. But before they could express their thoughts, the madly surging amoeba froze in place as if they had fallen into a time-stop field. What happened? Is it a card bug? How could it be you? Look! Boom, boom, boom. The roar rang out in the cold night. Flying. Flying? Even Patrick and the others sitting in the car were stunned. It was not until the pickup truck landed, crushing an amoeba and splashing blood all over the car window, that they reacted. We broke out, haha. We broke out. The players in the car, the players watching the live broadcast, as well as Yago and Xiashi all cheered loudly. How did they do that? Why did those amoebas suddenly stop moving? I see. Look at the tool that Fufu just took out. It's exactly the same as the one number 7 used when he attacked us. Everyone's eyes were focused on the spherical device that Fu had just taken out of her pocket. Psychic binding device. Use psychic shock to make the target within 20 meters fall into a state of stiffness. 1 use remaining. Wanna block my way? Fu's eyes were filled with murderous intent. This road is indeed a road to death, but she is the one who spreads death. You killed the Type 2 amoeba. The contribution is 100%, and you get 270 experience points after correction based on the level difference you killed. There's an amoeba trying to attack the tire on the left rear. Send it on the road. There are 3 amoebas on the right. Try to kill one, or the door won't be able to withstand their impact. Fu began to give orders in an orderly manner. Her expression was still stern, without showing any joy, but also without showing any panic. It was this calm side of her that was most attractive. Fu is awesome. Treasure hunting. Stop playing around. Come out and see the gods. You can't die. You must not die. If everyone thought before that Fu would not be able to come back alive, now they are finally a little braver. Maybe there is hope? Players are taking action. The players on the scene stepped up their attack on the amoebas. Brothers, step up your efforts. It doesn't matter if you don't have weapons. You can just use rocks. As long as you can catch one more amoeba, Fu will be safer. Players who were not at the scene went to the official account to petition, asking the officials not to kill Fu. Regardless of whether it was useful or not, they started to brush her up first, at least to let the officials see their attitude. This scene of unity infected Yago and Xiashi. The pure emotions of human beings are more beautiful than gems. Digging Ji was also infected by this passionate atmosphere. She stood up and rushed towards the residents of the abandoned cooling plant who were still in a mess. Fu rushed out to save these people. Regardless of whether Fu can come back alive, in order not to let Fu's efforts go to waste, she needs to try her best to ensure that these people survive and let them know what Fu has done. Fu herself might not care about reputation, but she couldn't stand by and watch Fu's sacrifice go unnoticed. Stand still and don't run around. If you keep running around like this, when will we all be able to retreat to the temporary shelter? You rascal. You are just lying here and waiting to die. Have you ever thought that someone might rush out in a car to save you, using himself as bait to attract the attention of those amoebas? Get up. Get up. Are you worthy of Fu's efforts? The call to excavate Ji encountered some trouble at first. Who are you? Why should I listen to you? Fu saved us, not you. Bang. At this time, Xiashi stood up and fired a shot into the sky. She blew at the muzzle of the gun with a cold face. Do as she says. If anyone disagrees, you can come to me to argue. For a moment, Even the most active people in the fleeing team became well-behaved and obedient. You are right. On the way to the temporary shelter, the fleeing residents looked up in the direction whereby Fu drove away. Can the worm tide really be led away? In fact, after breaking out of the worm tide, the situation did not develop in the good direction that the players expected. The sound made by the pickup truck when running is the biggest source of ridicule in the dark, which will constantly attract amoeba to charge towards the pickup truck. But this is not the most troublesome thing. The real headache is the pollution sources randomly scattered in the polluted area. Bai Fu had to stay highly focused at all times to avoid running into the source of pollution, which greatly slowed down the pickup truck's progress. Once the pickup truck slowed down, the amoebas attracted by the sound would be able to reach the pickup truck. The impact of a single amoeba will not cause any damage to the pickup truck, but the situation will be different if many amoebas attack in succession. If this continues, the car door will be knocked off. Once the door is knocked off, if an amoeba suddenly spews venom into the car, it will be the end. This distance is not far enough. If we throw the bait here, the attracted amoeba will still spread to the abandoned cooling plant. The players in the live broadcast room saw it and were anxious. At the critical moment, Gaiawofu stood up. I'll be the rear guard. I'll try to hold off these amoebas for as long as possible. You guys keep going forward. Bai Fu stared at Gue Yaiwofu for a long time. Her eyes fluctuated at first, but in the end, she seemed to have finally accepted this fact and calmed down. I hope we can meet again one day. Yes. Gi Wofu smiled with her white teeth showing. He found an opportunity and jumped out of the car. Come on, you bugs, attack me. At his shout, most of the amoebas that had originally tried to intercept the pickup truck turned their guns around and rushed towards him. Seeing this, he ran in the opposite direction of the pickup truck. While running away, he did not forget to look at Pika a few more times. Come on, everyone. This is my last ripple. Gurei Wafu was the first to jump out of the car, but not the last. After him, other players followed his example and jumped out of the car as human bait after running out of bullets. 1, 2. At the end of the jump, only Bai Fu and Patrick were left in the car. How far are we from the abandoned cooling plant now? About 5,000 meters. After looking at the map, Patrick answered immediately. Bai Fu shook her head. Not enough. The influence range of the bait is about 5,000 meters. If it is used here, it will still affect the abandoned cooling plant. We have to open at least another 500 meters. Patrick agreed with this analysis. The only problem was that the car didn't seem to last that long. His eyes passed through the windshield and locked onto the group of amoebas that had appeared out of nowhere. Are there more than 20 or 30 of them? If so many amoebas attack at the same time, the car will be scrapped in no time. It's time for him to take action. But with his strength, can he stop these amoebas for even a minute? It might be possible when he is in full condition, but his leg was injured in the previous battle with Yulia, and it has not fully recovered yet, so the possibility is almost zero. So unlucky. Patrick's heart sank. Dozens of seconds were not enough for Bai Fu to drive the car away. He felt that the mission of insect invasion might not be completed. Let me do it. When Bai Fu's voice sounded, a huge wave rose in Patrick's heart, and the players in the live broadcast room who were worried were also shocked. Hey, don't do this. Don't give people hope, and then suddenly stab the knife straight into their hearts. Help. Is there anyone who can help? I can't bear to continue watching Bai Fu, who was taking time to watch the live broadcast, smiled secretly. In fact, she deliberately drove the car to the place where there were many amoebas. After driving for so long, it was time to go back and collect the strengthening potions in the laboratory. Although she could have waited until she had dropped the bait before turning back then would not have been as impressive and touching as getting off the car and sacrificing herself at this moment. The distance was just right now, and she would leave the psychic binder to Patrick to ensure that he could drop the bait safely to the designated location and complete the task of insect tide invasion. Bai Fu continued, "We have come all this way with the courage to not fear death, just to lead the insect swarm away. Now the hope of success is right in front of us. How can we sit back and watch the opportunity slip away just because of our own life and death?" This sentence made Patrick, who had 1,000 thoughts in his mind, open his mouth unconsciously, but in the end he couldn't say a word. Sorry. He heard Bai Fu say this. I have placed the burden that should have been borne by me on your shoulders, but please let me be willful for once. Bai Fu shook her head and started speaking some second-year secondary lines. If you think this burden is too heavy, then think about the problem simply. This is not to save someone, just think of it as simply for me. Use the bait on those amoebas. Bai Fu forced a smile and handed all the bait and psychic restraints to Patrick. Then she stopped the car, opened the door and jumped out. Come on, you fearless bug, come on. In the dark night, Bai Fu's voice was particularly clear. Patrick was still speechless. He just felt his eyes suddenly become a little blurry. This was the first time he was moved by an NPC after playing so many games. He had an impulse to jump out of the car and go face the ferocious amoeba with Bai Fu, but he knew he couldn't. If he did so, all of Bai Fu's efforts would be in vain, and with his strength, he wouldn't be able to save Bai Fu. The only thing he could do was move sideways to the driver's seat and start the pickup truck according to the game's prompts. Charge forward for Bai Fu. I will be back. I will definitely be back. Ah, whoever stands in the way will die. The shouts in my heart and the roar of the pickup truck intertwined together, like an explosive movement, breaking through the obstacles of the amoeba and breaking through the boundary between the game and reality. In the rearview mirror, Bai Fu's figure was getting farther and farther away until it was completely hidden in the darkness, as if she had never existed. Hurry up, send a big one. Hurry up, I'm not going to sleep well tonight. At this hour, Bai Fu is still apologizing to us. Can't she be a little more selfish? I cried to death, she is the real hero. We must succeed. We must succeed. We must not let Fu's expectations go unfulfilled. Looking at the exploding barrage in the live broadcast room, Bai Fu felt half relieved. After seeing the amoebas, she intercepted, stopped, and then rushed in the direction where Patrick had just left. She also felt the other half relieved. Next, as long as they wait patiently, the threat of the insect tied to the abandoned cooling plant should be over. After all, the luring bait that number 9 smashed was actually in the center of the exhaust gas cooling plant. The reason why it attracted so many amoebas was because many amoebas followed here in a daze after hearing the noise. Now that luring baits have been thrown in other places, most amoebas will not go to the abandoned cooling plant. This is cause for celebration. In this way, except for some players who were numbed by the swords, a world where everyone was happy was born. Bai Fu punched away an amoeba that was trying to launch a sneak attack. Now that things had come to this, there was no need to waste any more time. She turned around and ran towards the abandoned cooling plant. About a few minutes after she left, a pickup truck rushed through the darkness. As soon as the car stopped, Patrick staggered out of the car. Sister Fu, I'm back. Where are you? He kept looking, but there was no trace of Bai Fu in this vast wilderness. Is this the end? My heart is filled with sadness, and the screen is filled with wailing. Only by searching in the narrow gaps can I find a few optimistic comments. There is no body and no remains of clothes. Maybe Fu is still alive? The journey back to the abandoned cooling plant was easier than Bai Fu had imagined. Spirit 14, Inspiration 16. These two attributes have greatly enhanced her 5 senses, and she can detect the movements of the amoeba from a long distance. Using this ability, she purposely avoided the larger amoeba swarms, and she had only experienced 4 battles before she saw the fence at the edge of the abandoned cooling plant. These 4 battles were just warm-ups for her now. She didn't even use Power Surge, Inferior, to temporarily increase her strength, and she easily turned those amoebas into experience points. Including the amoebas killed while driving just now, Bai Fu earned another 13,038 experience points on this trip, successfully bringing her experience points reserves to 14,007. Once the insect-tide invasion mission is completed, she will almost have enough experience points needed for career advancement. The only problem is that she hasn't found the Book of Advanced Professional Knowledge yet. There might be some good stuff in the library of the Wildfire Gang that only the leader of the Wildfire Gang can enter. Even if there is nothing in this library, there should be some in the Lin End settlement. Bai Fu was in a pretty good mood. After taking a look around the live broadcast room opened by the player in the abandoned cooling plant, she felt better. She first pulls the player's emotions by standing up in the abandoned cooling plant, making them think that she is dead. Then her performance on the road gives players a glimmer of hope and despair, making them think that she may still have a chance to survive. Finally, when she is about to succeed, she decisively sacrifices herself, paving the way for players to tomorrow. After these 3 waves of struggle, the players' emotions were pushed to the extreme and they urgently needed an opportunity to explode. Sadness, pain, unforgettable. Every player in the live broadcast room she watched was venting these 3 emotions, and the most excited one was none other than Digging G. From sitting on the ground and making a mess, to picking himself up again, to fainting on the spot, and then getting up again after hearing that Bai Fu might still be alive. The effect of the show is comparable to the classic big words at the beginning, nonsense in the middle, and silence in the end. He was nicknamed the sit-up master by people who like to have fun, and was even made into an emoticon package, and it seems that he is about to become a meme. Bai Fu laughed immediately. It is easier to spread when it becomes a meme, just like the Krillin offers sacrifice to the heavens, with boundless magic power in Dragon Ball. Although it is a bit hellish, as long as it is mentioned, everyone will involuntarily think of the classic scene that matches the meme. This is very beneficial for her to consolidate her popularity and expand her fame among the player community. The atmosphere has already been set, and we just need to wait for the emotions to ferment for a while. Her plan was to wait for half a day before revealing herself to the players. If you show up too early, your emotions won't be pent up enough, and when they do explode, they won't be strong enough. Of course, showing up too late is not good either, because who knows what accidents may happen then. 10 minutes later, Bai Fu successfully arrived at the Wildfire Gang. Since only 3 hours had passed since she discovered the strengthening potion, her first stop was not the laboratory, but the library that only the Wildfire Gang leader could enter freely. There was no one around, so she shot the lock on the door, broke it, and pushed it open. The library was not big, and she searched it thoroughly in just over 10 minutes. Bai Fu felt regretful that there was no advanced knowledge of the psychic school in the library, but she was not completely without gain. She found 3 books on advanced knowledge of other professions on the bookshelf: Gunner Training Manual 2.0, Advanced Study of Muscles and Power, Introduction to Qi. She can't use these 3 advanced knowledge books for the time being, but she can use them as rewards for players to increase their favorability. After leaving the library, Bai Fu next set her sights on the Wildfire Gang's vault and logistics warehouse. It took her a full hour and a half to search the vault and logistics warehouse for everything that was useful to her. It has to be said that she was really happy about the gold coins she got this time. She got more than 170,000 credit coins alone. Counting what she had saved before, her savings now exceed 200,000. She can definitely be called a little rich woman. In addition to credit coins, she also got more than 20 guns, a grenade launcher, a bag of marching rations that could quickly restore physical strength, 3 new sets of protective inner armor, a dozen military telescopes, and some small miscellaneous items, such as bullets. If it wasn't so conspicuous, she would have wanted to drive away the Wildfire Gang leader's exclusive car. Bai Fu packed all these things into boxes before entering the laboratory. At this time, the progress bar behind the strengthening potion was full. She carefully opened the incubator. There were 2 bottles of potion in the incubator, and she only took 1. The reason why she didn't take them all was, on the one hand, because 1 bottle was enough for her, and on the other hand, because she was keenly aware that the strengthening potion made by Yulia might be related to the main mission of Ziyuan Star. She felt it necessary to ask the Primarch to take the potion back for analysis to see what exactly the Truth Society was up to. After closing the incubator again, Bai Fu quickly ran home with her spoils. Through the player's live broadcast room, she found that most of the amoeba that invaded the abandoned cooling plant had been killed. It was estimated that the insect tide would be completely suppressed in a while. By then, some people would definitely come to the Wildfire Gang, and she didn't want to run into those people. Just as she thought, she received a game prompt just as she dragged the box back to the open space full of construction waste in front of her house. You have completed the task Insect Tide Invasion with a contribution rate of 23.6% and received a reward of 40,000 experience points, 3 attribute points, and a psionic knowledge chain. 4. Since the insect invasion mission was not a faction mission, even though Bai Fu's contribution was as high as 23.6%, she still did not receive any additional title rewards like she did when she attacked the player base last time. However, The rewards given by the mission itself were enough to surprise her. She originally thought that she would be lucky to get 10,000 experience points after completing the task, but she didn't expect the task to give her 40,000 experience points. Is this the charm of high difficulty tasks? With this experience point, she can upgrade her advanced profession to LV2 in one go. Needless to say, the reward of 3 attribute points is very good. Bai Fu decisively added all these 3 attribute points to her constitution, raising her constitution to 29 points. But among these 3 rewards, the most valuable one is actually Psionic Knowledge Chain 4. The career system in StarCraft is different from that in other online games. It is more like the technology tree system in some farming games. To unlock advanced professions, you must first learn the prerequisite knowledge. When learning primary and advanced professions, players only need the corresponding professional knowledge books and experience. However, to upgrade from an advanced profession to a high-level profession, professional knowledge books and experience are not enough. You must first master at least 5 knowledge chains. This is what is called knowledge is power. Of course, these knowledge chains are not learned in vain. Every time you master a knowledge chain, you can get corresponding bonuses. Bai Fu stretched out her hand and clicked on the Psionic Knowledge Chain 4 she had just obtained, and the enhanced effect popped up immediately. All psychic active skill effects plus 20%, psychic resistance plus 20%. Note: unlock a new knowledge chain. All psychic active skill effects plus 20%, psychic resistance plus 20%, psychic recovery speed plus 2/minute, taking into account the 10% bonus provided by low-level psychic mastery. From now on, the effectiveness of the skills used by Bai Fu will be increased by 30%, and the gap between her and ordinary psychic apprentices will be widened at once. Finally, it looks a bit like an elite monster. Bai Fu stared excitedly at the bottle of strengthening potion in her pocket. If she could successfully digest the potion and throw herself into the novice village, the pressure she would bring would probably be greater than that of Yulia's fake body. But how can I digest the strengthening potion? Looking at the words 10% chance of alienating the target in the potion description, Bai Fu started to have a headache. Let's wait a little longer. She doesn't dare to gamble now. Anya. Bai Fu called out Anya, who was hiding in the basement. After staying in the basement for almost half a day, Anya was already sweating profusely with anxiety. Seeing Bai Fu returning safely, she rushed over directly. "Boss, I can hardly wait to come out and look for you." Bai Fu smiled and pulled her to the big box. "Open it and take a look." Anya opened the box with a look of suspicion. She had a feeling that there might be good stuff in the box. But after seeing the pile of credit coins that was taller than her, she was so shocked that she lost her voice. "Boss, this." Anya looked left and right, at a loss as to what to do. Bai Fu said, "It's all real money." "Okay, let's move the money to the basement." Anya quickly did as she was told. She smiled foolishly as she moved. Now that was good. She wouldn't have to go hungry anymore. Bai Fu looked at Anya's excited back with a smile. After being busy for so long, she finally got rid of the embarrassing situation she faced when she first crossed over. In fact, she was still far from safe because she had just provoked the Truth Society. But things are different now. She already has a certain ability to protect herself, and the place where she is the territory of the Pre-March. No matter how arrogant the Truth Society is, they dare not act recklessly. After moving the other things in the box into the basement, Bai Fu gulped down 2 large glasses of boiled water and then wandered around the community. She just wanted to see the players' reactions, but when she opened the community, the first thing she saw was the official announcement that was pinned to the top. Update announcement of Above the Stars. Dear Interstellar Adventurers, Above the Stars has been loved by the majority of players after its official public beta. In order to ensure the stable operation of the server and the quality of service, the game will be shut down for maintenance in 1 hour. The maintenance is expected to take 4 hours. We apologize for the inconvenience caused to all adventurers. Update Announcement 1. Expand the server capacity to allow more players to join the adventure too. Enable the guild function. Welcome all adventurers to create their own guild 3. After the maintenance is over, Above the Stars will bring you a brand new promotional video, so stay tuned. The announcement listed a lot of items, most of which had nothing to do with the game content, but mainly focused on some experience upgrades for gaming peripherals. Bai Fu was only concerned about the maintenance downtime itself. The game will be shut down for maintenance for 4 hours. Considering that the flow of time in the game is different from the flow of time outside the game, the actual time players are offline will be much more than 4 hours. As for how long it will be, it depends on how the official arrangements are made. If the players don't come back online for 2 or 3 days, how can I stage a grand drama of the return of the dead in front of them and trigger their extremely suppressed emotions? Bai Fu is numb. Those players who were looking for her were also confused after seeing the update announcement. I just want to know whether Bai Fu is dead or not, but you update this? Don't come out and interrupt me at this time. Even if you want to update, at least tell me Fu's ending first. Does the official want to be scolded? Is it possible? Is there a possibility that the reason why the official suddenly shut down for maintenance was not to expand the server capacity, but to take this opportunity to fix the bug of Bai Fu's death? It seems that this is really possible no matter how anxious, how much they cursed, or how reluctant the players were to leave. When the announced time arrived, they were still forced to log off. Dead. All dead. For Bai Fu, for the abandoned cooling plant, they. At dawn, beside the ruins piled with amoeba corpses, Xia Shi sighed with a sad face. Even if Bai Fu successfully used bait to divert the insect tide, a war was still inevitable in order to eliminate the amoeba that had already reached the abandoned cooling plant. Although all the amoebas were destroyed, the outsiders also fell one after another. In the end, only 4 or 5 out of the 100 outsiders were still standing. What a fierce battle this is. Xia Shi, who was used to seeing blood and fire, almost vomited after seeing such a tragic scene. She wanted to go forward to comfort the surviving outsiders, but she really couldn't think of what to say. In the end, she could only watch the surviving outsiders stagger away until they completely disappeared from her sight. Think positively and don't let yourself get depressed, Yago counseled. Xia Shi nodded. I understand. Just wait a few days. Wait, Yago, look over there. There? Yago looked in the direction of the sound. He saw a lone figure appearing in the morning mist. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Finally, the figure came closer through the mist. This time, Yago saw it clearly. Bai Fu. Bai Fu is back alive. Yago's eyes widened, and for a moment, he was filled with joy. In this chilly morning, he finally encountered something good. If those outsiders who died in the battle knew that Bai Fu was still alive, they would feel much more relaxed in the underworld, right? After reuniting with Yago and Xia Shi, Bai Fu shared her newly made story with them. The story is very simple. That is, she was attacked by a large number of amoebas after getting off the car. In order to better contain these amoebas, she ran a long way with them. She thought she was dead, but unexpectedly, these amoebas chased her and turned around and left. At that moment, she realized that the operation was successful. She wanted to go back to find Patrick, but she lost her way in the dark. She wandered around all night before returning to the abandoned cooling plant safely. So the current situation is that I survived, but they died? Bai Fu's face was expressionless. Yago and Xia Shi comforted him. Yes. Well, Bai Fu sighed. She sat quietly beside the ruins, as if waiting for someone. She sat there for a long time. Until the afternoon, she stood up resignedly, walked to the body of a player that had not disappeared yet, and kicked it gently with her shoe. Didn't you say you wouldn't die? What's happening now? Come back to life. Come back to life and show me. Xia Shi suspected that Bai Fu had lost her mind due to the shock. Bai Fu. The dead cannot be resurrected. You. Bai Fu opened her mouth and wanted to say something, but in the end she held back what she was going to say. They saved the abandoned cooling plant, and I wanted to build a memorial for them. Yago and Xia Shi were moved. I'll help you. Thanks. Looking at the two people who were so motivated, Bai Fu couldn't help but laugh secretly. Building a monument for the players. This is her way of dealing with players who suddenly go offline. Anyway, as long as the players know that she is still alive, the emotions that were suppressed before will definitely burst out. In this case, why should she bother to show up in front of the players? In fact, Bai Fu was quite grateful for the official's operation, because this wave of operations suppressed the emotions of the entire player. Not only that, this wave of official operations also directly raised the popularity of the issue of is Bai Fu alive or dead? Many people who originally didn't care about her life or death were also attracted and started playing a prize-free guessing game in the community. When the game is reopened and players go online and see the monument, what will they think? In a seemingly ordinary laboratory in Area C, Floor B3 of the Truth Society's main base. The cold light pouring down from the light strips embedded in the ceiling makes the room, which is already full of cold machines, seem even more desolate. When the time on the oval clock on the wall reached 4:12, accompanied by the slight roar of the pneumatic door opening, a man with an ordinary face walked in from outside. He is the president of the Truth Society, known as one of the most dangerous people in the world, and is ranked first on the bounty list on the dark web along with the other 4 leaders of the 5 major forces. Is Yulia awake? The president asked the man in a white coat, standing next to the circular machine expressionlessly. The white coat said, "I just woke up 10 minutes ago, but I'm not in a good mental state. It doesn't matter whether she's in good spirits or not. I have something to ask her." Half an hour ago, the president received a message from a spy lurking inside the Premarch, in which he learned that the action team sent to the waste gas cooling plant was wiped out. The Premarch held an emergency meeting to launch a new round of attacks on the Society of Truth. He was eager to know what had happened at the abandoned cooling plant. The man in the white coat nodded and stretched out his hand to operate the circular machine. After a while, the heavy square display in front of him lit up, and Yulia appeared in the middle of the screen. Unlike the spirited girl in the abandoned cooling plant, this Yulia looked listless. She wore a white hospital gown. Her neck was locked to the bed with a silver metal ring, and her forehead, wrists, and ankles were covered with many blue or red lines. The president got straight to the point. "Tell me everything that happened to you at the abandoned cooling plant." Yulia slowly opened her eyes and explained. A group of outsiders with unknown origins appeared in the abandoned cooling plant. They were suspected to be sent by the Premarch. Number 7 disobeyed my orders and insisted on teaching them a lesson. As a result, our whereabouts were exposed. Then these outsiders cooperated with the Premarch's agents to attack the Wildfire Gang. And then you died? Those outsiders were not afraid of death at all. They were not afraid even when I controlled their companions. Under their continuous attacks, my fake body was not strong enough, and there was a mistake in control, so someone broke free from control. They seized this opportunity and killed my fake body. Yulia spoke casually, and when she mentioned Bai Fu, she deliberately made it vague. She did not say that Bai Fu broke free from the restraints by herself, but changed it to that she was careless and relaxed her control over Bai Fu. As she expected, the president's attention was not on Bai Fu. "You mean the fake body I provided you was too weak, which led to the failure of this operation?" The president took a step forward and placed his right hand on top of the monitor. "Yulia, you must really want to kill me, and you want to cut off my flesh inch by inch." Yulia remained non-committal. The president narrowed his eyes slightly. "Normally I should ignore your hints, but this time I want to do something different, Ed. Give Yulia a stronger fake body." The man in the white coat named Ed was shocked. "President, this is inappropriate. What if she gets a new fake body and turns around to kill you?" "Don't worry," the president said calmly. "She is a smart person. She won't take action before ensuring the safety of those acquaintances in her hometown. Don't you agree, Yulia?" Yulia simply closed her eyes. The president smiled and said, "The Truth Society is very big, and it gathers all kinds of people. I don't care about your past or what you want. As long as you can help me reach the truth, I can turn a blind eye even if you want to kill me." Having said this, he suddenly paused, as if he was gathering his emotions. "Yulia, if you want to kill me, then just complete the tasks I assign to you. Every time you complete a task, I will give you a stronger fake body. When you complete all the tasks I assign to you, I don't mind letting you go. Then you can come and seek revenge on me." Yulia was so angry that her back teeth were almost broken. This wave of taunting was at its maximum, but judging from the current situation, she really had to endure it and continue working for the Truth Society. Fortunately, she is not completely without countermeasures. As long as she can catch Bai Fu and figure out why Bai Fu was able to break free from her control, the situation will be reversed. At that time, she will make the president of the Truth Society pay the price for his arrogance. You connect with her for the experimental data, and then start a new experiment immediately. After instructing Ed, The president left the laboratory and assigned new tasks to the combat troops below. Eliminate Bai Fu, Yago, and Xiashi. I will send out assassins immediately and have our spies lurking in Lin Inn cooperate with the operation. I will eliminate the thieves. Please rest assured, President. The president nodded with satisfaction. If I can't kill the leader of the pre-march, can I kill you 3 minions? He didn't take this matter too seriously. He had a lot of things to do, and he wanted to focus on the military. Next, the Truth Society would launch an unprecedented attack on the pre-march. Because she didn't know when the player would come back, Bai Fu took action immediately after meeting Yago and Xiashi. She originally planned to spend a day building the monument, but she underestimated her popularity in the abandoned cooling plant after the insect tide incident. Now she is a savior, and wherever she stands on the roadside, several passers-by will greet her and offer her food. After learning that she wanted to build a monument for the players, a large group of scavengers quickly stepped forward and expressed their willingness to help. With the help of these scavengers, she completed the construction of the monument in just half a day. That's settled. Before leaving, Bai Fu specially placed a few paper flowers folded by Anya in front of the monument to make this commemoration seem more solemn. Next, all you have to do is wait for the game update to be completed and for players to come back online. While waiting, Bai Fu met an unexpected guest. Boss, why are you here? The leader of the Wildfire Gang stood at the door with a bitter face, as if someone owed him $1 million. Bai Fu suspected that her plan to steal gold coins from the Wildfire Gang had been exposed, but this didn't make sense. The Wildfire Gang didn't have any surveillance cameras installed, and she had repeatedly confirmed that there was no one else around. In any case, if the matter was really exposed, she would have no choice but to send the Wildfire Gang leader to death. In the past, she was indeed no match for the Wildfire Gang leader, but things are different now. Her physical fitness is as high as 29 points, and she also got 2 bottles of blood medicine from Yulia's laboratory. This is enough for her to kill the Wildfire Gang leader, whose strength is similar to that of number 7 and number 9. However, the development of things was somewhat beyond her expectations. I came to say goodbye to you. Goodbye? Bai Fu was stunned. The Wildfire Gang leader smiled bitterly and said, I have an affair with the truth. When the Primarch's reinforcements arrive tomorrow, I will definitely be captured by them immediately. This should be the last time we meet. Boss, are you planning to run away? I don't plan to run away. If I'm caught by the Primarch, I still have a chance to survive. But if I'm caught by the Truth Society, I'm doomed. Forget it, let's not talk about it anymore. The Wildfire Gang leader stared at Bai Fu. Now he was just feeling emotional, and there was a hint of pride in his emotion. Yes, proud. As early as when Chao Wenliang targeted Bai Fu, he saw that Bai Fu was extraordinary. He thought that Bai Fu could help him take charge of the Wildfire Gang after he left the Wildfire Gang and joined the Truth Society and pushed the Wildfire Gang to a new peak. Facts have proved that he was absolutely right. Bai Fu has made many contributions. During this insect swarm attack, she stepped forward and ended the swarm, becoming the savior of the abandoned cooling plant. With Bai Fu's performance, how could she not be a good leader of the Wildfire Gang? This fully proves that although he lost, it was not his fault. There was nothing wrong with his vision. The fault was those 3 idiots of the Truth Society who insisted on causing trouble for him, and the world that targeted him everywhere. What a pity. The Wildfire Gang leader shook his head. Bai Fu, I originally planned to hand over the Wildfire Gang to you after I joined the Truth Society. I have always been optimistic about you. Young people as motivated as you are rare these days. I believe that if you and I work together, we will be able to take the Wildfire Gang one step further. But now we can no longer work together. I just went back to the Wildfire Gang and found out who broke down the door of the vault and took away all the money inside. The money is gone, and he, the gang leader, is gone too. The Wildfire Gang is doomed. He suddenly sighed, his eyes full of resentment. He was almost mad to death when he saw the rat in the vault looking disgusted. But then I thought, I'm going to be arrested soon anyway, so losing the money doesn't seem to be a big deal. I'm passing the position of leader of the Wildfire Gang to you. It's up to you whether you're willing to take it or not. By the way, this is my last bit of savings. If I keep it, it will be snatched away by the Primarch in the end. I might as well give it all to you. As he was talking, The Wildfire Gang leader took out a card and said there were still 30,000 credits in the card. Bai Fu's expression became extremely strange after taking the card. She knew that the Wildfire Gang leader had a private treasury, but she never expected that the Wildfire Gang leader would take the initiative to hand over his private treasury to her. And she never expected that at the last minute the Wildfire Gang leader would transfer the entire camp to her. But don't underestimate this transfer of faction. With this, she can arrange more people to work for her. She can also use the faction to make more in-depth articles on her identity, thereby attracting more players to approach her. Bai Fu was so moved that she was almost speechless. The Wildfire Gang leader. He really made me cry. What does it mean to be the number one brother on the list? This is the real number one brother on the list. Brother De Biao is nothing compared to the boss of the Wildfire Gang. If she can successfully break out of Ziyuan Star and go deeper into a wider world in the future, then the boss of the Wildfire Gang will have 1/3 of the credit. Boss, I will remember you. The Wildfire Gang leader smiled and nodded. I'm glad you have this intention. Well, it's getting late. I won't bother you anymore, so that you won't be implicated by me. He turned and walked away, muttering what a pity. As he walked, after a few minutes, his figure finally disappeared around the corner. Bai Fu put the card in her pocket and opened the camp system. As the leader of the camp, she can now make various settings for the camp. Let's change our name first. What's the point of continuing to use the name Wildfire Gang? Bai Fu changed the name of the camp from Wildfire Gang to Garden of Silence. Don't understand what this name means? That's right. Bai Fu didn't understand either. What she wanted was this kind of mysterious yet powerful effect. Only in this way could she better fool the players. After changing the name, she turned off the faction system. Other things are not important. She will adjust it slowly after tricking people into joining. After closing the door, Bai Fu returned to the room. She had only been sitting there for more than 10 minutes when she suddenly received a new game prompt. Confirming the story participation rate, 0%, 0.23%, 0.100%. Character settings being corrected, 0%, 11%. Wait, could it be that the big one she has been waiting for has arrived? Bai Fu's breathing suddenly became rapid. When the progress of data correction reached 100%, heavenly music seemed to ring in her ears. You have obtained the talent Lucky Lucky. You are born with extraordinary luck. When making judgments, the success rate is increased by 10%. Here it comes. The enhancement she has been expecting is finally here. Bai Fu's hands were shaking with excitement, which meant that her idea of strengthening herself by increasing her popularity was correct. Although the game did not directly give her a special template or a new background setting, this luck talent came at the right time. Adding 10% to the success rate means that she can digest the strengthening potion made by Yulia 100% successfully. Bai Fu quickly took out the strengthening potion. As she expected, the description of the additional effect had changed, with an additional plus 10%. After 90%. She drank the entire potion in one gulp, very decisively. This time it took her a full hour for the strengthening progress bar to reach 100%. During this period, her body felt a needle-like pain from time to time, but this level of pain was completely worth it. After she unlocked the Blood of Evolution template, her statistics increased significantly. Race: Human, Evolved Blood, Template, Special Evolved Blood, Experience, 54007. Main Occupation: Psychic Apprentice LV10, Max Level, Vagrant LV5, Max Level, Secondary Occupation, None Health, 690/690 Psionic Value, 9595 Attributes, Strength 11, Agility 7, Constitution 33, Intelligence 3, Spirit 14, Inspiration 19 Skills, Fanaticism LV3, Hardening LV1, Psychic Vision, Natural Spirituality LV1, Low-Level Psionic Expertise, Power Surge, Inferior, Multiplier Amplification, Inferior. Psionic Boiling when attacking, 10% of the psionic value will be converted into basic physical damage of the same value, and this damage will enjoy a critical hit bonus. Talent: Luck Knowledge Chain, Psionic Knowledge Chain, 4, Title, Wildfire, HP plus 30, Attribute Points, 0 Reputation, 3 Faction, Courtyard of Silence, Faction Reputation Max. Looking at the skyrocketing health bar, Bai Fu could hardly close her mouth with a smile. Now she could beat 2 or 3 of her predecessors without any fear, which showed how powerful the advanced template was. Okay. Next I have to continue to improve the player's favorability. Bai Fu already has a preliminary plan. After using the monument to gain some favorability, she plans to use the professional knowledge books she got from the Wildfire Gang to help players level up and let the players get some benefits. This way, she can better use the faction system and her own fabricated background to command the players to do things for her. The next day, around noon, the Primarch's reinforcement convoy drove into the abandoned cooling plant in a mighty procession. As soon as they got off the car, they arrested the leader of the Wildfire Gang and called Yago and Xiashi for questioning. After learning about Bai Fu's existence, they called Bai Fu over and asked her a few simple questions. After confirming that Bai Fu had no connection with the Truth Society, they immediately said that the directors of the 4 departments would personally commend her and hoped that Bai Fu could go to Lin En with them. Bai Fu was naturally happy about it. The Wildfire Gang collapsed, and Yulia's fake body was killed. She would not gain any benefit by staying in the abandoned cooling plant. It would be better for her to go to Lin as soon as possible. Once there, she could ask for advanced knowledge books everywhere. Thank you very much for your cooperation. The Primarch's reinforcements swept around the abandoned cooling plant and turned the Wildfire Gang upside down. After confirming that nothing was missed, they drove away that night. Just as Bai Fu and Anya were taking a ride to Lin, the official above the stars finally released a new trailer When the Stars Shine. As soon as the promotional video was released, it immediately became popular. This is not an ordinary promotional video. It contains a lot of footage shot by players themselves. So many players have been looking forward to it long before the promotional video was released. It would be such a wonderful thing if the footage you shot yourself or your favorite NPC could appear in the promotional video. The moment the trailer was released, a large number of players opened the video and started to post comments crazily. I got it. I really got it. It's the cool clip where Fufu grabs Debeo's neck and lifts him up. Wait, there is more than one clip of Fufu. The clip where she said goodbye to everyone after the insect swarm was also added to the trailer. Digging Jiying is so annoying. One person got 2 clips selected. A group of players were celebrating until a barrage popped up. As handsome as he is, the question is Fufu still alive? This question completely confused the players who liked Bai Fu. While waiting for the game to be reopened, they have been thinking about this issue. Some people posted analyses in the community, and some ran to leave messages to the official, but no one could give a definite answer. As the authorities have not responded yet, they are getting more and more worried. Fufu, there is probably no hope for her. Don't do that kind of thing. Digging G, who always liked to post in the community, directly closed the community this time. It was not because she was afraid of being tortured by those people who were just having fun, but mainly because she did not dare to read other people's analysis, fearing that she would faint from anger when she saw the words Bai Fu is dead. The server is open. Why isn't it open yet? I need to log into the game right away to check. After waiting for a long time for the game to be reopened, Digging G did not delay at all and immediately clicked to enter the game. After resurrecting from the resurrection point, she went straight to Bai Fu's house, and then she saw an empty house. It's over. Digging G's heart sank. The real critical hit came from the conversation of passers-by. As she walked, the voice of 2 scavengers talking came into her ears. I heard Bai Fu left? Yeah, let's go. Digging G couldn't hear what was said next. At this moment, the only word echoing in her mind was gone. Isn't gone just a euphemism for dead? Digging G's mentality exploded. She yelled and rushed out. She had no destination and just ran randomly, but perhaps her subconscious was at work. As she ran, she finally came to a familiar place, the place where she and Bai Fu had first met. That should have been the beginning of a legend, but the legend eventually turned into nothing. Why did it become like this? Digging G walked and stopped, and she found that the road ahead was blocked by a stone tablet. Was there a stone tablet here before? She took a few steps forward, looked carefully, and found words written on the stone tablet. In memory of the brave men who sacrificed their lives to save the abandoned cooling plant by Fuum, Digging G was stunned. Digging G wondered if she had seen something wrong. She took several steps back, then rubbed her eyes hard. When she opened her eyes again, there was still a 1-meter-high stone tablet in front of her, and the words engraved on the stone tablet were still the same ones she had just seen. She was very sure that there was no such monument in this alley not long ago, which meant that the monument was erected recently and by Bai Fu. Otherwise, the inscription would not be signed by Bai Fu. Fu Fu is not dead? When this thought came to mind, Digger G's breathing stagnated. This discovery was completely beyond her expectations, but it also hit the mark of her truest desire. She stood there for a while, then suddenly pinched her right thigh. Now is not the time to be distracted. She needs to find a passerby NPC to ask about the details, so as not to be happy for nothing. Digger G rushed out of the alley quickly. She was lucky enough that she met a passing scavenger after running 2 streets. She quickly stopped the scavenger. "Hello, I am." The scavenger was stunned. "Aren't you the outsider who commanded our retreat that day? It turns out you are not dead. Bai Fu was worried to death yesterday." The moment he heard this, Digging G breathed a sigh of relief, and then he was filled with excitement that he couldn't hide at all. Ha ha ha, Fu Fu is not dead after all. She was trying her best to control herself, but she couldn't hide the smile on her lips. "Can you tell me what happened in the past 2 days? And where did Fu Fu go? I just went to her house to look for her, but she wasn't there." "It's like this." The scavenger told the digger everything he knew. After learning that Bai Fu thought the player was dead and would never come back, Digging G was stunned. If she had been chasing after Bai Fu before, mainly because Bai Fu could bring her huge popularity and help her go further in her career as a game-up master, then the situation is slightly different now. Although Bai Fu was just an NPC, wasn't this much more heartwarming than many people she had met? Her heart was touched. In Digging G's opinion, Bai Fu is no longer just a simple NPC, but a virtual partner with whom one can exchange sincerity. It's on fire. Digger G is now full of fighting spirit. After lying dormant for a day, now is the best time for the Dragon King to return and severely punish those taunts directed at her. After saying goodbye to the scavenger, she immediately opened the live broadcast room. In Xingyo Club, in a thread discussing whether Bai Fu was dead or not, players were chatting idly. "It seems that Digging G has been hit hard this time. I haven't seen her for several hours." No way. Who wouldn't feel annoyed when encountering such a thing? The game has been launched. Has anyone confirmed whether Bai Fu is dead or alive? As we were chatting, a new reply popped up. "Digging Princess is now on air. Everyone go watch it." This voice immediately attracted a large number of people who were just having fun and players who liked Bai Fu. They swarmed over, so much so that within just 2 or 3 minutes of the broadcast, tens of thousands of people gathered in the live broadcast room of Diwa G. The players who came over found that something was wrong. Digging G was sitting on a stone with a tense face. She neither spoke nor made any unnecessary movements. She just sat there playing the video. The videos she played were all related to Bai Fu, and they were played in chronological order. From being rescued by Bai Fu in the alley, to working with Bai Fu to defeat Brother De Biao, to receiving the mission to assassinate Bai Fu, to Bai Fu having to kill the player under the coercion of Chao Wenliang, to Bai Fu risking exposure to come to the base to remind the player. What is this treasure hunt for? Is this a new era of performance art, a cyber mortuary? The onlookers were completely confused, but no matter how confused they were, they continued to watch, wanting to see what kind of medicine was sold in the gourd. As the images flashed one after another, the emotions in the live broadcast room were finally aroused. Treasure hunt. Sorry for the change, what a pity. Why did Bai Fu die? Ah, Alpaca's Truth Society. I will fight you to the bitter end. Until the scene where Bai Fu smiled and handed the luring bait to Patrick, then jumped off the pickup truck and stopped more than 30 amoebas by herself flashed on the screen. Digging G's face was already full of emotion. To be honest, not long ago I was like everyone else and thought this was the end of the story. Bai Fu appeared like a ray of light, and finally turned into a stream of light that saved the abandoned cooling plant and left. Although this story is short, at least it has a beginning and an end and is touching. But she suddenly shut up, stood up, and walked to an alley. "You must not know what I found here." This statement aroused the curiosity of the players. They followed the footsteps of Digging G and began to explore the alley. As they walked, they found a stone tablet in the middle of the alley. "Is this what you mean by treasure hunting? Isn't it just a stone tablet? What's so strange about it?" Could it be that this stone tablet is related to the hidden mission? Could this be Fu Fu's tombstone? Come on, who would put a tombstone in the middle of the road for no reason? Looking at the barrage of comments floating across the virtual screen, Digging G knew the time was ripe, so she stopped. I won't go on any further. You can see for yourself. She locked the camera on the stone tablet and began to zoom in until the words on the stone tablet were clearly displayed in the live broadcast room. In memory of the brave men who sacrificed their lives to save the abandoned cooling plant by Fu, including by Fu, there are a total of 22 big characters. Recalling the video footage that Digging G had just played, at this moment the players felt that what they saw were not words, but 22 bullets. These 22 bullets penetrated the virtual screen and shot into their hearts one after another with unparalleled power. Bang! Bang bang bang! Anyone who is not a fool knows what signing the name Bai Fu means. Yes, Bai Fu is not dead. This news itself was very explosive. Combined with the words written on the monument, the power of the explosion was comparable to that of a super-volcanic eruption, causing the barrage of comments in Digging G's live broadcast room to disappear for several seconds. The first ones to be attracted were the players who liked Bai Fu. They had been worried for hours, and now they suddenly received such good news. They jumped for joy and didn't even have time to post comments. The next to fall were the players who were dissatisfied because their favorite NPC was overshadowed by Bai Fu in popularity. At this moment, the same thought came to their minds. It's over. Bai Fu's popularity is going to skyrocket. Unless a more distinctive NPC appears in the next plot. As long as Bai Fu participates in the popular female NPC competition, other NPCs can only compete for second place. The last people to be impacted were the people of fun. They came to watch Digging G do sit-ups, but they didn't see any fun, and instead saw this shocking scene. NPCs build monuments for players. This is the first time for most people. Even bystanders feel great. Who doesn't like to be respected and praised? Soon, these people who like to have fun started to have fun again. People who like to have fun will go wherever there is fun. Although they can't see the fun of Digging G, now that this matter is so popular, are they worried that there will be no other fun to watch? Awesome, awesome, awesome. You can always trust Fu Fu, the NPC who cares about players the most and is also the player's strongest supporter. Haha. I knew Fu Fu wouldn't die so easily. I declare that the plot planner is God today. Looking at the live broadcast room that was instantly flooded with barrages of comments, Digging G smiled slightly and said, "Don't worry, she still has an ace in her hand. Don't you think this alley looks familiar?" Look familiar? A player with a good memory finally reacted. Isn't this the place where Fu Fu and Dibao first met? As he posted this barrage, the density of barrage in the live broadcast room of Minziji was pushed to a new peak. I was wondering why the monument was built in such a remote place, because this is where Fu Fu and we first met. I am really crying. I didn't expect Fu Fu to even consider this. Ah, I can't stand it. How can my wife be so considerate? Digger G smiled and told everything she had heard from the scavengers. Fu Fu was very lucky. When she was about to be surrounded by the amoeba, Patrick successfully sprinkled the bait, and most of the amoeba were attracted by the bait. She took the opportunity to cross the wilderness and return to the abandoned cooling plant. Didn't the version suddenly update and force us to log off? Fu Fu waited for us for a long time, but we didn't come back to life. She thought we were really dead, so she proposed to build a monument for us. The Primarch's reinforcements arrived yesterday, and Fu Fu followed them to Lin. Her mission here has been completed, and she will most likely not come back. I have decided. I will go to Lin Inn. I will find Fu Fu and tell her that we are not dead, so that she won't blame herself. Digging G's words were recognized by many players. They don't have to stay in this abandoned cooling plant. They have to go to Lin. During the entire live broadcast, Digging G didn't say a word about Qingswan, but many players had already spontaneously run to help her Qingswan. The community was hit by a wave of purges. Many players who had previously confidently analyzed that Bai Fu was dead immediately deleted their posts and ran away after hearing the news. Many players also followed the example of Gue, Iwa Fu, and deleted their accounts and started over, choosing Ziyuan Star as the birthplace of their new accounts. They didn't just like Bai Fu, but after this incident they found that Bai Fu was really as unusual as Digging G said. I mean, Is there a possibility that Bai Fu is actually the protagonist of the main storyline of Zhu Yuanxing? You know what? This possibility is real. Judging from the current situation, even if Bai Fu is not the protagonist, she must be an extremely important supporting role. Many strength-oriented players think that instead of aimlessly exploring other novice birth planets, it is better to move to Zhu Yuan's star and cling to Bai Fu's thighs. How great the benefits of clinging to Bai Fu are have been fully demonstrated by Waji Ji and others. In the battle with Yulia and the insect swarm incident, because of Bai Fu's unexpected performance, the players of the abandoned cooling plant who were supposed to have lost money turned around and made a lot of money. Now their average level is the highest among all the novice villages. I have to say, this feeling of being carried away by NPC is as attractive as sweetness. There was even someone who posted a guide for new members on the main page of the community. Step 1. Purchase gaming equipment and register an account. Step 2. Create a human character and select Zhu Yuan Star as the novice birth planet. Step 3. Enter the game. If you find that the novice village is not an abandoned cooling plant, delete your account and start again from Step 2. If it is, immediately find a way to improve Bai Fu's favorability. Under the influence of this wave of popularity, Xingyo Club briefly became Baiyu Club. Some players were shocked to find that they were not playing above the stars, but it's over. I'm surrounded by Bai Fu. The biggest impact of this wave of popularity is that the number of players on Zhu Yuan Star has reached its upper limit. Many players want to reincarnate on Zhu Yuan Star, but they receive a prompt that the number of players is full and they cannot reincarnate. Seeing this situation, Bai Fu, who had been watching this drama, couldn't help but twitch her lips. What if there is no upper limit? Imagine if tens of thousands of players suddenly crowded into a small abandoned cooling plant. How bad the gaming experience would be. Just the issue of how to solve the problem of food would be enough to discourage many players. You know how to stir up the heat. Bai Fu looked at Digging Ji, who was still active in the live broadcast room, with satisfaction. When Digging Ji finds Lin and Lei, Bai Fu plans to set her up as a role model, first giving her an advanced knowledge book, absorbing her into the courtyard of silence, and then revealing a little bit of the newly compiled background story to her. Did you see that? If you follow Wuya, you will go hungry 9 times out of 3 days. But if you follow Bai Fu, it will be different. You can eat meat for every meal. The treatment is so good. Why don't you come over quickly? Unlike before, Bai Fu now has a longer-term vision. The enhancement she received yesterday made her realize that if she wanted to continue to gain enhancements, it was not enough to just increase her popularity among players. She must also actively participate in various plots so that the game would have enough reasons to enhance her. Considering that the game plot comes with various risks, in order to reduce such risks, she really needs the help of players. Even if it wasn't for this, and she just wanted to resist the assassination of the Truth Society, she still needed the players. Just now she received news from Xia Shi, who was sitting next to her, that the Truth Society had issued an assassination bounty for the 3 of them. Although the level of the bounty was not high, it was a bounty issued by the Truth Society, one of the 5 major forces on Zhu Yuan Star, so she had to be on guard. Speaking of Xia Shi, Bai Fu remembered an interesting thing. Xia Shi has a very special talent, good luck. So far, she has only seen this talent in Xia Shi. At first, she didn't take it seriously and just secretly complained that Xia Shi was a lucky guy. But after she herself obtained a luck talent, she realized that things might be far more complicated than she thought. What's the luck? Is it possible that this is the protagonist's halo? She seriously suspected that Xia Shi was the protagonist of the main plot of the novice village of the abandoned cooling plant. In a normal plot, the player would probably gradually discover the secrets hidden by the Wildfire Gang through contact with Xia Shi, and finally help Xia Shi kill the Wildfire Gang. However, due to her intervention, Xia Shi became a marginal figure in the plot. Of course, all this is just Bai Fu's guess, and she needs further verification. But what is certain is that talents such as luck and good luck have great potential. Don't underestimate that 10% bonus. As the level increases, the things players come into contact with will place more and more emphasis on probability judgment. Reading knowledge books requires probability judgment, analyzing blueprints requires probability judgment, making props requires probability judgment, and drawing lots requires probability judgment. The benefits brought by the 10% hard bonus are very considerable. Now it just allows her to obtain the evolution blood template steadily, and maybe she will be able to draw a magical skill in the future. Bai Fu was a little envious of Xia Shi. Her lucky bonus was 10%, and her strong luck bonus was probably more than 20%. Arrive. Just as Bai Fu was thinking about the problem, Xia Shi's voice sounded in her ears. She looked up and found that the car had stopped. When the Primarch's reinforcements came, they swept away the amoeba on both sides of the road. So the time it took to return to Lin was nearly half the time it took to come here. Anya, Bai Fu called out softly, then jumped out of the car carrying a huge suitcase. Unlike the abandoned cooling plant that looks like ruins, the Lin settlement is a real city. The central area of the settlement is full of tall buildings, and there is a radio tower nearly 100 meters high. Lin, here I come. Bai Fu had a happy smile on her face. At the same time, a dozen more players were born in the abandoned cooling plant. These players are different from other players. Their names all have the prefix Iron Rain. They are members of the famous guild Iron Rain. President, should we first level up in the abandoned cooling plant, or go directly to Lin? The leader of the Iron Rain Guild said with a sword in his hand. Let's go to Lin Inn, but we won't go to Bai Fu this time. Too many people are looking for Bai Fu. If we go, we won't get much benefit until we raise Bai Fu's favorability. Instead of wasting time there, I think we should join another camp. Want to join the Primarchs? No, we join the Truth Society. No one wants to join the Truth Society right now. We will be the first batch to join and can monopolize all the tasks of the Truth Society, and Jin Chi Chong Tian laughed out loud. Bai Fu is an important character in the main storyline. If we help the Truth Society deal with her, we will definitely be able to get a lot of faction contribution points. With Digging G and the others live streaming every day, we will not have to worry about not being able to get information about Bai Fu. It was already 8 o'clock in the evening when Bai Fu arrived in Lin Inn. As it was late, the meeting with the 4 directors was scheduled for the next day. Then let's find a place to stay for the night. After sitting in the car for a whole day, she herself was not tired, but it was different for Anya. If she hadn't been holding her hand, she might have laid down on the road at any time. Seeing that she was about to leave, Xia Shi hurriedly stopped her. If you don't mind, you can move to my house first. My house is quite big, and it's close to everything. No matter how arrogant the people from the Truth Society are, they dare not mess around. Bai Fu stopped. She had originally wanted to find an opportunity to get close to Xia Shi to see if she could deduct some plot tasks from her. Unexpectedly, Xia Shi actually approached her on her own initiative. So what should she mind? She couldn't be afraid that Xia Shi would do something more exciting to her than the game. She was kidding. She was super brave. With her current attributes, it was good enough that she didn't teach Xia Shi how to be a duolang. That's really troublesome for you. Bai Fu dragged a big box and came to Xia Shi's house with Anya. Xia Shi lives in a 3-bedroom apartment with an actual area of over 100 square meters excluding the public area. Although the interior decoration is in typical Syrian style, the area is enough to make others envious. The treatment in the Primarch Intelligence Agency is so good that they are even allocated a big house. Xia Shi threw her coat casually on the sofa. The treatment is so-so. I bought this house myself. Turns out she is a rich woman. No wonder she dared to choose mechanic as her career. Among the stars, the mechanic is undoubtedly a tycoon profession. Although the gap with other professions is not big in the early stage, and even has a lot of output bonus in shooting, but with the unlocking of advanced professions and blueprint manufacturing functions, this profession has completely become a tycoon profession of no money to play NMB. A civilian worked hard for a long time to build a mecha, but before he could enjoy it for an hour or two, he was beaten into pieces by a passing physical training player. The rich are different. They directly build dozens or hundreds of mechas, and then put a few particle light spears at the back. No matter what kind of repair you have, they can turn you into ashes in a few hits. Of course, this tycoon has multiple meanings for players. Having money can buy blueprints and mechanical knowledge chains, but money alone is far from enough. You also need to invest a lot of experience to upgrade blueprints, combine blueprints, and upgrade various passive skills. Therefore, although the mechanic looks cool after reaching the maximum level, there are still not many players who are really willing to learn this profession. This is how Bai Fu was persuaded to quit. Firstly, she had no money, and secondly, she couldn't rely on her foresight about the plot to gain various benefits. After much thought, she decided that a psychic profession was more suitable for her. In the early stages, the psychic profession mainly serves an auxiliary function, but after the level is raised, it can also perform various incredible operations by relying on the power of thinking. To paraphrase a certain master, there are no useless jobs, only useless players. This statement may not be true in other games. For example, in League of Legends there are always a few heroes with frighteningly low win rates and appearance rates. No matter how well you operate, it is still difficult for them to enter the arena. But the situation is different in Stellaris. This game has an incredibly large number of skill combinations and equipment matches for a single profession, and the profession ceiling can be enhanced through profession linkage. The mechanic is very powerful in the later stage, but the ultimate instinct of our physical training school should not be underestimated. Bai Fu put her things away and took a comfortable bath. When she came out of the bathroom, she found Xiashi sitting barefoot on the sofa watching a boring video program. After coming to Lin this time, do you plan to go back? Bai Fu sat down next to Xiashi. I won't go back, so as not to be sad when I see that monument. Yes, those outsiders. Xiashi sighed. How did you get to know them? I heard that you killed a lot of outsiders, but in the end, they didn't seem to hold a grudge against you. Bai Fu turned her head slightly and found that when Xiashi mentioned this, her toes were curled together unnaturally. She seemed to understand a little why Xiashi invited her to live in her home. Was there an order to interrogate her in disguise? Oh, woman, you were playing with fire. Bai Fu hesitated for a moment and did not make any unnecessary moves. It seems that Sichuan did not want to have a direct conflict with her, otherwise he would not have used such a gentle approach, but would have directly sent people to arrest her for interrogation. Keep pretending to be a little sheep. Those outsiders are not all in the same group. I have had conflicts with some of them, and I have also helped others. That's right. How can so many people be of one mind? They often quarrel during meetings. Xiashi cleared her throat awkwardly. By the way, don't be nervous. The director is a good guy. If he says he wants to reward you, he must really want to reward you. You can think about what you want. This topic is very much to Bai Fu's liking. Advanced knowledge related to psychic powers is also okay? Xiashi thought for a moment and said, if it's ordinary advanced knowledge, there are reference rooms everywhere. I can take you to see it, but if you want to look through higher level knowledge, it's not easy. Unless you have made a huge contribution, those things are usually not open to the public. Bai Fu was delighted. She originally just wanted to get an advanced knowledge book, but she didn't expect to have the opportunity to come into contact with the psychic knowledge chain. Does it take a huge contribution? According to the official explanation, on a novice planet like Zuyuan Star, most elite monsters and bosses are just advanced professions, and only a very small number of bosses have unlocked advanced professions. It can be said that whoever unlocks an advanced profession has reached the T0 level of personal martial arts on Zuyuan Star. The knowledge chain is precisely the indispensable aid in moving from an advanced profession to a high-level profession. It is quite reasonable for the Pre-March Intelligence Agency to keep the knowledge chain strictly guarded. It seems necessary to stay in Lin for a while. Bai Fu chatted with Xiashi for a while, and then went to bed. The next morning, under Xiaxi's guidance, she successfully entered the 4 data rooms. After a while, Xiashi brought a book as thick as a modern Chinese dictionary. Do you think this will work? Bai Fu took the book. Have you read Advanced Use of Psychic Power? She raised her head. Okay, Xiashi said. Then I won't bother you for now. You can take your time to watch here. I have something else to deal with. If you have any questions, just call the guards outside and they will notify me. She left consciously. Bai Fu looked around and found a surveillance camera hanging on the wall. Is this also a test? It doesn't matter. She really came here to read a book, and she has no bad intentions towards the pre-march, at least not yet. Yes, after confirmation, the reading progress bar starts to climb slowly. You begin reading Advanced Application of Psionic Power. Low-level psionic mastery takes effect. Your reading speed is increased by 10%. Current progress is 0.1%. 0.2%. Just as Bai Fu was reading attentively, in the director's office, Director Liu Yuelin's eyes kept moving back and forth between the monitor and Bai Fu's information in his hand. Her experience is normal, and her increased strength can be explained by awakening. I don't see any problem with it. That's for sure. Who wouldn't praise such a good person? Even the Wildfire Gang leader was willing to entrust the Wildfire Gang to her. I really didn't expect that, Uncle Liu, and you would actually suspect that there was something wrong with her. Liu Yuelin smiled and said, "It's better to be safe than sorry. But you are right. Let's put the investigation aside for now. Let her continue to live in your house. This way, it will be easier for us to protect her. Since the Truth Society has issued a bounty for assassination, they will definitely take action in the near future." No problem. Xia Shi's mood suddenly improved. Liu Yuelin sent her away with a smile, and then continued to look through Bai Fu's investigation report. From the previous investigation, Bai Fu could not be related to the Truth Society. After all, she killed the members of the Truth Society and let the drugs researched by the Truth Society fall into their hands. But what if all this was a self-torture trick? Current progress 100%. Do you want to spend 20,000 experience points to unlock the new profession Psychic Prayer? 20 minutes passed before Bai Fu received a new game prompt. With more than 50,000 experience points, she pressed OK without hesitation. You have unlocked a new profession Psychic Prayer, Intelligence +1, Inspiration +2, Attribute Points +2. During the reading process, you learn new skills: Chain Reaction, Battle Etiquette, Intermediate Psionic Expertise, Low-Level Psionic Resilience. 2 prompts sounded in succession, and Bai Fu was like listening to heavenly music. It's done. After enduring for a few days, she finally unlocked the advanced profession as she wished and could continue to upgrade. It can only be said that an advanced profession is worthy of being an advanced profession. The upper limit of the level of the Psychic Prayer is level 20, which is double that of the Psychic Apprentice. Her inspiration bonus per level also increases from 1 point to 2 points. Continue. Bai Fu invested another 25,000 experience points in Psychic Prayer, raising her level to LV2. Then, she added all 4 free attribute points to Constitution. As a result, her attribute panel became Main Occupation, Psychic Prayer LV2, 0/30,000, Lower Occupation Psychic Apprentice LV10, Maximum Level, Vagrant LV5, Maximum Level, Secondary Occupation, None Health, 770/770 Psionic Energy, 115/115 Attributes, Strength 11, Agility 7, Constitution 37, Intelligence 5, Spirit 14, Inspiration 23 Skills, Fanaticism LV3, Hardening LV1, Psychic Vision, Natural Spirituality LV1, Power Surge, Inferior, Multiplier Amplification, Inferior, Psychic Boiling. Chain Reaction binds Target B to Target A. During the binding period, Target B shares all the status of Target A. It consumes 5 points of spiritual energy every 1 minute during the duration, and the cooling time is 1 second. Battle Etiquette. Although combat is fun, etiquette cannot be abandoned. You can use it once on the target in each battle, consuming 20 points of spiritual energy and forcing the target to perform combat etiquette with you. 2s. The cooldown time is 1 minute. Intermediate Psionic Expertise, Psionic Knowledge, Learning Efficiency, and Active Skill Effects plus 20% Low-Level Psionic Resilience when attacked. Gain +2 Inspiration Judgment Talent. Luck. The improvement in attributes in this round of upgrades is not obvious, but the health limit is still increased by 80 points in one go, and what makes Bai Fu most satisfied is the newly acquired skills. On the surface, Chain Reaction is a skill used to gain buffs, but conversely, it can also share your debuff with the enemy. In just a moment, Bai Fu thought of several uses. As for Battle Etiquette, it is by no means an ordinary skill. At first glance, this skill is a taunting skill that can control the opponent for 2 seconds and create output opportunities for your teammates. But considering that the Battle Etiquette can be set by oneself, and the activation time of this skill can also be manipulated, the upper limit of this skill may be much higher than the Chain Reaction. Bai Fu closed the book. Now it was time to think of a battle etiquette that could significantly weaken the opponent's strength in a short period of time. For Bai Fu, the focus of combat etiquette is not on etiquette, but on combat. There will always be times when she is left alone, or encounters an enemy that is too strong. Even if she controls the enemy, the player's output is not enough to cause serious damage to the enemy within 2 seconds. Therefore, she needed to come up with a battle etiquette that could not only control the enemy for 2 seconds, but also allow the enemy to inflict heavy damage on himself within these 2 seconds. You come up and punch yourself in the head? After a little thought, Bai Fu rejected this design. With her physique, even if she punched herself, it would be difficult to cause much damage to herself, but it is still possible that one punch could put herself into a dizzy state. Although the enemy will imitate her movements and punch her on the head, what if she gets dizzy and the enemy is lucky enough not to get dizzy? Wouldn't that be the end of her? This is an extremely risky thing that cannot be done. If it was a gun, before fighting, learn from Huayun Evil God and shoot yourself twice. Bai Fu shook her head. When her physical fitness was in her 20s, she was not afraid of ordinary pistols. Now that her physical fitness had risen to 37 points, even those large-caliber pistols could hardly cause substantial damage to her. But the problem is that she carries a pistol with her, but her enemies may not carry pistols with them. So this set of combat etiquette can only be used when facing specific enemies. It's better to use your fists. Hitting the head is not okay, but hitting other places is a different story. She has a move called Fatal Kurin, which can inflict heavy damage to most enemies without causing any damage to herself. If the enemy is wearing armor, the elbows, wrists, knees, and ankles are also good targets. Bai Fu put the book back on the bookshelf with satisfaction. After leaving the information room, she found Xia Shi, and the two of them strolled around the area. Near noon, they returned to their residence to have a meal, and then returned to the office building. This time Bai Fu came here to meet with Lu Yuelin, director of the 4th Department. When she entered the director's office accompanied by Xia Shi, Lu Yuelin was reading a report and drinking wolfberry tea. "Oh, Bai Fu, ha ha ha, I've heard your name many times from Xia Shi in the past 2 days, and we finally met today." Lu Yuelin stood up with a smile. His hair was a little gray, and when he smiled he looked more like an amiable old man than a director in charge of a spy organization. Just like his friendly appearance, the way he speaks also gives people a warm and gentle feeling. Bai Fu thought she would be interrogated this time, but unexpectedly Lu Yuelin didn't say a word throughout the whole process. Apart from praising her heroic performance in the abandoned cooling plant, he also mentioned the reward. According to the regulations of the Primarchs against the Veritate attacks, 4th Revision, individuals or organizations that make particularly significant contributions to preventing or stopping the Veritate attacks or combating the Veritate will be rewarded. With your contribution to the abandoned cooling plant this time, you will definitely get a Silver Moon Medal and a bonus. Considering that you have helped us 4 teams a lot this time, I will personally decide to give you some extra rewards. You can raise any request you have, and I will try my best to satisfy you. Even if you want to join the 4 teams, that's fine. Joining everywhere? In this way, you will become one of us. If you make great contributions, you should be able to access the psychic knowledge chain more easily than outsiders. But there are also many disadvantages to joining the 4 sides, the most important of which is that your freedom will be restricted. Bai Fu was not in a hurry to make a decision before figuring out the pros and cons of each force and where it would be more suitable for her to participate in the main storyline. Finally, just in case, she asked Lu Yuelin if she could borrow the advanced psychic knowledge possessed by the Primarch. Although I am the director of the 4th Division, I cannot guarantee anything in this regard. I can only try to help you apply. I can tell you that the chances of passing are very low. However, if you can make a greater contribution to the Primarch, then the situation will be different. It really doesn't work. Bai Fu could only settle for the next best thing and see if she could get a current world map of Ziyuan Star. That's certainly no problem. Lu Yuelin immediately asked his secretary to get the map. Feeling that the reward was not enough, he stuffed a handful of invitation tickets and discount coupons on Bai Fu. If you want to live in Lin for a while, these little things should be of great help. Bai Fu's mouth twitched. After all, it was the other party's kindness, so she accepted it. After she left, Lu Yuelin's secretary said, "Director Lu, aren't you being too polite to her? We can't be sure that she has nothing to do with the Truth Association." Lu Yuelin took a sip of tea and said, "Innocent until proven guilty. She is now a benefactor to many people, so we should treat her as such. What's the point of calling for her to be killed? And if you really want to get some information out of her, you should be more friendly to her. If you are on guard against her right from the start, do you think she will be on guard against us and not tell us a single word of truth?" The secretary looked grim and didn't respond. He didn't speak, and Lu Yuelin didn't speak either. He knew very well that this secretary would not listen to him completely and would most likely create some trouble for Bai Fu in private to show off his ability. What could he do? He could only forgive this guy like a father. After all, this guy has someone above him. All these places are good except that there are too many people with connections, which makes it difficult to carry out work. But Lu Yuelin still kept a calm mind. If it's not easy to carry out, then it's not easy to carry out. At his current age, he won't be promoted even if he does well, so why bother working hard? His mentality now is to get started. He does what he is supposed to do at work, and whether he can succeed depends on how his subordinates execute it. At other times, he focuses on not being late, not leaving early, not working overtime, and taking the lead to go to the cafeteria at mealtime. Comfortable. After leaving everywhere, Bai Fu went straight back to Xiaoshi's residence. She entered the map Lu Yuelin gave her into the game's map system, and combined it with the book that introduced the origins of the 5 major forces. Now she has a very intuitive understanding of the distribution of the 5 major forces. The 5 major forces are now on the same continent. The Primarch she belongs to is mainly composed of scientists and part of the military funded by a major power before the war. After the war, these people established the Primarch in the far east of the continent based on their own hiding place. Their goal is to rebuild a new order in the wasteland. After 100 years of development, the Primarch now has 6 super large settlements and dozens of small shelters under its jurisdiction. The development history of others, such as the Old Republic and the Railway Guild, is similar, but the Human Alliance and the Society of Truth are relatively special. The Human Alliance was born out of the once most powerful force, the Old Republic. After the mutant rebellion broke out in the Old Republic, those severely persecuted humans broke away from the Old Republic and established the Human Alliance. As for the Truth Society, up to now no one has figured out the origins of the president of the Truth Society. Even within the Truth Society, most people do not know the president's real appearance and name, and usually call him that adult. This is very winery. But unlike the winery, there are not so many undercover agents and traitors inside the Truth Society. Otherwise, given how much other forces hate the Truth Society, they would have already arrived at the door of the Truth Society. Bai Fu memorized all this knowledge in her mind. This information was useless on a daily basis, but at critical moments she could be used to fool players and make them think she was unfathomable. Speaking of players, after teaching Anya to read for a while, Bai Fu opened the community. She was going to see what the players of the abandoned cooling plant were doing recently. When she clicked on it, she found a post saying that Diggerji had caught a ride from the abandoned cooling plant to Lin. This treasure hunt is so fierce. In order to buy the ticket, I directly lost everything. What medicine did Diggerji take? How did she suddenly transform into a natural live broadcast saint? She can't stop doing this. There is no such thing as an innate live broadcast holy body. This is the benefit of holding the right thigh. Isn't it also because Diggerji has a keen eye for talent that he can tell at a glance that Bai Fu is extraordinary? One group of players were praising Diggerji, while another group of players were constantly at Diggerji. Go treasure hunt, find Fu Fu quickly. I need to see with my own eyes that Fu Fu is safe and sound before I can feel at ease. I was a step too late. By the time I got there, all the tickets for today were sold out. Sigh, I don't know if Fu Fu is doing well in Lin Inn, and whether she is being bullied. Don't lurk after digging for treasure. I know you are peeking at the replies and laughing while doing so. Bai Fu nodded secretly. If they took the car this morning, then with the current road conditions, Diggerji would be able to reach Lin Inn by noon tomorrow at the latest. A while ago, she sacrificed herself to save the players, said goodbye to the players, and erected a monument for the players, which directly aroused the players' emotions. After these emotions have fermented for several days, now is the time to give the players an opportunity to explode their emotions. However, she is not satisfied with simply showing up in front of Diggerji. Her plan is to use this opportunity to continue to enrich her personality in front of the players. Now her character in the eyes of players is a beautiful, mysterious NPC who loves players, which is good, but not enough. She needs to make secondary creations based on this framework to further narrow the relationship between herself and players and give players a feeling that Fu Fu is dazzling, but not out of reach. Anya, don't you feel a little bored staying here? Well, it's okay. There is a little bit, but it's okay. Anya said after hesitating. Bai Fu called her over and said, "It's rare for you to go on a long journey. I'll take you out for a walk tomorrow. By the way, you." She explained some things to Anya, and Anya nodded repeatedly to show that she remembered them. Now her admiration for Bai Fu has reached its maximum. If Bai Fu says to go east, she will never go west. After a night's rest, Bai Fu woke up the next morning and found that Diwa was broadcasting live. She sat by the window, commenting on the scenery outside from time to time, until the car finally pulled into Lin's station half an hour later. When his feet stepped on the ground, Diggerji felt a sense of illusion. Did she really arrive in Lin? Could she really find Fufu? Was there a possibility that when she arrived in Lin, Fufu had left Lin again? She quickly suppressed this uneasiness. She was the one who dared to watch the old corpse in the mountain village alone in the middle of the night with the sound on. What was there to be afraid of at this time? She could just find it and it would be done. Diggerji cleared his throat and smiled at the camera. "We have arrived at Lin, the settlement closest to the abandoned cooling plant. It's so beautiful, families." The barrage flew by quickly. Oh my god. This Syrian-style city is full of wasteland. This game is really amazing. Not only is the map huge, but there is no loading required when moving quickly. Treasure hunting, don't waste time at the station. Go and see Fufu in the distance, okay? Okay. Don't worry, I'll go find Fufu now. Digging G officially embarked on her journey. On the way here, she had already prepared herself to search for several days in a row, but the pain of searching was beyond her expectations. Bai Fu? Never heard of it. A beautiful girl with white hair. There are so many people with white hair these days. Red, orange, and green hair can also be seen everywhere. After coming back empty-handed time and time again and finding the wrong person, Digging G felt like she was going numb. Treasure hunting, what are you doing? Treasure hunting, as long as you don't stop, the road will continue to extend. So don't stop digging for treasure. Treasure hunt. Do you want all your previous efforts to go to waste? Looking at the passing comments, Digging G quickly explained, "It's impossible for me to give up. I will never give up in this life. I'm just a little thirsty now. This game is too realistic. I have to find a way to earn some credits, otherwise I feel like I'll be dead before I find Fufu. But where can I find tasks that can earn money?" Diggerji held her stomach and walked aimlessly through the streets. She didn't know how long it had been. When the sun set in the west and the moon was high in the sky, she came to an intersection. There was an orange light hanging opposite the intersection, and two people were standing under the light. One is tall and the other is short. One is big and the other is small. Both have beautiful long white hair. Under the reflection of the orange light, their faces are particularly blurry. Digging G stood there in a daze. She could never have imagined that they would meet again in this way. This casualness was like the first time she met Bai Fu, and also like when she found the monument erected by Bai Fu. At this moment, a huge wave rose in Diwa-ji's heart, and the barrage in the live broadcast room also exploded. When Dig-ji locked the camera on Bai Fu and Anya, who were standing under the orange light, the live broadcast room, which had been a little deserted just now, was instantly flooded with dense barrages of comments, as if a typhoon had passed through. "Fufu? Is this true? Am I hallucinating? Woohoo, that's great. Fufu really looks like nothing happened. My dream of being the first to find Fufu is shattered. Ha, it's not easy. Really, it's not easy. Now it's time for my favorite lyrics to come out. I searched for him among the crowd for thousands of times. When I turned around, he was there, in the dim light. What can I say? All this happened so suddenly that no one expected it." At this time, Digging G's thoughts were almost the same as these barrages. What else could she say? A huge surprise exploded in her heart. She covered her chest with one hand and couldn't utter a word. She was afraid that this was an illusion. As long as she moved, everything in front of her would disappear like a mirage. Seeing her actions, the players in the live broadcast room became anxious. They had finally met Bai Fu and confirmed that Bai Fu was fine. How could they still be so timid at this time? Treasure hunting, what are you still standing there for? Come on. I wish I could replace digging Princess. Wait, Fufu is coming. Yes, Bai Fu took the initiative to attack. Bai Fu had already noticed Diggerji before she arrived in Lin Inn. She deliberately took a long time to come out and meet Diggerji, just to make this reunion seem more hard-won and dramatic. Just like in the animation, after a long and touching story, at the end of the animation, accompanied by pleasant BGM, the two people with a deep bond suddenly meet again in the vast crowd, and then the ending is over. Of course, it is impossible to end the ending here. For Bai Fu, this reunion is a new beginning. Just now she took some time to check out the live broadcast room. The comments that kept passing by indicated that her plan was half successful. The remaining half depended on how she contacted Digging G next. Bai Fu is full of confidence in this. She had rehearsed it dozens of times in her mind on the way here. The first step was that the moment Digging G and her eyes met, her body suddenly shook, and although her expression did not change much, her eyes trembled like the surface of a lake stirred up by gravel. The second step was to let go of Anya's hand when Digging G was stunned, and then slowly walk towards Digging G. The third step was to finally arrive in front of Digging G, raise his right hand, and want to do something, but in the end his hand just hung alone in the air. "You are." Bai Fu paused. "You look a bit like someone I know." She should have died in the insect swarm in the abandoned cooling plant a few days ago, but after a series of combos, the image of a shocked girl, full of expectations but afraid that her expectations would not be dashed, was presented to all the players in the live broadcast room. This scene immediately aroused a cry of grief. Seeing our Fubao like this, my heart is broken. No, male mother, this is the first time I see Fufu looking so fragile. So cute, Fubao. My Fubao looking at Bai Fu walking in front of him. Digging G also woke up in time. "Fufu, that's me, Digger." She raised her hands to her chest excitedly. Before Bai Fu could reply, Anya suddenly poked her head out from behind Bai Fu, her eyes full of vigilance. You are really not dead? You must be lying. Many people said you were dead, and the boss even specially erected a monument for you." Digging G quickly stretched out his right hand. "Really? I'm not dead. If you don't believe me, reach out and pinch it." Anya reached out and pinched Digging G's right hand like a chicken pecking at rice, then said to Bai Fu, "It's still hot." "All right." Bai Fu reached out and rubbed Anya's head lovingly. Being interrupted like this, she put away her shocked look and faced Digging G. "Although you told me repeatedly that you would not die, and the holy word also said that you were immortal, I waited for 2 days in the abandoned cooling plant and still didn't see you come back. I thought you were really dead, and those words you said before were just to make me not worry." As she explained, Digging G nodded. "I understand. I totally understand. How could the NPC have imagined that the game would be shut down for updates? Welcome back." Bai Fu stretched out her right hand, with a smile on her face as warm as the spring sunshine. Looking at the hand so close to her, Digging G couldn't help but be stunned. She suddenly felt something surging in her heart. This was the NPC that she saw was unusual at first glance. Such respect, such closeness, this game was really great. At this moment, Digging G was completely captured by Bai Fu. She also stretched out her right hand and gently held it with the white porcelain right hand. "I'm sorry to have worried you." Fufu smile. "Ah, so warm. My heart is melting. Hold it. Hold it. You deserve to die if you want to dig for treasure. This hand cannot be washed. It's so cool." Fufu's sense of immersion is at its maximum. What the Hades? Treasure hunt? Share what Fufu's hands feel like as the barrage of comments flew. Digging G also discovered that Anya was staring viciously at her hand that was clasped with Bai Fu. "Haha, just hold it. Just hold it." Digging G ignored these comments. Now, this was a moment that belonged to her alone. Seeing her silly smile, Bai Fu also laughed secretly. This meant that her plan for today was 3/4 successful. Now, she only had one last step left: set up Digger G, who chased her all the way from the abandoned cooling plant to Lin, as a benchmark, and lure other players to chase after her like Digger G. Previously, she had led players to fight monsters and helped them gain experience, and she had also used her own sacrifice to earn players' tears. Today, on this exciting day of reunion, it was time to use a new tactic to provide players with a different kind of emotional value. The journey from the abandoned cooling plant to here is not easy, right? Bai Fu suddenly asked. Digging Princess waved her hands. "It's okay. We're just taking a car, and we didn't encounter any danger on the road." As she was talking, her stomach suddenly growled a few times. Digging G's face turned awkward. She was exposed just after she said she was fine. Making the game too realistic is not necessarily a good thing sometimes. Thankfully, Bai Fu's smile grew warmer. I'll take you to dinner first. No, really. Digging G quickly declined. Bai Fu pulled her without saying anything. Don't be nervous. Anya and I are here to have dinner. Faced with Bai Fu's tough attitude, Digging G could only follow. She originally wanted to show her perfect side to win Bai Fu's favor, but she didn't expect it to be so embarrassing in practice. But despite being embarrassed, Diwa Ji is now very proud of herself, especially after seeing the wailing and all kinds of real-name envy in the barrage. She felt so happy that she felt like she was going to fly. Recalling the first time she posted in the community praising Bai Fu, there was a large group of people questioning her. Occasionally there were a few who supported her, and most of them were there just to have fun. Now let's take a look at what a two-level reversal is. It can only be said that the true wise man is lonely. Digging G has decided that after she and Bai Fu temporarily separate today, she will go to the community to open a new thread. She was not trying to torture the players who mocked her. The brilliance of a wise man was not gained by teasing fools. She mainly wanted to show off, and wrote in detail about her mental journey from the time she decided to look for Bai Fu to the time she reunited with Bai Fu. Oh, and she also had to focus on describing the feeling of shaking hands with Bai Fu. How could she not write a few hundred words about such good writing material? Digging G followed Bai Fu with this thought in mind. Soon, both she and the players watching in the live broadcast room found that the writing materials accumulated during tonight's journey would be so much that she would not be able to finish writing. At 1903, I arrived at the Red Sailboat restaurant with Fufu and Anya. Fufu treated us to delicious wasteland-style food. At 1952, I left the restaurant with Fufu and Anya and took a walk along the trail with metal pipes on both sides. I unexpectedly learned that Fufu likes sweets very much. She ate while walking, which was unexpectedly cute. At 2026, I came to an amusement park called Mechanical Power with Fufu and Anya, where I visited the scrap power armor. When the colorful lights fell from the pillars, I envied the close relationship between Fufu and Anya. At 2128, I climbed the tallest radio tower in Lin with Fufu and Anya. The wind on the tower was very strong, but when I stood next to Fufu, I felt warm all over. Standing on the observation deck of the radio tower, looking out at Lin sleeping in the dark, Digging G's thoughts drifted away. During the time when she and Bai Fu were playing around, the Stargame Club was about to explode. From the abandoned cooling plant partition to the main version, the player activity was ridiculously high. Oh no. Oh no. Something terrible has happened. What happened? Fighting again? You can watch Dig G's live broadcast and you will know for yourself many players heard the news. And when they arrived at Digging G's live broadcast room, they were all dumbfounded. Is this even possible? This weird atmosphere, this weird live content, if you don't know, you'd think you were watching anime. Ah, my eyes, are about to be blinded. Kill and dig for treasure. Grab Fufu. Why isn't the person standing next to Fufu me? Show off to me. Can I still have this kind of experience after the favorability with the NPC is high? Can anyone tell me how much favorability Bai Fu has for Digging G, so I can refer to it? This game can be played like this? I feel that if I raise the NPC's favorability to a certain level, I might actually be able to get married. After these players finished going crazy in the live broadcast room, they returned to the community to continue going crazy. Under their influence, those players who were originally not interested in these topics also put down what they were doing and rushed into the live broadcast room of Digging G. Fortunately, the server on Stars is incredibly stable, otherwise the live broadcast room might have been overwhelmed. That night, Bai Fu's popularity exploded in another way, and this explosion was somewhat different from the previous ones. During the previous outbreaks, her name was only circulated within the game, but this time, many passers-by who had never paid attention to her or even played in the community flocked in, and these passers-by uploaded the live broadcast content of Digging G to social software outside the game, causing her to suddenly become a small promotional symbol among the stars. Shocking. A certain anchor actually played a dating simulator in Above the Stars. Are you still looking for a caring virtual friend? Above the Stars, you deserve it. Look, this woman is called Xiaomei, and the woman next to her is called Articles with outrageous titles popped up one after another, and in a short period of time, they attracted a lot of new players to Stellaris. Even Bai Fu, the mastermind behind the scenes, did not expect that her plan would have such a big effect. She suddenly felt excited. If she could become the poster girl among the stars, the planner would have to give her all-round enhancements to prevent her from dying. Good. New hope has emerged. At 22:06, Bai Fu came down from the radio tower with Digger G and Anya. Seeing that it was getting late, she booked a room nearby for Digger G to stay temporarily. I've paid for your room for 5 days. You don't have to worry about where to stay for now. If you have any urgent matters, you can come to me. I live in. Bai Fu reported Xia Shi's address. Take these. Bai Fu took out another 500 credit coins and stuffed them all into Digging G's hands. Digging G was stunned, and the players in the live broadcast room were also stunned. Bai Fu invited Diwa G to dinner, to visit Lin Yin, and even paid for Diwa G's room. This was already beyond their expectations. Unexpectedly, Bai Fu gave Diwa G another 500 yuan before leaving. What kind of spirit is this? Wow, boss, you've never given me so much pocket money. Anya jumped out. Bai Fu immediately suppressed her. Don't talk nonsense. Anya cooperated by retracting her neck. Seeing this, Digging G wanted to say something, but Bai Fu interrupted her. Keep it. I got a bonus from the pre-March intelligence division. Without you, I wouldn't have gotten it. By the way, I also found a few books of knowledge in the Wildfire Gang's library. I remember you guys really need this kind of thing. Anyway, I have no use for it. I'll bring it to you next time we meet. This time, even if no one interrupted her, Digging Princess was speechless. Giving away money and a professional knowledge book. Can you find a better NPC than Fu Fu in this game? What are you still standing there for? Come and join me in playing Fumin Shui Fu Fu. I have to work hard to improve Bai Fu's favorability now. Even if she doesn't have any hidden quests, it will definitely be worth it if I improve it. Looking at the screen full of envy, Digging G felt like wiping away tears. Fu Fu, you were so kind to me. In the world where I originally lived, even my parents haven't cared about me this much for a long time. Bai Fu was stunned for a moment. Digging G gave a bitter smile, but did not expand on what she had just said. After all, in front of so many viewers in the live broadcast room, she was too embarrassed to say that her parents had divorced since she was young and she had encountered difficulties everywhere in school and work. This seemed a bit like playing the victim. There's no need for that. She can live a good life now even if she doesn't play the victim. She was just a little emotional that the long-lost care she felt actually came from a game NPC. Fu Fu, can you tell me about your story? I'm still very weak now, and I may not be able to help you fulfill your wish, but I will try my best, even if I can be of some help in some small way. Digging G mustered up the courage to say this. After saying that, she held her breath, and the players in the live broadcast room also fell silent. This time, will Bai Fu reveal her true identity and release a hidden mission? Bai Fu stared at Digging G. According to her original plan, she should have shared her newly made-up story with Diwa G after a while, but Diwa G had already spoken on his own initiative, and the atmosphere in the live broadcast room had become noisy, so it was better to do it today than to wait for another day. Can I come in and sit down? Digging G's eyes lit up. It's done. It's done. She quickly invited Bai Fu and Anya to come in. After handing boiled water to Bai Fu and Anya, she sat nervously on the sofa in the guest room, waiting for Bai Fu to take off the veil covering her face along with thousands of other players. Bai Fu did not rush to speak, but first slowly drank a few sips of water, deliberately keeping the audience in suspense for a while. After the live broadcast room was filled with Gigi, I am the King Gigi, she finally spoke. You should still remember what I said when you came to my house that night? The excavator who was sitting upright couldn't help but blush and nodded quickly. I remember. How could I not remember? That night she was lifted high by Bai Fu. Bai Fu put the cup of water on the coffee table. To be honest, I don't really believe in the revelation of the Holy Word. The Holy Word is not 100% accurate. After I learned that day that you are very likely the undead mentioned in the Holy Word, my trust in the Holy Word has been shaken even more. Digging G. My goodness, this is being looked down upon. Just as the player in the live broadcast room was about to say something, Bai Fu spoke again. At that time, it was hard for me to imagine that there was not just one undead, but a group of them. It was even harder for me to imagine that such a group of people who always liked to laugh and joke around could become undead. What happened later proved that I was wrong. Maybe you have strange personalities. Maybe you are mediocre in strength. But a faint smile as fresh and elegant as Jasmine suddenly appeared on Bai Fu's face. The smile came quickly and went away even faster. Some players almost thought they had seen it wrong. Based on your performance during the insect swarm incident, there is no doubt that you are true heroes. As soon as these words came out, the player felt relieved, as if he had been holding it in for a long time. Cool. Especially those players who participated in the Zerg Tide event, they are now even more excited, constantly sharing their achievements in the barrage. Bai Fu smiled secretly. Little guy, don't I know how to touch your throbbing hearts? Seeing that the players had fallen into her control one after another, she pushed the topic into a new stage. I know you want to help me, otherwise you wouldn't have followed me all the way here from the abandoned cooling plant, but I have to pour a bucket of cold water on you. Digging G was just feeling happy. She never expected Bai Fu to suddenly say such a thing. Her hands clenched together uncontrollably. Fu, you say. Bai Fu said solemnly, I admire your courage, but in the face of an absolute gap in strength, no matter how brave you are, it will be useless and will only lead to unnecessary sacrifices. Do you understand this? I understand. Digging G paused. She couldn't help but ask, Fu, is the predicament you are facing really that dangerous? Although I am not very good, the strength of Patrick and Alfu. I see you don't understand at all. Just then, Anya, who was playing in the room, suddenly jumped out. Digging G was confused. Anya put her hands on her hips. Do you think the boss is afraid of those bugs and that unknown woman? It's just that the boss's injury has not recovered. In the past, when the boss was at his peak, a thought would kill them, not to mention this planet. Anya. Bai Fu hurried out to stop Anya. But this time Anya suddenly became disobedient. Boss, what's wrong with saying this? You are from the Court of Silence. She had only said half of her words when Bai Fu pulled out her trump card. Do you want dessert? Anya shrank her neck. I'm sorry, I was wrong. Digging G saw this and quickly came out to help. Fu, Anya didn't mean it, so don't be angry. Bai Fu nodded and suddenly sighed, as if to say that the child was difficult to raise. Don't take what Anya just said to heart. Digging G really wanted to say yes, but how could she not take it to heart? She is the host who digs into the game plot. Although Anya only said 2 sentences, less than 100 words, and even these 2 sentences were not complete, but those 2 sentences grabbed her tightly like tentacles. Here it comes, the big one is coming. This time it depends on whether she can catch this big wave. Digging Princess was now as excited as if she had seen Ultraman beating the monster with her own eyes, and the other players in the live broadcast room felt similarly excited. What the Hades, what did I just hear? It turns out that Fu has been injured all along? Fu is actually helping us despite her injury. I am crying cry your ace off. Is this the time to focus on this? The main point is what Anya said, this planet. Wow, this sentence contains so much information indeed. What she wants to talk about is on this planet, or the planet itself. Whichever it is, it shows that Fu's true strength is extraordinary, but if it is the latter, is Fu an alien? Treasure hunting. You didn't find a super huge hidden task, did you? Digging G actually thought so too. Considering Bai Fu's seriousness before and Anya's arrogant look just now, she felt that there was a 100% or even 90% chance that Bai Fu was a spaceman who had drifted to Ziyuan Star. The key lies in the word Jijing Jiting. As long as we figure out whether the Court of Silence is a native organization of Ziyuan Star, we can draw a conclusion. Of course, even if we figure this out, it would only be a thin layer of the veil covering Fu's face. Digging G decided to give it a try, and she took the initiative to break the silence that had lasted for a while. Fu, so you have been fighting with injuries? Bai Fu shook her head. Don't worry, that little injury won't affect my actions. Digging Princess changed the subject. Then, that Silent Garden, is that the organization you belong to, Fu? This sentence made Bai Fu silent for a long time again. She seemed to be struggling. But in fact, she was secretly watching the players in the live broadcast room who were plotting loudly. Don't waste your time digging for treasure. There's no way Fu Fu could confess such a thing. Indeed, there is no such thing as revealing all the settings right away. Usually, you have to complete a series of tasks and go through several major versions before you can know the truth. That's another game. Above the Stars is different. What's the difference? Fu Fu won't tell you, but Anya is different. She's not tight-lipped. We can build a good relationship with her first, and then get some information from her. Hiss, it seems like there is still a possibility of success. A group of players became excited. Bai Fu also became excited. Very good. It seems that these players have completely taken the bait. In this way, Anya's status in the eyes of the players will be greatly improved. At that time, even if she is not there, Anya will be able to command these players. What Bai Fu said today was carefully planned. She deliberately used Anya's mouth to say that she had been injured in order to fill a big hole. When players accept this setting, they will not be surprised that her strength increases like a rocket. In this way, planners can also make use of this aspect when strengthening her in the future. As for what Anya said later, it was deliberately intended to lead players to make blind guesses. She is not afraid that the identity that players make up for her will be too awesome, but she is afraid that the player's imagination is not enough. Even if players finally find out that she is not the alien Bai Fu, there is no need to be afraid. Anyway, Anya didn't say the whole thing, so any explanation is fine. This planet can be expanded to this planet will also explode, or the top strong people on this planet will also die. As for how to explain it, it depends on her future development and the direction of strengthening planned for her. It's not that I don't want to tell you something, but that I can't tell you. Bai Fu said, just knowing those names will bring you endless nightmares. With your current strength, if you want to really help me, if you want to truly become a savior, the most important thing you should do is to improve yourself through experience. As expected, I didn't get a positive response from Fu Fu. Digging G was just feeling a little disappointed, but the next moment, a surprise popped up. Boss, actually they are not completely useless. At least here, if they were just a little bit stronger, they could help us find that person. Anya poked her head in. Well done, Anya. Digging G excitedly echoed. Yeah. Bai Fu stared at Digging G for a long time before saying, how about this? When your strength can be improved a little bit and reach the advanced level, we can talk again. Otherwise, even if you are immortal, it will be too dangerous. She made a furtive gesture for Anya to continue speaking. Yes, it's almost time to reach the advanced level. As soon as Anya, the quartermaster of the camp, finished speaking, Digger found that she had triggered a mission. Improve your strength. The reward for this mission was very ordinary, only 1,000 experience points and 5 points of faction reputation. But Digger G still jumped up excitedly. This was the stepping stone to meet the real Fu Fu. What was wrong with a small reward? She would go for it, even if there was no reward. Haha, I triggered the mission. Halfway through the dance, she sat back down awkwardly. Calm down. Fu Fu is still sitting opposite you. I'm so jealous. I'm really ahead of everyone else in this treasure hunt. Don't worry. I will be in Lin in the day after tomorrow. It's hard to say who will unlock the advanced job first by then. All the players in the live broadcast room were excited. Just like what the previous player said, it is still unknown who will win. Digging G was indeed the first to arrive in Lin, and the first to receive the task from Bai Fu, but she is only level 7, and is not good at action games. She may not be able to unlock the advanced profession before other players who arrive later. At one point, almost all the players in the abandoned cooling plant were eager to try. Even the Iron Rain Guild that was preparing to defect to the Society of Truth was no exception. Jinchi Chongtian's idea was very clear. If they wanted to join the Truth Society, they had to get in touch with the people of the Truth Society first. Before that, his plan was to revolve around Bai Fu like other players. But he was not interested in improving Bai Fu's favorability. He mainly wanted to get more information about Bai Fu and use it as a token of his allegiance to the Truth Society. Go! I will climb up step by step, surpass Digger G, and become the player closest to Fu Fu. I won't sleep tonight. I want to work hard. Seeing that the player's enthusiasm was aroused, Bai Fu felt relieved. She is now bound to this group of players. The faster these players level up, the faster her level can be increased with their help. The Truth will want to assassinate me. right? When the time comes, I will lead tens of thousands of players who have reached high-level professions to let you know what the real horror of the world is. It's getting late. You should have a good rest. I'm going back first. Bai Fu stood up. Digging Ji wanted to persuade Bai Fu to stay and sleep with her, but Bai Fu declined. It's a pity, but it's normal. Before leaving, Anya secretly glanced at Digging Ji and found that Digging Ji was still grinning. Poor Digger thought she had gained such a great advantage, but in fact she was being played around by the boss. I, Anya, am the boss's real treasure. Anya held her head high and followed Bai Fu. After leaving the hotel, Bai Fu couldn't wait to open the community. As expected, some players in the community have already analyzed her identity, and the most eye-catching post is, I suspect Bai Fu is actually the final boss among the stars? There are many question marks above Bai Fu's head. I've been busy for so long, and finally got rid of my relationship with the Wildfire Gang, so that I wouldn't be targeted by players as a villain. And you just give me the title of final boss, right? She clicked on it to see what the player had to say. In fact, there is no analytical content in this post, because the player is comparing it to another game throughout. When I was playing another game before, there was a very special NPC in the novice village. She was as beautiful as Fu Fu, and she cared about the players as much as Fu Fu. Her identity was also mysterious as Fu Fu. Finally, after completing a series of tasks, the player discovered that she was the legendary apostle and even the final boss in the game. So, I boldly concluded, I'll break your hammer as expected. This post was criticized, but it also became popular. Although the player who posted the message was just talking nonsense the whole time, instead of verifying it through lines, settings, etc. like Digging Ji, the conjecture that Bai Fu is the final boss still hit the XP of many players. White-haired big boss. I'm fine. If Fu Fu is really the final boss, I will be the first to surrender to Fu Fu. You want to be the first? I am the first. Bai Fu's mouth twitched. She doesn't want to be a boss, unless it's the kind of boss that doesn't need a health bar. Let's wait and see if there are any settings that players come up with that are very useful. If there are, she plans to copy them directly. No, how can playing games be called plagiarism? This is called satisfying players' expectations. Bai Fu and Anya quickly returned to Xia Shi's residence, but she stopped at the stairs. There's no light in the room. Is Xia Shi not here? She looked into the darkness again, and the agents sent by director Liu Yuelin to protect her were gone. There is obviously something wrong with this. Bai Fu has never hesitated to speculate with the greatest malice every unusual situation she encounters. A few seconds later, she heard footsteps in the corridor and the rustling sound of an intercom. I haven't found anything here, so hurry up on your side. Then, a fully armed man walked out from the side. Bai Fu? The man obviously didn't expect to meet Bai Fu here. He was stunned for a moment, but soon a smile appeared on his face. This is really a pleasant surprise. You have offended the Truth Society, and you deserve to die here tonight. As expected, the assassin from the Truth Society has arrived. Bai Fu was a little worried about Xia Shi's safety, but now was not the time to focus on that. She put her hand on her thigh, where the gun was. Anya, get behind me. Now is a good opportunity to test how much her strength has improved after unlocking the advanced profession. A cold and murderous atmosphere was floating in the open space in front of the corridor. The moment she protected Anya behind her, Bai Fu used a clairvoyant skill on the killer on the opposite side. The skill was judged successfully, and the opponent's basic data was quickly fed back. Name: Elite Killer, Elite, Template, Normal Main Occupation, Wilderness Hunter LV3 Lower Occupation Wanderer LV10, Maximum Level, Sub-Occupation, None Health, 260/260 Attributes, Strength 15, Agility 21, Constitution 13, Intelligence 5, Spirit 9, Inspiration 8 Skills, Mobile Shooting LV3, Dual Gun Hunting LV2, Precision Burst LV1, Hound Pace LV2, Intermediate Shooting Expertise Talent, Scavenger Favorability, Contempt, 13, Degree of Danger, Green. After reading the data, Bai Fu's mouth twitched slightly. Because it's an elite monster, it's called the Elite Killer? This name is really arbitrary. However, no matter how random the name is, the attributes of this Elite Killer can be ranked third among the opponents she has encountered so far. second only to Yulia and the alienated number 9. Once the agility of 21 is fully unleashed, it can definitely leave a trail of afterimages like the super fast boss in Dino Crisis. Not only is he fast, this elite killer also has 3 firearm skills and a displacement skill. He is simply born to be a killer. If his target of assassination this time is Xiaoshi, even if Xiaoshi has a strong luck buff that can be called the protagonist's halo, she will probably be in great danger. What a pity that he met me, Bai Fu thought to herself. The clairvoyance skill gave the elite killer a green danger rating, which meant that the elite killer was weaker than her. This evaluation could be said to be very accurate. She called up her properties panel. Health, 770/770 psionic energy, 115/115 attributes, strength 11, agility 7, constitution 37, intelligence 5, spirit 14, inspiration 23. Bai Fu believed that if the elite killer on the opposite side also had a skill similar to clairvoyance, he would definitely not be able to laugh now. You're right, but this is Bai Fu, an elite monster among elite monsters with 770 HP and 37 points of constitution. It has fanaticism, hardening, and can steal buffs with chain reaction. It has soft control and hard control, and only needs 20 points of psionic energy. When using psionic boiling, normal attacks have additional damage, there is no CD, and it also enjoys critical hit bonus. Just control it with battle etiquette. If she hadn't had to protect Anya, Bai Fu would have rushed up to wrestle the elite killer on the other side, letting him see what it means to be in full force. It seems that you have mobilized a lot of people to kill me. Don't you need to call all your companions over? Bai Fu looked at the killer calmly, trying to find out how many people there were on the other side. The elite killer sneered. It doesn't matter how many people are sent out. It's enough for you to know that I can kill you by myself. He is very excited now. This assassination is a multi-person operation, but only the one who kills Bai Fu can get the highest bounty. A few minutes ago, since he couldn't find Bai Fu anywhere, he thought he might have a bad day tonight. Unexpectedly, he turned around and suddenly got a chance to kill Bai Fu alone. He could only say that today was his lucky day. The goddess of victory was smiling, and he was smiling too. The elite killer pulled out a pistol. Bai Fu was a little unhappy that she didn't get the information she wanted, but she didn't care too much. She also pulled out a pistol from her thigh. Seeing her action, the elite killer smiled even more happily. Want to compete with me in shooting? You may not know that my nickname is the sharpshooter. Before you shoot me, I have 10 ways to kill you. Bai Fu shook her head. My gun is not loaded with bullets. The elite killer was stunned for a moment. He didn't understand what Bai Fu meant. Why did you draw the gun if it wasn't loaded? Did you want to scare people? Or were you deliberately lying to me so that I would let my guard down? It seems like you don't understand what kind of opponent you're facing. The elite killer quickly raised his gun. Ha ha ha, can you keep up with my Sibida? But just as he was about to pull the trigger, something strange happened. He suddenly found that he could not move his fingers at all. It's over. I'm frozen. The elite killer's face changed drastically. To his surprise, Bai Fu did not point the gun at him, but pointed it at her own abdomen. What was even more unexpected was that after Bai Fu finished this set of movements, his right hand uncontrollably imitated Bai Fu's right hand. At that moment, the elite killer seemed to understand something. Stop now. He tried to stop his right hand, but no matter how hard he tried, no matter how he shouted in his heart, it was all in vain. He could only watch his right hand pointing the gun at his stomach. Bai Fu opened her mouth, smiled, and uttered the word bang. The next second, the elite killer followed Bai Fu and pulled the trigger heavily. 1, 2, 3. 7 shots in 1 second. Look at this. This is the hand speed of a single man for 20 years. The bullet that was slightly upward mercilessly shot through the elite killer's belly and tore his intestines apart, while the bullet that was slightly downward caused real critical damage. Blood drew cruel arcs in the air. 2 long seconds passed, the battle etiquette was declared over, and the elite killer's body finally broke free from control. However, the severe pain spreading from the gunshot wound had made him unable to control his body anymore. The spasm of his body caused him to fall with a thud, and the left side of his forehead hit the concrete floor hard, splattering more blood. The elite killer had no time to pay attention to the pain. He couldn't utter a word. Fortunately, he had 9 points of mental strength, which allowed him to maintain the last bit of consciousness and watch Bai Fu walk towards him step by step. Bang! Bai Fu pulled out another gun from her thigh and shot the elite killer in the head. You killed an elite killer, contribution 100%, and gained 4,800 experience points after correction based on the level difference the game prompt sounded. Bai Fu smiled. It takes only 2 seconds to defeat a tough opponent known for his speed. This is the power of combat etiquette. She was satisfied with more than just this. She also received experience points from the elite killers. One elite killer gave her 4,800 points, and 5 of them gave her 24,000 points. With the remaining experience points, she could level up again. Bai Fu bent down and picked up the walkie-talkie that had fallen to the ground, and she pressed the call button. Hello. You. The person on the other end of the intercom was stunned when he heard the obvious female voice. Who are you, Bai Fu, or someone else? Bai Fu said, the gunshots were very loud just now. Everyone living nearby must have heard them. It won't be long before people from all directions hear the news and rush over. You don't have much time left to kill me. Bai Fu, don't think you can act arrogantly in front of me just because you killed the scavenger with a sneak attack. At this point, even a fool would know that the person speaking was Bai Fu, and the killer was so angry that he roared out loud. You are downstairs now, right? Don't worry, I will come to you right away to send you off. I'm not in a hurry. I'll be waiting for you downstairs. If you're in a hurry to reincarnate, you'd better hurry up. Bai Fu acted leisurely and contented. Just wait for me. Bai Fu's attitude made the killer on the other side of the walkie-talkie so angry that he threw the walkie-talkie to the ground and then stomped it to pieces. The sound came from upstairs. Bai Fu pricked up her ears. She heard the door open and 2 hurried footsteps, which meant there were at least 2 more killers. Whether it's 2 people or 3 people, after confirming that combat etiquette is really useful, she is not worried at all now. She brought Anya to a corner of a cement wall. It seemed to be a dead end, but it was the only place where she could easily protect Anya. Boss, those killers look very powerful. Why don't we run away first? Bai Fu touched Anya's head and said, just watch your boss perform from now on. She didn't want to conflict with the Truth Society, but the Truth Society was determined to kill her, so her attitude towards the Truth Society was to make do with it. When she was a gamer, she had killed many Greek gods. How could she be afraid of a truth without divine power? A minute later, the 2 killers who rushed down from the upstairs finally found Bai Fu. I thought you ran away after you threatened me. It seems you still have some courage. But the place you chose, TSK. Is this the cemetery you chose for yourself? The tall killer who stepped on the walkie-talkie and broke it grinned and aimed his gun at Bai Fu's leg. He was not in a hurry to kill Bai Fu immediately. After being treated like that, how could he take revenge if he didn't torture Bai Fu properly? Bai Fu said calmly, I don't know if you have ever heard a saying that you should never let down your guard against the person behind you, even if the person behind you is a trustworthy companion. The tall killer realized the problem and quickly dodged to the left, but it was too late. Bai Fu switched to a new combat etiquette, raised her gun, and pulled the trigger. In an instant, gunshots were heard in front of and behind him. The bullet fired by Bai Fu grazed his left arm, causing a burning pain, and the bullet behind him hit his shoulder blade. He felt as if his back was hit by a sledgehammer, and his body fell forward uncontrollably. Screams tore through the night. When he fell to the ground, the tall killer was completely dazed. The person behind him just now was only another short killer who was working with him, so the bullet in the back must have been fired by that short killer. Realizing this, the tall killer became anxious and angry. You beast, who gave you the courage to betray the truth and join Bai Fu? He is injured now. If he is double-teamed from front and back, there is no chance of survival. The short killer was also anxious. He had no idea what had just happened and could only keep shouting, I didn't mean to do that. My hand was moving on its own. If I was shot to death by you, can you say that it wasn't you who killed me, but the bullet? The tall killer turned around and wanted to shoot the short killer twice. Bai Fu stood up at the critical moment. Speechless. If they shoot at each other, wouldn't the experience she gets from killing them both be less? In order to stop the infighting between the 2 killers at the source, Bai Fu quickly shot the tall killer. Under the severe pain, The tall killer's gun slipped out of his hand. The short killer looked at Bai Fu in astonishment. Bai Fu's expression was calm. "Don't thank me, because it will be your turn soon." Bang, bang, bang. Bai Fu fired several shots at the tall killer who fell to the ground. Large damage values were accompanied by large amounts of blood. After a few seconds, the tall killer's body completely stopped moving. Bai Fu strode towards the other side. The short killer had cold sweat on his forehead and kept retreating. "Don't come over here, don't come over here." After shouting several times in a row, he suddenly remembered something and quickly took out the walkie-talkie and shouted, "Support, send some support quickly, or we'll all die here." The person on the other end of the intercom was speechless for a moment. Although this was very sudden, he still figured out the situation. The assassination attempt on Bai Fu had failed, and those killers were about to be wiped out. "Bai Fu." A hoarse voice came from the intercom. "I know you're in a hurry, but don't be impatient. Playing dead in front of me? That's kind of funny." Bai Fu retracted her foot. "There will be a game prompt for killing. If not, it means you are not dead." "Oh." The short killer was so frightened by this scene that he fired 3 shots. 3 bullets flew out of the chamber and all hit Bai Fu. But the imagined scene of bullets piercing the flesh and blood splattering did not occur. Under the dim light, the short killer saw Bai Fu loosen her clenched right hand. Da-da-da. 3 bullets slipped from his palm and fell to the ground with a sharp sound. "Go to Hades, go to Hades." The short killer's spirit was almost collapsed. He began to shoot randomly, hoping that this action could stop Bai Fu even for a second. But when he emptied the magazine, Bai Fu was not injured at all, but walked in front of him. "It seems your gun doesn't work very well." Bai Fu reached out and grabbed the muzzle of the short killer's pistol. "Ah, monster, it's a monster." The short killer yelled frantically. The shouting also made the person on the other end of the intercom anxious. "Stop shouting, what the Hades happened? I told you to stop shouting." No matter how he shouted, the short killer kept on shouting until a few gunshots were heard and everything was silent. Huff huff. The person on the other end of the intercom began to breathe faster. "Bai Fu, do you know what you are provoking? Truth will? You all want to kill me. Do I have to let you kill me? If you don't accept it, come here in person. When you get here, you will know what happened just now. Bai Fu, you will regret this." The person on the other end of the intercom roared. Bai Fu was very calm. "Threatening me? Watch your tone. I am the winner now." Bang. The conversation was forcibly interrupted. Bai Fu smiled. She was not talking nonsense. She was deliberately provoking the person opposite her, just to lure him out. She casually threw the walkie-talkie next to the corpse on the ground, then quickly took Anya back to Xiaoshi's room and took out the grenade launcher hidden under the floor. She got this from the Wildfire Gang's warehouse. This thing should be able to send that man to heaven. If 1 shot is not enough, then 2 shots. Bai Fu came to the window on the 4th floor and waited quietly. Bai Fu's shooting skills are terrible. Even though she has been practicing for a while, she is still not good enough in actual combat. Considering the danger she was facing now, she had planned to use the remaining free career slot to learn a gunner-type career. That profession does not need to be upgraded too high. It is enough to earn some attribute points and unlock a few skills that can increase shooting accuracy, so as not to slow down the upgrade speed of the first profession. The career system in Above the Stars does not limit the total number of careers that players can learn, but in the initial stage, players will only be given 3 free career slots. When all 3 career slots are filled, if you want to learn a new career, you must first spend a certain amount of experience points to unlock the new career slot. The cost of unlocking the first new career slot is not expensive, only 10,000 experience points. So Bai Fu is not worried that if she encounters a better career in the future, she can only watch and not learn. Just 10,000 experience points. For her now, she only needs to kill 3 elite killer-level elite monsters to accumulate enough energy. If the opponent is of the same level as the person who just argued with her on the walkie-talkie, perhaps 1 will be enough. That person's strength may not be stronger than the 3 killers she had just killed, but the experience points rewarded by the game for killing monsters are not simply based on the monster's strength, but a number given after comprehensive calculation of multiple dimensions such as the monster's strength, level, template, and identity. Take the mysterious president of the Truth Society as an example. Assuming that his real strength is only equivalent to 1 Anya, due to his identity bonus, the experience reward the player gets after killing him is definitely incomparable to that of 10,000 Anyas put together. Bai Fu was looking forward to what reward the person she had scolded would bring her. But unfortunately, she squatted on the 4th floor for more than 10 minutes. Her feet became numb, but the man still didn't show up. She was a little speechless. He was mocked by her on the public channel and heard his own men being beaten with his own ears. But in the end, he just said a few harsh words and then became a coward. You also learned strategic A strength? Bai Fu suspected that the man was a gangster in his previous life. The harsh words he said on the intercom meant, "Do you know who you have provoked? You have provoked the noble desert death god. You may act arrogantly now, but when I am strong enough and come out of the mountain, you will regret it." Her evaluation is that the idea is wonderful, but she is not a squishy soft support, but a pure meaty desert emperor. This is the story of how the Tsar, Bai Fu, and her Sand soldiers, players, who can equip and upgrade themselves individually fight against the Desert Reaper. Bai Fu put away the grenade launcher. During this process, shouts were heard from downstairs. People came from all directions. Xia Shi took the lead, her face full of anxiety, especially after seeing the body of the elite killer. She became even more worried about the safety of Bai Fu and Anya. Why at this time? She was about to rush into the corridor when an agent in a power armor reached out from behind and grabbed her arm. Have you forgotten what the intelligence agency's agent code teaches? The killer may not have left yet. If you rush in now, you will be courting death. Just follow me obediently. Although Xia Shi wanted to say something in rebuttal, her strength was far inferior to that of the power armor, so she could only do as she was told. Bai Fu, Anya, please don't die. A group of more than a dozen people looked at the elite killer's body and then walked up the stairs with solemn expressions. They took every step carefully, fearing that a few killers would suddenly jump out in the dark night. No accidents happened until they arrived near Xia Shi's residence. The agent in power armor waved his hand behind him, signaling others not to act rashly and letting him go in first to find out the situation. After everyone said okay, he walked towards the door with steady steps, but stopped after only 2 steps. It's footsteps. At this moment, all the agents present held their breath, staring at the figure that emerged from the room. The footsteps are getting closer. The agent wearing power armor raised his left hand, where a heavy-duty rotary machine gun was loaded. As long as the person inside showed his head, this heavy machine gun would definitely turn the person into a hornet's nest. Relax, it's me. At this time, a female voice was heard from the room. Xia Shi was the first to react. It's Bai Fu's voice. As soon as she finished speaking, Bai Fu came out of the house holding a cup of water. Even though she was pointed at by more than a dozen guns, there was no fear on her face. Your hospitality is really special. Looking at Bai Fu with a smile on her face, the agents everywhere looked at each other in confusion. They thought they were seeing things. After receiving the news that Xia Shi's residence was attacked, most people thought that Bai Fu was in danger this time. Even if they rushed over, they could only collect Bai Fu's body. But now Bai Fu is not only not dead, there isn't even an obvious wound on her body. The killer didn't come to find you? The agent in power armor asked eagerly. Bai Fu took a sip of water and said, "Here we come." "Where are they?" "You saw one on the way upstairs, right? There are 2 more lying near the garbage incinerator." The agents didn't care about anything else and ran downstairs in a hurry. When they saw the 2 corpses lying neatly in the corner, they were all shocked. "I know this person. He is a Class B certified killer hyena on the dark web." His expression. "I guess, what the Hades is this?" The hyena was shot 4 times, one of which hit his heart. This should be the fatal injury, but no one is paying attention to this now. All eyes are focused on his face. It was a face so distorted that it looked like Sadako had crawled out of the TV. What on earth happened to him in his lifetime? The agents present felt a chill in their hearts, and they subconsciously looked up at Bai Fu, who was standing at the window at the end of the corridor on the 3rd floor. All this was done by this woman, who came from the abandoned cooling plant. At this moment, no one dared to look down on Bai Fu anymore. A few minutes later, at Xia Shi's residence, everyone gathered around the coffee table. "Ms. Bai Fu," the agent who came out of the power armor said with a serious expression, I am Su Hong, the captain of the first team of the fourth action team, and the person in charge of this operation. I need to confirm a question with you. You want to ask how I killed them? Actually, I am a psychic praying master. Bai Fu revealed the information that could be made public at the moment. Even if she didn't say it, CC and the Truth Society would suspect that she had special abilities. Sure enough, after learning that she was a psychic praying master, the agents everywhere showed an expression of sudden enlightenment. That's not surprising. The psychic prayer, a noble mage profession, although more inclined to support, still has a high success rate in relying on the information gap to catch those killers off guard and then wipe them out. Su Hong nodded slightly. For the assassination tonight, I want to apologize to you first. CC has promised to protect you, but still, Captain, don't you think this is strange? Xiashi suddenly jumped out and interrupted Su Hong. Su Hong frowned. Strange? Xiashi said, these assassins came to my house just after I received the news and went to the combat meeting. They also came during the shift change of the people responsible for protecting this place. I don't believe it is such a coincidence. There must be traitors everywhere. Xiashi, Su Hong said in a low voice. The temporary combat meeting was notified by the Intelligence Bureau headquarters. Do you mean there is a traitor in the headquarters? Xiashi was not frightened by Su Hong's tone at all and said, maybe there is. Who can guarantee that the headquarters is clean? This matter must be investigated thoroughly. Bai Fu is a hero who fights against the Truth Society. We can't just sit there and watch the hero being harmed by the Truth Society. Otherwise, who will dare to stand up against the Truth Society in the future? Su Hong stared at the aggressive Xiashi for a long time, and finally managed to squeeze out a sentence. Don't say things that are not conducive to unity. He turned his head and looked at Bai Fu with an apologetic look. I'm sorry to have embarrassed you. Bai Fu was very calm. Nothing. Su Hong stood up and said, I don't have anything else to ask for now. I need to take the items I found on those killers back for testing as soon as possible. Don't worry, they will be guarding here for the next 2 days. Unless the Truth Society is completely crazy, they will not dare to do anything reckless during this period of time. Bai Fu nodded. After sending Su Hong away, she, Anya, and Xiashi, who was curled up on the sofa, were the only ones left in the room. After a moment of silence, she asked, Do you have a deep grudge against the truth? Xiashi raised her head, her brown eyes full of confusion. Why do you ask? Bai Fu said, Because you are more excited about the Truth Society than they are. Xiashi explained, You were talking about this. In fact, the hatred between Captain Su and the Truth Society is even deeper. Captain Su, let's not talk about this. I just simply hate the Truth Society. They kill people and burn things. They do all kinds of evil. Is it the protagonist's unique kindness? In fact, I also hate the Human Alliance. But at least the people in the Human Alliance have reasons for killing people, even if their reasons are extreme. The Truth Society is different. You can't understand them at all. They do things without following the rules. Before the action begins, no one knows what they are going to do. I hate this kind of disorder. The reason why I joined the Four is to eliminate the Truth Society. I see. The good and lawful camp. Bai Fu smiled. Well, if Xiashi knew her true identity, she would definitely dislike her. After all, she might be the most unruly NPC in the world, and her existence is a kind of disorder. Xiashi was denouncing the Truth Society's atrocities when suddenly, the personal terminal on her hand, which was similar to the radioactive Pip-Boy, rang. Wait a minute. She stood up and walked to the balcony. After a few minutes, she came back with an extremely solemn expression. Bad news. The director just contacted me and said that the Truth Society has revised the bounty on your assassination. This was not beyond Bai Fu's expectations at all. What has it been changed to? Xiashi said, A level bounty. The bounty is 500,000 yuan. They also said that they will get rid of you within half a month. Wow, I'm worth 500,000? Bai Fu asked, What is the highest reward on the dark web? 25 million credits. That is the president of the Truth Society himself. 50 times as much? Bai Fu was slightly surprised, but quickly calmed down. 500,000 is not her limit. She wants to be the woman of the Wasteland King. If everything goes well, she will top the dark web bounty list sooner or later. While she was sighing, a game prompt sounded in by Fu's ears. You triggered the special mission Shadow of Truth. She clicked on the details page. Mission Introduction. The Truth Society has issued a new bounty for you. They seem to be angered by your actions and are determined to use a higher level of force to kill you and declare to the world the inviolable majesty of the Truth Society. However, the Truth Society underestimated the vitality of weeds. Wildfires cannot burn them all, and can storms uproot them? Mission Objective. Resist the upcoming new round of assassinations from the Truth Society. Reward: 30,000 experience points, 15 Zuyuangsing reputation points. Title: Shadow of Truth. Note: you will have the opportunity to unlock new tasks based on your performance. This task is mandatory to accept. The mission reward was very good, giving 30,000 experience points and a title. The Wildfire title she had obtained before gave her a 30-point health bonus. This Shadow of Truth was obviously more advanced than Wildfire, and the bonus must be greater. Bai Fu wanted to shout for the storm to come even harder. Xiashi said, "You are in danger now. For safety reasons, I suggest you find a place to hide, or simply cooperate with our Gene Premarch Intelligence Bureau. Although there are traitors in the Intelligence Bureau, this is still the safest place besides the army. I'll seriously consider it." Bai Fu felt that it would be better for her to rely on CC for intelligence. The next 2 days were filled with meetings. They met in the morning to discuss Bai Fu's assassination, and in the afternoon they discussed the news from the Intelligence Bureau headquarters. Not long ago, agents from the 3rd Division of the Intelligence Bureau intercepted a secret report from the Truth Society and determined the location of a base of the Truth Society from the report. The Premarch has decided to launch a surprise attack on this base in order to directly raze it to the ground. When people were busy, Bai Fu had some free time. Apart from unlocking the gunner profession, she spent the rest of her time paying attention to the movements of players. Digging G's success has stimulated too many players, and now players in the abandoned cooling plant are trying to save money to buy tickets. On the 3rd day after Digger G and Bai Fu met, another train set out from the abandoned cooling plant and headed straight for Lin An. Almost all the people sitting on this bus are players. There are Patrick, Black Tiger Afu, Dragon of Natural Disaster, and Convert to Wofu, who have a good relationship with Digging Girl and received the notification at the first time. There are also Jinchi Chongtian and others from the Iron Rain Guild who bought the tickets with the help of the guild's fundraising. As the abandoned cooling plant kept receding outside the car window, Gaia Wofu clenched her fists excitedly. "Lin, here we come." Seeing the post they posted, Bai Fu also became excited. "My sand soldiers are coming." She is truly complete only when there are players. Meetings were held everywhere for 2 full days, but there was still no progress. Although many people were reluctant to admit it, judging from the assassination of Bai Fu, there was a high probability that spies from the Truth Society had infiltrated the top management of the Intelligence Bureau. This put a realistic problem in front of them. Could it be possible that the intelligence intercepted by the headquarters was false information secretly released by the spy? If so, then they would act according to the original plan and jump into the trap. If not, since they don't know whether the spy has passed the news to the Truth Society, they dare not act rashly now. They can only send people to investigate first, but this investigation may easily miss the best time to attack. The leader of the action team had a bad temper. Seeing that everyone else in the meeting room remained silent, he couldn't help but slam the table hard. Not everyone has given up like Director Liu Yuelin. He thought he could perform well in this operation and lay a solid foundation for promotion, salary increase, and reaching the peak of his life. But now, as long as the spy matter is not settled, this operation cannot be implemented. Seeing that the action team leader was getting more and more outrageous, Liu Yuelin coughed lightly and came out to change the subject. "Let's see what the headquarters says first. I still trust everyone in the department." The operations team leader snorted. The conference room fell silent again, but this time it didn't last long. Li Chung, secretary of another senior director of the 4th Division, broke the silence. "We can find a way to lure the spy out." "How?" "Bai Fu." Li Chung slowly uttered a name. The reason why the spy was exposed was to kill Bai Fu. After the assassination attempt failed, the Truth Society immediately increased the reward for Bai Fu and raised it to 500,000 in one go. This is not an ordinary move. You have to know that the director's head is only worth 1 million. This shows that they have now listed Bai Fu as a person who must be killed. If there is a chance to kill Bai Fu, I believe that the spy will definitely make a move again. The leader of the action team said, Li Cheng, if I remember correctly, a few days ago you kept saying that Bai Fu might be an undercover sent by the Truth Society, and everything she did before was a self-torture trick set up by the Truth Society. Why are you cooperating with Bai Fu again today? Everyone's eyes turned to Li Cheng, but Li Cheng remained calm. This is also a test for Bai Fu. We can take this opportunity to observe her. Rather than believing that there are spies from the Truth Society among the top leaders, I would rather believe that she directed and acted in this assassination herself. This is not difficult for her. It's a good idea, but how are you going to get her to cooperate with us? You and I both know how dangerous it is to be a bait, the team leader asked. Li Cheng remained calm. Doesn't she want to see the advanced psychic knowledge we have? Tell her that if she can help us find the spy, she will be allowed to watch. The leader of the action team twitched his lips and said, You are just making big promises. Let's not talk about whether the people above will agree to your proposal. You added a condition that you will only show it to the spy after he finds it. Only a fool would work for you. If you die in the middle of the process, you will not get any benefits. Why would you do it? Anyway, I won't do it. Others don't dare to confront Li Cheng because Li Cheng has someone above him, but he is not afraid because he also has someone above him. Li Cheng's face turned ugly, but he didn't lose his temper. I will apply to the higher-ups. Of course, if you can come up with a better solution, I will shut up immediately. At the critical moment, Lu Yuelin, the peacemaker, stepped forward. He looked at his watch and said, It's getting late. We can't come to a conclusion anyway. Now that things have come to this, let's eat first. These words immediately aroused the interest of most people present. What's for dinner in the cafeteria tonight? Fried chicken legs. Okay. Now I can show off a few more bowls of rice. Li Cheng left without saying a word, his face livid. After hearing that Bai Fu not only survived but also killed the 3 assassins who came to assassinate her, the usually calm president of the Truth Society turned a little green in the face. 3 against 1, but 3 killed in return. Do you know how to play? He immediately called the head of the combat unit over and yelled at him. Didn't you tell me that you can help me get rid of the thieves and put my mind at ease? Is that how you put my mind at ease? Not only could he not kill the leader of the Premarch, but now he couldn't even defeat a small minion who had to rely on a burst of energy to break free from Yulia's fake body, and he also exposed the existence of the spy. Will he be humiliated by ordinary passers-by next? They really don't care about their face. The person in charge of the combat unit was sweating profusely, and he hurried to explain. Bai Fu was not killed because she is actually a psychic praying master. No one knew this information before, so she relied on the information gap to launch a counterattack. Now we have found out her details and can send more powerful killers to kill her at any time. But what? The person in charge timidly described the situation in all directions. President, it's not necessarily a bad thing that Bai Fu was not assassinated this time. Right now, the Premarch Intelligence Agency is in a mess because of a spy inside. They want to use Bai Fu to lure out the snake and catch our spy. They have no energy to pay attention to our other actions. The president pondered for a moment. This is true. From this perspective, Bai Fu is actually a very good chess piece. Her existence can divert a lot of energy from the Intelligence Bureau. Then let Bai Fu live a few more days, let our people play with the Intelligence Bureau, and then send Bai Fu off when the time is right. The head of the combat force quickly agreed. The president sneered. How could a small minion really cause such a turmoil? Bai Fu waited for a whole day. During this period, because Digging Ji hadn't seen her for almost 2 days, many people on the forum thought that something had happened to her. She specially sent someone to tell Digging Ji that she was fine, but just encountered some minor troubles. Unexpectedly, this small action caused heated discussions among players, and many players felt that there must be a deep meaning behind her doing this. What? Fu is in trouble. What's the big deal? If Fu hadn't gotten into trouble, there wouldn't have been a chance for us to appear. The treasure hunter is only at level 9 now, and there is still a long way to go before unlocking the advanced profession. If I remember correctly, the tasks in this game are dynamically changing. Unlike other games, you can't wait a long time to complete a task after accepting it. The plot just now is clearly urging Diggerji to upgrade quickly. If you upgrade too slowly, you may not be able to accept subsequent tasks. Is Fufu okay if she suddenly comes to urge me? Judging from the tone of voice Fufu used when talking to Debeo before, it shouldn't be the case. The tone doesn't mean much. Maybe Fufu is just pretending to be relaxed because she doesn't want us to worry. Don't forget that Fufu is still injured. I don't believe that the injury has no effect on her at all. This made the group of players anxious. They just regretted that they couldn't go to Linen now, and couldn't help even if they wanted to. They no longer had time to be jealous of Patrick and the others who were about to arrive in Linen. Instead, they kept at Patrick and the others in the forum, asking them to improve their strength as soon as they arrived in Linen, and then to confirm what kind of trouble Bai Fu had encountered. Patrick and others looked solemn after receiving the news. They were also anxious, but upgrading is not something that can be done just like that. They were completely in the dark about Lin-In and could only hope that they could unlock the advanced profession before the deadline and trigger new tasks. Who knew if this task was interrupted, there would be a chance to trigger subsequent tasks related to Bai Fu. With an anxious mood, we took action as soon as the train arrived at Lin Station. Let's split up first and get familiar with Lin-In's situation to see if we can find a ring-running task to gain experience. If we don't find anything, we can reunite and look for Digging G. What do you think? I'm fine. Let's do it this way. The proposal of converting to Buddhism was unanimously approved. After separating from the other players, he turned on the live broadcast. He is actually not interested in live streaming at all. He plays games just for his own fun, and he has no intention of sharing this fun with others. However, he is a rookie when it comes to finding tasks, so he feels it is necessary for him to consult the opinions of the audience in the live streaming room. In ancient times, people crowdfunded novels, and now people crowdfunded games. It makes sense. After Guei Iwafu started the live broadcast, a large group of players soon came in. Bai Fu also rushed in after seeing the relevant news in the forum. Since you're free anyway, you might as well observe the actions of these players so that you can better control them next time you meet them. 8 o'clock in the evening. I'm currently level 8, and I need to unlock an advanced class in a short period of time. I'm still 37,000 experience points short of level 11. To be honest, the pressure is really great. I can't team up with other players to swipe amoebas at the abandoned cooling plant, but there are not many players here, so it's definitely not feasible to swipe amoebas together. Now I can only find some errands. It would be best if it was a mission that rewards both experience and money. Only when you earn money can you buy advanced weapons and food. The hunger system in this game is too realistic. If you are hungry, your attributes will decrease, or you may even starve to death. If you starve to death, all your efforts will be in vain. Converted to a Fu walked through the streets of Lin, talking about the problems he was facing as he walked. Following the advice of the players in the live broadcast room, he triggered several hidden tasks in succession without any prompts. Unfortunately, he was busy for an hour before he accumulated more than 1,000 experience points and dozens of credit coins. At this rate, who knows when he can accumulate enough experience? Maybe it will take 4 or 5 days. The question is, can Bai Fu's mission be triggered after 4 or 5 days? First get some money, then spend it on equipment, fight monsters to level up, or do missions to fight monsters. How about robbing a bank? Soon after converting to Buddhism, I rejected this idea. Firstly, he didn't have a suitable weapon. Secondly, Lin was different from the abandoned cooling plant. This was a large settlement directly governed by the Premarch. Not only was there intelligence everywhere, but there were also various violent agencies such as the police. If he dares to rob a bank now, he would be like a dung beetle going far away looking for. Even if they are not beaten to death on the spot, they will be arrested and put in a detention center. Robbing a bank is not feasible, and he can't forge counterfeit money. So what else can he do? Be a liar, a mercenary, a killer, or something else? Gaiawofu fell into distress. As he was walking, he saw someone walking out on the side of the road with a smile on his face. Haha, I'm rich now. I can definitely make my money back. Oh my god, are we meeting a gambler? When I turned around, I saw a dozen people crowded in a place that looked like a factory gate. He moved closer and listened for a while before realizing that these people were here to borrow money at a very high interest rate. The lender is a man called Brother Dao. All those who borrow money are poor, and in the end, the only ones they can use as collateral are themselves. I'm worth a kidney. I resist. Gaiawofu's mind suddenly became active. If he could do nothing else, how could he borrow money and not pay it back? He quickly approached and grabbed a person who had just borrowed money. Aren't they afraid that you won't pay back the money and run away? The person who borrowed the money shrugged. Run away? Where to run? Apart from the station, you have to face mutated monsters wherever you go. There are always their people watching the station. It's no use for you to find the police. They have connections in the police station. After hearing this, I became a convert to fuel. This is exactly what I wanted. It means that Brother Dao will not refuse to lend him money just because he is a stranger. As expected, after hearing that he wanted to borrow money, Brother Dao's face smiled brighter than a chrysanthemum. But after hearing that he wanted to mortgage everything he had that could be mortgaged, Brother Dao's expression became a little strange again. Are you sure? I am sure. Brother, you are a bit of a gambler. But since you want to gamble, I will accompany you. In this way, Gaiawofu successfully got 5,000 credit coins, and he couldn't help but complain. I mortgaged all my valuables for only 5,000 credits. Although credits have a high purchasing power, this is too shady. After getting the money, he asked about the location of the black market and then ran off to buy weapons. Linen is linen after all. The pistols that are rarely seen in the abandoned cooling plant can be bought here on the black market. Just when Gaiawofu was playing with the pistol he had just bought, Brother Dao, who had just lent him money, suddenly came to his house with his men. Isn't it time to repay the loan? Why are you looking for me? Brother Dao said coldly, Brother, you bought so many weapons. It seems like you are going to do something big, right? I don't think you have the ability to pay back the money, so I have to take back the things you mortgaged in advance. These words were a fuse. Seeing that the other side was going to use force, Gaiawofu stopped pretending. Do you think I can't get any money from you guys just because you guys show up at my door? He shot and killed Brother Dao, who was rushing in the front with 2 shots, and then shot himself away when the others were about to catch him. This ruthlessness simply stunned the others. What kind of person is this? He shot himself when he saw the situation was not good. I always feel like he has provoked something terrible. After resurrection, Gaiawofu immediately contacted Patrick and others. I found a way to make money. He shared the matter of borrowing money with Patrick and others. So, overnight, several local money lenders in the Lin settlement encountered very strange things. I don't know where a group of ruthless people came from. They mortgaged their entire bodies to borrow money. After borrowing the money, they want to purchase weapons. When their people came to the door, these ruthless people would attack without saying a word and finally commit suicide. Looking at the corpse on the ground, they were confused. What the Hades? They felt like they were filled with anger, but they had no place to vent their anger because the person who made them angry was already dead, and in the end, all they could get back were some weapons and a corpse. What they didn't know was that at this time, Gaiawofu and others had already gathered together. After borrowing the money, they hid part of it immediately. After committing suicide and resurrecting, they secretly took out the money. In the end, they made 20,000 credit coins in just one night. Can we play like this? The players in the live broadcast room were stunned. Awesome, but don't use this move often. If you use it too much, your opponent will be wary. Sheng, where's your conscience for playing with NPCs like this? Bai Fu was also speechless. What Gaiawofu and others did in Lin soon caused a sensation in the forum. The players who were born near Lin were so envious that they beat their chests and regretted that they did not catch the bus to Lin, which led to Gaiawofu and others taking the lead and cutting off this way to make money. If they dare to do something similar in Linen again, let alone borrowing money, they will be lucky if they don't have their legs broken on the spot. Players from other places were delighted after seeing the actions of Gaiawofu and others. The road was cut off in Lin, but not anywhere else. The most resourceful players took action as soon as they received the news. Almost at the same time, different evil forces on the novice planets in different galaxies in the game were taught a hard lesson by different players. Lending is risky, so be cautious when approaching players. Being ruthless to others is nothing. Being ruthless to yourself is the real ruthlessness. Those players who made a lot of money shared their achievements on the forum. Among them, the most outstanding record was that of a player named Xiaxia Xiao Shui, who was born on Crow Star. After borrowing the money, Xia Tianxue went to make a few bombs. Then he rushed into the headquarters of the evil gang that lent him the money with the bombs. Surrounded by soldiers, he detonated the bombs. As luck would have it, the explosion site was next to the ammunition depot of the evil gang. The resulting explosion sent the entire evil gang into the sky. Legendary. After this wave of operations, Xia Tianxue's level rose sharply, ranking first in the entire server. Afterwards, he became a city hero who cracked down on gangsters and was promoted to the national camp as an exception, completely widening the gap between him and other players. How much dog did you step on to have this luck? Tell me quickly, are you the father of the plan? Oh, eat the spear. After seeing Xia Tian's record of snowing, the players in the forum went wild. Even Gue Wafu and others who were the first to use this tactic were a little confused. They suddenly felt that the 20,000 credit coins in their hands were not so attractive. Don't panic. Being faster for a moment doesn't mean you will be faster forever. Besides, he and we are not in direct competition. We just need to unlock the advanced profession as soon as possible and then trigger Bai Fu's new mission. I believe that when we complete Bai Fu's mission, the reward we get will be more than his. The Iron Rain Guild's president Jianqi Chongtian said with a smile. Gaia Wofu and others nodded repeatedly. They all had a very good impression of the sword energy rising to the sky. When they first got on the car with Jianqi Chongtian, they thought that Jianqi Chongtian, as the president of a large guild, would be difficult to get along with. But after getting to know him, they found that not only did he speak very nicely, but he was also very willing to teach them some detailed knowledge about the game. No wonder Tieyu Guild has been able to survive for several games. They could never have imagined that all of this was caused by the sword energy rising to the sky. The night before taking the bus, Jianqi Chongtian held a meeting with the core members of the Tieyu Guild, where he gave important instructions. That is, while looking for an opportunity to join the Truth Society, you must also improve Bai Fu's favorability like other players. This is not done for the hidden tasks on Bai Fu, but to collect more information about Bai Fu, and then use it as a gift for joining the Truth Society. He doesn't want to start as a small soldier after joining the Truth Society. He wants to do something big, taking into account that they didn't know Bai Fu at all, and that Digging Ji and others had already raised Bai Fu's favorability to over 80. Jianqi Chongtian gave a second instruction. That is, when you come into contact with Bai Fu, you must be willing to spend money, various supplies, or even take the initiative to die. As long as you can increase Bai Fu's favorability as soon as possible, even if it slows down your own upgrade speed. Although we will suffer some losses in the early stages, as long as we join the Truth Society with Bai Fu's information, everything will be fine. In fact, if Bai Fu wasn't so famous, there would be so many players who wanted to get close to Bai Fu, and Jianqi Chongtian wouldn't want to take a radical approach and join the Truth Society. At the meeting, some players expressed their concerns. They thought that Jianqi Chongtian's plan was great, but dealing with Bai Fu might cause resentment among many players, which would be detrimental to the development of the guild. Jianqi Chongtian waved his hand and said, "Don't worry, we don't have to deal with Bai Fu directly. We can just get some information from her and Digging Ji and others to the Truth Society. After we join the Truth Society, our level will be raised quickly. At that time, we won't care what those ordinary players do. The important thing is to complete the task of the sponsor. The sponsor is the sky." Thinking that he would soon meet Bai Fu, Jianqi Chongtian began to get excited. "Let's go meet up with Digging Princess first. We'll need her cooperation to find Bai Fu." The other players had no objection, and a group of more than a dozen people took action with the money. Seeing that the players in the live broadcast room adapted to Lin En so quickly, Bai Fu nodded with satisfaction. Previously, she had cooperated happily with Digging Ji, Patrick, Convert to Wofu and others. Now that a group of professional players have arrived, she is more confident in dealing with CC and the Truth Society. We need to find some opportunities to give them those advanced knowledge books so that they don't get stuck at the next level. The next day, Bai Fu found an opportunity. Xia Shi sent a message saying that there were important matters to discuss with her. On the way to CC, Bai Fu handed Anya and the advanced knowledge book to Digging Ji. She was worried about leaving Anya alone at Xia Shi's house. Who knows when the assassin and the spy will cooperate again? It would be more appropriate to let the player look after Anya. Given Anya's relationship with her, the player would never watch Anya being killed by the killer. Bai Fu came all the way to Sifu, and all the senior executives from Sifu were waiting for her in the conference room. Let my secretary Li Cheng explain the specific situation. Lu Yuelin gave the stage to Li Cheng. Li Cheng stood up and introduced the cooperation matters discussed at the meeting not long ago. I know you want to see advanced psychic knowledge, so I specifically applied for it. I just received the data from the headquarters. He held up a hard drive. Bai Fu immediately threw a clairvoyance at the hard drive. Data hard disk, special, quality, white additional effect, a seemingly ordinary hard drive, but it contains the advanced psychic knowledge mastered by the Primarch. Bai Fu's breathing paused slightly. Yes, that's it. She had been looking forward to this thing for a long time, but she didn't expect that it would be placed in front of her now. She tried her best to control her expression so as not to be noticed by others. Li Cheng continued, being a bait is very dangerous. You may die at any time. But if you cooperate with us, you will not only have the opportunity to obtain the advanced psychic knowledge you want, but once the spy is caught, the threat of the Truth Society to you will be greatly reduced. You should seriously consider it. Bai Fu hummed. She is thinking about whether she should cooperate with CC. With her true strength, it is difficult for ordinary killers to kill her, but this does not mean that she can run rampant. What if the killer takes out a large-caliber sniper rifle or some powerful bombs? Of course, special killers like Yulia who have mastered superpowers can also pose a threat to her. For safety reasons, she'd better reject Li Cheng's proposal, but if she missed this opportunity, she didn't know how long she would have to wait to obtain the psychic knowledge chain mastered by the Primarch. Bai Fu's eyes turned slightly, and she thought of a good idea. After pretending to think for a while, she raised her head. At this moment, she showed the same strength she had when she said goodbye to the player that night. Let's start. It's really annoying to have a spy watching us from the dark. Bai Fu nodded. I can agree to cooperate with you, but there is a condition. Li Cheng asked, what is the premise? Bai Fu said, Director Lu said that even if he applied to the higher-ups, it would be difficult to obtain advanced psychic knowledge, but you got it. Although the situation is different now, I still need to inspect the goods first to avoid being cheated. Li Cheng's face darkened. Are you questioning my credibility? Before Bai Fu could say anything, the leader of the action team stepped out to discredit him. Your credibility should be questioned when it is time to question it. Bang! Li Cheng slammed the table heavily. Say it again? Lu Yuelin quickly stepped forward to smooth things over. Harmony brings wealth, isn't it just verification? If you want to verify, then verify it. Let Xiaobai verify it to put your mind at ease. Let's use this terminal in the conference room. The others couldn't continue watching the show anymore and came out to join in. Let's see what we can lose. Are you still afraid that Bai Fu will be able to steal the data from the hard drive in front of all of us? There can't be something wrong with the data in the hard drive, haha. Because there are so many people with connections, the internal factions are extremely complicated. But most people have one consensus, which is that they are dissatisfied with Li Cheng. Li Cheng would be the kind of person in a spy movie who is only interested in advancement and performance, but has a very strained relationship with almost all of his colleagues. Seeing this situation, Bai Fu knew she had one. Sure enough, facing everyone's discussion, Li Cheng handed the hard drive to her with a sullen face. I don't think I need to teach you how to use the terminal, right? Bai Fu smiled and said, no need. Li Cheng said coldly, there are more than a dozen pairs of eyes watching here, and all the terminals around are specially encrypted. Bai Fu looked innocent. What bad intentions could a little white rabbit like me have? Do you think I have genius hacking skills and can secretly copy the data in the hard drive without anyone noticing? Then you really think too highly of me. I am just an ordinary wall hanger. Copy? I just read the progress bar and learn. Bai Fu connected the hard disk to the terminal in front of everyone, and after opening the file reader, the prompt followed. You begin reading advanced psionic knowledge mastered by the Primarchs. Intermediate psionic expertise takes effect. Your reading speed plus 20%. Current progress 0.1%. Advanced knowledge is indeed advanced knowledge. Before, it only took her 20 minutes at most to read other books, but this time the progress bar was stretched to several hours. After all, it was just an inspection, and there was no way she would sit in front of the terminal and look through the goods for hours. But it was not a big problem. Bai Fu was only interested in the psychic knowledge chain contained in it, so she focused on reading the content in this area. The conference room fell into silence. Li Cheng sat on the chair, staring at Bai Fu's back expressionlessly. No one knew what he was thinking. More than 20 minutes later, Bai Fu received a game prompt. You have unlocked the Psionic Knowledge Chain, 2. After mastering 2 knowledge chains, her knowledge chain gain became effective all psychic active skills plus 40%, psychic resistance plus 40%, psychic recovery speed plus 2/minute note. Unlock a new knowledge chain, all psychic active skill effects plus 20%, psychic resistance plus 10%, unlock psychic bonus. Bai Fu was very happy with this bonus. Taking into account the bonus of intermediate psychic mastery, the effect of her active skills was increased by 60%, completely surpassing the average psychic praying master. The gap between high-level professions and advanced professions is actually reflected here. This is also the key reason why many high-level players in the community do not recommend everyone to level up or practice multiple professions at the same time. Even if you want to practice multiple professions, it is best to wait until the main profession is upgraded to a high level before considering it, otherwise it will be easy to be left behind by other players. Bai Fu's gaze stayed on the psychic bonus in the notes. This bonus is also crucial. It improves not only the player's attributes and strength. From advanced professions to high-level professions, players will not only collect knowledge chains, but will also face real job changes. Just like when playing DNF and reaching a certain level, the Ghost Swordsman can change to the Berserker, Devil May Cry, Azura, and other professions. Among the stars, players choose different bonus directions, which also determines the direction of their major career in the future. In the early stages, psychic professions tend to be auxiliary in their buffing role, but as their levels increase and more skills can be learned, they also have gameplay that focuses on combat, cursing, and healing. Although she had unlocked the psychic knowledge chain, Bai Fu still did not stop reading, because she found that there were many other good things in this hard drive, such as an incomplete psychic knowledge chain and some special skills. Li Cheng was getting a little impatient waiting. How long are you going to check? Bai Fu remained calm. Why are you in such a hurry? If I don't check it carefully, how can I know if the content is made up or not? After a few minutes, Li Cheng stood up and walked to the terminal. It's been half an hour. If you delay any longer, we won't be able to open the door now. Okay. Bai Fu closed the terminal with some reluctance. During that period of time, she accumulated a lot of knowledge and unlocked a new skill, Psionic Shield. Psionic Shield consumes psionic energy to form a full body shield of Psionic Energy 2, which lasts for 5 minutes and has a cooldown of 12 seconds. If she consumes all her psychic energy, she will have 230 extra health points out of thin air, but the power of the psychic shield is obviously more than that. Before the shield value is depleted, all the damage she suffers will not be converted into actual physical damage. Relying on this to exchange injuries with the enemy, she can make a lot of money. It's time for dinner again, brothers. Facing Li Cheng's gloomy face, Bai Fu was in a good mood. I just looked through the information in the hard drive. I don't know about other places, but there are no problems with the ones I have looked through. I believe in your sincerity in cooperating with me. I am willing to cooperate with you to lure out the spy. Hearing this, Li Cheng's tense expression relaxed slightly. It's been a pleasure working with you. Happy. Bai Fu was indeed quite happy. After getting the knowledge chain, she could have run away, but she still wanted to see if she could get a few high-reward tasks here and there. If there is, then play with Cece for a while. If not, then take Anya and run away quickly. After seeing everyone off, Li Cheng also laughed. Spy? He is the spy. But no one knows this, and no one even doubts him, because before Bai Fu appeared, he was a person who had a bad relationship with everyone. During this period, he kept arguing with Bai Fu just to continue his previous personality. After leaving, Li Cheng sent a message to his contact. In the next action, the entire Lin network will be blocked everywhere, so this will be the last message he sends to the Truth Society in a short period of time. Bai Fu, I'll play with you slowly. Once the guild president officially starts the operation and there's no need to distract the intelligence bureau anymore, it'll be time to send you off. The work everywhere was quickly arranged. When Bai Fu went to pick up Anya, she found Jinchi Chongtian playing with Anya. Judging from his attitude, Jinchi Chongtian clearly wanted to get information from Anya. But who is Anya? Anya was her eldest disciple. After being reminded by her, Anya turned into a fishing expert and took the suspense and ambiguity to the extreme. so that Jinchi Chongtian was busy for 2 hours, buying food for Anya and running errands for Anya to buy groceries, but in the end, he did not find out any useful information. I just don't believe I can't fool a kid. The sword energy was so strong that I wanted to bite him, but I could only continue to pretend to be a humble gentleman. Only those who endure the most hardships can become the best. Soon, Jin Shi Chongtian got the chance to improve Bai Fu's favorability. That was the day after he met Bai Fu. I'm having trouble moving right now, so I need you to help me investigate something. A few hours before Bai Fu found the player, Xiashi brought the latest news from everywhere. The mission has been assigned. What mission? Carry out a surprise inspection on the secret base of the dark web in Lin. Xiashi explained in detail. In Ziyuan Star, in addition to the 5 major forces such as the Primarchs and the Society of Truth, there are many smaller forces that are equally not to be underestimated. The Makarov family, the behind-the-scenes operators of the dark web, is one of them. Before the war, the Makarov family was a world-famous mercenary organization. After the war, the surviving family members expanded their business in order to survive and started working as killers. These people have strong business capabilities and have not made a single mistake in more than 10 years. After that, they simply moved behind the scenes and built the platform. The Makarov family has been widely praised in the past for being tight-mouthed and never leaking client information. So the platform they established attracted the attention of many killers and people who wanted to kill as soon as it went online. In order to reassure these people, the then head of the Makarov family declared that the agreement reached between the killer and the employer on the dark web would be fully protected by the Makarov family. If any party dares to violate the agreement without negotiation, it will be regarded as a provocation to the Makarov family and will be hunted down by the Makarov family. When the platform was first launched, the Makarov family also launched a preferential policy of half price for the second head for some lucky customers. Relying on this magical operation, the Makarov family's platform has overcome all obstacles and defeated all competitors. Now it has become the only true god in the assassination world and has even become the official partner of several major forces. More efficient, faster, more powerful. If you want to kill someone, look for Makarov. Looking at the slogan displayed on the official dark web website that Xiashi opened in front of her, Bai Fu didn't know what to say for a moment. Good man, DD killed someone, right? Xiashi added. The logistics team checked the radio tower communication records before the assassin came to assassinate you, and did not find any abnormal signals. This means that the spy is most likely hiding in Lin, and his contact with the assassin and the Truth Society is most likely through the dark web. Bai Fu asked in confusion. Didn't you say that the Makarov family is famous for being tight-lipped? Will they obediently hand over the communication records? And this would mean that we would break off relations with the Makarov family, wouldn't it? It's already this late. Who cares about so much? Xiashi curled her lips. It doesn't matter if the dark web doesn't mention it. We can find the records ourselves. In fact, even if we can't find them, it's not a big deal. This action is our official declaration of war against the spy, and we will only give him 3 chances. She held up 3 fingers. This is the first time, and there will be another operation next. If he still refuses to show up, the director plans to take you to Haidu. Once there, it will be even more difficult for him to attack you. What if he can't hold it in? Serve cold. Xiashi spread her hands helplessly. If that were to happen, everyone would have to take a temporary leave and not participate in any of the Intelligence Bureau's next operations. Bai Fu seemed to be thinking about something. After Xiashi introduced the current situation, she received a game prompt. You triggered the mission raid on the dark web mission introduction. In order to pull out the spies hiding in the dark, CC has formulated a plan to conduct a surprise inspection of the dark network's base in Lin. They hope that you, as the bait, will cooperate with the action. Mission objective: find the database of the dark web Lin's base reward. 5,000 experience points. 5 points of reputation with the pre-March faction accept/reject as an auxiliary staff. You can get 5,000 experience points as long as you complete the task. This reward can be said to be quite generous. But Bai Fu was very dissatisfied. After obtaining the psychic knowledge chain of the pre-March, she began to think about leaving Lin to collect psychic knowledge chains from other places. Now, the reason why she stayed was purely to see if she could get some high-reward tasks from here and there. Now it seems that she can almost give up this idea. 5,000 experience points was a lot for her before, but now it is not enough for her to level up by half. You still have to do it yourself. She had to leave, of course, but before leaving, Bai Fu planned to complete the Shadow of Truth mission, which was triggered after the Truth Society increased the bounty amount. The reward for that mission was not only 30,000 experience points, but also an extra title. The mission goal is to kill the new killer, but now because she is under strict protection everywhere, those killers dare not show up for a while. We have to find a way. Bai Fu set her sights on the players. People around can use her as bait, and she can also use players as bait. It's not in vain that she has gained so much favorability from players. In this way, Bai Fu took Anya to find the hotel where Digger G lived. At this time, there were only a few players in the hotel, and the other players went out to find suitable targets for attack. Relying on the money borrowed from local criminal forces, Patrick and his team bought a lot of hot weapons. With the support of the powerful firepower of hot weapons, they destroyed several small criminal gangs in the past 2 days, and their experience increased rapidly. Among them, Patrick, who originally had the highest level, has now successfully unlocked the advanced professional martial artist, evolving from a rookie to the backbone of the novice planet, causing the envy of countless players. Hearing that Bai Fu wanted to see them about something, Digging G, Dragon of Natural Disaster, and Convert to Me quickly surrounded her. Here's what happened. Surrounded by Digging G and others, Bai Fu told a half-true and half-false story. The general meaning is I'm investigating a group of very bad people. During the investigation, I was targeted by another group of very bad people. I'm not sure if these two groups are related. In order for the investigation to proceed smoothly, I need to find out who is targeting me. But I can't make too obvious attempts, because it might alert the enemy and cause all the previous efforts to go to waste. Bai Fu deliberately did not say that the people targeting her were the Zhenli Society. The main reason she did this was because when she had tricked the Digging G into doing this, she had specifically emphasized that some things could not be told to the players now, not even the names, otherwise it would bring endless nightmares to the players. If she now tells the player that she is investigating the Truth Society, wouldn't that contradict what she said before? In addition, not saying what the object of her investigation is can also create a sense of mystery for the player, driving the player to keep getting closer to her in order to find out the truth. Digging G said, Fu, tell me, how can we help you? Bai Fu explained. Before I came to you, I thought about it all night, trying to come up with a suitable solution, but no matter how I tossed and turned, I finally realized that in order to find out the identities of those who were targeting me at the lowest cost, I could only rely on your power. What? You can only rely on us? Digging G's chest couldn't help but rise up. This is recognition. She could imagine how other players would react when they heard this. Fortunately, she turned on the video recording and would post it to the community later. I need you to pretend to be me and serve as bait. This mission is very dangerous and you may die, but you are immortal. So, I'm sorry. Bai Fu lowered her head, looking a little guilty. Hearing this, Digging G was happy. Seeing Bai Fu so nervous, she thought it was a big deal. It turned out that they just wanted her to be a bait. She is a player after all. Why should she be afraid of death? Leave it to me. But, Digger scratched his head. You and I are similar in height, Fu, but we are completely different in other aspects. It may not be easy for me to pretend to be you. This is easy. Bai Fu took out 2 black masks. I will wear this one during the next operation. You will also wear this one. Oh, and this outfit. She took out another bag, which contained the same clothes and pants as hers. With these equipment, it is indeed possible to pretend to be more convincing, but if you want to completely fool those hiding in the dark, you may have to do something else. At this moment, an idea flashed in Digging G's mind. Fu, can you say a few words? Say what? Just these few sentences. Bai Fu immediately understood what Awaji meant. Dawaji wanted to record what she said using the recording function of the game, and then play it again when impersonating her. The clothes and voices are the same. Who can say that the excavator Jishuang is not similar? Very good. I would like to crown you the king of ideas. Bai Fu happily did as she was told. At this time, in the corner of the room, looking at Bai Fu and others who were chatting enthusiastically, Jian Qi Chengtian's face turned a little green. That year, when I was 18, I attended a meeting in a hotel and stood like a minion. It was clearly a story that everyone was acting out together, but in the end, only Digging G received the mission, and he was even more miserable, as he didn't even get a chance to talk to Bai Fu. Chun Chun was just an outsider. Jin Chi Chung Tian was stimulated. You know, he was always the brightest one standing in the center of the crowd. But this is only temporary. He secretly made up his mind that in the next action, if he finds an opportunity, he must win everything. He wants Bai Fu's favorability, Anya's favorability, and a stepping stone to the Truth Society. That night, Bai Fu joined up with the action teams from all around. Looking at her new outfit, Xia Shi and Su Hong, the captain of the first team of the action group, were both stunned. Why are you wearing a mask? Bai Fu explained. This way, it will be difficult for people on the dark web to recognize me. My name has been put on the dark web bounty list. Unless it is necessary, I don't want to have a direct conflict with the Makarov family. This explanation was very reasonable, so Xia Shi and Su Hong didn't say anything more. Let's get started. Including Bai Fu, a group of 5 people rushed to the dark web's base in Lin En at a very fast speed. This base is very secretive, and ordinary people cannot notice anything unusual. Although CC has already discovered the location of the base, due to the fact that the dark web and the Primarchs have a lot of business dealings, they have always treated this base as nothing. The operators of the dark web are usually also very sensible and will never take the initiative to create any friction with CC. The situation tonight can be said to be quite special. When Su Hong led the charge into the stronghold, the people inside had no chance to react. Put your hands up. What do you want to do? Several people who were playing cards around the table stood up, threw away the cards in their hands, and raised their hands consciously. When Su Hong came closer, one of them suddenly changed his expression. Aren't you from the 4? What do you mean? Su Hong sneered and put the gun to the man's forehead. What do you think I mean? Tell me, did the man who hired the killer to kill Bai Fu contact the killer through your special network? Is he hiding in Lin En? The man being pointed at by the gun frowned. The tenet of our dark web is to never reveal the information of our customers. Don't say I don't know. Even if I know, I won't tell you. It's okay if you don't tell me. I'll investigate it myself. Su Hong winked at his men, signaling them to tie up the people playing cards. The man being pointed at shouted, "You are destroying the relationship between the Makarov family and the Primarch by doing this. If the people above blame you, can you bear the responsibility?" Su Hong acted as if he didn't hear the shout. After the tying up was completed, he took the lead in searching the stronghold. Just as he walked in front of a warehouse, Bai Fu's eyes suddenly froze. Be careful, there's someone in the house. However, it seemed too late. As soon as Su Hong put his hand on the door handle, the door opened and a black muzzle of a gun appeared in his field of vision. Oh no! Although he was wearing a bulletproof vest at such a close distance, the bulletproof vest could not block a gun of this caliber. Bang! Flames spewed from the muzzle and bullets flew out. For a moment Su Hong was in despair, but when the bullet hit him, he found that the pain was not as intense as he had imagined. He quickly lowered his head, and the first thing he saw was the bullet that had penetrated his bulletproof vest. Then he saw the bullet mark, which was red and swollen but did not actually cause much bleeding. A little bit of psychic power can strengthen the skin's defenses. Bai Fu calmly walked past Su Hong, grabbed the sneak attacker by the neck, and threw him to the ground. Su Hong and Xia Shi were both stunned. Why are you so calm? You are the assistant. What are you still standing there for? Check to see if the records are hidden in this room. Bai Fu urged. Su Hong hurried into the house. Right away, right away. While waiting for Su Hong's investigation results, Bai Fu remained vigilant at all times. She didn't know when a killer who wanted to take her life would pop up here. In fact, in her opinion, the spy would never dare to take action in this operation, because it would be too conspicuous and could easily lead to his true identity being exposed. Bai Fu waited for more than 10 minutes, after which Su Hong walked out of the house with several hard drives. Let the identification team take care of the rest. Take all the people in this base away and lock them up first. Upon hearing this, everyone on the dark web panicked. What are you going to do? Even if the Primarch is not afraid of the Makarov family, aren't you personally afraid? Let me go. Let me go. I was about to win that hand, but you guys messed me up. Now it's all over." No matter how the people on the dark web yelled and scolded, Su Hong remained calm as always, as if he didn't hear anything at all. "That's what the captain is like," Xia Shi whispered to Bai Fu. "Thanks to you tonight. Otherwise the captain would have been seriously injured even if he didn't die." Bai Fu nodded slightly. The mission was completed and she got 5,000 experience points, but she didn't care about it at all now. The next action was the real key tonight. In the hotel, Jin Chi Chung Tian was also full of anticipation. Later, he would let Bai Fu see his courage and wisdom. After he beat up those who tried to murder Bai Fu, and then perform a show of using his flesh and blood to block bullets in front of Bai Fu, he didn't believe that he could not increase Bai Fu's favorability. Once Bai Fu's favorability is raised, he can then try to get information from her. Truth Society, please see my value. I will help you turn the situation around. Jin Chi Chung Tian stared out the window intently. A few minutes later, he shouted in the team channel. While they were urgently deciphering the data obtained from the dark web base, Bai Fu leisurely walked past the window of the hotel sponsored by Digging G and others. This is her signal to the players. She believed that the noise just now must have attracted the attention of the killers and spies hiding in the dark. If nothing unexpected happened, the new killer was now watching her in the dark. As long as she showed the slightest flaw, those killers would jump out and kill her. Of course, all of this was just Bai Fu's guess. She couldn't determine whether those killers really dared to take action when Lin En was already blocked on all sides. Not all killers are like the Makarov family, who will find a way to complete a mission once they receive it, even if the price of completing the mission is to sacrifice themselves. Most killers' style of action is to run away when they see that the situation is not good. Being a killer is to make money. If you lose your life, the money is useless. After confirming that the players in the hotel had noticed her, Bai Fu returned to Xia Shi's residence under the cover of Xia Shi and others. All that's left is waiting. She chatted with Xia Shi in a random manner, mainly wanting to get to know Xia Shi better. From the conversation, Bai Fu learned that Xia Shi grew up in a single-parent family. Her father was an old leader of the Genetic Primitive Technology Bureau and was a typical second-generation official. But Xia Shi and her father had a disagreement over the choice of job after graduation. Her father wanted her to follow in his footsteps and join the Science and Technology Bureau, but she ignored the dissuasion and insisted on joining the Intelligence Bureau out of her hatred for the Truth Society. In her own words, "I haven't spoken a word to that old stubborn man for 2 months." Bai Fu nodded secretly. On the surface, Xia Shi is the kind of talented and extraordinary winner in life from a family background, but considering that she is very likely to be an important character, or even the protagonist in the main storyline of Ziyu and Star, she is likely to have big things happen next. This type of game rarely has a protagonist who is a Dragon King from the beginning to the end, because then the player will have no sense of participation. Players come to the game to seek happiness, not to be coolies. After doing coolies, they will be asked by others, "Why are you still here?" When Xia Shi fell asleep in a daze, Bai Fu officially took action. She sneaked out of the house, bypassed the guards who had already determined the location, and went straight to the hotel. 20 minutes later, Patrick, Conquer Me, Sword of Life and others left the hotel one after another. After they were in their respective positions, Digger G, who had already dressed up as Bai Fu, also walked out of the hotel. Digging Princess, I have left the hotel and feel good. Patrick, Treasure Hunt. This time it all depends on your performance. Dragon of Natural Disaster. Don't worry about digging for treasure. I'll be watching from upstairs all the time. I'll notify you as soon as someone comes over. Sword Chi Chung Tian. Remember to look around every time you reach an intersection, as if you are observing whether someone is following you. Digging Princess. Well, I have rehearsed in front of the mirror many times. She took a deep breath and moved slowly along the wall. The streets were empty at night, and there was a terrifying atmosphere everywhere, but Digger G was not afraid at all, because she was playing Good Days on repeat. When she was surfing the internet before, she heard people say that the horror effect of horror movies would drop sharply after changing the startling soundtracks to festive ones, and now it seems to be true. With the backdrop of "Hey, today is a good day. All your wishes will come true," she even felt that the ferocious wild dog that suddenly rushed past on the roadside was pretty. If you also take good care of yourself when you participate in battles in the future, I won't be so nervous, right? Digging G dismissed the idea. While killing people, with blood splattering and limbs flying everywhere, she was playing Good Days. If you don't know, you might think she was playing some insole game. Maybe her live broadcast room was reported and closed. While Digging G was slowly rushing to the battlefield, Li Cheng was leisurely reading a book at home. Drip, 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 drip. Suddenly, 3 short knocks came from the intercom on the round table next to them. The code is correct. Li Cheng put down the book in his hand and picked up the walkie-talkie. What is it? Long story short? The killer on the other end of the intercom said anxiously. Bai Fu slipped out of her residence alone. We followed her all the way. She stopped outside an abandoned hospital and now seems to be talking to an intercom. Li Cheng sat up straight. He knew that Bai Fu was no simple person. It was impossible for her to be just a lucky village girl who suddenly developed superpowers. Lean in quietly and try to figure out what she's saying. What if we're discovered? Li Cheng tapped the table with his index finger and thought for a while with his eyes closed. If we can capture him alive, we will capture him alive. If we can't capture him alive, we will kill him on the spot. According to his original plan, he was going to play with Bai Fu and Cici for a while before taking action, so as to better attract the attention of the Intelligence Bureau. But now there is no need for that. The fact that Bai Fu ran out in the middle of the night and was killed or caught is enough to cause chaos in the Intelligence Bureau for a while. It would be best if we could catch him alive. Li Cheng narrowed his eyes. He couldn't wait to let Bai Fu see how the truth could torture people. As professionals, after receiving the order, several killers moved quickly. They acted very carefully and even used special abilities, but they never imagined that there was a player on the top of a building not far from them who was monitoring them using the game's built-in video recording function. Do you know what a telephoto lens is that allows you to see even the pores clearly? Here they come. There are 4 of us in total. The Scourge Dragon yelled in the team channel. All the players tensed up, and the most excited ones were the 5 players from the Iron Rain Guild. Jin Chi-chung Tian immediately switched to the guild channel. Old dog, get ready. The player called Lao Go's nickname is Cobalt, and he is a veteran of the Iron Rain Guild. Don't worry, with our strength and cooperation, if we really work hard, it will be easy to gain the favorability of a saintly character like Bai Fu. Jin Chi-chung Tian put his hand on the gun at his waist. He had been waiting for this moment for too long. When he was crouching in the sewer just now, he had been feeling very anxious, fearing that the person hiding in the dark watching Bai Fu would not come out and his stay tonight would be in vain. Although he usually appears very confident in front of other people, he actually bears a lot of pressure. He is the president of the guild, but he does not have the final say in the guild. The reason why others unanimously support his decision to join the Truth Society is because they believe in him, and he must live up to this trust. If his decision causes the guild to develop slower than expected, even if others don't blame him, the financial backers will have opinions. Fortunately, his expectations were not dashed, and the 4 rascals hiding in the dark were really lured out. Now he is only 2 steps away from success. The first step is to take this opportunity to improve Bai Fu's favorability. The second step is to find the Truth Society. As for obtaining information about Bai Fu, Jinchi Chongtian did not consider it a problem at all. Just as the dog-headed man said, Bai Fu can sacrifice herself for the safety of the abandoned cooling plant, regardless of the heavy past she carries. She is undoubtedly a saintly, in a positive sense, character. After gaining the trust of the saintly character, if it is still difficult to obtain information from the saintly character, it would be a shame to Bai Fu's saintly character. Jinchi Chongtian stared at the game screen and reconnaissance results shared by the Dragon of Natural Disaster. Now he just had to wait for the 4 killers to make the first move, and that would be the time when they showed up. Digging G asked in the team channel, Hey, if they attack me later, should I just run away or stand there and let them attack me? Patrick, if I run, the other party might notice something is wrong. Try to delay the time as much as possible. When Fu gets the message and rushes over, everything will be fine. Digging G was about to say hello when an unusual chill suddenly attached itself to the back of her neck like an ice cube. She felt a chill in her heart, and in the blink of an eye, she found that not only her back but also her vision was swallowed up by darkness, and all the lights around her disappeared. You are being corroded by darkness. The judgment is in progress. If the judgment fails, your vision will be 100%. You are haunted by a shadow. Two reminders sounded in succession. Digging G realized the problem, but it was too late. A sharp object pressed against her lower back, and a soft female voice came from her ear. Little sister, you'd better not move, otherwise my dagger might pierce your kidney. Digging G took great pains to stop herself from shaking. She quickly asked in the team channel, "What's going on?" I didn't even see it clearly. The dragon of natural disaster frowned. I saw that woman melt and turned into a shadow. When she appeared again, she was behind you. What a powerful skill. The opponent has superpowers, which makes things difficult. But this did not stop the players present from backing off. Just kidding, her health bar is showing. Notify Fu. Try to trick her into talking before digging for treasure. We are coming over here. Good. Everyone took action. By Fu, who had been hiding in the hotel, also received a reminder from the player who was serving as a signalman beside her. Does the killer this time have superpowers? No wonder the mission reward is so high. Bai Fu felt her blood boiling. It's good to be strong. The stronger you are, the higher the reward you will get for defeating them. She opened the door. The hotel was several streets away from the abandoned hospital where Digger G was, but this distance was nothing to her now. After unlocking the gunner profession and upgrading it to level 5, her attributes became attributes. Strength 11, Agility 12, Constitution 47, Intelligence 5, Spirit 19, Inspiration 23. She also unlocked 2 new skills. Low-level shooting expertise. Shooting accuracy correction plus 10% precision shooting LV3. Shooting accuracy correction plus 6%. Long-range attack critical hit rate plus 3%. Although the 12 points of agility are not as good as those of ordinary elite agents and elite killers, it is more than enough for traveling in urban areas. Although the shooting accuracy correction brought by the 2 new skills is only 16%, it is enough for her to evolve from a master of human body outlining to one with a high probability of hitting the target at a distance of 20 to 30 meters. Let's go. Bai Fu rushed into the night. On the other side, the digger who was held at knife point tried to inquire about the killer behind her about her background, but the female killer ignored her and took out handcuffs to handcuff her. There's nothing we can do about it. Digging G suddenly raised her right foot and stomped heavily on the female killer's foot. The female killer seemed to have anticipated this scene. She moved her foot 10 centimeters to the right, just avoiding the excavator's stepping. Little sister, you are a little dishonest. In this case, I can only teach you a lesson. She stabbed the Digging G in the back with a knife. The placement of the knife was extremely careful, so that it could cause severe pain but not cause death from excessive blood loss. But what the female killer didn't expect was that the digger girl who was stabbed by her actually broke free from her restraints as if nothing had happened. Turn around, draw your gun, and shoot, all in one go. Unexpectedly, I didn't feel any pain. The female killer's neck tilted and she dodged quickly, but the sudden burning pain in her neck continued to stimulate her nerves. You're looking for death. She pretended to stab Digging G to death with a knife. The other 3 assassins hiding in the dark quickly stepped forward and said, "Calm down. The employer wants to capture you alive. How can you make me cold?" The female killer had only said half of her words when several gunshots rang out in the dark, causing her to calm down. There's an ambush. The 4 killers' faces changed drastically. They quickly dispersed and confirmed that the person who attacked them secretly was not very good at shooting. They secretly breathed a sigh of relief, but they still underestimated their opponent this time. Although the individual strength of the players was crushed by them, the players not only had the advantage in numbers, but also had the Scourge Dragon hiding in high places to report their location. What would happen if 4 experts fought against a dozen novices who had full map vision and were not afraid of death? Why would the bullets come out from a place like this? How did they find me? How many of them are there? I got shot in the ace. The 4 killers who had no vision in the dark night became more and more frightened as the opponents did not say a word and just shot coldly. For a moment, they had the illusion that they were good citizens and the opponents were the real killers. The female killer gritted her teeth and stared at the fallen digger. Perhaps only by controlling Bai Fu as bait could they escape successfully. I'll suppress their firepower, and you guys are responsible for kidnapping that woman. Her body turned into a shadow and disappeared on the spot. The remaining 3 killers had no time to care about anything else. They began to move around to dodge bullets and gradually approached Digging G. After a chaos, one of the killers rolled in front of Digging G. He pointed his gun at Digging G's forehead and shouted, "Stop it, or I will kill her now." He was responded by more intense gunfire. Bang, bang, bang. Bullets rained down like raindrops, hitting the excavator and the killer. The killer's eyes were wide open until he fell to the ground. He totally couldn't understand why these people hiding in the dark killed by Fu as well. Could it be that they were not in the same group? The female killer who had just used her superpowers to kill a player was also dumbfounded when she saw this scene. What's the point of fighting when you meet a group of lunatics like this? She just wants to run away now. But just as she was about to take action, a sword rushed out from the side with a mighty force. The Iron Rain Guild sees this as a stage to perform, and they are now completely giving it their all. So what if the opponent is strong? Even if they can only delay for a few seconds before being killed, as long as they can delay until Bai Fu arrives, all their sacrifices will be worth it. 4. Bai Fu's favorability charge. A player from the Iron Rain Guild rushed out. 2 players from the Iron Rain Guild rushed out. 3. They rushed and shouted, "If you dare to assassinate Fu, I will send you to Hades now. Die, die, die. Anyone who dares to go against Fu will die. How dare you target Fu?" The female killer was so stunned when she saw this scene that she thought she had mistakenly entered a fan meeting of some idol. No. If you respect Bai Fu so much, why did you just shoot her to death? Patrick and the others were also stunned. It turns out that Tieyu Guild is also a fanatical supporter of Fu. This is really unexpected. Fu couldn't help but wonder if his support for Bai Fu was not enough. After all, he didn't rush out to stop the 3 killers like those people from Tieyu Guild. The female killer stabbed the nearest player in the heart. Just as she was about to deal with the next player, she was shocked to find that the player whose heart was stabbed was holding her feet tightly. This guy didn't die? Get out of here. She kicked the player on the ground away, then turned into a shadow and appeared behind Jianqi Chongtian. Sensing the danger, he raised his breath and smashed his elbow into the female killer's lower abdomen. The move was so fast that the female killer had to block it with her right hand. Hit. No. Before Jianqi Chongtian could be happy, he saw the female killer transform into multiple phantoms. As the phantoms moved, a knife swept across his chest, bringing up a large amount of blood. So strong, it's impossible to beat him. Jianqi Chongtian did not lose his temper, but his voice became louder. "Since you are here today, as long as I am still alive, you must not even think about escaping. I will not give you the chance to continue to harm Bai Fu." "Just you?" the female killer sneered. The next second, a bullet suddenly shot out from the darkness and hit her left arm accurately. The female killer groaned, trying to see clearly who was plotting against her. When she finally saw the appearance of the person who walked out of the darkness, her heart sank suddenly. It was Bai Fu. This meant that they really fell into a trap tonight. Bai Fu shot at the female killer without saying a word, and the female killer spat. She can't kill anyone tonight, but if she wants to escape, no one here can stop her. She turned into a shadow again, but unlike before, this time she went straight to the top of the building. You want to escape? Bai Fu didn't care. This female killer's superpowers are indeed powerful, but she made one mistake, which is that she should never go up to the sky. The moment the female killer reached the roof, Bai Fu used combat etiquette on her. This time Bai Fu didn't make any unnecessary movements. She just stood there quietly. She stood very steadily, but the female killer's feet were empty. The female killer fell straight down from the roof of a building more than 30 meters high. The moment she landed, Bai Fu fired 6 shots at her head, smashing her face into a bloody mess. She was dead beyond dead. You killed the Shadow Snake, contribution 94.2%. After correction based on the level difference, you gained 6,594 experience points. Bai Fu looked at Patrick, Jianqi Chongtian and others. To be honest, she was a little surprised. She didn't expect that the president of a big guild was her fan, and he performed so hard in the battle. It seemed that her charm was extraordinary. She nodded and quickly rushed towards the other killers. Patrick, Jianqi Chongtian and others who were watching this scene nearby couldn't help but open their mouths wide. When did Bai Fu become so powerful? Yes, it's the injury. The injury must have improved a little, so the strength has also recovered a little. Jian Qicheng Tian was in a good mood at this time. Tonight's performance has maxed out Bai Fu's favorability, and his plan has been largely accomplished. Ha ha ha. At this moment, Jian Qicheng Tian's mind flashed with how he gained a lot of Bai Fu's favor through tonight's actions, and then he used indirect means to extract a lot of information about Bai Fu from Anya, and then he took this information to join the Society of Truth, where he was valued. With this magical operation, the Iron Rain Guild came from behind to become the #1 guild among the stars, and it also made him a perfect journey that would go down in the history of online games. In the following time, Bai Fu cooperated with several surviving players to kill another killer. She deliberately chased the remaining killer, but let him escape. Of course, just because she didn't chase, doesn't mean she didn't let the players follow her secretly. Where on earth did this pervert Bai Fu come from? The surviving killer had cold sweat on his forehead. He was shot in the buttocks. Fortunately, he was shot and had been dodging, so he managed to break out of the encirclement. Now he has absolutely no intention of continuing the mission. I have important information that I must tell you in person. After contacting Li Cheng on the walkie-talkie, the surviving killer hopped along the way. It was more than 20 minutes before he saw Li Cheng. What's the matter? Don't you know this is a special period? Look for yourself. The surviving killer passed the images captured by the terminal to Li Cheng. The more Li Cheng looked, the uglier his expression became, especially after hearing the words of the Iron Rain Guild's ogre. At that time, another assassin asked the dog-headed man, "You are protecting Bai Fu so much, aren't you afraid of retaliation?" The dog-headed man seemed to have heard the funniest joke in the world and laughed while holding his belly. "Revenge? You have provoked Fu Fu, so you better surrender now. Otherwise no one in heaven or on earth can save you." Crazy. It was the first time that Li Cheng had seen such a crazy person. Okay, I will remember your birth and your face. If I ever catch you in the future, I will make you wish you were dead. Li Cheng turned off the terminal and suddenly said to the killer in front of him, "Go kill the man outside." Outside? The killer was stunned. Li Cheng cursed, "Idiot. He has been following you for a long time. Haven't you noticed it yet?" The killer's eyes twitched. So he was being followed? "I'll be there right away. Brother Jian, I have found the place where the killer is hiding. A player from the Tieyu Guild huddled in the corner and shared his location with Jian Qicheng Tian. Here you go." The sword energy soared to the sky and the joy was blooming. He was a little worried that the people in the guild would not be able to catch up with the killer. Although even if they really lost him halfway, their performance tonight was enough to greatly improve Bai Fu's favorability. But who doesn't like to do things perfectly? After successfully finding the killer's hiding place, their image in Bai Fu's eyes is probably not just a trustworthy follower, but a young and promising hero. Try to get in and take some photos. Jian Qicheng Tian immediately gave the final instructions. When he said this, the player hiding in the corner suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart. Wait, why did the light suddenly dim? The player looked up suddenly, only to find that the killer he was following had appeared in front of him without him noticing. He was about to dodge when the killer punched him in the face. The violent impact knocked him directly against the wall. Before he could come to his senses, his neck had been locked. How brave of you to follow me. But unfortunately, you have no chance to leave with the information you just got. The killer had actually been observing in the dark for quite some time. He confirmed that the stalker did not have any communication equipment on him. In this way, as long as he killed the stalker, the flaw that he accidentally revealed just now would be made up for. Tell me what your relationship with Bai Fu is, and who Bai Fu is, so I can let you die quickly. The killer smiled cruelly. But what he did was an ineffective performance for the players. Idiot, you think I was your father because I was scared when I was young? I will never change my name. I am the Dragon and Phoenix of the Iron Rain Guild. Don't worry, the Iron Rain Guild will send you off in 2 days. The killer was so angry that veins popped out on his forehead, and he broke the player's neck in rage. Why are the young people nowadays so hot-tempered that they don't even care about their lives just to satisfy their mouths? He drags the player's body back into the house. I asked him, but he refused to tell me. He only said that he was from the Tieyu Guild and his nickname was Crouching Dragon and Phoenix. Tieyu Guild? Why does this name sound so much like the Railway Guild? Could it be that Bai Fu is an agent of the Railway Guild? Li Cheng's face darkened slightly. In any case, he remembered the name and the face from before. If it weren't for this group of people, Bai Fu would definitely not be able to escape tonight. He must find a way to pass this information back to the Truth Society as soon as possible. But before that, he had something to do. Go and take care of your wounds first. Although your mission has failed, I will still pay you a portion of the reward. Is this really a good thing? Bang, bang, bang. 3 hammer strikes, and the killer was completely silent. Li Cheng dragged the bodies of the killer and the player away and buried them, then returned to the house to clean up the bloodstains. His expression did not change throughout the whole process. He was not sure whether the killer would reveal his existence. He only knew that the dead could keep secrets best. In this way, no one tonight would know that he was the one who ordered the assassination. We can't let Bai Fu continue to contact CC. We must capture her alive as soon as possible and find out her true identity. Thinking of what happened tonight, Li Cheng became angry again. He decided to take a risk and give Bai Fu a surprise in person next time. You have completed the special mission Shadow of Truth and received 30,000 experience points, 15 Ziyuan star reputation points, and the title Shadow of Truth. While waiting for the results of the players she was tracking, Bai Fu received a game prompt. Including the 2 killers she just killed, she gained a total of 40,885 experience points tonight. She was more concerned about her new title than her experience. Shadow of Truth. All attributes +2, psychic value +30, +10% attack damage to members of the Truth Society camp, +20 opponents' favorability when negotiating with the Truth Society's hostile camp remarks. You have become a shadow shrouding the truth. Once the Truth Society finds an opportunity, it will do its utmost to kill you. Although the number of bonus items of Shadow of Truth is less than half of the Poisonous Milk Powder title, it is enough to beat the Wildfire title she had previously obtained. The 12 attribute bonuses alone are equivalent to her leveling up by more than 2 levels in one go. This is the bonus that a normal title should have. After successfully wearing the Shadow of Truth and upgrading herself to a higher level, her personal panel underwent a major overhaul. Main occupation, Psychic Prayer LV3, +10, Vagrant LV5, max level, Gunner LV5 secondary occupation, Nun Health, 1050/1050 psionic value, 165 attributes, Strength 13, Agility 15, Constitution 51, Intelligence 8, Spirit 21, Inspiration 27 skills, not applicable talent, Luck title, Wildfire, Shadow of Truth reputation, 18, Ziyuan star. Seeing that the lowest intelligence was about to break through 10 points, Bai Fu felt like she had drunk a bottle of ice Sprite in the middle of summer. Cool. Although the price of becoming stronger was that she had completely become a thorn in the side of the Truth Society, the 2 sides had already made a grudge. So what else did she have to worry about? Trying every possible way to become stronger was the most effective response to the Truth Society. Bai Fu felt that even if she stood still and let the female killer with superpowers stab her with a knife, it would be difficult for her to get hurt. As for wanting to hurt her with ordinary firearms, that was even more of a daydream. Although the super high tankiness is achieved at the cost of output, it is not a big problem. Her strength cannot be measured by herself alone. She also has a group of players to command. The strength of these players is not strong now, but dozens or hundreds of players shooting at a target at the same time is not something that ordinary people can withstand. At this time, Bai Fu received a game prompt again. Based on your performance in the Shadow of Truth mission, you unlocked the plot mission, the Unknown Truth Mission Introduction. For hundreds of years, the Society of Truth has been a ghost floating over Ziyuan Star. No one knows what truth they are seeking. The terror they brought to the world is engraved in the blood of every Ziyuan Star citizen. But even such an elusive ghost will be troubled by the Shadow. Now, you have become a member of the Shadow. Whether to flee in panic or fight back is up to you. Mission objective: destroy the Truth Society. Current contribution 0%. Reward: the reward depends on your contribution to the destruction of the Truth Society. Accept/reject. Is this the follow-up task mentioned in the notes of the Shadow of Truth task? The mission objective is to destroy the Truth Society. There is no need to hesitate, just accept it. To Bai Fu's surprise, Destroying the Society of Truth was not the main mission. It seemed that the main mission of Zuyuan's star was buried deeper than she imagined. While Bai Fu was thinking, Jianqi Chong Tian rushed over and said, "Sister Bai, my people have found the place where the killer is hiding. It's a pity that he didn't take a picture of who the person who contacted the killer is, but don't worry, I will find out soon." He told Bai Fu the address. Bai Fu looked pleased and began to praise. "You have done a great job. To be more precise, you gave me a big surprise tonight. I never thought that you could drive away those killers without my help. With the growth rate you have shown, perhaps you can really make the holy word come true." Jianqi Chong Tian smiled reservedly and calmly. His goal was not to be a hero. Digging Ji and the others were all grinning from ear to ear and were praised by Fu Fu again. I converted to Buddhism and secretly glanced at the sword energy rising to the sky. When Bai Fu was praising him just now, her eyes were fixed on Jianqi Chong Tian, which made him secretly resolve that he must do better than Jianqi Chong Tian next time. Di Guaji is the Minister of Publicity Department of Fumin. If he converts to Fumin, he must become a great general to live up to his name. Roll it up. Bai Fu paused, then deliberately said something ambiguous. "Anyway, with your help, I am now more confident that I can find a way to leave here." She didn't say where this place was, but the players who had already imagined that she was an alien naturally thought that the place she was talking about was Zuyuan's star. "I understand." Digging Ji shouted excitedly in the team channel. "I was saying that Fu Fu is an alien, so logically she should have no conflicts with the natives of Zuyuan's star. Why did she go to the abandoned cooling plant to investigate the Truth Society for no apparent reason? It turns out that she was looking for a way to leave Zuyuan's star. Now it seems that the Truth Society holds that method." Jianqi Chongtian's breathing couldn't help but become rapid. At this time, he agreed very much with what his IG said. Firstly, this explanation made sense. Secondly, from the public beta of the game to now, Dazaiji had never made a mistake in his guess about Bai Fu. Thinking of this, he could hardly suppress the excitement in his heart. His decision to join the Society of Truth was absolutely the right one. Not only could he lead the guild to monopolize a large number of missions, but if he was lucky, he might be able to find a way to go to space before all the other players. One step faster, every step faster. Digging Ji and Bai Fu are simply his lucky stars. For a moment, Jianqi Chong Tian felt that using Bai Fu's information as a stepping stone to join the Truth Society was a bit too despicable. It's just a game. Don't think too much. The important thing is to make the Iron Rain Guild famous. People from all around should be here soon. To avoid trouble, you should hide first. I'll come find you when I have time. At Bai Fu's urging, all the players present left happily. Tonight they not only gained Bai Fu's trust, but also gained a lot of experience. Even the one with the lowest level can unlock an advanced career. Unlocking advanced professions will unlock new tasks. Now they are looking forward to what Bai Fu will ask them to do next. Bai Fu stood there for more than 10 minutes. As she expected, people from all directions quickly came over, led by Su Hong, and Xia Shi was also in the team. "Why did you come here alone?" Su Hong asked bluntly. Bai Fu didn't say anything, but just pointed at the 3 bodies lying on the ground. Su Hong turned his head, and when he saw the female killer with half of her face smashed, he was speechless for a moment. "You, isn't this the Shadow Girl? The captain almost died at her hands last time, but now, was it Bai Fu who did it?" A dozen agents faced Bai Fu. If they were just surprised and amazed when they saw Bai Fu killing 3 killers last time, now the way they looked at Bai Fu had changed as if they were looking at a monster. This is a person with superpowers, an existence that even Su Hong finds difficult to deal with, but now she died like a rag thrown on the roadside. Miserable. It's so miserable. "Who are you?" Su Hong's voice trembled when he spoke again. "Just a Cayman rider passing by." Of course, Bai Fu couldn't answer like that. She said, "I sensed their presence when I went to search the dark web base. I don't like being watched all the time, so I deliberately exposed a flaw to lure them out. I'm sorry for making you worry." "No. Why are you apologizing? I just want to know who you are." Su Hong roared in his heart. Bai Fu smiled and said, "As for my true identity, I am Bai Fu and Bai Fu is me. You don't have to doubt this. The Truth Society wants to kill me, so my goal is to send the Truth Society to its grave. I think we should be able to cooperate well on this point." Su-hung slowly calmed down and said, "What happened here is a little beyond my imagination. The director may have some questions to ask. I hope you can cooperate." Bai Fu nodded. She also had something to ask. On the way there, she chatted with Xiashi casually, mainly asking about Xiaxi's mechanical manufacturing technology and wanting to order some equipment from Xiashi. If possible, Bai Fu wanted to pry Xiashi over directly and let Xiashi become a merchant and mechanic professional mentor in the Garden of Silence. But given the current situation, the possibility of success is estimated to be less than 1%. Unfortunately, her charm is very high, but this charm mostly only works on players, and it is impossible to make NPCs bow down to her. Soon, Bai Fu arrived everywhere. That night, no one could sleep, as everyone was discussing the information found in the dark web base and the name Bai Fu. Bai Fu sat on the chair very calmly. She couldn't figure out who ordered the killer to assassinate her, but it didn't matter. The player would tell her the answer soon. The next morning, Digging Princess brought her information. "Li Cheng, it's you." Now the situation between light and darkness has completely reversed. Killing him should activate a hidden mission reward and earn a lot of favor from the Primarchs. Bai Fu was full of anticipation. She didn't have clear evidence, so she was not in a hurry to take action. Instead, she prepared to let Li Cheng make the first move to avoid being bitten back by Li Cheng. Given the current situation, Li Cheng absolutely cannot sit still, because if he delays any longer, Siquan is going to send her to the Primarch's capital, Haidu, and by then Li Cheng will not be able to take any action. After investigating all night, since nothing was found in the dark web's database, they had to temporarily release the people from the dark web due to pressure from the Makarov family on the intelligence agency. As these people were released and Linen's dark web was back online, Bai Fu once again killed the killers hired by the Truth Society, and the news that the killers included the famous Shadow Woman also spread. At this moment, the dark web world focuses on Bai Fu. It has been a while since the Truth Society has suffered such a big loss. Interesting. Whose general is this Bai Fu? The Primarch's agents are embarrassed. These assassins have to be dealt with by Bai Fu herself. I guess the president of the Truth Society must be furious right now. The gossipers gave Bai Fu a nickname, White Death. A white shadow slapped the confident Truth Society twice in a row. If the Truth Society does not do something, everyone will look down on it. Will the White Death become the nightmare of the Truth Society, or will the Truth Society kill the White Death? The market is open. Can the winnings really be deposited into your account? Bai Fu, who was lying on the sofa, asked Xiashi, who was sweeping the floor. "Yes, why not? Please buy some for me, so that I can teach the Truth Society a lesson soon. If you have money but don't make it, you're a rascal." Bai Fu opened her wallet and asked Xiashi, who had an account on the dark web, to help her buy 50,000 credit coins to test the waters. She wanted to buy a custom bulletproof car and customize a power armor for Anya, but the 200,000 credits she had saved were not enough to fill the hole. Fortunately, the Truth Society is a charitable organization that not only provides her with experience, but also provides her with opportunities to make a fortune. Umidba, Shinmon. Bai Fu expressed her gratitude from the bottom of her heart. 2 flowers bloom, each showing its own beauty. At the same time, Jin Shi Chong Tian convened a new meeting with all members of the Taiyu Guild. Now that he has gained Bai Fu's trust and learned of Bai Fu's purpose, it is time to use last night's gains to completely dispel the doubts of everyone in the guild and move the work to the next step. What we have to do next is to find the Truth Society and let them see our sincerity. This requires the efforts of all of you. The sword energy soared to the sky and tapped lightly on the desktop of the virtual conference room, full of vigor and vitality.